Well, good morning everybody and welcome back to Knockhill for day 2 of this TCR UK race weekend. The mid part of the season for TCR and its various support categories brings us north of the Scottish border for only the second time in TCR's history. However, for the BRSCC, who are providing the majority of our support race content this weekend, it's become a bit of an annual trip now up north to Bonnie, Scotland, a circuit that the drivers and teams all really enjoy visiting, and certainly that includes those competing in the various Ford Fiesta championships that fall underneath the BRSCC umbrella. We'll have action from all 3 of them over the course of the day. The BRSCC ST240 and ST150 championships will be up later, but we're kicking off the day here with the juniors, the Fiesta Junior Championship, which had an entertaining and eventful qualifying session yesterday, and we'll hopefully have an entertaining but maybe slightly less eventful pair of races over the course of the day. The youngsters up bright and early, a lot earlier I dare say than they used to go racing here this morning on a dry but patchy damp circuit, and that is going to present an extra couple of challenges for the drivers taking to the circuit in the first couple of races. Lots of races to be had today as well. It's a busy schedule here at Knockhill. 25 races in total, only 7 of which were yesterday, so you do the maths. It's a pretty full on day. We'll have our 2 remaining TCR UK races to come. The first of those beginning at around about 10 o'clock. The second of them will be kicking off at about 1:30 in the afternoon. We'll also have action for the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, and then a whole host of BRSCC regular championships, the Fiesta Juniors, as I've said, plus the other Fiesta championships. The BMW Compact Cup is here, the Evolution Trophy, Audi TT Cup racing as well, and then also a guest appearance from the Knockhill ModSports Championship, who were out qualifying a little bit earlier on this morning. Well, it's Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, joined for all things BRSCC today by Scott Woodward once again. And Scott, the juniors were out yesterday in qualifying. A couple of them found the going a little bit tough, I think it's fair to say, and not ideal conditions this morning. It is cold, it is windy, there are definitely damp patches out on the circuit. A measured approach to the start of this race would be wise, I suspect.
Yeah, good morning everybody. It should be quite an interesting first couple of corners, but it's going to be not just cold tyres and maybe cold brakes. Hopefully they're going to be as much temperature as they can as they're weaving and trying to get as much heat and pressure into them as possible right now. But also, as you can see, there are patches around the circuit. Thankfully, they appear to be off the racing line, so to speak. But of course, if you're trying to make overtakes, going off the racing line means you're going to probably put a wheel or 2 onto those damp patches, and it could possibly lose you a significant amount of grip if you're not careful. So those drivers have got to be careful, they've got to be considerate. They might take the first couple laps a bit steady and just basically get through them to survive the first couple laps and then settle into the race. They are only 15-minute races, yes, but of course these drivers have to learn their craft at their own pace and just simply get through it unscathed, clean, and just as swiftly and as sort of courteously as possible, and then they can start the hard racing in the next couple of laps. It should be an entertaining pair of races today, and of course we've got quite a talented and ever-growing crop of junior drivers. We've had 22, which is the biggest we've ever had this season, and I know for a fact we genuinely have more on the way, and the grid numbers are definitely going to be going up before the end of the season. We should be somewhere in the mid-teens, if not higher than that potentially, by the time we get into the season. It's a championship that a few years ago many understandably would have thought it was on its way out, but thankfully the big turnaround we've had in the last few years, it's now to the point we're having our biggest ever grid since it started, with 22 cars, 18 here this weekend, a few that couldn't make it this weekend, but for the grid we do have some very talented cars, some of the brand new Mark 7s, 8 of those so far this season. More of those are on the way so far this season as well. It should be a fantastic first race, fingers crossed, to kick things off what's going to be a super Sunday here at Knockhill. Yes,
the only junior championship this in Europe that has 2 different sort of chassis on the track, both of them Ford Fiestas, but as Scott said, the older shape Mark 6s going up against the newer shape Mark 7s, but there is absolute parity between the 2 of them, and that is what allows for some really close racing. There are subclasses, sort of. There is sort of an unofficial prize, I think, for the highest placed of the Mark 6s and the Mark 7s over the course of the season, but it's 2 Mark 7s at the moment that find themselves at the top of the championship table. Daniel Lewis, the points leader, and Ben Mulryan, second points coming into the weekend. Now, the first race of the weekend, I believe, is about to get underway. Cars on the grid waiting for the green flag, and they will be, there we go, emerging down into turn 1 very quickly, and already, I'm afraid, one of the Mark 7s has gone pop at the back of the field. The rest of them, though, descend upon Duffer Stip for the first time, and that's Sam Nesser who has got the early advantage. So Ben Mulryan, the pole sitter, slipping down into second place there at the first corner. We've seen a few times this weekend that the outside of row 1 sometimes is a better place to be. be. There's a tangle at the back of the field between another two of the Mark 7s, but they both appear to be carrying on a little walking wounded as the challenge for the race lead. Ben Mulryan back up the inside of Sam Nessa and reclaims the advantage. So less than half a lap to go, half a lap down, and already 2 lead changes. That will be the last of the lead changes for now, in theory, because there is a safety car that has been scrambled. This as a result of one or both of the incidents that we had in the first couple of corners. There is the reason. It's Jasmine Shaw's car that had an engine blow on the run towards turn 1. She has pulled to the side of the road as she should, but that means the car is in a dangerous position and a safety car needs to be called. So there we go, lots of action already. The drivers have now got the message that the safety car is coming out, and in only a 15-minute race, it means that this is going to eat into the race time quite significantly, I'm afraid. Hopefully, given the close proximity of that car to the pit lane exit, they can get it just pushed up the hill and out of the way relatively quickly. The main concern, I think, is that there does appear to be some oil or fluid that's been dropped on the circuit on the approach to Dufferstep. But being in a straight line, they might just get away without having to address that during the race. So Mulryan then leads the opening lap. Sam Nessa, 2nd place. 3rd place, Jacob Hodgkiss. 4th place for Jensen Bell. He gained a place from where he started. Hadley Simpson gained one also, and they both gained at the disadvantage of Maximilian Salarski, who started 4th and came through in 6th. Luke Hilton then is 7th. Marcel Latchkey in 8th. George Foxlow 9th. And Jensen Mason, completing the top 10. So Scott, slightly jumbled up order there after the opening lap. A couple of drivers at the back who tangled themselves together, but they do appear to have carried on. So I think we've only actually lost Jasmine Shaw. It looks as though we had one non-starter as well, which was Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo. So we're down to 17 of them still running, but good to see that the majority of them are still going.
Yeah, and one of those drivers that was involved in that tangle was somebody who's potentially with the Champions League coming into the weekend, Daniel Lewis. So he's right at the back of the field at the moment in 16th. So if he stays where he is, this will almost certainly, unless he gets a worse result, but being retiring, I don't think he doesn't, is that will be one of his drop scores unless he can pick his way through the order or gets a worse result later on, either this weekend or in the season. So he's going to have to try and minimise the damage in terms of how many points he may lose. This will be advantage Ben Mulryan, because of course he is 2nd in the points coming the weekend. He's 2nd in the Mark 7 class as well. Has taken a couple of outright wins in that car. The first 2 outright wins for the new Mark 7 back at Croft, and it was also the same weekend there, but he put that car in its first ever pole position. Did it again yesterday in qualifying. Didn't get the best of starts because it was a better launch from the outside of the front row from Sam Nessa, and he managed to squeeze himself in front, but the better move up into Clark's corner on the first lap showed that Ben was certainly on his toes and certainly knows what he's doing. And I was remembering this when I was walking up here, as we see Jasmine Shaw car being quickly towed up the end of the pit lane to make sure it's out of the way quickly. Great work by the Knockhill recovery teams and marshals to get it all out of the way as quickly as possible. But I was remembering this about Ben Mulryan, the fact that last year he raced in one of the ST150s. It's his first season in the Mark 7, and he was remarking, particularly after Snetterton, after he got the first ever podium for it, and also talking to a couple of us within BRSCC, and he'd said that initially he couldn't quite grasp the driving style for the new Mark 7 because he was still driving like the old Mark 6. It's a different chassis, therefore it's a different technique required. So therefore, he's now been able to suss out exactly how he needs to drive his new chassis, and so the teams which are running these chassis for the first time are starting to find the nuances, the tricks, the ways to kind of get the suspension to get the most out of, and the setup of the car to get the most out of its performance, whereas the Mark 6 has been going since the championship started back in 2012. So teams that know these cars inside out know pretty much by default what setup they need to get the car on a good baseline. The Mark 7 for most of the teams this year and the drivers, it's a brand new experience for them. They're having to try and figure out what the best ways they can set it up, what the advantages they can do with this car. And Ben now knows, he was saying, now that I've sussed this car out, now that I know exactly how it needs to be set up and how I need to drive it differently to the Mark 6, it means I can then get the most out of it. And he did that at Croft onwards, and he's certainly proving it here. He's going to have to prove it again, though, because thankfully only had 1 lap under the safety car. Lights are out, which means Ben Mulryan becomes the safety car by de facto. He now decides when to pull the pin and get the racing back underway here this morning at Knockhill.
That was remarkably our first safety car of the weekend as well, and hopefully we don't see too much of the safety car, although myself and Anthony Jordan got an up-close view of it on the grid yesterday before our first TCR UK race. That was slightly unplanned. Speaking of getting close to each other, look at how tightly bunched the front runners are. Sam Nessa and Jacob Hodgkiss not wanting to allow Ben Mulryan to get a jump here.
That's a bit unnecessarily close to me, but that's just me. But on the restart, it seems a good jump from Ben out of the final corner, good traction, and Jacob Hodgkiss on his toes also. He's going to be alongside. He can't pass until they get past the start and finish line. Once he's done that, he could be in a good place to potentially dare go around the outside if he's feeling brave.
Well, yes, brave is one word for it, especially on cold tyres on a slightly damp track. Is he going to brave it out? Yes, he is. Right around the outside line, finds some grip, strays maybe slightly beyond the edge of the curb, then bounces back onto the road, almost clatters into the side of Sam Nessa, but they avoid trading paint, and Nessa goes back through it, side by side behind them as well, between Simpson and Jensen Bell, and Jensen Bell wanted to close the door. There's a big stack up the inside, goes Maximilian Solarski. Was there a touch? I'm not so sure, but a big sideways moment, and somehow they are all still there, Scott.
I don't know how Hadley Simpson saved that. I think there was a slight touch between himself and Solarski. Got it sideways, but in a front-wheel drive car, the strategy to hold the slide is you boot the throttle on the front, it will come back around again. Hadley Simpson somehow, not only has he done that, but he's done it by, at the same time, passing Jensen Bell when he was behind him at the start of a lap. So how on earth that's done, I think we don't even know that as slightly knowledgeable commentators. Up to the hairpin they go. That's on a slightly damp part of the circuit on the inside of Jensen Bell. There's a bit of trim in the road as well. That's Lasishki getting a bit of an assist around the corner, I think, slightly from Luke Hilton up the hill. But this is close, tight junior racing at its absolute finest at the end of lap number, this is 5. Lap number 4 onto lap number 5, and they're all stacking up together at the midfield. It's a very competitive midfield this year, and they're certainly showing it in these early laps on the restart.
Yeah, so good restart from Will Ryan, 1.2 seconds up the road already. Some contact into turn 1, around goes the 47 machine, that is James Pope, and he thankfully keeps it going again, avoids getting embedded into the gravel trap. That looked like another 3-into-1 situation that sadly was never going to work. And, well, youthful exuberance on show yet again in the Fiesta Juniors, and more of it here perhaps, because around the outside again goes Hadley Simpson. That's another terrific move that he's just made against the number 94 machine of Jacob Hodgkiss. So Solarski's got past Hodgkiss, and now more come through as well, as Hodgkiss got a problem. A bit of bump drafting there as Jensen Bell and Jensen Mason work together to both move up the inside of the Mark 7 car, which only now is able to get back to the inside line to defend. Steaming round the outside comes somebody else though, that's Luke Hilton in the white and yellow number 32 car, and there must now be a drama of some sort for Jacob Hodgkiss, who is losing places hand over fist now. The car simply doesn't seem to have any performance, Scott.
Meanwhile, that's happening. It's Ben Mulrine, his teammate, up the road by 1.2 seconds from Sam Nessa, second place, and Solarski in third. Back at Snetterton, he took his first podium, but only just because Luke Hilton had that 5-second penalty, and he only just missed that by about a 1/10 of a second. He got second place, and Solarski can stay where he is because he was last year's scholarship winner and try and hold on. Now, I was looking particularly at the left front of Jacob Hodgkiss. It looks as though, either it's losing pressure or it's lost pressure entirely.
Yeah.
It's running wide on the exit of the chicane. I think that's possibly a puncture that's developed, or simply just a deflated tyre. But after a promising qualifying and a promising start, yeah, that left front's not happy. He's got a deflated left front, and it looks like he's struggling around as much as he can. But as you say, he's losing places hand over fist and doing as much as he can to try and hold on, whilst others are taking full advantage.
Yeah, definitely looks a bit low, doesn't it? And the way the car is understeering through right-handers would tell me that that may be correct. Luke Hilton, meanwhile, continuing to make some really good progress here. Luke, remember, is third in the championship, 30 points away from championship leader Daniel Lewis, but at the moment on course to outscore him pretty healthily, because Daniel Lewis is right towards the tail end of the field. In fact, there goes the number 19 car, the black, orange and white machine, which I think has gained a place or two on that lap, up into 13th now for the points leader. Ben Ryan, who is second in the championship, leads the race. So at least before drop scores are calculated, we're about to have a lead change in the championship, I think, with Ben Ryan set to outscore Daniel Lewis quite comprehensively. There are the leaders, Ryan, followed by a sideways Sam Nessa, and even more sideways Luke Hilton in the background. Where did Luke Hilton start? He's gained quite a bit of ground here, hasn't he, from 12th on the grid to be running nicely now inside the top 5. Another one bouncing through the grass there, Scott.
Yeah, that was Wesley Swain in the Pro Alloys Maximum Motorsport supporting the sporty car. I've also noticed that Dan Lewis is missing a front bumper as well, so he's obviously trying to pick his way through the order as best he can, whilst trying to keep it unscathed. We've got the scrap here between Ronnie Smith, number 96, and Marcel Lasishki in the number 55. Through the hairpin they go, and now the scrabble for traction up the hill towards the end of another lap. Just a complete lap number 7. Fastest lap of the race last time was taken by Luke Hilton. He's taken it again across this time, 1 minute 2.412. Lead gap also is 1.5 seconds between Ryan and Nessa out in front. This battle here on screen is the scrap for 8th as they turn in through the right-hander. It's a blind apex of Duffer's Dip, but then right at the bottom with the compression at Leslie's using all the clutch as possible. And a huge sideways move as Fox is somehow sideways past Lucas Hayden. Hayden gets him back in and says, yeah, try again next time without going too sideways. Fox going to try and get him back here, but he'd be wise to try not to stick those up the inside too much. They're going to go side by side. And Hayden just about forced the issue and said, that's my corner, through you go. So as they go through the rest of the 500, and it's James Pope tracking over the gravel. And back off the circuit he goes. hopefully unscathed. And as for Daniel Lewis, the championship leader, he's also in trouble. Possibly that's a legacy of his missing front bumper, but Daniel Lewis, another driver in trouble, and it's most important because, of course, he's going to be losing valuable points if he can't make it to the flag.
Yeah, it looks as though he is bound for the pit lane. Whenever you have damage like that at the front of the car, there's always a danger that you've done something to the radiator, and it might take a few laps, but then the engine will gradually start to overheat, and the sensible and safe thing to do is to pit before the engine overheats too much and goes pop completely. Also dramas here, I think, for George Foxlow, who suddenly stopped accelerating heading up the hill, so maybe a missed gear, maybe something a bit more sinister. Leaders, meanwhile, heading up towards the chicane, where Sam Nesser and Maximilian Salarski are getting themselves closer together now in the battle for second position, whilst George Foxlow does now appear to be back up to speed. He pulled out of the way almost off the racing line. There goes Salarski. Well, I said he was on the tail of Sam Nesser, and well, he got a bit too close maybe to the edge of the track there through the chicane and drops a fair bit of ground. But yeah, back to George Foxlow. Seems to have got the problem sorted now. I think he missed a gear and just kind of pulled to the right-hand side of the road to avoid being rear-ended by somebody. It is Benjamin Doughty behind him in the number 28 car, and that was the sensible thing to do, I think, really, for George Foxlow. Keep himself out of trouble, and now starts to get himself back into the groove. We've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go in what has been a very lively opening race of the day here for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. More action to be had. Wesley Swain diving up the inside now at Ben Doughty and gets that place away through the hairpin. Benjamin, though, is going to try and cut back on the exit, succeeds in getting to the inside line and had much better traction up the hill, and then, well, then Wesley Swain seems to have a bad gear change and loses quite a bit of ground. Now there is Daniel Lewis's car, the race car consultants team, going to work on the front end. The main job that they seem to have there, Scott, was simply taping the car back together. So perhaps it's not something as sinister as an overheating engine, and there was just some bodywork that was starting to rub on the tyres.
Yeah, and also, of course, if that was starting to become even further loose, it would have possibly been given a black and orange flag for that one to be called in. That would have been the mechanical flag to come and have that, whatever it was that was causing a problem, to get it amended. We're just seeing here Wesley Swain and James Pope negotiating in the chicane. Now, as they continue in their battle for what's currently that will be 13th or 14th place. So I think Flame Marica's got past Pope by the looks of it. Yeah, I think she has actually, and that might be Benjamin Doherty, one of the two. So they come now through the left-hander towards the Taylor's hairpin once again for the 10th time. Luke Hilton with another new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 2.292. 3.8 seconds between the top four, 2.3 between Mo Ryan and Nessa. So at the moment, Ryan has this race in his grasp, but he's still got a couple more laps to negotiate in order to make it final. Across the straight they come. Still Doherty ahead of Swain this time. And then James Pope, which means it's just possible Flame Marica has dropped back somewhere, because she was showing in 14th, but no, she's showing 14th place. Well, she's showing in 14th place, but ahead of James Pope, which according to the time screen is not correct. Well, at least I can see visibly not correct, because you can see that there's Benjamin Doherty, there's Wesley Swain, and then James Pope is the car immediately behind them. So Flame Marica looks like that she's dropped back somewhere. So TSL time screen not exactly 100% true in what it's showing as compared to what we see on screen. But nonetheless, Wesley Swain. Good to see Wesley making some further progress. He's in the sole Pro Alloys run car. Pro Alloys are familiar, of course, in the Civic Cup, where they run some 8 cars. Now, this is crucial. This is Max Salarski on the tail of Sam Nesser, going for second place as they come across line to start the penultimate lap, and he has taken second place. That will equal his best finish. And here comes Luke Hilton trying to take third. So Sam Nesser, whatever happened to Sam, of course, he's really dropped off a little bit of pace, and now he's under big pressure from both. Salarski, who's got 3 in second place now. Mariah's up to third, Hilton's up to third, Nesser down to 4th then. You saw the end part of that, Luke Hilton squeezing through, but Nesser then off the podium at this point in time, as Salarski and Hilton now with less than a lap and a half to go are going to try and see if they can start to set off after Mo Ryan. Well,
yeah, that will be tricky, but it's been a good recovery that from Salarski. Remember, he was last seen bouncing through the gravel at that very part of the circuit, exiting the chicane, having caught Sam Nesser, and now has managed to successfully find a way past him. Sam Nesser with a little bit of bodywork flapping loose at the back of the car. That will be easily remedied by the team between this race and the next. And he will have to settle, I think, now fourth place at best. Into the final hairpin then come the next little pack of cars. And Sam Nesser actually could be in danger of being overhauled by that group too. Hadley Simpson, the black and gold number 37, then the multicoloured Jensen Bell number 871, and then Jensen Mason behind, because there clearly is a little bit of a deterioration in performance here for Sam Nesser, and that could lead to him losing a couple more positions. Sam Nesser is the leading rookie, actually, in the championship so far this season. He's 18 points clear of Maximilian Salarski, who, of course, has just gone past him. So, for the Rookie Cup, element of the championship. We could be about to see things tightening up slightly, and even more so if Sam Nessa were to lose any more places, both second and third places there, and indeed fifth place, Hadley Simpson bouncing through the gravel, exiting the chicane. Dare I say it, I haven't seen any notification of any track limits penalties in this race so far, so although we've seen a few of them running wide, not getting pinged yet for exceeding the track limits. Are we going to see any changes though here into the final hairpin? You can be certain that someone's going to have a go. Jensen Bell there covering the inside line to try and A, keep Jensen Mason behind, and maybe B, have a go at the inside of Hadley Simpson. I don't think that's going to happen. Will he drift out wide on the exit? He does a little bit, back up to the inside line. Will come Jensen Mason. Ben Mulryan, though, has already claimed the checkered flag. He will claim victory in the opening race of the weekend here for the BRSCC Ford Fiesta Junior Championship. Second place goes to Maximilian Salarski and Luke Hilton in third, which from a championship perspective is good news for Hilton. It's even better news for Ben Mulryan, because I reckon that might give Ben the championship lead. It's going to be very close between he and Daniel Lewis, but with Lewis ultimately finishing a couple of laps down there in 16th place, I suspect that we will see Mulryan provisionally move ahead in the points. So significant result that for Ben Mulryan, who gets his third win of the season. More than makes up for the race that he wasn't even able to take the start of last time out at Alton Park. And to fight his way through, though, didn't he pass Sam Nessa on that opening lap of the race? Sam Nessa getting the better of the start, but Ben Mulryan ultimately being able to pick his way back through, and it is therefore the number 11 car run by Race Car Consultants that claims the victory over Jam Sport Racing's Maximilian Salarski, the LH performance car of Luke Hilton in third, with Sam Nessa fourth, and Hadley Simpson for 2010 Racing completing the top five. Then it was Jensen Mason, Jensen Bell, Ronnie Smith, Marshall Lasitsky, and Lucas Hayden to complete the top 10 ahead of George Foxlow, Benjamin Doherty, Wesley Swain and Flame Auricola, I think may have been tangled up in that first lap bit of contact. Then it was James Pope, Daniel Lewis and Jacob Hodgkins. So actually Dan Lewis just the one lap down, but still 16th place for Daniel Lewis. He'll score some points for that. Pretty much as long as you finish the race, you'll score some points, but not as many, obviously, as he was hoping to take home. And Ben Mulryan will take the maximum 50 points for a race win. Didn't get the fastest lap, though. That went the way of Luke Hilton, so he gets the bonus point for fastest lap. There was also a bonus point available for qualifying on pole position, and that honour went to Ben Mulryan. So 52 championship points will go his way, and that, as I said, should be enough to move him now ahead of Dan Lewis before dropped scores in the points table. Cars then make their way back towards the paddock whilst we're waiting for them to arrive in front of Anthony Jordan, who is going to be conducting all of our post-race interviews for the BRSCC races today. A chance to remind you a little bit of the schedule. If you want to see the schedule, then head over to the BRSCC website and you can follow the links to this race meeting and then find the timetable there. But we will have a packed day of racing. Up next, it's the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. They will have their second of 3 races this weekend after a very entertaining first race yesterday. Then the Evolution Trophy will be out, our first TCR UK action of the day. We will be beginning our build up to that just after 10 AM, so that's when our first TCR UK race will be getting underway, the second of the weekend. It's a triple header this weekend for TCR UK, remember. So they had 1 race yesterday, 2 races today, and it's that second race of the weekend that is going to be the reversed grid one. Then the Audi TT Cup Racing Series will be out, followed by the Milltek Sports Civic Cup, who had probably the race of the day yesterday. Then it's the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, the final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, and then the Knockhill ModSports Championship will take us into a lunch break, the majority of which will be spent down on the grid as we build up to the third and final TCR UK race of the weekend. So a little bit of work to be done to the circuit there. They are going to clear up the fluid that was dropped by Jasmine Shaw's car. Because it was down the straight, they didn't particularly need to do that during the race behind the safety car, because it's very unlikely that it was going to cause someone to lose control in a straight line. But now it is the best thing to do to get it cleared up before the next race gets underway. So that might lead to a small delay, and we should therefore have a little bit more time to hear from our top 3 Fiesta Junior finishers. So they have made their way around to, or are making their way around towards Parc-Fermé, which is situated just behind our commentary position. And lots of happy youngsters greeted by, hopefully, happy families. And in amongst it all is Anthony Jordan, who we can hand over to for the first time today. Anthony, over to you.
car, but thank you very much, Andy. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner, that one, Ben Ryan. Well, Ben, certainly a interesting start to the race. Safety car coming out very early on, but with that race victory, I believe you take control of the championship now, which will certainly be a good start to the day.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good way to start this weekend, taking control of the championship by quite a margin. So I'm delighted with the win, to be able to walk away with it with quite a big gap as well. Perfect safety car restart, but you know, we didn't have a very good start. Managed to get Sam right before the safety car, so that was perfect for us. And from there were battles behind, and we just managed to zoom away, so it was perfect. Yeah,
solid result for yourself, and certainly a good way to start the day. And luckily for you, it didn't rain in the morning.
Yeah, definitely. I think we were worried. We were deciding whether to put wets or dries on for the rest of the day or for the race, and turns out there was a dry line, and happy with it.
Awesome stuff. Well done. Congratulations on the race win, Belmore Ryan there. Let's see if we can chat to Solarski. I'm not sure where Solarski is. Where is he? Is this Solarski? Where is Solarski? Can anyone point him out to me? Which one? Where's Solarski? This one? Yeah. Solarski, excellent, lovely. Right, sorry, I've got to recognise faces early in the morning. Mate, P2 on that one. Certainly a dramatic start to the race, but yeah, talk us through it from your point of view.
Well, I messed up my start. It wasn't a great start, but then the safety car come out and just started picking it back up from there. Had a few offs in the race, but I did my best to hold on and come P2 and first in class, so happy with that.
Yeah. Knockhill, certainly a tricky circuit. How much practice have you had around here, or was that like a first real go for you there?
Well, my Friday practice didn't go to plan. I only got about 4 laps, and then yesterday it went more smoothly. Managed to qualify P4 for the first race, so yeah, that was my proper first go. So.
Well, excellent stuff. P2 for you. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Let's see if we can chat to Luke Hilton. Luke, well, let's talk about junior racing and how exciting it can be for the viewers at home. How much of a roller coaster of a race was that for you?
I mean, starting from P12, getting up to third, that's a shock for myself, and I'm very proud of myself, to be fair. I mean, it was very close racing. Everyone was toe-to-toe, and I just tried to keep my nose clean as much as possible and not get caught up in all the drama, and just picked my way through.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about championship. That certainly will have helped you out as well. That's quite a few chunk of championship points coming your way as well.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, me and my team have worked so hard to accomplish what we have at the minute at the start of the season, and to do that, it just goes to show what hard work can do. It pays off big time.
Yeah, well, brilliant work. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Let's see if we can chat to Nassar. Not sure where he is. Where is our number 43 driver? Yes, right here. Well, Mark Sixes, they do all right. They've done well. You've done well. Solid performance. What can you say about it?
Yeah, it's all right. Obviously, I had a great start, but then safety car kind of kicked in. Yeah, it's a shame because I've been showing good pace all weekend, and in that race, it kind of just went a bit downhill, and I dropped from now third in class, where I put it on first for quali. Yeah, I mean, it's a podium, good points, but slightly annoyed that I couldn't have put it all together as I hoped. Oh, yeah, just a little bit annoying.
Good way to start the day, though.
Yeah, not terrible. Yeah. We'll have to see if we can do anything better in race 2.
Yeah. Well, relax now, recuperate, get yourself primed and ready.
All right, thank you.
Cheers. Excellent stuff there. Right, where is Hadley Simpson? See if we can have a quick chat, Hadley. Well, certainly you had a dramatic race throughout that one. Certainly excursions off the circuit and coming back on, dives down the inside, all sorts. But what can you take away from that race?
I mean, it's all a learning curve here at Knockhill. I mean, that's what juniors is about. We definitely had our fair share of battle, but that's the whole part of fun of racing, and yeah, I'm looking forward to race 2 and seeing what that brings.
Yeah, race 2 is going to be another story as well. Hopefully the rain holds off. Yeah. But what have you learnt from this race that you could possibly put into the next race?
I mean, it's all track time and seeing how drivers drive, where the weaknesses are. That's all a part of learning here. But again, like I said, it's a it's all about confidence, this track, and I'm definitely, every race I'm improving, and the sessions go by, the lap times are getting quicker than qualifying, so that's all I can ask for, really.
Well, solid drive for you. Well done, and we'll see you out later on today. Jensen Mason, I believe we have. Well, no, we could have Bell here, so let's chat to Jensen Bell. Jensen, well, what can you say about that race? Because from my point of view, it looked dramatic, I think is a good way to describe it. How would you describe that?
Well, it didn't go exactly the plan. It didn't go the way I wanted to go. I wanted to get onto the podium, but I got pushed a little bit wide coming down the bottom of Duffus, and I got a little tap from the back, and it just over-revved the car a little bit, and I just lost a absolute heap of positions. But I started to fight back towards the end, but there's always another race, so I can see what I can do from there.
Yeah, exactly that. It's going to be a long old day for you, but hopefully you can come back a little bit stronger later on today. But still, a solid result for yourself, and yeah, we'll see you out later on today.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Jensen Bell. Well, that is the Fiesta Juniors done for the start of the day. They'll be out later on, but coming up next, it is time for the BMW Compact Cup. But before then, we'll take a short ad break. We'll be back in just a moment's time.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back, everybody, to Knockhill. Perfect time when we arrive back with our live pictures just as the cars are released from the pit lane to the grid for our second Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend. The first of their races yesterday had a particularly entertaining first few laps, quieting down a little bit after that, but there was still some good action further back in the field, and it was a race that was won by Stephen Daly, and it's a good few years since I've been able to say that of a Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup race. Stephen Daly, 5 times a former champion in Compact Cup, 5 times on the bounce actually he was champion before moving on to have a short stint in Ginettas, and these days concentrating more on helping run the team that he and his father run, KC Motorsport, but came back here at his home track at Knockhill to take in the end a 1.5 second winning margin to the checkered flag. He therefore starts on pole position for our second race of the weekend, because the grid for this one is based upon the race 1 results. So it's Stephen Daly and Gareth Claydon who make up the front row of the grid. Then Mike Doble starts third, with Dale Wharton alongside him. Then Thomas Middleton, who made a really good start in yesterday's race from 5th on the grid, starts there again alongside Richard Sutherland. Matt Flowers and Henry Cook share the 4th row of the grid. Jim Barrett and Matt Kendall complete the top 10. And then it's Joseph Doble, one of the Doble sons, who starts 11th on the grid alongside Reedy McMillan on row 6. 7th row then we will have Rod Langham with Jonathan Williams for company. Row 8, Stephen Somerville and Alistair Smith. And then at the back of the grid, John Robinson and Tim Seaford complete the 18-car lineup. Now, Stephen Daly may have taken the win yesterday, but he is not eligible for championship points being a guest driver. So Gareth Claydon in 2nd place actually took the 50 points for the race victory. However, he's a little bit further down in the championship table by dint of having a terrible opening round of the season at Brands Hatch, where he didn't finish race 1 and then wasn't able to start race 2 as a legacy of that. However, with dropped scores coming in after this round, sort of halfway through the season, he will jump back into contention a little bit. So don't write Gareth Claydon out of this championship fight. Mike Doble, who came home 2nd though, really did benefit from that. He has now taken, we think provisionally, the championship lead, and again, drop scores may well help Oliver Fowler, but we don't know whether Ollie is coming back yet this season, so we will wait and see whether or not he's able to come back and challenge to reclaim that championship lead from Mike Doble. But hopefully he can, because it would be nice to have Ollie back. He's been a regular front runner in the series, doesn't often seem to be able to do the full season though, and it would be nice if he were able to come back and complete his 2023 campaign. There's a message come up on our timing screen directed towards the driver of car number 15, that's Jim Barrett, which says that for the 4th time this weekend his transponder isn't working. So I'll make a note of that, because that will confuse me at some point, I'm sure, when the number 15 car doesn't appear on our timing screen. But everyone else hopefully should appear present and correct, with Stephen Daly and Gareth Claydon, the 2 blue and white fronted cars, on the front row of the grid together. Lights go out. We are Compact Cup racing again here at Knockhill, and Stephen Daly makes a better start this time than he did yesterday. He will hold the advantage down the hill, and Mike Doble coming up the inside there into turn 1, levers aside Gareth Claydon, and actually loses out again to Thomas Middleton. Thomas Middleton's been by far the best starter all weekend. Someone on the grass there, that might have been Dale Wharton, I think. No, it wasn't the number 14, it was another of the orange cars. That was the 311 of Henry Cook bouncing through the gravel, but manages to get going again. So Daly leads through the chicane, Middleton 2nd, Mike Doble 3rd, and off towards the barriers goes Gareth Claydon. He just avoided the tyre wall, I think, but that car is beached in the gravel trap, and having just said that he'd got his season back on track with claiming the maximum points from yesterday's race. Unfortunately, race 2 of the weekend is going to be his 3rd non-score of the season, and that means that now even the drop scores are not going to do Gareth Claydon much favours. So that was a significant moment in the championship. He dropped down the order anyway from where he'd started on the front row of the grid, and unfortunately his race is run. So a very mixed up order as they come through the hairpin for the first time, with the exception perhaps of Stephen Daly, who's already starting to check out at the front of the field. Daly then will lead them across the line by 1.7 seconds over Thomas Middleton 2nd. 3rd place for Mike Doble. Richard Sutherland is up into 4th position, just ahead of Dale Wharton. They scatter either side of the cement dust laid down after our Fiesta Junior race earlier on. And unfortunately, for the 2nd time today in as many races, we have the appearance of the safety car. So I knew I shouldn't have made that comment about how we didn't have a safety car yesterday, but unfortunately the safety car being given an extra couple of laps today compared to yesterday. There is the safety car. It's driven today by Alan Barron, who is the Deputy Chief Marshal and safety car driver here at Knockhill. He also does an awful lot of work with the Scottish Marshals Club, and I was having a chat with him earlier on. He's very keen for more people to get involved in marshalling here at Knockhill. Said that if you head over to the SMRC website and then click the Get Involved tab, you fill in your details there, and you can apply to begin your journey as an SMRC Marshal. So thank you, Alan, for that. And well, we've seen quite a bit of him already today as he pedals the Jaguar safety car around the circuit. But with the marshals already on the scene up at the chicane, hopefully we'll get Gareth Claydon's car out of the way pretty swiftly, and we will be good to get racing back underway again. Disaster this for Stephen Daly, because he did have that 1.7 second cushion. That now disappears in a flash, and Thomas Middleton will have another go at getting past him. Thomas Middleton's starts this weekend have been simply sublime. He has been by far the fastest off the line, getting in 2nd place at the start of today's race. I seem to recall he got into the lead yesterday at the start of the race, so although Stephen Daly didn't get the best of launches, it must be said, in race 1. There's Clayton's car. You can see it's sort of leaning against the barrier, but didn't really appear to make significant contact with it. So I think the car should be undamaged, and he should be able to get out for the race later on today. But I think I'm right in saying the race 3 grid is again based upon the race 2 results. So not second fastest lap times or anything like that from qualifying. So that means he'll be coming from the back of the grid in the 3rd race. Fingers crossed that he can get out there, as I said, the car looks relatively undamaged, and put on a good show for us. So Daly the leader there, Middleton in 2nd position. Now Thomas Middleton, a bit like Gareth Clayton, didn't have a great opening round at Brands Hatch, has only been, in fact hasn't been on the podium yet at all this season. So Thomas Middleton, yeah, because he ended up falling back to 5th place again yesterday. Thomas not necessarily thinking championship this season, but if he can get himself a couple of race wins, you never know. He, at the moment, is in position to take the maximum points, because remember, anyone delete Stephen Daly from the result, essentially, when you are calculating championship points. He'll still get a trophy, he'll still get an interview with Anthony Jordan, which I'm sure is going to be the highlight of his day, but what he won't get is 50 championship points if he wins the race. So he is invisible as far as points are concerned. Thomas Middleton then at the moment would claim the maximum points from this one. Now, Gareth Clayton's car has been dragged back onto the track right in the middle of the chicane, which is fine, that was the logical thing to do, but the problem is it's dropped a huge amount of gravel right on the racing line at a completely blind part of the track. Now they're going to have one more lap behind the safety car, so they'll at least get one chance to A, see the track conditions, and B, hopefully sweep some of that gravel away, but it's going to be a tad slippery next time they get there at full racing speed, I suspect. So Stephen Daly, as the leader, will be the pioneer in that situation. He's done many a lap here at Knockhill, though. I wouldn't even like to guess how many laps Stephen Daly has completed around his local circuit, but he was a Scottish Compact Cup champion before he came over to the UK Championship, where, as we said, he was 5 times consecutively a winner of the championship. And Stephen Daly knows a thing or two about how to get a Compact Cup around this place quickly, and he's probably seen it in far worse condition than this, and hopefully he won't get caught out by the slightly slippery surface up at the top of the hill. So one more lap behind the safety car. A safety car lap is taking them just in excess of 2 minutes, so we're going to be about halfway through the race, I reckon, when we get racing underway again. There is the Jaguar safety car, which stays well away from the curbs and also well away from the gravel. And everyone's staying well away from the gravel, even at low speed. They won't have that luxury when they next get there. They'll have to take the racing line, which, as I said, might now resemble more of a rallycross track than a racing circuit. Lights out then on the runyourfleet.com safety car, and we'll get racing back underway again at the end of this lap, where Stephen Daly will have Tom Middleton right on his rear bumper, I'm sure. Now, we know Tom Middleton's been making some good standing starts. What are his safety car restarts like? Can he challenge Stephen Daly into turn 1? Well, the answer is likely no, because Daly's gone already, only just coming out of Clark's corner, and already Stephen Daly has jumped on the loud pedal, and he has got the race back underway. Some of those at the back of the field are still weaving around, trying to get heat in the tyres, completely unaware that the race leader's already bolted. So, look at the gap. He's got a bigger gap now than he had before the safety car came out. That's a tremendous restart from Stephen Daly, and Thomas Middleton immediately will have turned his mind more to defence than attack, I suspect. The same is true, actually, of Mike Noble, though, in 3rd, because Richard Sutherland is pulling up alongside him as they head to the line. Everyone sets fastest lap as they come through at an increasingly high speed the further down the order they are, although I'm sure that will be beaten again once we get back into a racing rhythm. Through Duffer Stip they go then. Richard Sutherland on the tail of Mike Doble as they drop down into McIntyre's corner again. Scott Woodwist back with me in the commentary box, and, well, race back underway. Stephen Daly has absolutely bolted.
Yeah, it's if he's decided he doesn't want to really play anymore. He wants to go out in front and just lead this race by several seconds. He's trying to do it already. Now it essentially leaves Thomas Middleton. Of course, remember, have to remember that even though Stephen will win the race, of course, on the road, of course, it means he, being a guest, he won't score any points, which essentially means, in terms of a points victory, if he can hold on the next 7.5 minutes, which the likes of Richard Sutherland and Mike Doble might well try to decide he can't, Thomas Middleton could be in line to take his first points victory of the season. And he's come on the leaps and bounds at the start of the year. Really has made a lot of progression and certainly making quite an impact here at Knockhill. To come over the crest, it's a battle on for 4th position now between Richard Sutherland, who was quite energetic yesterday, shall we say, and at it again. There he goes as he's building up a stringent defence on Del Werther, shall we say, as they come back down towards the right-handed Duffer Stip. Over the curve they go. Middleton from Mike Doble, and then Richard Sutherland in fourth position. Fifth now for Dale Worton. Matt Flowers is back into sixth. It looks like to me, I think Matt Kendall has got past Rudy McMillan because the 20 car has dropped behind, it looks like, Kendall's number 67 machine. Over the crest, and that's Middleton I was speaking too soon. Tries to keep his foot in it, and up the inside in towards Clark's goes. Well, supposedly it was Mike Doble, and Sutherland tried to make it 3 abreast into Clark's. That was never, ever going to work, was it?
No, not really. Middleton hanging on around the outside. That has bottled the whole pack together. Typical Knockhill racing this. As soon as you start going side by side, you lose so much momentum. It's a real momentum track, this. And so Mike Doble, although he might get past Tom Middleton, he's going to have some company behind him, I think. Through the hairpin they go. That's Dale Worton defending from Richard Sutherland behind. Doble then goes second. Middleton actually did well there to only drop the 1 position out of all of that. And in fact, he's trying to come right back at Mike Doble now. Across the line they go. Side by side for second, side by side for fourth behind them, and Middleton is back on that inside line, but doesn't quite have an overlap as they approach the braking zone. So Mike Doble goes into second, Middleton third. Who will be fourth? They're still debating that. Sutherland round the outside of Dale Worton. Tremendous commitment, but then he gets all out of shape at the bottom of the hill. Worton's back up the inside of him. Bit of paint traded on the apex there. Out into the dirt will go Richard Sutherland, and now Matt Flowers comes into play as well, and Rudy McMillan too in the black number 20 car. Over the top of the hill they go. Worton is still sideways. He's been sideways for most of the lap so far, and Richard Sutherland will dive back up the inside into Clark's. Worton turns in, another hip and shoulder, and this time, well actually, I think they avoided a touch, and somehow Worton stayed just about on the racetrack. They run side by side down the back straight, and Matt Flowers sees a gap up the inside that amazingly Richard Sutherland has not quite closed. Now he manages to get over to defend, and Matt Flowers sensibly bails out of it. Through will go Sutherland into the hairpin. Understeering wide at the apex. Worton tries to get the power down, but is a bit too overeager on the right foot. Gets a bit of a slide, and that will just lose him enough momentum now for Sutherland to stay ahead. So Daly leads by 3.4 seconds. You can forget about Stephen now, really. The battle is really for second on back. Mike Doble in second. Third place, Tom Middleton, and Dale Worton's back on the inside of Sutherland. And this time there is contact. Sutherland with some more brilliant car control as he saved it. Yes, somehow Richard Sutherland is still there. He and Dale Worton have both displayed some tremendous car control. I think Worton might have damage though to the left front corner, maybe a tyre that's come off the rim. His car is understeering, he's slowing down. It's either broken steering or suspension, or a tyre that has come off the rim after that tiny bit of contact with Richard Sutherland, from which miraculously, Scott, Sutherland saved it.
I don't know what either Sutherland's had for breakfast this weekend, but he seems to be surviving every single slide and bit of touch that he gets himself involved in. He was certainly literally everywhere all the time in the first race yesterday. Doing it again today, of course, and still holding on to that position, which is, I think, just like you, I'm quite lost for words as to how he's doing that, but still got 4 minutes to go. And Stephen Daly, again, doing Stephen Daly things, 3.4 seconds out in front of the good. Mike Doble's up to second place and has just taken the fastest lap. So I think in many cases, even if Stephen Daly had taken it, it wouldn't have been his point for fastest lap, because again, it's a guess, so Mike Doble trying to get an extra point to add on to his points victory when it comes to checking flag if he stays where he is. But Richard Sutherland again, massive thump at the curb through Duffer Stiff. He doesn't do steady driving, this Richard Sutherland. Meanwhile, for Dale Worton,
yeah, it's a puncture, I think, isn't it, Scott?
Left front's down. Yeah, you can see there that all the pressure's gone out of it. So into the pit lane he goes. Past him there goes Tim Seaman as he carries on, using all the curb and a bit more there for Sutherland in his pursuit of Thomas Middleton. But again, this is one of the more impressive drives. He's steadily getting better and better, Thomas Middleton. And good run so far for him. This is Henry Cook, another one of the guest drivers this weekend. He's battling away with Matt Kendall in the white car 67. Just behind him, the youngest of the Doble clan, Joseph Doble, who's champion last year. Mikey is here this weekend. It's not a BTCC weekend. He's here helping Father Mike and brother Joe, and using all his now newfound BTCC expertise to full effect. There is Dale Worton in the pit lane. I think the main focus should simply be on that left front by the look of it.
Yeah, it's the left front tyre that we think has been deflated. I don't know whether the camera can pan round to that side so that we can have a little look. Oh, there we go. That gave me a great feeling of power and authority. Yeah, tyre, you can see deflated slightly on the left-hand side. No real obvious damage to the car as such, but definitely the tyre deflated. It could easily have knocked the valve off or just knocked it off the rim, like I said. So Dale Worton's race is run, but he's got a third bite of the cherry later on, and if he's starting from the back of the grid with Gareth Clayton, that could give us even more entertainment in that third and final race of the day. Right then, Richard Sutherland, I think I'm right in saying, Scott, has never had a podium in the Compact Cup. He's certainly not had one this year. I don't recall him having one in the last couple of seasons either. So Richard Sutherland is going to have the bit between his teeth even more now, because he's gaining on Thomas Middleton and Mike Doble ahead of him. So Richard Sutherland, he set the fastest lap last time around at 103.409, and he's almost now onto the tail of Thomas Middleton. He's on course for the third place point, points, but it wouldn't count as a podium unless he actually physically finishes inside the top 3. So he's going to want to try and achieve that if he can. Meanwhile, Matt Flowers is battling away here with the number 15, which I knew I'd forget didn't have a working transponder. That is
Jim Barrett.
Jim Barrett, correct, and also Rudy McMillan in that three-way fight. That is all going on behind this battle for third place. Thomas Middleton, Richard Sutherland. Sutherland clearly the faster of the two, and looked almost to go up the inside there into McIntyre's, decided better on it, clobbers the curb. Middleton's in the dirt as they head towards Butchers, and that will just give Richard Sutherland that extra bit of momentum up and over the hill. Neater line there for the black number 6 car on the entry, not so much on the exit. Bounces back onto the road, and that's just going to lose him now a chance to get up the inside into Clark's, but there's no doubt about it. If Richard Sutherland just keeps his patience here, doesn't make any silly mistakes, he's got the pace to have a go at Thomas Middleton and grab that career first podium in the championship. What about down into the hairpin? Middleton moves to the middle of the road to cover, but doesn't fully cover the inside line. A big launch up the inside from Sutherland. Surely he's not going to stop the car. No, doesn't get even within a mile of the apex and almost loops it on the exit. More spectacular driving from Richard Sutherland, who is keeping us well and truly entertained this morning, but sadly has possibly now waved goodbye to his podium chances.
I think that was the most entertaining driver of the weekend. I think even just for the sheer heroics in the first 2 races alone, it's going to go to Richard Sutherland if there was such a trophy. But even so, 4th place. He's even taken the fastest lap of the race in this race. I don't know how he's done that, but he's been practically sideways for, what, 90% of it, which is pretty extraordinary. But I have to say, sometimes sideways is fast, and he's running wide over the gravel again. Keep it on the grey stuff, man. Keep it off the gravel. Either way, it's been a fantastic thing to watch. You're certainly one of the more entertaining drivers out there. I hope the spectators that have been watching it have been entertained. I'm sure they'll be certainly entertained by this man, because we haven't anything to do really, apart from just drive away and extend the gap. It's 4.3 seconds to the good. As he comes up to the hairpin, what will certainly be the checkered flag, I'm sure, this time by. He's going to head down. He's even got the window open that the drivers can see as he turns into the hairpin. He's done that so many times. So for once again, it's a familiar sight at the end of the checkered flag. This man once again heading towards another Compact Cup victory.
Checkered flag once more for Stephen Daly then, who claims his second win of the weekend in the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. Mike Doble, though, will get the points for the race victory in second position, and that will further now extend his newly acquired championship lead. Thomas Middleton third, and Richard Sutherland finishes the race, which quite frankly is a victory in itself, but he finishes 4th position and just misses out on that first podium. But truly spectacular driving. Is that not what you want to see from racing drivers? Sideways all over the curves, pushing hard, and not a thought of track limits at all. Matt Flowers does not come home next. It will be Flowers, then it will be Jim Barrett, I think, in the number 15, who's got this transponder that isn't working, followed by Rudy McMillan, Henry Cook, Matt Kendall, Joe Doble, and he will complete the top 10. But it's Stephen Daly who takes the race victory, and Stephen Daly will be particularly happy with that. There have been multiple occasions in the past where Steve has been able to win all 3 races in the weekend, and that's now the next thing that he will try and tick off his weekend achievements list. He wins that one by 4 seconds in the end, which is an even more convincing victory than he had yesterday. Helped, of course, slightly by the fact that Gareth Claydon, who finished second yesterday, wasn't deposited into the gravel trap on lap 1. Mike Doble comes home second and gets the maximum points from the 50 points for the win anyway. Thomas Middleton third, and Richard Sutherland fourth. Misses out on the first podium, but does get the bonus point for fastest lap. Matt Flowers finished in 5th ahead of Rudy McMillan. Then it was Jim Barrett behind him on the road, but he may not have been classified because of that transponder issue. So at the moment, Rudy McMillan comes home 6th, Henry Cook 7th, Matt Kendall 8th, Joe Doble 9th, and Rob Langham completing the top 10. Then it was Jonathan Williams, John Robinson, Alistair Smith, and Stephen Somerville in 14th place, whilst Tim Sievert was the last of the runners at the flag, because Dale Wurton we saw retiring to the pit lane with the puncture, and Gareth Claydon retiring into the gravel trap at the chicane on lap 1. So, again, another championship which you rarely have a dull race in, really. The BMW Compact Cup entertaining us all again here at Knockhill. They will have their 3rd and final race of the weekend at around about 3 o'clock this afternoon, so make sure you stick around for that. And another reminder that all of the racing action this weekend can be found live here on the TCR UK YouTube page, so you don't need to go channel hopping from one YouTube channel to another. Every race throughout the course of the day is live in the same place for you, including the remaining 2 races this weekend for the TCR UK Championship. So the entire TCR UK race day all in one place for you. Right then, down to Parc Ferme yet again, where Stephen Daly for the second time is about to catch up with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with our race winner once again, Stephen Daly. Well, Stephen, good start from you initially. Safety car came out early doors. You lost all of your advantage. But let's talk about that safety car restart, because you certainly left the field wondering what had just happened.
Yeah, I've done racing in Knockhill. I've done plenty of races here, so I know where and when to go with the safety car. So it was good. I knew Tom would be very limited in experience on when the safety car was going to go, so I just knew when it was going to happen. So a bit gutted about Gareth there. I mean, I was hoping for a bit, but obviously he went out in the first lap, so I don't know what happened. So it's good for these guys though. I mean, Mike Doble getting his first win, good for championship points, good for Tom. So good.
That's what you need. That's what you need, isn't it? Congratulations, well done, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your day.
A big thank you to the KC Motorsport team, the guys that run this car. They do a phenomenal job. As you can see, the car is on fire. So I mean, hats off to the guys.
Yeah, spot on. Hopefully it isn't on fire. Confirm it is not on fire. It's all good. It's all good. Right, Mike Doe was just now being interviewed by the circuit crew. Let's see if we can chat to Mr. Middleton. Tom, can we have a quick chat? Well, that was certainly an exciting end to your race. You certainly had to fight for that position. What was it like to battle alongside there to hold on to that podium?
It's good. It's nice to not just have a clean sweep, and it's good to be kept on your toes and fight for your position. So yeah.
Yeah. Interesting race all the way throughout. What did you think of the safety car restart? Because well, your man Daly just drove away there, didn't he?
Yeah, I was sort of off the ball a tiny bit there, and yeah, but brought everyone back together and made for a nice close race again.
It did indeed, didn't it? This weekend's certainly been an exciting one. Knockhill's a tricky circuit, but certainly one I think a lot of drivers enjoy, though.
Yeah, definitely. First time here, but yeah, having lots of fun. It's a good track.
Excellent stuff. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Let's see now if we can chat to Mike Doble, who is now free. And we have a quick chat. Well, congratulations. You take the maximum points on that one. First win as well. Well done.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a win with the points table, but it's not a win on the track. But I'll take the points, and congratulations to Stephen. I don't think anyone's going to catch him around here, to be honest. But I was quite happy to just keep that gap stable and sit in second place, really, in that one.
Yeah. What was it like going down into turn one? Obviously, you had that big oil slick, a lot of the dust down there. What was going through your mind when you were heading towards that?
I made a good start. I got the jump on Gareth, who was on the front row, and the oil was there, but it stopped short of the first corner. So it wasn't a real big issue, but I did get some contact from, I'm not sure who from, turned me sideways on the straight, and that let Tom get through, and then I had to sort of get back by him during the race. But it was a good race. I'm happy with second, obviously first place points.
Yeah, still a solid result from yourself. Well done. Are we seeing you out later today? I think we are.
Yeah, we got another one at 10 to 3, I think, this afternoon.
Excellent stuff. Well, we'll see you back out then.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well done to Mike Doble and our top three in the BMW Compact Cup. There is more racing to go. We head now to the Evolution Trophy before the next of the TCR UK rounds.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Yes, cars are back on the green flag lap then for our next race of the weekend, the BRSCC Evolution Trophy, which put on a good show in yesterday's race. The Evolution Trophy, if you're new to BRSCC, this is the place basically where new championships, or championships that perhaps are trying to find a new lease of life, come to grow and develop into championships that can then hold their own separate races on their own separate grids, basically. So the majority of the cars this weekend running within the classic VW Racing Cup, and we'll break down the classes in a moment or two. The results of the race yesterday, though, give us the grid for this one. So Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall in their two Mark 5 VW Golfs will share the front row. They're both in the same class as well, so that's a genuine fight for class honours there. Then Michael Imbrie, the first of the Renault Clios, starts third, with Ken Lark's VW Corrado, which is extremely rapid in a straight line, starting fourth on the grid. Then you've got Donald DeVar in his Mark 1 VW Golf starting fifth. Chris Adams in another Golf, slightly newer version, will start alongside him. And then it's Dawn Butcher in another one of the Mark 5 Golfs, starting alongside Kerry Lewis on the fourth row. Kerry had a couple of spins in yesterday's race, and we're looking for a cleaner start this time. Then it is Chris Mohan and Frank Pettit, who also runs within the Renault Clio class in a Clio 182, followed by Edward Cottam, father of Oliver Cottam, who will be racing later on in TCR UK. and Stephen Watson in the VW Scirocco. Back row of the grid then for the two that didn't finish yesterday. Ben Taylor deposited himself into the gravel trap in his Mark IV Master MX-5, and Nick Sanderson, sadly, was a non-starter and appears to be a non-starter again in this one. The Seat Leon Super Copa car had issues in qualifying and looks as though it might be out for the weekend. So, like I said, majority of the cars are VWs, so if it's a VW, it's racing within the classic VW Cup. That itself, though, is split into two classes. So you've got the GT class, which is for the slightly newer, more powerful cars, and then Class A, which is where you find some of the older specification of VW Golfs, as well as the Corrado, and then the Scirocco of Stephen Watson runs in a class of its own in Class B. Then you've got the Clios, who themselves are also all kind of split into their own classes, and the Mark IV MX-5s, which should probably favour Ben Watson. He's been the quicker of the two, but Edward Cotton kept it on the road yesterday to take home the class win. Green flag then waved at the back of the grid. Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall sharing row number one, but watch for Michael Imrie. He got a good start in the Renault Clio in yesterday's race. Can he do the same again now from the second row of the grid? The lights go out. We're away in racing again at Knockhill. Imrie looks as though he has had a decent start. Tries to nip to the inside of Tommy Gillam, but can't quite get there. But yet again, it is Ken Lark in the super-powered VW Corrado that bursts around the outside to get the race lead. And Adam Marshall, I think, might have got the better there of Tommy Gillam for second place, and that's for the lead within the GT class in the VW Cup. So yeah, 27 ahead of 34. Nice stuff there from Adam Marshall to get the better of Tommy Gillam, son of Tony Gillam, the man behind the Team Hard squad that run those cars. And that already sees a bit of a shuffling of the order. So Lark leads them then. Now that's Corrado, demon fast in a straight line, doesn't quite handle as well as some of the other cars. That looked like Michael Imrie, meanwhile, coming up the inside, and I don't know why he's that far down the order. He bounces off the side of one of the Golfs there through Clark, so that might have done some damage to the Renault because he's a bit slow now down the next straight. Meanwhile, Tommy Gillam back up the inside of Adam Marshall, and this is for the lead of their class. Second place overall in the race, but it's for the lead in the VW GT class, and they are absolutely door-to-door now as they head over the top of the hill, across the timing line, and onto another lap. Officially, Gillam was ahead by a nose at the line, and perhaps more importantly, he's got the inside line for turn number one, so Tommy Gillam will go back through into second place ahead of Adam Marshall. Ken Lark, though, continues to lead the way, and he runs in the same class as Chris Adams and Donald DeVar in their Class A VWs a little bit further back. Now, Lark did have a stint in the lead of the race in yesterday's encounter before eventually getting overhauled by some of the newer cars, but you can see he's actively defending here from Tommy Gillam, who tries the outside line at Clark's. That's never going to work, surely. Goes well off the road to find a way past Ken Lark, who eventually has to concede, but now might have the power down the railway straight to have another go at him, although actually, strangely, seems down on power, perhaps just deciding to allow those two Golfs to go through so that he can focus instead on his own class victory. So it is now Gillam back to the front, Adam Marshall second, Ken Lark in third position. Chris Adams fourth, then running within the same class as him. So too there the Mark 1 Golf of Donald DeVar. The white and green Golf, that is Kerry Lewis. Now he also runs within the GT class, so he's in the same class as Gillam and Marshall out in front. But despite starting near the front of the grid yesterday, had a spin at turn one. I believe then had another spin off camera at the chicane, and so we didn't ever see him a factor at the front of the field. But this time around, looks as though he is having a slightly cleaner start to the race. Over the top of the hill they go then, down towards Clark's for the third time. Another 15-minute race this, so short, sharp races to start our day here at Knockhill. And Tommy Gillam starting now just to ease away, although in the mid-part of yesterday's race, Adam Marshall was actually lapping more quickly than Gillam, and Marshall's fastest lap of 57.863 was actually fractionally quicker than Tommy Gillam's. Marshall set the fastest lap of the race yesterday, so we know he's got the pace to stick with Gillam, just needs to be able to do so, I think, maybe on cold tyres in the early stages of the race. The fact that Gillam got delayed battling with Ken Lark has helped Adam Marshall, and it means that he is still within a second of the race leader. Lark sort of sticking with them there in third, leads in his class, Class A of the Classic VWs from Chris Adams and Donald DeVar. Then Kerry Lewis and Dawn Butcher come through, and then Michael Imrie still going in the Renault Clio. It was Dawn Butcher, I think, that he had that little bit of contact with at Clark's earlier on. You can see the wing mirrors folded in on the passenger side of the Renault Clio, but he appears to be largely unscathed. Now, Michael finished third overall in the race yesterday. Your overall finishing position doesn't really matter in Evolution Trophy. It's all about where you finish within your class. But Michael Imrie would like to be a little bit further up the order. He's sort of guaranteed a class win in a way as long as he finishes the race. But he wants to try and get onto the overall top three if he can. The inside of Dawn Butcher, he goes at the same corner where they clashed a few laps ago. This time managing to keep it nice and clean, although Butcher's VW seems to have a bit more poke in a straight line. Looks there to the inside of Michael Imrie towards the hairpin, but Imrie able to cover that off. Tommy Gillam sets a new fastest lap, 57.186, so that is already 7/10 better than they were doing yesterday. So the track a lot faster today, or this morning it seems, than it was yesterday afternoon. Those damp patches that we were a bit concerned about this morning have now largely disappeared, certainly from on the racing line, so the track producing some much quicker lap times than we've seen so far this weekend. Kerry Lewis, meanwhile, here on the tail of Donald Duval, one of the oldest cars on the grid, the Mark 1 Golf, up against one of the newer ones. And Kerry Lewis, again, this is a battle between two cars that run in different classes, but the drivers will tell you that they do enjoy battling with their cars that aren't necessarily in the same class as them. And Kerry Lewis is going to be keen to get past Donald as soon as he can, to then chase on after the others further ahead. Into the hairpin they will head then. Kerry Lewis still not yet able to find a way past the Mark 1 Golf. Donald Duval is holding his own nicely here. A bit of a David and Goliath battle, this, isn't it? But that 70 car is not lacking in straight line performance, and Kerry Lewis actually not able to close at all as they come over the hill and down towards Duffus. And of course the number 70 machine a lot lighter than the newer shaped Golf, so it's pretty agile through the corners as well. So this is not going to be an easy pass for Kerry, who really ought to be up there fighting with Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall ideally, but that's not the case at the moment. That lead gap, by the way, creeping out ever further now, 2.3 seconds. It's about as big as it got at any point in yesterday's race until the very closing stages, where Adam Marshall seemed to admit defeat and backed off in the last couple of laps, but it sort of hung around the 2-second bracket for most of the mid portion of the race. 57.37 for the leader, plays a 57.7 for Marshall in second, as the gap back out now to 2.7. There you can see the top two going through. Ken Lark still in third place. Is he being caught yet by Chris Adams? The answer appears to be no. Lark does at 59.5, and it's a 59.9 for Adams, a personal best lap, but not as quick as the driver he's chasing. Now there is Ben Taylor. Ben Taylor has just been put a lap down by the overall race leaders. So Taylor, oh well, I was about to say a long way behind the class leader, but that is Edward Cottam, who was leading in the Mark IV class, and he's had a half spin coming out of Clark. So Edward Cottam in the Paul Sheard Racing prepared MX-5 is off the road and is now going to lose the class lead. I think he'd stalled the car, gets it fired back up again, but Ben Taylor clearly, in fact no, he won't lose the class lead because Ben Taylor has been in the pit lane, so he is multiple laps down. So actually Edward Cottam will get away with that. So despite the spin, he should retain the advantage in the class, so it's good news. There is Cottam, and did he actually get back on ahead of Ben Taylor on the road? I don't think he did, but like I say, it doesn't matter. Taylor laps behind him. Cottam in a slightly different class actually. For some reason, two Mark IV MX-5s separated into a Class A and a Class B. So Cottam is in Class A, Taylor Class B, but for pride and honour, they'll want to beat each other on the track for sure. Edward Cottam was saying yesterday that he has been retiring from motorsport for many years now and can't seem to get round to doing it. Loves getting back behind the wheel of a racing car. He's been racing pretty much all his life, and so too was his father before him. The Cottam racing dynasty is now many generations old. And, the youngest member of the clan now, Oliver Cottam, is also competing in TCR. Now that is not ideal. That's Stephen Watson. He's off the road going into the hairpin. That's a very strange place to end up in the gravel. That's it's sort of in the braking zone that he's lost control. It's the kind of place you don't tend to end up on your own, if you see what I'm suggesting. So whether someone else helped him into that gravel trap, I'm not so sure, but that means that there are yellow flags at the hairpin. Might this require the appearance of the safety car, I wonder? We shall see. To turn one goes Kerry Lewis, and down the hill into the right-hander at McIntyre's. Has Kerry Lewis found a way past Donald Duval? Well, no, he hasn't. He's second behind him at the line and being caught now by Michael Imrie. So Michael Imrie in the Renault Clio is about to pick up another couple of overall positions. The only car entered into his class this weekend, so the only thing he's got to do really is battle against other cars out there. Because the other Renault Clio, which admittedly runs in a different class anyway, is the number 88 of Frank Pettit, and Frank Pettit has just gone into the pit lane, so Pettit with some sort of mechanical malady. So out of the car in the background, you can see jogging away is Stephen Watson, so he is out of harm's way, but the car very much not. I'm a bit surprised they're not choosing to throw a safety car for that. Clearly they feel that they can cover it simply under yellow flags. You can see the first yellow flag there just on the exit of Clark's. And then those yellows will continue all the way down the straight and into the hairpin where the race leader arrives, Tommy Gillam. 4.8 seconds up the road now. Oh, as Michael Imrie launches over the curbs through the chicane to get the better of Kerry Lewis. That was some spectacular driving. The ex-Clio Cup car riding the curbs nicely and manages to now move up into 6th place overall. He will now set off after Donald DeVar's Mark 1 Golf and should make light work of that car, you would have thought, although Donald, as I said, with this giant-killing performance, keeping the GT class car of Kerry Lewis at bay. Past the stricken Corrado they go. Scirocco they go, Stephen Watson. Again, Michael Imrie doing his best to chase after Donald DeVar. As they head for turn number 1, downhill braking zone into Duffer Stick. You can see there the Golf back ahead of the Clio then. Into the braking zone at McIntyre's. Michael Imrie back up the inside line again. This time does make move sticks to Kerry Lewis having to concede. Then Michael Imrie, having got past him, not exactly carrying a huge amount of speed up the hill, now starts to gap the Golf as they make their way towards Clark's again. So Michael Imrie into 6th, and Donald DeVar his next target, and he's already on the tail of the Mark 1 Golf as they head down the railway straight towards the hairpin. 4 minutes remaining in this second BRSCC Evolution Trophy race of the weekend. And how much further up the order can Michael Imrie get? He could still catch Chris Adams, actually. He's only about 3 seconds further ahead of Donald DeVar. And Imrie's lap times have been comparable to Donald DeVar ahead. There is Chris Adams, who runs 2nd within Class A of the Classic VW Cup. Finished 3rd in that class yesterday because Donald DeVar was actually ahead of him, but Adams had a slightly better start this time again. Hammers the curbs there through the chicane. Don't really see that many of this generation of VW Golf around these days, do you? But Mark 4 Golf, particularly good-looking example, I think, of the VW Golf. There is Michael Imrie past the Mark 1, but then Donald DeVar has more straight lines, but he comes back alongside him again as they head down the railway straight towards the hairpin. Did DeVar make that stick? Yes, he did. So Michael Imrie having a really tough time getting past some of these VWs. His car clearly handling better, but the Mark 1 Golf is one of the fastest cars in the speed traps and is proving to be difficult to pass for sure. As they head across the line, Imrie in fact now falls back behind Kerry Lewis again. So I don't know whether Michael Imrie's got some sort of intermittent problem, dives back up the inside at turn 1, not struggling under braking, but there's been a couple of times in this race where it's appeared that the Clio has suddenly stopped accelerating in quite the way that it should. So maybe a little engine problem developing for Michael Imrie that they'll have to work on between this race and the 3rd race later on. As soon as he gets back up to speed, he's noticeably quicker than the cars around, and Ben Taylor there stays out of his way as well in the Mark 4 MX-5. And Michael Imrie suddenly now seems to have a competitive car again, but maybe a gearbox issue then, a clutch problem, one or the other, something that's affecting his ability to get up through the gears and accelerate down the straights. That would explain why he slowed down dramatically on the opening lap as well, having initially looked like he made a good start. So up the hill he goes. Let's see whether Kerry Lewis is able to come back at him again over the hill. He's closing, but he's not quite close enough this time to attack into Duffus. So 1-1 forecast stays ahead. Clips the curb quite nicely. Drops downhill. So skitters over the curbs, although just misses the apex curb slightly there at McIntyre's. With now 1.25 minutes only remaining, it might mean that Donald DeVar is feeling a little bit safer up the road in 5th place. not having quite as easy a job as I thought he would to catch and overhaul Mark 1 Golf. Lead gap 6.3 seconds, by the way, not missing anything out in front. Still Tommy Gillam from Adam Marshall, the top two. Ken Lark then in third position continues to lead Class A of the VWs by an ever-increasing margin, actually, over Chris Adams. This remains the best battle on the track between Donald DeVar, Michael Imbrie and Kerry Lewis. Three cars all running in different classes, but over the course of a lap, remarkably evenly matched. There goes Tommy Gillam, there goes Adam Marshall out of Clark's. There is Tommy Gillam at the hairpin. One more lap to be completed around the 1.26 mile Knockhill circuit. Classic configuration, if you like, the clockwise orientation. It's the only track in the UK, though, that has a license to run both clockwise and anti-clockwise. Last time TCR UK visited Knockhill, we were going the other way round, but I think some of the drivers prefer it this way. Seems to have slightly more of a natural flow, natural rhythm to the anti-clockwise direction. Generates a couple more passing places as well. It's really one of those tracks that has never changed, honestly, more than perhaps any other racetrack in the United Kingdom. Never changed really since it was open, Knockhill. They just struck gold with this really technically demanding, undulating layout, draped on the side of the Scottish hillside. Year on year, it provides some fantastic racing. Tommy Gillam has not had really a huge amount of racing to be done in this one, though. He's had a slightly easier time of it than he did yesterday once he overhauled Ken Lark. He never did look back. He's already weaving and flashing the lights in celebration as Tommy Gillam wins for the second time in the BRSCC Evolution Trophy. Across the line he goes then. Adam Marshall will come home some 7 seconds or so adrift, I suspect, in second place. There he goes. No, that's not even him. There is Adam Marshall across the timing line to claim the checkered flag in second place. Third place then for Ken Lark, and that's going to be a win in Class A of the Classic VW Cup. He was even further back than Adam Marshall. And the VW Corrado that led briefly in the early stages of both races so far this weekend will eventually emerge. In fact, there is Edward Cotton first. He's a class winner within the MX-5s. There is Ken Lark, Class A winner in the Classic VW Cup. And actually, Chris Adams, in the end, only about 3.5 seconds actually further back. Then across the line comes Kerry Lewis as well. Michael Imbrie, of course, is the first of the Renault Clios home. And that, I think, is the last of the class winners, technically. Dawn Butcher there runs within Class A as well of the VWs, which is the most numerous class. So all of the class winners already through. In fact, everyone through now to the line because Frank Pettit and Stephen Watson weren't running at the flag. So 11 of them still running at the end of the 15 minutes. So Tommy Gillam gets the race victory then. Adam Marshall comes home in second place with Ken Lark in third. The top two were running in the GT class of the VWs. Ken Lark, Class A winner, ahead of Chris Adams and Donald DeVar. Kerry Lewis was next ahead of Michael Imbrie, the first of the Renault Clios. In fact, the only Renault Clio still running at the flag, ahead of Dawn Butcher and Chris Moen. Ed Cotton once again claims the victory in the MX-5 class, with Ben Taylor having visited the pit lane a couple of laps down by the end. Frank Pettit also was in strife, wasn't running at the flag, nor was Stephen Watson. And Nick Sanderson's Seat, unfortunately, never made it onto the grid. So Evolution Trophy action, more to be had later on. Will be at around about 3:20 or so. Part of this very busy day here at Knockhill. The next race up, though, is our second of the weekend for the TCR UK Championship. Their reversed grid race will have live build-up on the grid within the next few minutes, with the race due to start at around about 10:20. So they're the next race up for TCR. Then it's the Audi TT Cup Racing Series, the Milltek Sport Civic Cup, the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship, Final Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge after that, and the Knockhill ModSports Championship will take us into the lunch break. Marshall's hard at work then, cleaning up the track at the chicane, where, again, though, I don't think there was a huge amount of trouble in that one. Most drivers keeping it between the white lines. And the Marshals just making absolutely sure that the track is clear. Of course, there is a bit of clear at work to be done down at the hairpin, though, which means we shall have extra time for Anthony to locate and then chat to our class winners, all of them hopefully from within the Evolution Trophy. The TCR cars are released out onto the grid. So drivers then start to make their way back. The Evolution Trophy will be back out again, as I said, later on this afternoon, but then after that they're at Cad August, where hopefully we'll have a few more of the cars from the other classes making their way out onto the grid as well. But the ones we did have today put on a fine race for us. It was another race victory for Tommy Gillam, and he and the other class winners are ready now to catch up with Anthony.
Yeah, so I think you got down to, was that a 57-1, I think you got in that one.
Well, thank you very much there, Andy. Yes, here with not our top three, but with the driver who finished in fourth place, Chris Adams. Well, Chris, certainly a good race for you there, but a little bit more about the championship itself, you know, founder of the Classics. And I mean, for you, what does this championship mean for you?
It's just about building up like a real close group of friends racing, basically. It's open to any Volkswagen Audi group car up to 2010, which we might extend for next year. So yeah, I mean, everyone here, everyone on the grid has a real good crack. We love coming to Knockhill. People here are brilliant. The circuit's brilliant. Yeah, that's it really. Evolution Trophy's been dreamt up by the BRSCC. It's a fantastic idea to get the cars the series that ain't quite ready enough for their own grid all together to try and build up so we have eventually got our own grid. And it's the perfect scenario because the Renault boys we race against are brilliant, the Mazdas are brilliant. It's just a fantastic series.
Yeah. I mean, what would you say to the people who would be watching this race thinking, I'm interested in joining that? I mean, what would you say to them?
Sign up. Yeah. Sign up and come and have a go. Yeah. That's all we can say is we could potentially sort something out if people want to do a one-off drive. Just come and have a go. Get the atmosphere of what we're all about. It's about friends having racing, not punting each other off and sort of stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. Well, brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations on P4, but well done. Thank you so much, Chris Adams, for chatting with us. Well, that is done for the first half of the BRSCC. It is time now to head back to TCR UK. It is round 8, and it is coming up next. But before that, here's a quick ad break.
Let it go.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Hello everybody and welcome to Knockhill for TCR UK. Second race of the weekend for these guys. I'm Paul O'Neill, nice to see you all again. Anthony Jordan, good to see you fella, happy birthday.
Thank you. That was a couple of days ago, but yeah, thank you very much.
I thought it was today.
No.
Anyway, more important things. We had a race yesterday for TCR, pretty special stuff. Not into the first corner though, we had a couple of cars with quite a bit of damage, didn't we?
A little bit, yeah. It was certainly a shaky start for the drivers, but overall the race itself went okay, you know. Well, let's talk about Carl Bordley. I mean, dominated that race. 10 seconds he won that race by. This time around, he's got the reverse grid issue. He starts P10. He's got a hill start as well. So he's going to, I think, struggle a little bit in this one, but he knows the car's quick behind him. So certainly it is going to be an interesting start to this race, but I'm looking forward to seeing what Matthew Wilson can do. Pole for this one. He's certainly going to be one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Matthew Wilson on the reverse grid pole, so top 10 get reversed. There's another person I want to speak to as well, Callum Newsham.
Yes.
Started 18th yesterday, got up to 8th. That's put him 3rd on the reverse grid. That'll be quite a cool interview, see what he's doing. Dave Newsham, his dad's won around here in touring cars, so there's a few people with a few things to prove. And Jensen Brickley was quick, fastest lap yesterday as well.
Yeah, Jensen was really quick as well. Same car as obviously what Bordley's running, so we know that that's quick. The Cooper's running pretty fast. But yeah, you are bang on with Newsham. I mean, yesterday as well in the first race, he did get past Smiley, he did get past Wilson, so he's already done that in the previous race. All he's got to do in this one is get that done again, and he could potentially win this one. The car was absolutely rapid yesterday, came through the field, luckily with that reverse grid. So I reckon Newsham will have this one, but he's certainly going to have to fight for it, I think.
Very nice. Right, okay. What we're going to do then, I think we should go and speak to a few people while we're here. First of all, I'm going to go and have a word with Ash Gallagher, who's over there. He doesn't like being interviewed. Ash is one of the main people from TCR UK. He's with some guests. I don't want to interrupt rudely. Sorry, gentlemen. Good to see you. Ash does hate getting interviewed, but you're the only person here at the minute that I want to speak to. Ash, what's your title for TCR UK? Remind us.
Championship manager for TCR UK, basically. So the sort of the weekend from a TCR point of view, it is my responsibility, I guess. You know, I work with the scrutineers, with the clerks, and oversee that process. Look after you guys occasionally, obviously.
He doesn't. He ain't got me my lunch yet. Ash, I've worked with you for a long time, mate. Championship's looking strong. We're up at Knockhill. It's a long way away for some people, but once they get here, they love this place, don't they?
I think this is probably one of the real great drivers' tracks. You know, speaking to the guys, I've been coming up here for a number of years, as you have. Yeah, it's a bit further away for some people, but yeah, once you're up here, you know, the welcome you get, you know, the circuit staff, the guys put a mega show on, and the track's fantastic to drive. You know, I don't think you really go anywhere as interesting to drive as this.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I can hear the whistle going off in the background. The cars are in assembly area. They're going to go out. They're going to go. Well, they're not even going to go once past. They're going to come to the grid boxes, and then they're going to change the tyres, cross them over, get them all warmed up, and then we're ready to go. So we won't have that much time actually on the grid, will we?
No grid walk for this one. Grid walks for the second race today. So yeah, as you say, once round, side the tyres, green flag lap, go. Yeah, so we've not got ages.
Perfect. Right, okay. Let's go and speak to a few people. Actually, follow me. I'm going to go and speak to... I don't want to get run over. I can hear the cars going down the pit lane, so they will be with us in a second. Matt Wilson on pole. Some of the team are here. They hate getting interviewed. It's cool. Carl, I know you pretty well. Is Matt nervous about anything? He's going to be round here in about 60 seconds' time, isn't he?
And nothing to be nervous about him, mate. It's like a normal start.
He's on pole.
Yes.
There is a start procedure in the car. You know what that's all about. There's a few buttons to press, but he just needs to get off the line, doesn't he?
Off the line. That's all he's got to do. It's exactly the same as what he normally does. The same as to here, same as down there. Just do exactly the same as he normally does. He's normally quite good at starting, to be honest. It doesn't matter where he is on the grid. He's normally pretty good at starting. So same as normal, no pressure. Normal job.
I wish I was out there with him. Right, follow me. Let's go and see what we can find. I just want to speak to one of the guys who's very important here, just quickly. They will have a job to do in about 20-30 seconds. Quickly, how long have they got until they come on the grid? It's like a 20-second lapping it around here.
No, not as long as that. You're looking probably 50 seconds, 55.
And you've got to just get to the front of the grid and tell them where to go?
Yep. No, the teams are already on the grid, so they'll stop where their teams are. We just make sure they're stopped in the right places.
Perfect. I'll let you crack on with your job because they will be here in a second. We'll have a word in a bit. Actually, come with me. Let's go and speak to Mickey just quickly from Goodyear. Mickey Butler. This place is challenging on tyres. Your tyres, for me, are the best in any Tin Top Championship. Anything to report? Everyone doing the right thing? Got the right cambers on? Right geometry? What's going on?
I think it's very tough for the guys. You know, that 29-lap race yesterday was, you know, really tough round here. You know, it's a busy lap. We saw quite a lot of cuts, debris from usual stuff, but they all behaved really well. But I think they were surprised how difficult it was to do 29 laps around here. As you know, it's quite another championship to do a bit shorter distance. So, yeah, let's hope we have a clean race like we had yesterday. But, you know, at least it's been dry, which is the main thing. Everywhere else in the country has been chucking it down. We got up and it's bone dry. It's been perfect.
Even though it's summer, we never ever have sun like this up here. It's always some kind of rain. The rain looks like it's gone away. Have you got many people coming for wets?
No, they've all staying with slicks. I think it's going to dry for the rest of the day.
Wow.
It's bizarre. We brought extra wets because of the forecast 3 or 4 days ago, and it's all gone the opposite way. Great. But this is stuff we've been doing, picking off the track already.
Wow, look at that.
So, you know, that's what we've been seeing on track, cuts and digs, and that's what we're having a look. So,
what do you think? Is that just from debris?
It's the junior series trying to eat each other. I mean, yeah.
You leave those kids alone. We love the kids racing.
I think the kids want to leave each other alone. You know what I mean? That's a problem.
Love it. Thank you, Mickey. Great insight. Let's just fire ourselves back up here because Matt Wilson on pole will be up here in a second. So I'm going to hand over to AJ in a second to speak to Matt. But let's get the cars on the grid and let them make their way through. It's such a difficult grid. Have a look down there. All these TCR cars. Some of them have gone out early. They don't go out in order. They have to wind their way through. And look what's happening. You can actually see big gaps, loads of air bottles on the side. They're crossing the tyres, so they'll put the fronts on the rear because the fronts have just got a load of heat in them to put onto the rear because the rear tyres on a front-wheel drive car are critical. If you've got cold rear tyres, you are in a lot of trouble. And into that first corner, it drops away and it can be a nightmare as Joe Marshall in the 99 makes his way onto the grid and everyone else now just making their way through. Chris Smiley's coming up. He will now shoot right of your picture and he's going to stick himself, I think, in P2, isn't he? I think he is. Yeah, I can't remember where he is. There we go. Matt Wilson's here. I'm going to hand over to AJ, and AJ hopefully now will go and have a little word with Matthew.
Thank you very much. Yes, Paul, let's quickly chat to Matthew. We haven't got a lot of time. Car's just been jacked up. They're going to do the tyre rotation as well, just to make sure it's all good. Let's quickly jump in here. Matthew, well, you were very lucky with that reverse grid, starting this one on pole. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, I know I can do it after Castle Coombe last year, and I need to prove that point and get that first podium.
Yeah, how's the launch going to be for you as well? You've got you're starting on the flat bit, the driver's behind with that little incline, so you've certainly got the advantage here.
Yeah, I'm working on it, and hopefully it's all going to come together now.
Yeah, let's wish you the best, mate, on this one. Well done, and enjoy your race. Be safe, mate, be safe. Paulo, who's down over with Callum Newsham, who's got a real chance of winning this race, Paul.
Perfect, we're on. Sorry, Callum, I muted my mic. All good, you're looking special, mate. 18th to 8th yesterday, 3rd on the grid now. Where are you going to end up?
I'm going to try and win it. So I just got to get a good start and then hopefully, you know, fight my way forward to the front.
You got a chance though. Matt Wilson must be so nervous on this one, so nervous. And then Chris Smiley, he's going to be a problem though, but you're faster than that, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I passed him yesterday, so hopefully I can have a good battle with him today.
I like your team. They actually say down. Usually no one says anything like that. I'm going to leave you to it, mate. Go for the win. Very good luck, mate. Excellent stuff. I think we need to be leaving the grid now because there's a lot going on. What have you picked up, mate?
Well, not much. Only a bit of debris maybe on the bottom of my shoes, but other than that, no, I think we're all good. Yeah, this is certainly going to be an exciting one. Curious to see what Chris Smiley can do as well. Heist is going to start this weekend. Not had the best running. The car has struggled a little bit. He's got the corner speed now. He's just struggling on that top end. So other than that, he still looks comfortable. He still looks confident. He could do well here as well. But it's certainly going to be an exciting one. Look to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, that was a manic grid walk, wasn't it? The cars literally have we've just been sent onto the grid while they're doing a tyre change, crossing those fronts to the rear. Unbelievable stuff. I think we might be able to go over to Andy McEwen, or should we stay with us?
I think it might be an ad break time, and then we'll go to Andy McEwen. How about that?
Good job you're here. Ad break coming.
Let it go.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Here we go then, race number 2 of the weekend for the TCR UK Championship in 2023 here at Knockhill, the reverse grid race. This should be an absolute thriller, a really jumbled up grid and a very tight situation in the championship. We'll get to that in a moment or two. For now though, cars making their way around the circuit, getting some heat into the tyres, and we can remind you the order in which they're going to be lining up. Matthew Wilson starting from pole position courtesy of the reverse grid draw, and Chris Smiley down on performance this weekend. Does he have a shot at a podium starting from second? Row number 2 then, well that's where potentially the race winner could come from. Either Callum Newsham, who was flying through the order yesterday, or Joe Marshall, looking for his first victory also in the championship starting 4th. Row number 3 then for Alex Lee and Jensen Brinkley. Jensen Brinkley set the fastest lap in yesterday's race and will need more of that pace today to move up from 6th on the grid. Row 4 then will be shared by Bruce Winfield and Adam Shepherd. Bruce Winfield still the championship leader, but on dropped scores is only 2 points clear now of Carl Bordley. 2 points in it at the top of the championship table between Bruce Winfield and Carl Bordley. It's Adam Shepherd though, Winfield's teammate, who lies alongside him on row 4. Row 5 then is where you'll find Carl Bordley. Just ahead of him is Jack Constable, who was second place in yesterday's race, but some 10 seconds adrift of eventual winner Carl Bordley. Row number 6 then for Oliver Cotton and Scott Sumpton, just missing out on that reversed grid front row. The Audi ahead of the Restart Racing Honda. Then it's Gary Townsend in another Audi who had a spin yesterday. Bradley Kent, who had damage in qualifying and a mechanical issue in the race, but unfortunately took him out of contention. Dave Veloster will be starting from the 7th row of the grid. And there you can see him. He's had a really disappointing season, quite frankly, has Bradley Kent, but hoping to try and turn that around today. Jonathan Beeson is next in the Audi with Darrell Wilson sadly having tangled with Brad Hutchison. He will now start at the back of the grid with Brad Hutchison right behind him in the number 17 Audi. Those two tangled at turn 1. Hutchison was given a penalty as a result of that. It was a 3-place grid penalty, which puts him ironically on the back of the grid alongside the man with whom he tangled. Right then, cars line up on the grid. Paul O'Neill has made his way back into the commentary box. Paul, this can be a lively one, isn't it?
Going to be lively. I'm hoping Matt Wilson gets away well. Chris Smiley will see his chance to win. Callum Newsham, though, wow, he looks fast.
Looking for his first win in the championship. Twice a podium finisher, Callum Newsham, so far in his TCR racing career. Can he claim a victory, though, here at Knockhill 11 years after his father did so in the British Touring Car Championship? Let's find out then. The green flag about to be waved at the back of the grid. 25 minutes of racing for the second of 3 races this weekend here at Knockhill. Lights out, away they go. That is Scott Sumpter making a demon start from further back in the order, but Matthew Wilson does make a good start. He will lead them down into Duffers Dip. Smiley slots into second, third place. Newsham grid order basically at the front of the field. Bruce Winfield ducking and diving his way through the order, whilst already Jack Constable is ahead of Adam Shepherd. So a bit of shuffling there amongst some of the front runners from yesterday's race. They drop down the hill, and that is Marshall. Joe Marshall off into the gravel trap. What a shame. And that's Bruce Winfield. The championship leader has tangled there with Jensen Brinkley. Somehow saves it, clicks the tyre barrier, rejoins on the road. Others scatter in avoidance, but that is major drama. The first bit of really bad luck for Bruce Winfield. Let's hope the car, Paul, isn't damaged.
No, there is a lot of damage on some people's cars, though, as Kent now round the outside of Wilson. Wilson. Kent making a great start, isn't he? He's really got past a few people. That did not look good, did it? And Winfield is not going to be happy with that. Smiley is in the lead by a mile.
Oh, and look at Alex Lee up the inside of Callum Newsham. That could be significant. These two were pretty even on pace yesterday, but Alex Lee has found a way up the inside of Newsham. Across the line they will go, side by side for third place. Smiley leads, Matthew Wilson second, but can Alex Lee go third? Yes, he can. Inside line into toughest dip, works for the youngster, and he moves ahead of Callum Newsham, who immediately tries to snap back up the inside, has to bail out of it. Paul, that's a tough place to make a pass.
That's a tough place to make a pass. 25-minute race, it's a long time. The rear of Jensen Brickley's car looking very nervous. The left rear trying to let go, and that looks like Jack Constable's going to get a run on him. Yes, down the inside, maybe into Clark. Has he got it done? No. Oh, a hip and a shoulder. And Brickley won't like that. He's trying to squeeze him, but now look at Shepherd on the grass. That's naughty. Naughty stuff from Brickley.
Oh, and has Constable kept it out of the barrier? Yes, just about. That was scary stuff. All of that happening right in front of Carl Bordley, who, as it stands, is set to take the championship lead. He's now nestling up the inside of Adam Shepherd, who on the outside line will have better traction off the corner and will hang on to the place. Well, this is, dare I say it, typical reverse grid touring car stuff, isn't it, really? Drivers deep in the field, desperate to try and make some progress, and those who have gained some track position from the reverse grid, desperate not to lose that advantage.
It's exactly that now. Look at Callum Newsham. He's fully involved with Alex Lee. Look at that. And he is gone. Smiley cannot lose this, can he? Oh, Newsham's now got an overlap. And this could be the one. No, Lee is absolutely lit. It gets right across the front of Newsham. This is proper stuff. And that is not what you want to do. Get on that red, because if you do, that's track limits proper.
Yeah, quite a few drivers fell foul of that yesterday. We were hoping for less talk of track limits today. We'll wait and see if they got the memo. Joe Marshall there has managed to recover quite nicely as well after his off into the gravel trap. He's in 13th place now, right behind Brad Hutchison, who's made brilliant progress from the back of the grid. Smiley, Chris Smiley, race leader in the pit lane. What? I was about to mention Bruce Winfield is in the pit, but so too is Chris Smiley. Matthew Wilson back to the race lead, and it means that that three-way fight between Wilson, Lee and Newsham is now for first position. Disaster, though, for Restart Racing.
Oh, what has gone on there? Straight into the pits after having such a big lead. This is unbelievable. Wilson finds himself in proper alien territory since Castle Coombe. I think he may have led a race, but this is proper stuff, and he's got probably two of the hardest charges. Oh, it's a broken damper.
Oh, wow.
That is a... Oh, look at it. It's got... Look at the droop on that front left.
That's got to be a curb strike then, would you say, Paul?
Got to be a curb strike. It's some suspension damage. It must be a wishbone or something is stopping that damper from doing its job. Hutchison having to defend. Matthew Wilson, my man, he's going so well. He's pulled 3/10 over Alex Lee now, and that is special. He could be on here, but he's got 20 minutes of defending from two of the hardest charges in the championship.
In a way, though, he's through the toughest part of the race. Matthew Wilson has very often found himself at the front of these reverse grid races, but then sort of fell backwards on cold tyres in the early stages. He's settled in nicely. He's keeping Lee and Newsham behind him. Now he's got temp in the tyres. I think he might have half a chance here of fending them off. What do you think?
The one... Oh, look at that. Constable's not going to be happy about that. I mean, I can't... I've seen there was a big hip and shoulder going into Clark with him and Brickley, but I've got to say, you've got to be careful squeezing people on a fast fifth gear left-hander where we are now onto the grass. It's a bit naughty, that. If he meant it, not good, that.
He did have Adam Shepherd trying to sneak up the inside of him in his defence, but thankfully not our call to make. Now, look what's happening. We've got Jensen Brickley, Adam Shepherd, Carl Bordley and Brad Kent all catching the lead group. We're going to have 7 of them for the lead in a moment, as Matthew Wilson, whilst he's hanging on to the lead, is not setting the sort of pace that those behind are. Brickley, who set the fastest lap yesterday, has just set another fastest lap in this one, 52.1. Now, Winfield appears to be out of the race here, Paul. This could be his first non-score of the season. It will become a dropped score. That might just save his championship lead, but either way, really important now that Carl Bordley at the back of this train scores some good points here.
Bordley just needs to finish, like you say, 6th is good. Just to be in the top 6 and have a non-score for Winfield at the halfway stage of the season where we are, definitely. One thing I will say about Matthew Wilson is he got some of the best advice ever from Nick Beaumont, the team manager there at JWB. They were saying to him, just stay off the curbs in the races and you will be able to have a finish. If you finish, you'll do well. The other guys, you watch them through the chicane after this turn 1, 2 and 3. you will hopefully see Matthew Wilson staying off the curbs, and you'll see Alex Lee and Callum Newsham maybe clobbering the curbs. Well, you can find 2/10. I was driving one of these cars in practice yesterday, sorry, not yesterday, on Friday, and there was a lot to be said about staying off the curbs. Right, this is the chicane. Let's watch Wilson in the lead. Does he take a big chunk? No. Does he take it? No, he doesn't. And Alex Lee's done the same, but Alex Lee now has got the overlap. He's took more speed through. No, he's got big rear brakes on that car. That car's moving around a lot. This is going to be a great battle now for the next 19 minutes.
Wilson defends into Clark's. He's slow on the exit. Lee might have an overlap as they head for the hairpin. He was looking to the inside line. We wait with bated breath to see who's going to arrive at the hairpin. With the advantage, Alex Lee is up the inside. He's prized the door open. Newsham tries to go with him, but Alex Lee hits the front of the field. You could see that coming as soon as Wilson defended into Clark's ball. He lost all his momentum on the exit, and that was all the invitation that Alex needed.
Wow, look at the waft from Brickley. Brickley looks rapid. He's alongside, round the outside of Newsham. If he gets this done, this will be super special. That's a move. That is a move from Jensen Brickley. Brilliant stuff. Let's forget about what happened with Jack Constable. Like you say, we can't comment. We don't know. Now Shepherd does the right thing and pulls out of that move on Newsham. I've got Brickley down for the win. Brickley is coming for this. He's definitely coming for this.
Won the reverse grid race at Croft a couple of rounds ago, remember, to Jensen Brickley, so he's already a race winner in his debut season in TCR UK. His chances of claiming a second victory could hinge on how quickly he gets past Matthew Wilson. He's had a run out of Clark's there towards the hairpin. Is he up the inside? No, Wilson covers the inside line this time and manages to fend off the rapid youngster who came through the Fiesta racing ranks.
Look at the speed of his car. Brickley, he's got so much traction coming out the hairpin, and there's all sorts of defending going on a bit further down the grid. Is that Shepherd defending, isn't it, from Boardley? Boardley's coming.
Boardley's in a tricky position here, though, Paul. We know he's got the pace. He won yesterday by 10 seconds. He should be able to pass this group of cars, but he's got to be careful. He must be aware, surely, that Bruce Winfield's had trouble in this race, needs to bag some points. It's that risk versus reward, isn't it? He wants to make progress, Carl Boardley, but can't afford a bit of contact. Here comes Brickley peeking to the inside of Matthew Wilson. He's got the preferred line into Clark's, and he will now sweep through. Wilson will try to get a switch back on the exit. Has he got an overlap? Not quite. Brickley again was sort of moving to the right there, wasn't he, Paul?
He was saying, don't come down the inside or I'll put you on the grass and in the gravel through the chicane on the exit, Darryl Wilson. But now Brickley's got the hard bit done. He's got the hard bit done. I just don't know what will happen with a penalty at the end of that race, but this is not, like you say, nothing to do with us. And there was someone on his inside, but it was a bit harsh from where I was looking. But let's see what he can do, because he is the fastest man on track.
1.5 seconds he is adrift of Alex Lee, but his fastest lap is half a second quicker than Alex's fastest lap of the race so far. So now he's in clean air. Can he unlock that pace again? Meanwhile, Adam Shepherd on the tail of Callum Newsham. His Newsham's exhaust hanging loose there, Paul. There was something dangling, I think, on the back of the 16 car.
Yes, his exhaust is. He's going to get a black and orange for that. If the marshals see that, there will be a mechanical problem. What is going on with his car, though? Forget about the exhaust. The left rear is just giving up, and every time he turns into a high-speed corner, and look at Boardley's round the outside of Adam Shepherd. You're brave if you get that done, you can't end up in the gravel on the exit. Will he push him into the gravel? Shepherd is so kind to Boardley, and he's got the job done. Boardley up another place.
Great trust there that Boardley put in Adam Shepherd. There are other drivers I think that Carl wouldn't have made that move against, but no stranger to going the long way round is Carl Boardley, coming from short oval racing as he does, and he picks another place up. The back of Newsham's car all over the place. Some drivers were telling me yesterday, Paul, that actually all of the curb strikes, all of those hard landings can change the geometry of the car. It can knock the camber out slightly. Don't know if that's what's happening with Callum's car, but it certainly looks looser now than it did 10 minutes ago.
It really does. That exhaust, it needs to be, I don't want him to be taken out of the race, but that exhaust could cause absolute carnage if it comes loose. But anyway, not our problem. Hopefully they see it and they can get something done. Boardley now on the attack, and he'll hear it in his car, something scraping, but he'll think it's the splitter. Boardley might come for the switchbacks. He's going to try and get round the outside again, or he's going to get underneath. Ooh, runs over a pole. He's got to be careful there because Shepherd's down the inside, and now it's going to be the outside. This will be the outside for Duffer's dip. If anyone can do it, it'll be Boardley. See what he can do.
He might have got him already, actually. There's just still a slight overlap. Newsham hangs tough on the inside. Boardley round the outside. Newsham on two wheels, and again, Carl Boardley pulls it off. Shepherd bails chance for the runoff area there, just wanted out of that situation, I think. And Carl Boardley with another superb move around the outside is into 4th place. His next challenge is Matthew Wilson. Meanwhile, though, the lead gap is coming down. It came down from 1.5 seconds to 8 tenths, now down to 6 tenths. And Jensen Brickley is almost with the race leader, Alex Lee, who remarkably, Paul, is still looking for his first win of the year.
Unbelievable. That is ridiculous, isn't it? But I tell you, he's got his work cut out. But if anyone can defend and get a win, it'll be Alex Lee. But Brickley is going to be right on him in a minute. Right on him.
Up the hill they come now. 3rd place, Matthew Wilson. 4th place, Carl Boardley. Carl scoring good points already, but he can sense a chance of another podium. With 14 minutes to go, Paul, he could still actually catch the leading two, especially if they start to battle. He will need to try and get past Matthew Wilson as quickly as he can. And I think Carl's up for the fight here. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think he's up for the fight, but I would love to see Matthew get podium. Everything he's done. Listen to Nick Beaumont. Oh, and he's big oversteer. This could be it. No, how did he carry the momentum? I thought Boardley would definitely be through, but he's starting to defend now, and Boardley does not need this because he'll get pushed back into Shepherd and Newsham.
Matthew Wilson has never had a podium in TCR UK, so again, all the more reason to get his elbows out here and defend, and perhaps all the more reason for Carl Boardley to be a bit circumspect about this, but he's trying that outside line again at the hairpin. Wilson will get his elbows out, manages to fend him off, and as Paul said, that allows Callum Newsham to latch back onto his tail. Carl Boardley flashing the lights at Matthew Wilson. That ain't going to make us a jot of difference as Jensen Brickley has a little look to the inside of Alex Lee. He has caught the race leader, and now he's got to try and find a way through.
Oh, we are in for us. This is one of the best Knockhill races I've seen for a long time. Alex Lee versus Jensen Brickley. That is how it is, and what's going on? Wilson is now at the back of the pack, and Boardley is set free.
Yeah, Boardley brings with him Newsham and Shepherd, so Matthew Wilson unfortunately getting sort of elbowed out wide there, loses a load of places. Now Joe Marshall closing on him. Marshall was in the gravel 2 corners into this race, and he's somehow back into 7th place and gaining on the top 6. Down towards the hairpin they will go. It now, though, is all about the lead battle. Alex Lee versus Jensen Brickley. There they go. It's still the Hyundai ahead of the Cupra, and how quickly can the man in 3rd place catch them?
Well, it's a bit of a status quo with tyres now. It depends if you've took a lot out those tyres and you've knocked that geometry like you rightly said. You don't know how much that's going to affect. It's not affecting Brickley. Brickley is absolutely lit. Alex Lee is in for the worst 12 minutes of his whole entire life. This is going to be horrible, because if you get the right line through here, which he does, and look at, he's so fast through there. Make him defend into Clark if you can, and then get the overlap and try and get down the inside of the hairpin. Oh, Alex Lee is trying to slow him down. This is going to be a lunge, or is it just going to be around the outside from Brickley?
Let's wait and see. Clever driving there, though, from Alex. Didn't over-defend into Clark, so that meant he came off the corner okay. Now he has to cover the inside line, though. Brickley to the outside, side by side into the hairpin, and Alex parks it on the apex. Again, really smart driving there from Alex Lee. Remember that defensive drive he had at Castle Combe last year with tyres that were well past their sell-by days. Can he defend again now? 11.5 minutes over Brickley, who looks to the outside line. Into Duffers Dip they will go. Through the first corner, Brickley has to bail out of it. Behind them, Carl Boardley on the previous lap was 4 tenths quicker than the race leader and is 3.4 seconds behind, with still just under half the race to go. Through McIntyre's hopping over the curb. Alex Lee has the defensive job of his life to do, but he needs this race win for his confidence and for his championship, Paul. This would be a really significant victory for Alex.
Yeah, it really would. And Alex Lee's running pretty heavy, isn't he? Compensation weight. He's got 40 kilos, so that out of the hairpin, into the hairpin and out of the hairpin is going to be such a difficult one for him. And Brickley, he's going to know that. You know that kind of stuff. You know the stats when you go there. He's actually running 40 kilos lighter than the car in the lead, and 40 kilos round here, mate, is a massive percentage. This is game on. It just needs to steady away Winfield in the pits.
Now, it's the other side of the car that he had that contact on. I'm interested to see the right-hand side if we can, because I don't know if that's the reason that he's been into the pit lane a couple of times, but it looks as though maybe being an on-score for the championship leader, and that will massively help Carl Boardley, who on the previous lap was only a tenth or so quicker than the leader, actually. But you can see him in the background. He's distancing himself now from Newsham and Shepherd and chasing after the top two, who are nose to tail coming out of Clark Corner. A couple of penalties to let you know about, by the way. Scott Sumpton's been given a 10-second penalty for jumping the start. You saw that on camera. Joe Marshall in 6th place. Now, a 5-second track limits penalty, but so far, touch wood, that is the only track limits penalty we've heard of. Leaders out of the hairpin. Is Brickley getting stuck now? Is he running out of ideas?
No, definitely not. He is now starting to realise that that car is so much heavier than his car. He's just looking where he's braking, where he's nice and steady. What he needs to do is get through the chicane as fast as he can. Look at the cars bouncing and rocking. So into McIntyre's now, second gear right-hander. He needs to get through the chicane with a bit of a gap like he's got and try and get underneath him into the next right-hander, Clark. Can he do that? Look at that. Oh, he tried to take some super speed in, but Lee's got him covered. Now he's got to get into Clark, but not get held up on the apex, which he does. Lee is driving a very clever race.
Yes, he is, and of course, in a way, the sooner that Boardley arrives on the tail of Jenson Brickley, the better for Alex Lee. That will distract the second place man. It's going to happen, I think. There's only 1.9 seconds now, second to third. That was up at around 3 seconds a while ago. There is Carl Boardley, perhaps poised to take the championship lead at the end of this second race of 3 this weekend at Knockhill. What a brilliant debut season in TCR competition it's been for Carl Boardley, who is not an inexperienced tin top racer, it must be said, but I don't think many of us expected him to get this quickly on front-running pace, and he has a genuine shot here at claiming a second victory of the weekend. Alex Lee, though, ain't going to let this one go without a fight. 8.5 minutes to go. He's weathered perhaps the worst of the storm now, but Jenson Brickley is not going to give up either.
I think he's just taken a set. But look, Boardley's coming at him in third, isn't he? He's taken a set, but look how slow Alex Lee is into Clark. I've got to say, and Newsham, you're pointing at the screen, is in the pits. Callum Newsham in the pits. These cars taking a battering around here.
Could be the exhaust, couldn't it? Maybe he's been called in for the exhaust. Not so sure about that, but that means Joe Marshall now goes 5th provisionally before his 5-second penalty is added on. And yeah, look, they are looking at the exhaust, which has been dragging on the ground. I mean, that doesn't do the exhaust any good anyway, does it? Dragging on the ground like that. The underside of the car taking a beating, and well, a race that could so easily have gone his way is now going to end in a non-finish. Jenson Brickley peaks to the inside, but you don't do enough braking really into turn 1, do you? You've got to be fully alongside to make that move stick.
You've got, like you say, you've got to have the overlap. He's looking in his mirrors now, is Brickley. He's thinking, I do not need Boardley here, you're dead right. But Lee just needs to not batter them curves. Lee has got the advantage over Brickley through the chicane, but here, look how much he closes. But all Alex Lee is doing, that's too much curve from Lee. He's got to be careful of that. But the traction he gets out of that corner, that Hyundai is working ever so well. But this is his Achilles heel. The gap just diminishes.
This is where the BOP does its job, though. The drivers will love to tell you, well, that car's got a massive advantage on me. Well, perhaps in one area. The Cupra clearly works well under braking, but like you said, the Hyundai is getting off the corners that little bit better, and it kind of equalises out over the course of a lap. In clean air, Boardley definitely quicker than these two, but in a nose-to-tail battle, there isn't really a lot to choose between the Hyundai and the Cupra. Drop their way down the hill again. 7 minutes left on the clock, and Alex Lee, he never seems to win a boring TCR race, does he? If he can bring this one home, it's going to be another one of those nail-biters for the team and family watching from the pit wall. So far, though, a pretty inch-perfect defensive drive.
I've got to say, this is the drive of a champion with an old head on his young shoulder. This is brilliant stuff. If Alex Lee wins this, this will be one of his most impressive race wins I've seen, and he's had a few, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Onto the brakes they go. Now, look at Boardley, almost as close now to Brickley as Brickley is to Alex Lee. 3 for the lead, most definitely. Adam Shepherd, they can see in the background, 4th, being caught by Joe Marshall. I mean, track limits penalty or not, this has been a great drive for Joe. It's a shame that probably a 4th place finish is not quite going to be within his grasp, but we'll wait and see. Onto the brakes, look at Brickley.
I tell you what, mate, I'm pointing at the screen here saying to you, this is Alex Lee will be laughing at the sight of Boardley coming in, both in the same cars. So this, you know, they have got a race behind Lee. They've got a race. Look how fast Boardley is. That's not going to help you, mate. Gravel all over those left tyres. He's going to lose more time now as he has oversteer probably going into this. He was well steady because he knew that them tyres were dirty. But yeah, I'm interested. Look at the side of Lee's car. The side of Brickley's car. It's damaged from that little attack on Jack Constable, wasn't it? Earlier on in the race. But I've got to say, he did get a big hip and shoulder early on through Clark. And sometimes as a racing driver, you just think, oh, I'm not having that. And you just squeeze them a bit too much. And I think that might have been what happened. But hopefully he doesn't get a penalty because that would spoil it for me, because this has been a brilliant race.
Closes so close to the back of Alex Lee, and now Alex does have to just defend there. Snatches a break into McIntyre's. Is this the opening Brickley's looking for? not quite. Hopping over the curb through Butchers. He's almost too close now into the chicane. So hard to follow this close from another car through all of these blind corners. A lot of skill required to drive this closely together on this trackball without making contact.
This is brilliant. This is the only thing that will win Alex Lee this race is that corner he's just exited. That Hyundai is absolutely brilliant on traction. This is where it's not great. On the brakes with that extra 40 kilos, he still gets the apex. But look at Boardley. Boardley is now going to put big pressure on. This is excellent.
Out of the hairpin they go. Brickley, perhaps the quickest of the three out of that corner. Flashes the lights again over the stripe. Is he going to try and look to the inside at Duffus? No, decides better of it this time. A tight line in would only lose him exit speed and could open the door then for Carl Boardley to have a go. There is Adam Shepherd. He's having a really sort of quiet but productive weekend. He was 4th in yesterday's race, running 4th place again now as they head into the closing stages. Over the top of the hill, through the chicane, Brickley a bit further back that time, and he carried more momentum through the chicane, but I still don't think he's quite close enough, sort of feints to the inside fractionally, carries the speed into the turn, doesn't he, but then sort of comes up against a brick wall, doesn't he, gets to the back of Lee's car and just can't keep that momentum going.
Yeah, a Brickley wall.
I see what he did there.
Oh, look at this then. Boardley's now making Jensen defend. Boardley's going to get a switch back. Can he? Oh, and now Brickley is doing what Alex Lee was doing to him, and that is brilliant for Alex Lee. Look at that. The gap's now just gone and wide open.
Immediately, 3/4 of a second of real estate appears between the Hyundai and the two Cupras. Jensen Brickley, clever positioning the car there, though, sort of hovered in the middle of the road, gets a huge slide as he lands awkwardly off the curb at turn 1, and now he is very much focusing more on defending second place than he is on taking first away from Alex Lee. Brickley's car all of a sudden looks a little bit snappy to me, doesn't it? It's landing awkwardly off these curbs, and the rear tyre's not thanking him for that. Lee disappearing, and now it's all about the battle for second.
Yeah, this is it. I think that's done now. I think Alex Lee will be absolute, because he won't have to take the chicane curbs as hard to stay in front. But Brickley has just got a little bit of a gap, hasn't he? But Boardley's so good on the brakes, down into the hairpin at the last corner, right on the back of him, but not close enough to give him any problems at all.
Brad Hutchison now picking up a 5-second track limits penalty. That's a shame. He'd recovered from the back of the grid to 7th place up to this point. The 5 seconds added on to his race time. Weekend to forget, unfortunately, for Brad. Across the line we go again. 2.5 minutes then remain. Alex Lee perhaps on the verge of claiming another race victory. He has been a regular front runner since he appeared in TCR UK a round or so into last year's championship, but the gap is coming down again. He might have a little bit more defending to do before we hand him that winner's trophy.
That left rear on Alex Lee's car is letting him down. He can't get in. Look at this. That's the closest he's been, and that is good speed, and it's a good gap. This is going to be defence central from Lee now. Got to be.
He's going to have to, because we know how good Brickley is on the brakes. There's a small gap. Brickley goes to the outside, almost into the back of him. He's hit him straight on, and into the race lead might go Jensen Brickley, but that surely will be discussed after. And Boardley has gone through as well. Jensen Brickley gets the lead. Alex Lee down to 3rd position. There should be 2 more laps of racing to go. But Paul, that was physical.
That's not going to stand. That's not going to stand. There was a gap there for Jensen to go down in my eyes. Boardley's going to win this. If Boardley's clever, Boardley will not attack. But now, Lee is going to be wanting to get down the inside of Boardley and get back on terms with Brickley. This ain't going to happen. This is the most volatile top 3 I've seen. I do not want to interview any of these after this.
I mean, the worst place in a way for Boardley to be now, in between these two who are not going to be happy with each other after that little touch at the hairpin. The trouble now for Alex, though, is that a penalty for Brickley does him no good at all. He still won't win the race because Boardley went through as well. So Alex will now be sort of hoping that Boardley goes and has a pop at Jensen Brickley. Those two closing together as they head into the hairpin. Out of the final turn they'll go. They're going to have time for 2 more laps, you know. There are 2 more laps around Knockhill, and Carl Boardley could yet win this.
Does Boardley think that was worthy of a penalty? He will be the best person to tell us that, because Brickley is going to win this on the road, I think. But Boardley's so fast into turn 1, and that's going to be a lunge. He's got to be careful. But the thing Boardley doesn't want to do is hit him and get a penalty himself. But let's see. We're not the race director. We don't know who's going to get penalties, if any. But I've got to say, to me, that looked like a push to pass. They would have to put Brickley behind Alex Lee into 4th to do any good if it weren't a penalty.
Let's wait and see then. Lots to talk about again at the end of this reverse grid race, which isn't over yet. Down to the hairpin. This is where it all kicked off a few laps ago between Brickley and Lee. And now it's Carl Boardley applying the pressure. Brickley defends.
Gone wide.
He's missed the apex. There's a gap on the inside, and Carl Boardley is there. Carl Boardley to the lead as we head for the line. Is it a last lap board? Is it a checkered flag? It's a checkered flag. And a photo finish. Jensen Brickley has held on to the win because Boardley has a track limits penalty.
What?
Jensen Brickley gets the win. Alex Lee second, and Adam Shepherd is on the podium. Carl Boardley with by 17 thousandths of a second was behind Brickley at the line, but picks up a 5-second track limits penalty, pushing hard to get the win when maybe he didn't have to.
Wow, what has he done? That is a disaster. But let's talk about Adam Shepherd, who gets that third place. Let me just say before I interview them, Carl Boardley will be fuming. See you in a bit.
Well, he wasn't best pleased when he lost a win at Croft, was he, earlier on in the season? And that will not have improved his mood. He probably won't know at the moment. Brickley, it's worth reiterating, did lead at the line. So technically didn't lose a race win there, Carl Boardley. Jensen Brickley led by 17 thousandths of a second. And with the 5-second penalty, that gap, of course, goes out. Lee ends up second. Now, if there is a penalty for Jensen Brickley, that might now mean that Alex Lee re-inherits the race victory, but that is pure speculation. We don't know for a fact what is going to come of that collision that they had at the hairpin, but you can be absolutely sure that Alex Lee is going to be gunning for that. Wow, another fantastic reverse grid race in TCR UK. Provisionally, it is a race victory for Jensen Brickley, his second of the season, becomes the third different driver to win 2 races this year. Alex Lee comes home in second, Adam Shepherd third, Carl Boardley fourth, and Matthew Wilson hangs on to a top 5 by the flag. Then it was Joe Marshall in 6th, Brad Hutchison 7th, Scott Sumpton 8th, Darrell Wilson 9th, and Jack Constable, after that visit to the pit lane to clear grass out of the radiator, finishes in 10th place. Oliver Cottam 11th, Gary Townsend 12th, and then those who didn't finish, Callum Newsham sadly with the loose exhaust. Jonathan Beeson, not sure what happened to him. He was in and out of the pit lane a couple of times. Bruce Winfield, we saw have the contact early on. He then retired to the pit. Bradley Kent, it was a drive shaft problem, I've been reliably informed. And Chris Smiley, we saw retiring from the lead. That arguably could have been a very different race had Smiley not had the retirement, because he possibly had the pace to win that at a canter, but unfortunately, he will finish that one at the back of the grid. The good news is that the race 3 grid is based upon second fastest qualifying times. So the result of that race doesn't have any bearing at all on the starting order for the next one. Right, I am quite happy to not be having to go out there and chat to our podium finishers. That job lies with Paul O'Neill. Let's head down to him now. Oh, in a second, sorry. Paul, I think, was on his way to the podium area, but drivers perhaps have not quite made their way down there yet. So we'll hear from Paul in a moment or two. The race win then for Brickley. There is, the 5-second penalty is showing on the timing screen for Boardley. There wasn't a message that came up at the bottom of the timing screen, but it does show next to his name. So there's still confusion, I think, about who is actually going to be finishing on podium. But we think it is Brickley, Lee and Shepherd for Alex Lee. That is his 4th career TCR UK podium. I think that we can now head down to Paul O'Neill with all of the reaction to what was another dramatic race.
Wowzers, one of the best touring car races I've seen. TCR UK, you have delivered here at Knockhill. It's nice and dry. Jensen Brickley winning that race. Lots to talk about. He's with the team. Let's get him over here because that was something else. The team all saying he's done a great job. Jensen, let's quickly talk to you, mate. Wow. Bit of contact.
Yeah.
Come across the line. Probably didn't think you'd won.
To be honest, right, Carl hit me into the last corner, which anyone's going to do for the win, and we both ran wide. I think I was in first and he was in second, so I had a better run, and we were dragging, and I think I was side drafting him, and I could see that just as we crossed the start-finish line that my mirror was just in front, so I thought I'd got it.
You'd got it because Boardley got a 5-second penalty as well.
Oh, wow, yeah, I didn't know that. But, yeah, really, really tough race. That's one of the hardest races I've ever been in. And it was brutal, but it's touring car racing for you. And
it's just what happens, isn't it?
I might have been a bit harsh to you in commentary, so I'll apologise if I need to. Clark Corner looked like you got a big hit in the side from Jack Constable, and then it looked tit for tat and you squeezed him on the grass, but maybe someone was alongside. I don't know. Just wanted to ask you, mate.
It just, to be honest, he hit me in the side, it ran me wide, and then there was someone coming around my outside, and I think it was just one of them, but yeah, we'll see.
That's cool, mate. Fantastic win. Happy?
Yeah, happy.
Good man. Listen, good luck. Hope the penalty doesn't come your way. Fantastic race. One of the best drives I've seen this season. Brilliant. Let's speak to Alex Lay. Also, the Tom Walker Trophy was for Jensen as well. So, Tom Walker Memorial Trophy winner right there as well. Great stuff for Jensen Brickley Racing. Right, where is Alex Lay? Is he down here? It looks like he is. Follow me. Can you believe how good that race was? That was super special. Let's go and speak to second and third. Can we have Alex Lay, please? Can somebody get him? I don't want to go in the garage. One sec, I'll get him. Right, let me see. There's a lot going on. Josh Files, can we just get Alex? Alex. Feel like Martin Brundle here, giving me grief. Mate, two youngsters going absolutely at it. Jensen, flat out. Talk me through the hairpin.
Well, I was defending, but all I could feel was him push me, but I'm not sure if he did it by mistake or I don't think he did it on purpose, but I think he did push me and wide, and then the other two got past, but it is what it is.
It's cost you the win though.
Yeah, I'll see what the stewards do, but yeah, still I think I drove well for the whole race. So
let's not talk about the negatives, mate, because that'll get dealt with later on. You and Jensen showing that TCR UK is one of the most fantastic tin top championships out there. Going across that chicane, you looked like you were hanging on for dear life. The other thing was, mate, Clark Curve looked like the worst entry. It looked like you were just trying to stop the car.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think TCR has stepped up so massively in the last 2 years. I'm really enjoying it. I've learned so much. If you said 2 years ago I'd be where I am now, I wouldn't believe you. So, yeah, I'd like to say massive thanks for TCR UK for putting on such a great championship and putting me on as a driver so much. So thank you very much.
Top man. Wise words, mate. Well done. Good luck, and let's see what happens. But a great second place. Brilliant stuff. Lot of stuff going on here. Teams involved, talking to each other. Some of the teams are not in anything to do with you. Rob Boston Racing. Yeah. What's Rob saying?
The guy who finished P1 took a few people off, so we're just discussing what we think is going to happen. So that's what that was about. But yeah, that was that.
Negatives to one side, I've got to say there was a lot of contact and some of it was unjust, uncalled for, but I didn't know whether you were down the inside of Jensen and Jensen then was down and squeezed Constable. I don't know how far you were down inside lap 2, I think, or lap 1 it was.
I didn't even know I was anywhere near it, so I can't comment on that. I don't know.
Let's talk about you anyway. Your race, mate. Did you know you'd finished third?
Yes, I did actually, yeah. It was an eventful one. I kept getting the balance of the car changing throughout the race. I was trying to adjust to that. But yeah, I enjoyed that. It was good.
Good fun, eh? Good for you, mate. And let's see. You never know. You could have won this one.
Yeah, well, yeah, who knows? Let's see what happens, yeah. With the track limit rule now, it's just keep it in the circuit. So we're giving away time that we know about, but you get it back at the end of the race as such. So it's just about being a bit smart. So see what happens.
It's like putting a jigsaw together, isn't it? Well done, mate. Good stuff from Adam. Let's see if we can quickly. Do you want to follow me? We're just going to go and see our golden Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner, Carl Boardley. 1 second. I don't want to shout too much. 1 second. Carl Boardley. Speak to you. Known Carl a long time. This is not an interview I want to do. Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner. Well done.
Race winner.
That we didn't know until you come across the line, mate. Do you know where it was? Do you know what's happened?
No, apparently track limits, and they'll give it to me afterwards again. So we're definitely gonna protest that one. I accepted it before and walked away and just got on with it, but I don't think there's any track limits gone out there with me. So yeah, and I didn't get a warning flag either, not to my knowledge. So we'll have a look at it, go from there. But main thing is pace is there, isn't it? So.
Okay, mate, listen, great race. Amazing that you come from where you did and got there. That was fantastic. Right, it is over. Back to you guys.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Knockhill, where we're ready to get into our next support race action here after a breathtaking TCR UK race. We now move in to the Audi TTs. Ross McCarr and Richard Forber on the front row of the grid. The green flag's already been waved at the back of that grid, and so we're ready to go racing then for 15 minutes of Audi TT Cup racing. Like to go on in a moment or two, and now they go out. We're away and racing again at Knockhill. McCarr on the inside, Richard Forber on the outside, gets perhaps marginally the better start, but he's on the outside line and then seems to lose pace. So he's got a problem, has he, Richard Forber? A bad gear change perhaps on the inside will go Luke Handley, who's nearly involved in more turn one contact. It'll be the first time this weekend. Thankfully avoids touching the side of the second place man, and settles back into fourth place behind Scott Parkin. So the grid order remains for the top four as they head over the top of the hill now through the chicane. McCarr leading, Forber second, Parkin third, Handley in fourth position. And then one or two have been running a little bit wide behind. I think we have had some changes in the order from fifth on back. Maguire, I reckon, gaining some ground from where he started. Remember, he was delayed at the start of yesterday's race and has a bit of work to do, therefore, from ninth on the grid. But we know he is a front runner in the Audi TT Cup. Into the final hairpin they go then. Scott Parkin there in that third place. It's Maguire in fifth. I think it might be, from ninth on the grid. Paul Maguire, yes, has made a brilliant start then to climb up 4 positions from where he began the race. Then you've got in behind him Tim Evans in the number 23 as Scott Parkin defends now this third position from Luke Handley, who tries to go right round the outside. He's going to run out of road though, surely, onto the exit curb, bounces back on again, and Scott Parkin on the inside will hold on to the position for the time being. Brilliant side-by-side action between the two of them as they make their way back towards the chicane once again. Now joined once more by Scott Woodward in the commentary box. Scott Parkin skitters over the gravel, doesn't even think about lifting off the throttle, and somehow Scott is still in third place.
Well, not for much longer if he keeps driving like that on the exit of Clark's corner, getting very sideways. I've never seen a TT that's front-wheel drive get that sideways, particularly in the corner. But yeah, I think after what happened yesterday, I think Paul Maguire certainly fired up to try and get himself up towards the front here. Parking there is trying to hold on to the position if he can. And Maguire, I'm not sure those two are quite bosom chums afterwards, but I think that was a proper statement pass, thinking, right, that's my fourth place. You want to come and get it the hard way.
And notice Luke Handley had no intention of turning into the corner there either. I think he was quite happy to just let Maguire go on that occasion. He is now looking back up the inside, though, into the first corner. That doesn't work out for him. Next in line then is Patrick Booth there, the number 33 car. He has just got himself ahead of Tim Evans, with Morgan Root and Joe Weaver completing that 4-car gaggle. At the head of the pack, though, Richard Forber in second place has just set the new fastest lap of the race, so he's caught up to Ross McCarr at the front of the field. Nose to tail for the lead, nose to tail for third, fourth and fifth, and then the rest of the pack all pretty close together as well. Typical Audi TT racing. That's the one thing really that this series has already become renowned for. Really close bumper to bumper racing in proper little racing cars that do not cost an awful lot to put together. into the braking zone at the hairpin again. Parkin has to cover, this time from Paul Maguire, who goes outside on the way in, looks to try and cut back to the exit, but it does look as though some of them are struggling to execute that switchback manoeuvre at the hairpin, just picking up a little bit of understeer as they jump on the right pedal. Through the first corner go the top two then. McCarr, having been caught now by Richard Forber, then responds and puts in a new fastest lap of the race, a 59.123. That compares to the pace in yesterday's race. Forber setting the fastest lap then at 59.2, so they're going fractionally quicker now than they did yesterday. Ross McCarr responding here to the pressure as they head for Clark's again. Purple first sector though for Forber this time. So just starts to gain time on the leader. Had a better run out of Clark's, I'd say there did Richard. And might be able to turn that into a challenge into the hair. He's on another purple middle sector now as well. So this almost certainly will become a new fastest lap of the race, which is not worth bonus point because we don't allocate points yet in this series, but I'm pretty sure next year we'll be thinking about championship points because the grid's set to grow, Scott.
Definitely so. There's over 40 of these TTs in different stages of build, whether they're completed cars or just at the early stages of being put together. So I'm almost certain that we will get ourselves to a point where we can hopefully get somewhere near, if not championship status, as soon as next year, potentially how the rest of the season goes. But certainly plenty of drivers and teams quite inspired by these new TTs. Speaking of inspired, I have to say Richard Forber is driving probably quicker than I've seen him all season so far. He's right on the tail of Ross McCarr, who, of course, is no stranger to this. He's no stranger to the edge of the circuit either. He goes for a little wide on the exit over the chicane. Here comes Forber down the outside. Have a look into Clark's. It was a speculative look. Tries to get the undercut to try and force the inside line. Meanwhile, a little further back, we've now got a scrap going on between Tim Evans, Joe Weaver and Paul Maguire. So Paul Maguire's dropped back a few spots actually since we last saw him. He's down to 9th. So whether Luke Handley was involved in that at all, I think we'll wait and see. Either way, here comes Richard Forber looking to try and get the outside line again into the hairpin. All over the curb with that tight line. That's going to compromise his exit off the corner slightly. So Forber should be slightly faster up the hill. He's in the slipstream to get a little bit of tow and some clean air up the hill. Let's see if he has a chance to possibly look one within the other. He looks to the outside again down towards the right hand of Duffer's Dip and again thinks about the switchback, but every place that Forber wants to attack, he's every single time wants to do that. Ross Mack is putting his car in all the right places at all the right times to stop him from getting through here.
Yeah, down through McIntyre's they go again, using the curbs. In some places, using the curb hinders you in a front-wheel drive car. In other places, it helps. And through that final hairpin, definitely helps rotate the car. A bit too much rotation there, though, for Ross McCarr at the chicane. He's slow off the exit. Forber looks to the outside. He's tapping Morse code onto the rear bumper of the leading car, but just can't quite prise the door open. And I think Ross McCarr has still got the edge as they head now down the railway straight and towards the Taylor's hairpin again. Onto the brakes they go. 73, still ahead of 78 with 9 minutes of the race remaining. Again, you can see them there. They just ride that curve on the inside. That rotates the car nicely, allows you to get onto the power a little bit harder on corner exit. And Ross McCarr seems to have that final turn figured out quite nicely, doesn't he now? Gets up the hill well, and it means that Ross McCarr then isn't close enough to have a little go at him. Onto the brakes at Duffer's Tip. Takes a lot more curb than the leader there does, Richard, through turn 1. Checked out for the rest of the field. 7.5 seconds now is to get back to Scott Parkin in third. He and Luke Handley embroiled in that fight for the bottom step of the podium still, and perhaps delaying each other as such because they're making quicker than that normally. And you'd expect them to be up there with the top two. Have created a pretty sizable gap now. Up through Clark's. Down the back straight they go again. Nice, neat and tidy over that exit curve. Head for the heavy ModSports. Screech of tyres in the background with Scott Parkin and Luke Handley arriving on the scene. And Patrick Booth still retaining 5th place. A bit lonely now in 5th actually. He's got away from Morgan Root and Joe Weaver and Paul Maguire. Across the timing line will go the leader. Oh, that is Joe Weaver. So he's definitely getting away from Joe Weaver now because Joe is in the gravel somewhere. And we now begin the game of spot the part of the track that is. It's not a circuit too familiar with either of us, Scott, so picking out one gravel track from another, it must be somewhere near turn 1 based on the yellow flag.
I think possibly because you look at the way the wheel tracks sit, I think he's possibly lost it maybe on the bottom of the compression at Leslie's, lost it and sort of lost it spinning around to the left, and he's gone off into the back into the barrier that way. It looks to the car's relatively undamaged as Macker was all over the curb on the exit of the chicane. And again, they've seen so many drivers do that over the weekend. You kind of misjudge your line over that chicane, and it really now has put him under big pressure once again from Richard Forber, who hasn't really let up this pressure since he got latched onto the rear of the Martini livery machine. Speaking of which, here's his teammate, Patrick Booth. This is over at 5th and 6th position. And Morgan Root, former mini racers, up on his tail. Back to the hairpin they come once again, still no tail between Macca and Forber, and I wonder if Forber's just biding his time a little bit here. He's going to have to still get a move on. There's still only 7 minutes to go in this race, but he is just keeping maybe his powder dry a little bit. He's peeking out here and there, just reminding Ross, I'm still here, I haven't disappeared. So maybe he's trying to set him up a little bit, or try and go to one or two of those other parts of the circuit to clean him up a little bit. So if he is going to go for a move somewhere that he doesn't expect, he's got clear track to do it rather than sliding around on dust and dirt.
Yeah, keeping the pressure up is a good thing to do though, because there are just a couple of mistakes creeping into Ross McCar's driving here. Keeps coming off the chicane a little awkwardly, although that was neat and tidy. Much better through there this time than he was a lap ago, so Richard Forber isn't going to be close enough to attack into the next turn. Right-hander climbing uphill now. Better exit maybe for the second place man there, but it's all just fractions, isn't it, we're dealing with. This looks interesting. It's Morgan Root looking to the inside of Patrick Booth, doing more than looking actually, commits to the move, gets to the inside line and slips through. So Morgan Root now back into the top 5, as at the hairpin. Ross McCar again driving in the mirrors, defending on the way in, but then gets that rotation mid-corner and it doesn't compromise his exit.
No, it's good traction off the hairpin. It's quite a steep uphill climb. Meanwhile, Morgan Root decides, right, I was going to go up the inside at Clark's corner. I'm going to stick it down the outside at the hairpin. Just saw in the background there, he's making the move down the outside. I'm not sure if he had enough traction to stick, but we'll see if he made the move next time we catch him on the camera shot. Meanwhile, 5 3/4 minutes still to go here at Knockhill in this second Audi TT Cup Racing Series race, and local man Ross Macca is still resisting all this pressure from Richard Forber again. A nice, cleaner, tidier line through the chicane this time for both. So no sliding around or bouncing around off the curbs for Macca this time. Now through the right-hander at Clark's again, nice and tidy, almost gets it up onto 2 wheels, uses plenty of the curb on the exit. And once again, Forber is literally locked into Macca's wheel tracks. Every single time he turns in, Richard turns in at the same time and goes to the same line. The huge bouncy braking zones, they try and hit the brakes hard for the Taylor's hairpin. Now to try and get that better traction again, using that curve to pull him round. It's working nicely, but Forber just needs to get that slightly better traction off the corner to get that pull up the straight to be able to get himself in a position where he can either outside or inside make the pass. Meanwhile, Patrick Booth did manage to defend from Morgan Root, because the white car just in front of Morgan Root's black machine as they headed down towards Taylor's hairpin.
Back downhill they come then into the final third of the race, and yeah, Richard Forber just can't quite find a way through. He's doing everything right, Richard. He's taking all the right lines, he's putting the pressure on, but just can't quite make the move stick. Meanwhile, Paul Maguire there, the 5 car, just not been making the progress up the order that I thought he might. Lost that ground mysteriously earlier on. Just hasn't been able to recover. Still stuck in 7th place as they made their way through to begin the 11th lap of the race. Yesterday we got 16 laps in. I think we're probably on course to match that this time around. Penalties, one for Ross McCar at the front of the field. That is a 5-second penalty. The other for Paul Maguire. So both of them getting 5-second penalties. And unfortunately, not for the first time this weekend, we're now left with a lead battle that isn't particularly a genuine battle. The question now, Scott, is whether that message gets through to Richard Forber.
Yeah, because of course we saw yesterday in other races like the ST150 Challenge where Paul Dobson won the race after Chris Grimes got the jump start, but he had absolutely no idea that the car in front of him had a time penalty. He kept racing as hard as possible because he didn't have a clue that the car in front was essentially going to end up behind him in the result anyway. So Richard Forber, all he can do really is push on. He's also set the fastest lap of the race so far in this race, so good form so far. And the pace the top two have is quite substantial. You look at the gap, it's 12 seconds in front of the next battle, which we're looking at here, between Scott Parker number 6 in the grey Dark Side Developments car and the red car of Luke Handley as they rock over the chicane for 3rd and 4th. And Handley would love to get himself onto the podium after his little skirmish with Paul Maguire at turn 1 yesterday. That will certainly be a little bit of redemption for him, given that Paul was behind in 7th place. This is the fight for the, well, on-track lead. Richard Forber still the net leader at this point as they turn out to the hairpin. They're coming up to put a lap on the grey and orange, silver and orange machine of Paul Hoggins as they come up the hill once more. And now we're going to wait for the rest of our lead to come through. Hoggins moves out of the way. That's nice, clean driving to move out of the way. So sensible stuff from Paul. And just under 3 minutes to go now. And again, it's a situation of Ross Macca kind of leads on the road, but of course, as we know in the result, it's not really the lead because he's now going to be further back down the road. So at this rate, he will at least still keep 2nd place, but it's only going to be the top 2 that are going to change the order as Forber keeps up the pressure heading up towards the chicane.
Yeah, Forber came off McIntyre's much more quickly than the race leader, but then sort of lifted off the throttle, realised there was nowhere to go. And so Ross hangs on to the on-track advantage. 2.5 minutes to go. Nice and neat and tidy over the exit of Clark's corner this time around for the leading 2 as they head down towards the braking zone at the hairpin. Defensive line for the leader, very late on the brakes there for Ross McCarr out in front. Makes the corner of a fashion, neither of them actually particularly tight to that apex curb there. And that means that the exit speed pretty comparable for the two of them. Lap times just under a minute, touch and go as to whether it's 2 or 3 more laps. I suspect we might end up with a third. Depends how lenient the race organisers are feeling, whether they want to give them that extra lap. Down the hill then, Richard Forber. What do we think, Scott? Has the body language changed of the second place car? Is he still attacking, or is he aware of the situation, do we think?
It's at a point where it's difficult to exactly tell, because he's close and he's pushing as hard as Ross is, but at the same time he's not making big moves or making dives anyway. He's simply just sitting there, possibly waiting for a moment where he makes a small slip up and just applying the pressure until he eventually cracks. So he's a little wide on the exits. This could be the moment that Forber thinks he's got to run down towards the Taylor's hairpin. As they come back down towards the end of another lap, they're going to start what should be, I think, probably the last lap of this race this time by. Under brakes, and again, he's not fully comfortable to take the race in line. He has to go slightly towards the inside to defend. Uses that curve again to put himself around once more. Rest of the pack goes through, exiting Clark Corner. But now over the crest and up to start the maybe just about last lap of the race, possibly maybe one more after this one. Depends if we get the checkered flag straight away. But down towards the Duffer Stip once again for the last time before. But the body language, he's not throwing the car around, but he's got enough pace in it to showcase that he's not letting off and sitting where he is. He's trying to push Ross as hard as he can without taking too many risks. Coming out of McIntyre's, now through Butchers and up through the chicane now once again for what could be the last time. That huge chunk of curve on the first part of chicane is definitely a sign that Forber is going for it. I don't think he knows there's a penalty. He's going to go for it as much as he can. Looks to the outside to Clark's. Nothing there at the moment, turning out to the right-hander. Now the sprint towards the head, and this is going to be a real possible photo finish on the track at least, because we know at least Forber is going to take the victory, but down towards it at least Ross Macker will try and hold on to take the victory on the road at the flag at least.
Let's see what happens then. Is there a checkered flag waiting for them? They cross the line with 1 minute and 2 seconds to go, and they're lapping in the 59-second bracket. Out of the final turn they go. Ross Macker will hang on for now. Is it a checkered flag? Yes, it is. So Macker wins on the road, but Richard Forber claims the victory after the 5-second track limits penalty is applied. So Forber gets the win. Macker in second place. Scott Parkin should come home in third position, but it's a long wait before the third place man gets here. He was ahead of Luke Handley at the start of the lap, and he stays ahead of him only by 4/10 though by the flag. Good battle between those two. And then here come the cavalry. Then it's Patrick Booth, Morgan Root, Tim Evans, Paul Maguire, all coming through absolutely nose to tail as they do battle for places further down in the top 10. But Richard Forber it is who came home with the victory, and another race, unfortunately, where the leader at the line does not ultimately claim the winner's trophy. But Ross Macker will analyse his onboard footage, I'm sure, decide whether or not he believes that he exceeded track limits. There is the confirmation, provisionally at least, of the order. I don't think, oh no, hang on. Ross McCarr must have been given a 10-second track limits penalty in there, because it's a winning margin of 14.6 seconds. So still hangs on to second place, but actually only by about half a second from Scott Parkin in third, Luke Handley fourth, and Patrick Booth in fifth position. Morgan Root comes home in sixth, and he is the leading Masters driver for drivers over the age of 45. Morgan Root in sixth, Tim Evans seventh, Paul Maguire eighth, David Robb ninth, and Oliver Barsby completes the top 10. Paul Hoggins was one lap down, and Joe Weaver in the end the only non-finisher, after he ended up in the gravel trap midway through the race. So the TTs will be back out again later on in the day. Their third and final race of the weekend due to kick off at about 3:45, and those cars head back down towards the pit lane. Still got 4 more races to bring you before the lunch break here at Knockhill though. And next up it is the Milltek Sports Civic Cup, who put on quite the show yesterday. Looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us again in race number 2. So drivers head down towards the pit lane area. Still, the weather is holding off. In fact, there are patches of blue sky up above. There you can see it's probably a more pleasant day now, actually, than it was yesterday, to be perfectly honest with you. So good conditions, and that's what we like to see here. A dry track and perfect conditions for some good racing. We've been treated some really, really good racing so far in the day already. With the Civic Cup coming up next, that should be an even more exciting race again, because it's the reversed grid race for the Civics. The top 10 finishers from yesterday's race reversed. That's going to give us a race, hopefully, something like what we just enjoyed from TCR UK a little bit earlier on. So the Audis head back for pit lane. And we can, I believe, head down now to hear from Anthony Jordan. So Anthony Jordan with our podium finishers from our second Audi TT Cup Racing event of the weekend.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, here with our race winner on that one. Well, Richard, well, certainly an interesting race. The first question that I'm going to ask is that did you actually know that your man in front had the time penalty?
I was that close behind him going over the start and finish line. I wasn't even concentrated on the boards, but yeah, no, I did. I seen he had a second penalty, and then I seen another board, but I wasn't taking it in at that point. I was just trying to get past him and just win it first square. Do you know what I mean? On track. But yeah, this place is just mega. Do you know what I mean? This is the first time I've been here, and it's a theme park ride. That's what it is. It's just unreal.
It was a solid drive from yourself. Congratulations on it. Well done. Enjoy the victory. You certainly seemed happy with it, but well done, Richard.
Cheers.
Excellent. Let's chat to our man who finished then in second place, who's actually now being spoken to. So we'll chat to our man here, Mr. Parkin. That was certainly an interesting race. You had quite a calm race at the end there, just really trucking it around.
Yeah, so I had Luke right behind me. They were flashing his lights, lunges into the hairpin, a bit of a lunge into turn one, which I think were never going to happen. But yeah, you've got to try everything around here. And yeah, I knew these guys were gone, so my race was with Luke behind to try and stay on the podium. Yeah, so it worked out pretty well, really. I think he definitely had me in a few places, but it was just about keeping the car as wide as possible, really.
Yeah, well, certainly a fantastic result for yourself. Well done. Enjoy the third place. We'll see you out later today.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for Scott Parkin. Had a brilliant one. Second place man, Ross McCarr, who is still currently getting spoken to. Hopefully we can have a quick chat before we have to cut to the Civics. And at the moment, obviously, he finished the race on the top spot, but unfortunately with the track limits on the race, well, what can you say about that? I mean, a brilliant drive. You had the lead for the entirety of it. What do you think to the track limits?
They're right. They're totally right. I can't. What can I say? I did. Richard put me under so much pressure. I was just trying to carry a bit too much speed into Clark's sort of every time, and you know, he kept it in lines and I didn't. So it's thoroughly deserved to him.
Yeah, it was a great drive though. Still a second place result. So you still maybe. No, I think you're good with it. But yeah, still race 3 though coming up later today. Are you still feeling confident for that one? Just bear in mind, keep it within those track limits.
I'm hoping for some rain. Let's make it a bit interesting.
Yeah, that's what we need. Bit of rain, that should shake things up. Well done, Ross. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for the Audi TT Cup. They'll be back out later today, but we will turn our attention now to the Milltek Sport Civic Cup. They are coming up next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony. Bit of recovery work being done after our latest race here at Knockhill, the Audi TTs. One of them needed to be recovered from a gravel trap, which has happened now. In fact, you can see that car making its way back to the pit lane. So won't be long before we release the Milltek Sport Civic Cup cars. But in the meantime, we'll take this opportunity to take a very quick break from the action here at Knockhill. Back with Civic Cup action in just a couple of minutes.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today. Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Here we go then. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Knockhill. Race number 2 of the weekend for the Milltek Sports Civic Cup is upon us, and it is their reversed grid race. This a triple header event for Civics as well as TCR. In fact, the first of 3 triple header events in a row for the Civic Cup. So lots of races crammed into the mid part of their season. And if yesterday's race is anything to go by, we're in for a treat here. Yesterday's race was absolutely sensational, and it saw Dan Thackeray claim his 3rd win of the season, and with it move into the championship lead. Once all is said and done, with things like drop scores being calculated, it is Dan Thackeray who takes the points advantage coming into this middle race of the weekend by 11 points over Alistair Camp, who led early on and then had an off, having gone and settled over the curbs at turn number 1 and slid across the grass, then was hit with a 5-second track limits penalty as well. It was a day to forget for the former champion, but he still sits 2nd in the points. Will Redford is then 3 points further behind him in 3rd, and he's just a solitary point ahead of Ryan Bensley, who's been one of the most improved drivers all season long. Ryan, despite not racing at the season opener at Snetterton, has been able to use them as his drop scores and arrives here very much as a title contender. This race, though, the reverse grid race, the top 10 finishers from yesterday have been inverted to give us the grid for race number 2. So it's Liam McGill, the local man, the Scot, who lines up on pole position, alongside Dan McDonald, very Scottish flavour, to the front of the grid. Alistair Camp will be starting 3rd after that penalty. Here is confirmation of that grid. McGill and McDonald row 1, Ali Camp then and Sam Kirkpatrick together on row 2, another Scot ahead of Alex Kite and Morgan Bailey to line up on row 3. Then it's Will Redford and Ryan Bensley, 2 of the title contenders, together on row 4, ahead of Max Edmondson and the points leader, yesterday's winner, Dan Thackeray. Jack Riddell will start 11th on the grid alongside Jordan Brennan, who celebrated his birthday a couple of days ago. Then it's Dave Marshall and Travis Chapman, Owen Hillman and Harvey Kate with Mark Hughes, Simon Welch, Andy Wheatley, Jackson White, Tommy Knight, Anthony Gannon and Jack Harding to complete the grid. Jack Harding with a failure on the car yesterday when he was running really well, and that was absolutely heartbreaking for one of our early championship contenders.
Bit of news for you. Alistair Camp apparently is not feeling too well.
Right, okay.
And I mean, he ain't feeling that car, middle of your picture, that brightly coloured car. He ain't feeling too good, apparently.
I think you feel better after a massage from you, Paul. That's
yeah. Why are you saying that?
Very grateful, everyone at home. You can't see what's going on in the comments right now. This is relaxing me no end before what's going to be a stressful 50 minutes.
You look stressed, mate. I thought you just needed a bit of a... I don't know why I'm actually doing it.
I have no idea, Paul.
You're
Thank
ticklish.
you very much, though.
You're ticklish.
Thank you very much, Paul. That's put me in exactly the right frame of mind for 15 minutes of Civic Cup action, which is about to get underway here at Knockhill, with Liam McGill and Dan McDonald on the front row of the grid. Lights go out, away we go, and a good start made by Sam Kirkpatrick by the looks of it from row number 2 of the grid. Pulls to the outside of Dan McDonald, but the lead I think will be held by the pole sitter Liam McGill. 3 wide for second, camping up the inside. There's contact further back as well, but Alistair Camp, feeling under the weather or not, has got himself into second with a really good start. Kirkpatrick there in 3rd place, and then everyone else trying to be 4th as they go through McIntyre's for the first time. A relatively clean start. Edmondson up a few places as well from 9th on the grid. Very impressed though, Paul, to see them all through the first few corners.
Wow, more impressive though is McGill. He's like, what is that, 3 seconds in the lead, 2.5 seconds in the lead? Unbelievable. Big lunges going through into Clark. And yeah, some of the FN2s getting involved as well. And only one car in the gravel comes back out. Jobs are good and game on. best racing of the weekend, this is.
I think so. This is always an exciting championship, one of our personal favourites. Look at that, a big dive up the inside from Max Edmondson in the area motorsport car. And I think that was Ryan Bensley, wasn't it, that he was slipping up the inside of. So another place gain for Edmondson. He's up for the fight today. In fact, they're still side by side, but he'll have the inside line when they get to turn one. Liam McGill is 1.5 seconds up the road, though. Ali Camp second, Sam Kirkpatrick third, and then this, the fight for fourth, is actually Dan McDonald, by mistake, who Edmondson is going past. And Edmondson does get past him now into fourth position from ninth on the grid. Paul Big sideways went from behind. That is Jordan Brennan, I think, going around right in the middle of the pack. How did they all miss it?
How did you see that behind the result graphic? The live time is someone squeezed on the gravel as we switch back to Jordan Brennan was maybe coming back on track, wasn't he? But yeah, that's because you said everybody's absolutely fine and no one had gone off yet. But yeah, McDonald getting a right old workout. That's Ryan Bensley behind him. Look how similar, don't they?
They do. Thank you, Paul. Very similar livery, but Ryan Bensley moving forward nicely, turning into a proper little racer at the moment. It's Ryan Bensley. I wonder who he learnt it all from. Down into the hairpin he goes. Not yet found a way past Dan McDonald, but I think it might be only a matter of time. Up and over the curve they go. Then it's Alex Kite next in behind, ahead of Jack Riddell, I think that was, who's ahead of Dan Thackeray. Thackeray has lost out in all of that, actually. Thackeray there just ahead of Will Redford. They both lost ground as a result of the Jordan Brennan moment. Brennan is still in a world of trouble as he comes over the hill, trying to defend on the inside line then from not one but two of the Pro Alloys cars.
It's all going off, isn't it? And you've got, I tell you what, he has been lucky there, Hilton. I thought he was going to go straight in the side down at Duffer's Dip. Got that because he's very dusty down there. You've got to be careful. Oh, I can hear tyres squealing on the track effect. Someone's touched the gravel but got away with it by the look of it. But they come through the chicane amazingly. These cars, 20-odd years old, and they're still smashing the curbs and getting away with it.
Yeah, and relatively few mechanical dramas yesterday, really, certainly of a curb-related nature. Screech of tyres with Dave Marshall there in the FN2, who managed to gather it together, having one of his best runs so far, actually, since moving out of the production class last year. And Dave Marshall, I know for a fact, this is one of, if not his absolute favourite racetrack in the country. However, he's losing out there to Jack Harding, I think that is, going up the inside line. So Jack Harding from the back of the grid, not out of championship contention yet. That was his third non-score of the season, but because he's scored so well in the other races that he's finished, he's still within about 20 points or so of the championship lead. So needs a good drive here, does Jack, and he's making good progress up from the back of the grid to 14th already.
Yeah, good stuff. There's a lot of purple sectors by Edmondson. He is in fourth place and he is looking like he is super quick as he's done fastest lap as he's just come across the line.
Yeah, and he's already on the tail, isn't he, of Camp and Kirkpatrick. Alistair Camp can't keep up with Liam McGill. Local knowledge working well for Liam, and the driver of car number 62 is now 1.6 seconds up the road. Camp second, Kirkpatrick third, Edmondson fourth. Those three absolutely together as a couple flirt with some track limits infringements there, you'd have to say, coming out of Clark's. The green stuff, it's my understanding, is fine. It's the red stuff that you don't want to be driving over, and a couple of them may be guilty of doing it just there. There is Dan Thackeray, meanwhile, Paul. Dan Thackeray only 11th, so he's lost a place from where he started. May have taken the championship lead yesterday, but at this rate, he might end up losing it again.
Yeah, it just shows you how it's not massively affected many people, the reverse grid that they've put in place. So a lot of these guys, McGill was fast yesterday, wasn't he? But he's definitely not. He's took the fastest lap himself, yeah. So still 1.6 seconds up the road, and great stuff.
And purple again in the first sector of the next lap, so continuing to extend the margin. Fairness, Camp in second place was only a couple of hundredths slower than him last time around, and Alistair will be satisfied with second. That is Morgan Bailey off the track, and that hands a position to Dan McDonald and Ryan Bensley. Bensley still hasn't got past McDonald, actually, and he's now got a fired up Morgan Bailey right on his rear bumper. That is 5th, 6th and 7th places going through, and then the next group behind featuring Alex Kite, Jack Riddell, Jordan Brennan and Dan Thackeray descending upon the hairpin.
Did we say we've seen Jordan Brennan going off at the first corner?
He was sideways, but he saved it. I think everyone else hit the brakes to avoid him, and he actually didn't lose any places. He is now, though. That's Jack Riddell up the inside.
Jack Riddell just put some manners on Jordan, saying, you going on the outside, mate? Don't think so, my man. But yeah, Liam McGill, a fastest lap again. He's just reeling them off.
It goes to show, we talk about local knowledge quite a lot when drivers get to their home track and we make out like it's a big advantage. Often that isn't really the case, but I do think Knockhill is one of those tracks, Paul, where the more laps you've done, the more it becomes muscle memory, the more of an advantage that does give you.
Yeah, it's places like this at the chicane, how you get through the chicane with forward momentum and don't have the car too sky high off the curbs and land correctly and where you anticipate picking the throttle up for traction. And Clark Curve, this one they're going through now, that is another technically difficult corner. It ain't just like 5 or 6 corners. This place is proper. You need to know where you're going, because you're off camber, on camber, and then you can really push it too much. Controlled aggression is what I always tell people.
Absolutely so. Out of the hairpin comes the battle for 5th place then. Still Dan McDonald hanging on quite nicely. They've got Alex Kite starting to get on them now. Liam McGill does another fastest lap there, 57.5. Alistair Camp can't get within half a second of him at the moment. 2.2 seconds is the lead margin. Camp being caught slightly by Sam Kirkpatrick on that lap as up the inside goes Dan Thackeray into turn 1. Tough move to make that. Jack Riddell bails for the runoff area and bounces back on. He's in danger of getting hung out to dry now. Jordan Brennan comes up the inside, so does Will Redford. And then Harvey Caton tags the back of Riddell. Can't quite get through, and that has dislodged the front bumper.
Wow, that was like a little tag. It looks like it's been punched outside a Glasgow nightclub.
An experience I'm sure you've never gone through yourself, Paul. Out of Clark's they go, up the railway straight. And yeah, Dan Thackeray with a lovely move that was, into turn 1. But unfortunately, it ends up costing a few places there for Jack Riddell. Thackeray then into 9th place now. Alistair Camp in 2nd, though outscoring him, and that was Jack Harding.
Jack Harding with the lunge of all lunges. Good effort in a new car, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Only the 2nd race, and of course didn't finish yesterday's race, unfortunately, but having started 23rd, not a bad drive this so far. Now, here comes Max Edmondson up the inside of Sam Kirkpatrick. That is for 3rd position. 2 Area Motorsport teammates getting very friendly.
That's a great move, that. Is that going to... Oh, that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work.
Oh.
And fair play, Edmondson, because you could have fired both of you guys off. That's great driving from Max. Brilliant.
The Max Edmondson of 2 or 3 months ago probably would have kept his nose in the door and there would have been contact. He is learning, I think. He has been very fast all season long, but just seemed to attract drama, didn't he? Put himself in some situations maybe he didn't need to be in. That was really heads-up stuff from the youngster.
Brilliant stuff. If I'm Sam Kirkpatrick, I would be offering my hand for a handshake after that, because he knows he could have fired him. But hopefully, if they're battling again, Sam can give him the same room. Great stuff from these Honda Civic lads.
As always, really squeaky clean stuff so far. There is Mr. Bensley still stuck behind Dan McDonald. The lead gap, by the way, is now 3.2 seconds with Alistair Campo 8 tenths, excuse me, ahead of Kirkpatrick and Max Edmondson. McDonald 5th, then Bensley, Bailey, Kite, Thackeray and Jordan Brennan inside the top 10, something we haven't seen a huge amount of in the recent past.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, actually. But to be fair, Edmondson, now he's got clear air. He's purple in Sector 1, so Edmondson could take fastest lap. But I've got to say, McGill is half a second consistently quicker than Ali Camp.
Yeah, and okay, Alistair's not feeling very well, but he's not going slow, Alistair. He's maintaining that 2nd place pretty well, running a good pace, but you're absolutely right about Max Edmondson, fastest of anyone in Sector 1. He's back on the tail now of Kirkpatrick, lost a bit of momentum, got out of his rhythm maybe when they went side by side a lap and a half ago. He's back on the tail now of the 3rd place man, who in turn, I would say on this lap, Paul, is gaining on Alistair Camp.
Yeah, they're definitely gaining on Campy. Maybe the heat's starting to get to him. But yeah, Campy comes across the line and he did a 57.8 and he is a 58.1. He's quite a way off. I mean, 2 tenths round here is a lot, but half a second is mind-blowingly fast.
And he missed the apex by a mile at turn 1, which is why Kirkpatrick's right on his rear bumper now, heading over the chicane. So 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and that's Edmondson! What a save from Max Edmondson! Got a wheel in the dirt. There's a bit of a puddle, I think, as well after some overnight rain. That was one of the saves of the day.
Mate, get yourself down the local newsagents and go and get yourself a lottery scratch card, because that was heart in the mouth stuff.
How he held on to that, I do not know. Max Edmondson, he's straight back on the attack as well as he rolls into the hairpin, onto the rear bumper of the man ahead. Then it is still McDonald ahead of Bensley, and there Dan Thackeray up the inside of Alex Kite it was Redford, sorry, trying to go around the outside of him, I think. No, there's Redford. Redford's dropped a place behind Jordan Brennan, so that was Thackeray up the inside of Kite as he tried to get 8th place. Brennan now up the inside of Redford. There is Dan Thackeray though, championship leader, making a little bit of progress. Is he? Alex Kite tries to turn in. There was a car on the inside, and look at the understeer on the 97 car.
Yeah, had a load of oversteer on entry and a load of understeer on the exit, so just too fast in. And yeah, these cars are well damped. I've driven a couple of them. They're very well damped. Got some fantastic suspension on them, and you need it round here.
Yep, out of Clark's goes Max Edmondson. Good exit speed there. Is he going to have a lunge? Of course he's going to have a lunge if there's a gap on the inside. If anyone's going to have a lunge, it'll be Max Edmondson. Looks to the inside line. That wasn't enough of a defensive move by Sam Kirkpatrick. And Max Edmondson is there. Now, he's been here once before and wasn't quite able to make the move stick. This time, though, gets a slightly better exit than he did last time around. The wide line, though, for Kirkpatrick gives him momentum up the hill. And they're door-to-door towards Duffus again.
Right, I'm not watching this, mate. I'm not. I honestly, around the outside, if he gets this done, no, I thought Kirkpatrick was going to have a go in. Do you know what? Kirkpatrick has left that door open just on the way into Duffus because he was very good to him on the previous few laps. That was great stuff. Max Edmondson, I've doffed my cap, mate. Good effort.
See, drivers often think that if they back down in a situation like that, then they'll get taken advantage of in the future. But actually, a good example there of how that's not the case. You earn your respect from the other drivers out on track. Dan McDonald nearly had an Edmondson moment in the background, but gathered it together. But yeah, Max Edmondson learning now how to make friends out on the track. They are teammates as well, so perhaps explains why they're being extra gentle to each other. That might not be the case, though, when Max Edmondson gets onto the tail of Alistair Camp, because Alistair Camp, the ex-area motorsport man, is now going to come under some serious pressure.
Did you see that understeer from Alistair Camp? The front axle on power. As soon as he picked up power, I could see the front tyres just giving up on the exit. And I think Campy now is going to be destroyed. Edmondson will just have him in 2 laps. Got to do it. 3 minutes left.
Yeah, 3 minutes, so time ticking on, but not quickly enough maybe for the former champion, who sits 4.3 seconds behind the race leader, Liam McGill. Through Butchers they go, hopping down into the dip and then up over the leap of faith that is the chicane. Inch per lap, all 3 of them there in fairness, over the curbs on the way through. First track limits penalty looks like it's come through, and it's for Alex Kite. Yep, 5-second track limits penalty for him, but hopefully that's the last we hear of that over the course of this race. He is running 9th on the road. That'll drop him out of the top 10, and it will bring Jack Harding back into the top 10 and gain him an extra point or so. Through the hairpin they go then. Edmondson's caught Camp. What can he do about him?
Oh, he's got so much understeer in that car, but he drives through the understeer. Campy goes in so fast, and then he picks the power up, and he must know something we don't, because that looks textbook terrible, but obviously he gets the power on. Edmondson is coming for him now.
Wider line in look into the first corner, so Camp feeling the need to defend, which is a bit strange. It's not really a place where you see a lot of overtaking from that far back anyway, and yet weirdly, despite going in tight, comes off the corner well and just pulls a car length or so over Edmondson. Now has to try and fire it over the top of the hill, can't carry the speed through there that Camp did. So Alistair using all of those years of Civic Cup experience to hang on to the place. Turns his way through Clark's, easy to pick up a bit of understeer there. Again, they use the curb to rotate the car on the inside line. And the gap's pretty static now, actually. Edmondson, he needs to get off Clark's better, doesn't he? Because he's not close enough to attack into the hairpin, and that really is the best passing spot on the track.
Yeah, it is, but Campy, look at the understeer he has. He gets out so well, though. He gets out so well, it doesn't cause him any grief. He just guns it, and I think he anticipates the VTEC. These cars run in VTEC in the Honda, so the valves open. I think it's around 5,500 revs. They open wider, give you more power and torque, but yeah, he's driven these cars a lot. He obviously knows better than I do how to get these cars out of slope.
Yeah, well, good run there through Duffus dip though for Max Edmondson. He's right on it, just cocks the right rear wheel in the air into McIntyre's. Running out of time now. There'll only be 1 lap left at the end of this one. Max Edmondson, how aggressive does he go, I wonder, to try and get the race win? Max Edmondson is 6th in the points. He's 43 behind Dan Thackeray on drop scores, so needs to go for it really. And of course, Alistair Camp being 2nd in the championship, that will be on Edmondson's mind too. Meanwhile, the 2 nearly identically liveried cars have been latched together all race long, seemingly. Dan McDonald and Ryan Bensley. But now Ryan really trying to find a way through as he heads towards the hairpin, where again Camp understeers towards the curb. That is Bensley to the outside of Dan McDonald. Dan McDonald will fend him off. Bensley has the better traction up the hill though. And as they begin the final lap, they are side by side for 5th place. Inside line for McDonald, outside line for Bensley. How brave is Ryan feeling? Has his nose ahead? Is he late enough on the brakes in the Pro Alloys racing car? No, McDonald fends him off. The Ben Sharp racing driver hangs on to the top 5.
Yeah, it's all happening now, isn't it? It's all happening now. They're fully lit. Oh, I don't know how it's going to end, but Bensley putting big pressure on. It's how you get through the chicane and set yourself up for big pressure into Clark. as we can see Camp in front, battling for that second place. He looks like he's really under pressure now, but under pressure is that man there, 73. He's really not loving life with Bensley behind him.
Here we go then into the hairpin for the final time. Alistair Camp defends the inside. Edmondson bailed out of it. Can he get the switch back? Don't think he will. All of this, though, is happening some 4 seconds behind the race leader, Liam McGill, who takes the checkered flag and claims his first ever victory in the Milltek Sports Civic Cup. Alistair Camp hangs on just about to second place. A great drive, that, actually, from an under-the-weather Ali Camp, with Max Edmondson third, Sam Kirkpatrick fourth, and Dan McDonald pips Ryan Bensley to fifth by about a tenth and a half in the end. Then Morgan Bailey, Dan Thackeray, Jordan Brennan and Jack Harding to complete the top 10. So definitely a points advantage there for Camp. Camp will score 35 points, and then I reckon about 15 will go the way of Dan Thackeray. So a 20-point swing. Remember, there were 11 points in it, but that will become a drop score, I think, for Dan Thackeray, who had, well, not necessarily, because Alton Park was a bit of a disaster for Dan, wasn't it? Didn't score in race 1 and then was outside the top 10 in, or I think it was 10th, wasn't he, in race 2. So no, that won't become a drop, and that will be a genuine gain in points then for Ali Camp. It might just put him back into the championship lead. We'll get confirmation of that. Oh, hang on. That's not the case, because Ali Camp has been given another track limits penalty. 5 seconds added onto his time. So McGill gets the win, Max Edmondson second, and Sam Kirkpatrick in third, Dan McDonald fourth, and Ryan Bensley comes home in fifth place. So apologies, that's a time penalty only appearing on the timing screen after the checkered flag. Ali Camp with the 5 seconds added on, ends up in 6th place, Morgan Bailey 7th, Dan Thackeray 8th, Jordan Brennan 9th, and Jack Harding 10th. So that immediately puts those points calculations out the window, because Will Redford, 3rd in the championship, only managed 12th in that race, just behind Harvey Caton. Alex Kite was 13th, Jack Riddell came home in 14th, and the top 15 then completed by Owen Hillman. And he was followed home by the spectacular Dave Marshall, Andy Wheatley, Travis Chapman, Tommy Knight, Anthony Gannon, Simon Welch, Mark Hughes and Jackson White, all 23 starters making the checkered flag. That is a great advert for what is a fantastic championship. Driving standards impeccable as always, but it is Liam McGill who gets his first win, and a great place for him to do it as well here at his home track of Knockhill. Yeah, Ali Camp for the second race in a row then, picking up a track limits penalty. So for 6th position, he'll score 21 points, and he'll only actually outscore Dan Thackeray by about 4 points, I reckon. So that will keep Thackeray ahead. Redford doesn't really gain anything. Bensley, one of the big winners then, he finishes in 5th place, gains a couple of points back. And Max Edmondson right back in it as well. It's all tightening up now as we head through the middle part of the season, which is exactly what we like to see. And we are now pretty much halfway through the championship. Actually, we've got 3 races after this weekend at Cadwell Park, 3 more at Silverstone on the national circuit, and then we'll be at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit to complete things back with TCR. The Civic Cup will be off the TCR package for the next couple of rounds as they race on some of the other BRSCC events, but there will be live coverage, I believe, still of those races on the BRSCC YouTube channels before they're back with us for that fantastic championship finale at Brands Hatch. Right then, podium time. Let's head back down to Paul O'Neill, who's catching up with our top 3 drivers.
Woohoo! Milltek Sports Civic Cup, not Willtek. That was an amazing race, and I am very happy for you. So, first of all, congratulations, Liam McGill. That was unreal. Talk me through those first 3 laps. Like, you must have put about 58 seconds on everyone.
You're that famous guy I see on the television all the time.
You're thinking about my sister.
That's why I wanted to win the race, was to speak to you. No, it was really good. I mean, last night I found out that I'd be starting pole, so this morning when I woke up, that's all I could vision was just getting a good start and a clean getaway, and that's exactly what happened. So it was good. I thought I would have had a little bit more pressure, but I think the guys must have been battling, so left me some breathing space, but more time to think and start making mistakes when it's like that, eh? So.
Did you manage it after about 7 or 8 laps, or could you have gone quicker? It just looked like you got up the road and then just looked after the car.
Yeah, kind of. I was a little bit tired as well. It was the first time I've been out in the Civic, so yeah, I just kind of managed it. I thought, don't make a mistake, because I have done that here before, built out a big lead and then put it in the stones, so No, I just managed it, I suppose, yeah.
Happy enough, though? That's a great start. I mean, car looks clean as well. You didn't really have any contact, just got away, and there was rumblings around the paddock about Alistair Camp actually not very well before the start of the race, so well, there you go. Good job I got you wearing that, mate, because you'll otherwise get a fine of £6,000, apparently, if you don't have that
right?
one. You'll be finishing racing for good, wouldn't you?
Need to go to the bank for a loan.
Good stuff, though. What are we going to do for this last race?
I think I'm starting 5th, so it's really just keeping the nose clean. Don't want to get in too much drama, especially when it is everybody else's championship. I'm just here for the one round this season, so I don't want to upset anybody. We'll just see what happens.
Well, you've done a great job, mate. Fair play. Lovely to meet you as well, Liam.
Thank you.
Well done, fella. Top work. Right, let's go and find Max Edmondson. Maxie Edmondson's over there. How's it going, mate? You okay?
Good, thanks.
Hello, mate. Well done. Hey, listen, put it there. That was one of the very best drives I've seen you do, and I'm going to tell you something now, mate. I thought it was getting a bit close at that chicane, and that was the right move, wasn't it? Back it out, come back again, and then put a great move on your teammate. Brilliant stuff, mate.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really going to get too wide through that chicane. Oh, you might, but it won't end very well. So I just backed out because I know Sam's very committed, and I wouldn't want to take us both out.
Talk me through your race. To be honest, I think you got stuck for maybe a couple of laps too much, and then you did struggle after that, to be fair. I thought you could have got a bit further up, but as it turns out, Campy was gone, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think I got from 9th to 4th, I think, or 4th or 5th in the first lap. So that sort of gave me a good rhythm. I couldn't really get past Sam without taking him out, so obviously I'd prefer to keep everyone on track. And then it was just a progress of if I could get past people. If I got past them, I think I might have had the pace to get up to Liam, but I don't think so. I didn't have enough time.
Biggest moment in your entire life through the chicane?
Which lap? I had it twice.
Only seen one, and even I was like, ah!
Yeah, I nearly died multiple times, but I'm alive, so.
Top man, good luck in the last one.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Right, follow me. Sam, well done, mate. Really pleased for you, fella. Did you know you'd got on the podium at the end, or did you think, oh, I don't know if I've got this?
No, I thought I'd come 4th, and then the man told me to pull in here, and I was like, I don't think I'm meant to be here, but then they told me, so yeah, it was good news.
Mate, we don't mind that. Next race, what are you thinking?
I'm not sure if we're doing any more this season, but we'll be doing the rest of the season next year, the full thing.
Top man, we'd love to see you again and come back. Good luck in this last race of the day.
Thank you.
Top man, right, okay. Let me find Mr. Gannon. Now then, my old fruit. How mad's that? We were only talking the other day.
We was at Goodwood Festival Speed, wasn't it? Yeah. Our friend Andy Toy introduced us, and he told you to come over and see me, so I thought I'd come and see you first.
I was going to say, you've kind of caught me out a bit, mate, to be fair, but absolutely made up for you. That is a fantastic result. And the great thing is this championship's difficult, but Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner, got to be happy.
Do you know what? I've been a spectator of the Civic Cup for 8 years with my family, and this means so much to me. This time last year, I was holding onto the fence, watching these guys doing this, never driven a car in my life, got training from Joe Hopkins, who's inspector at Goodwood Festival Speed, and now I'm here. I've just made up. I'm brought to tears, honestly. I didn't even know I had this. It's no, I'm absolutely made up. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm in that situation where I've been watching people be in that situation all these years. But
I'll tell you what we'll say. Give us a hug, mate. I'm well happy for you. That's brilliant. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well done. Absolutely great. What a great race. Just to tell you as well, Liam McGill was the winner of the Paul Winfield Trophy, which is fantastic too. Right, I'm going to throw back to you guys. See you in a bit.
Thanks, Paul. Cars leaving the pit lane then ahead of our next Ford Fiesta action of the weekend. It's the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. They had a race yesterday which was won by John Cooper, then it wasn't won by John Cooper, and then it was won by John Cooper again. He won on the road, but under the cloud of a jump start penalty that was then later rescinded under appeal. And so John Cooper re-inherited the race win from Alistair Kellett in second place. So finally, a bit of good fortune for John Cooper, who's not exactly been enjoying a huge amount of that so far this season. Alistair Kellett was second whilst Matt Look into his second consecutive podium finish in this, his debut season of racing in the 240s. This then is how they'll line up on the grid for race number 2 of the weekend. It is John Cooper on pole because he won yesterday, with Alistair Kellett alongside. Row 2 then for Matt Luff and William Kellett, son of Alistair, who starts just ahead of him. Albert Webster then and Joseph Knight together on row 3. Row 4, Simon Horriman and Zach Lucas. And on the 5th row, it is Gary Miller and Connor Blackburn. Barry John McHenry and Caitlin May are together then on row 6. Morgan Kidd was involved in a lap 1 tangle with Marco Ricci yesterday, and they'll share the 7th row of the grid today, whilst Archie Johnson and Sean Reynolds will complete the 16-car grid. That's how the field lines up then, ahead of 20 minutes of racing. Slightly longer race this one than some of the others this weekend. Scott Woodwish joins me again in the commentary box, and looking forward to this one. Really happy actually for John Cooper that the penalty was taken away from him yesterday. He re-inherits that race victory. I think that will do his confidence and his mood in the world of good as well.
Yeah, I think he would leave more than anything else. What was the phrase I said yesterday? It was he had all the luck this year and it's all been bad. And I think we kind of sank in our chairs thinking, not again, more bad luck. But thankfully, I think it was judged that I think it was wrong given the start penalty, because I think the rule is, I think as we got explained last night, is that so long as you're not moving before the red lights come on, then that won't be a jump start, because you haven't gained advantage, because you haven't left before anyone else has gone when the red lights has gone out. If that makes any sense to what I just said. If you have a jump start when the red lights are on and you move, that's a penalty. If you move in your grid spot as long as you're not over it before the red lights come on, that's not judged as a start penalty. That seems to be what happened, is that he moved and then stopped again before the red lights came on. So therefore, he was originally thought to jump the start, and then when it was looked back again, it realised that he hadn't, and they reinstated his victory, as you mentioned. So, and this is a circuit that he enjoys, because he won here last year once again as well. And that was a year last year when we raced in both directions. We raced in the regular clockwise direction and the anti-clockwise reverse direction in that one, and he won one of the races there. So circuit he enjoys. Again, like you said, do his confidence quite good, and now he's got a good chance to hopefully do it again, and this time without the possibility of a initial penalty hanging over him. So fingers crossed he can get it done, because he looks as though he's been pretty good form around here.
Yeah, had good pace and defended well at the front of the field from race-long pressure, really, from Alistair Kellett yesterday. So Alistair wasn't ever able to find a way past him, and John Cooper held on to claim the win, although how much of that was down to Alistair thinking that Cooper had a penalty and therefore that he didn't really need to attack, I'm not so sure. I think he was still pushing hard to try and get past him. There were a handful of drivers who picked up track limits penalties yesterday. Those sadly weren't rescinded. One of them was Matt Luff, but because other drivers ahead of him picked up more track limits penalties, Zach Lucas namely getting a 10-second penalty, Luffy was able to pick up third place. Still looking for his first win in the ST240 Championship is Matt, and he'll be starting this one from third on the grid. Cars then moving uphill towards their starting positions. They get 2 green flag laps because they run on slick tyres, the SD240. They really are proper little touring cars, these, and on slick tyres on a cold and blustery day like this. Well, actually, I don't know, Scott. I've not been allowed out of my commentary box yet today. Is it still chilly out there? It looks a bit brighter than yesterday.
It's a bit brighter. It's a little bit more milder. It's not as cold as it would have been yesterday. But no, it's better conditions out there. You can see there's a bit of sunlight peeking through, which was rare in Scotland these days. But either way, it looks quite bright there. Pretty decent conditions for racing. Wind's a bit blustery, but apart from that, it should be, pretty sorted conditions for this second race.
I'll tell you what, if Greg Graham from the BRSCC managed to pick up a sunburn yesterday, I do hope that he's taking cover today, because this is a tropical summer's afternoon here by mid-Scotland standards, and I do hope that he and the rest of the Scottish locals out here this weekend are taking proper precautions. Right then, 20 minutes on the clock for the AIRTEC Fiesta ST240 Championship. Pole position is held by John Cooper, the red car on the left, the blue and grey on the right is Alistair Kellett. The revs rise, the red lights go out, and who is going to get the whole shot down into turn 1? Kellett is away well, he's got his nose in front, but John Cooper isn't going to want to give away that inside line. He's coming back at him now as they drop down into Duffer's Dip, into the right-hander. Kellett tries to stick it out around the outside. That is so brave on cold tyres, but he's going to be rewarded, is he, for his bravery? He's got his nose ahead, late on the brakes, and gets the lead, runs a bit wide, just keeps it on the Highland, and Alistair Kellett into the lead of the race. Then Cooper second, Luff there in third, and a good start made by Albert Webster, Scott, to jump from 5th on the grid to 4th.
Yeah, he's got ahead of William Kellett at that point in time, but that was brave stuff from Alistair Kellett using all of his experience. I thought he might have to back out of it, but this is Alistair Kellett we're talking about, former Fiesta champion. He wants this title, having missed out over the last 2 years, in 2021 to Rob Smith, in 2022 last year to Jensen Brickley. He wants the title again, his second Fiesta title after he got it back in 2016, and he's determined to try and get that happen. He really had to get that victory. I think he got away with a little bit. Well, Simon Horrible didn't get away with that. He almost went the back of all people's Zachary Lucas, who was having some fun and games with yesterday. But I was saying, Alistair Kellett, this year, he's that determined to get the title. He does not want to miss out on it this time. So, yes, he ran a little bit wide, but he managed to hold on to the position, and he leads the opening lap with John Cooper on his tail. So it's roles reversed this time. It's now Alistair Kellett being the hunted rather than the hunter that he was yesterday.
significant that Albert Webster gained some ground, and there you can see him hunkered up behind Matt Luff now. 4th position for Webster. He is the championship leader, remember, coming into the weekend. Lost a chunk of points to Alistair in yesterday's race, though. Alistair Kellett 2nd in the points, and wants to try and get those points back again today. He's into 4th. He looks as though he's got the pace here to challenge Matt Luff for 3rd. Maybe chase after the top 2. 3 Clarks they go. All starting to concertina a bit now behind the reigning Civic Cup champion. Car number 72 with some defending to do. Down towards the hairpin he goes. Hard onto the brakes, late on the brakes there for Luff, despite that inside line. Webster though jigs to the outside of the last second. That was a really bold move, understeers out wide, and Luff left him so much space there, but Webster is slow off the corner. William Kellett goes up the inside. They are 3 by 3 across the line. Someone is going to have to bail out of this situation. It might be Webster in the middle, actually. That understeer on the exit cost him momentum. Luff goes back through, but Kellett might get past both of them. He does. Oh, they both run wide again. Webster up the inside. Superb racing. Luff over the grass, and Webster's on the podium.
I tell you what, I was surprised at how Albert Webster pulled it off out the hairpin, because he really hooked the inside wheel over the inside sausage curve, and that seemed to kind of sort of drag him around the corner. It didn't give him too much traction off it because he was a little bit slower. Kellett got the better run as Gary Miller goes off the road in the background, but again, just pulled off the perfect undercut in towards Duffer's Dip. Got 2 for the price of 1, and Albert is up into 3rd place. Superb stuff.
Fantastic racing. That is how you do it. 3 wide into and through Duffer's Dip, and somehow they all came out the other side in complete reversed order, basically. Matt Luff now down into 5th, and he is not going to be particularly pleased with that. It was a very bold lunge by Webster, who now understeers 2 wide again out of the hairpin. He dips 2 wheels into the dirt. William Kellett gets the run on the outside, and Matt Luff might try now and do to them what they did to him a lap ago. He looks up the inside line. They're 3 abreast again into turn 1. Kellett on the outside, Luff on the inside. William Kellett goes through, and can Luff now get the better of Albert Webster, who hangs it tough around the outside, slots back in between them, and William Kellett now moves into a podium place. Albert Webster just a little bit, right on 2 wheels for Webster, almost went over. That opens the door for Luff, and just like that, Webster's back down to 5th place. He is living life on the edge.
And let's not put hot sauce on their cornflakes this morning, because they're absolutely on it. There's Zachary Lucas again running a little bit wide, but in these ST240s, they are throwing these things around Knockhill like anything else.
It's that strange square sausage they serve you for breakfast here, I think, at Knockhill. That's it's got into their systems and driven them all a little bit mad, I reckon.
Yeah, don't let Greg hear you that one, because you'll never hear the end of it. Anyway, back to the racing here. Something certainly got them woken up this morning, because they're heading up through the hairpin now once again. This is now to complete lap 4. Alistair Kellett still leads. He's got a lead now of about 0.3 of a second. So Cooper's not letting him get away here. Those 2 were locked together, but they pulled away as a pair from the rest of the pack from behind them. It's William Kellett into 3rd place. So it's Kellett's currently 1st and 3rd on the road. It's farther ahead of Son at this point. And it's Luff 4, Bubs to 5th. Here comes Simon Horrobin in his usual antics up the inside. Throws it up past Joseph Knight prematurely, and then he goes over the outside AstroTurf to lose a position. Now he's going to come under threat from behind from Gary Miller. He comes over the chicane here. Look at that proper touring car style rumbling over those curves. It's fantastic to see. That's the classic Knockhill touring car style shot, when they're just flying over the curve, 2 wheels in the air. It's an amazing sight, and these 240s, these 240s genuinely, they really seem fired up for this second race. They were good yesterday, but they're in particularly good form this afternoon for this second one.
They are, aren't they? I think they're all learning the circuit. They're all gaining in confidence and getting well and truly stuck in now in this second race of 3 this weekend. That's the good news. We get to do this all over again later on in the afternoon. Up and over the hill they go. Gary Miller's on the grass again. There is a rallycross course here at Knockhill, Gary, but that's not part of it, and you're not supposed to be racing on it. Out on the dirt he goes, loses momentum, but actually I don't think lost a position from that. Back through Duffer's Dip they go. Matt Luff now seems to be warming to the challenge, doesn't he? He's not being dropped here by William Kellett. He's fending off, just about Albert Webster, who ducks to the outside. Luff now might run wide on the exit. Can Webster get to the inside? No, that's where Matt Luff got past him, remember, a couple of laps ago. But as they do now start to do battle, so William Kellett just gains a bit of an advantage. Contact into the boot goes Webster. They were both out of control then over the top of the hill, and now that invites Zachary Lucas to the party.
Yeah, and he's had full advantage yesterday, battling with Simon Horrobin all throughout that race. It's now 3 of them all together as their nose to tail. Trying to give him the push down the back straight towards Taylor's hairpin. I should check in with the club class quickly. John McHenry leads that one from Morgan Kidd, who had a spin on the first lap of the race. She's up to 3rd now. She's the club class leader. Sam Webster gives another friendly love tap next to the Taylor's hairpin. Go on, get up the hill, get some traction. Go on, push, because we've got Zachary behind us and Joseph Knight. Simon Horrib's also dropped back a little bit. Here's the club class, so thankfully Luke and directors are listening to me. That was Morgan Kidd, I think, has got ahead of Caitlin May, so 2 of our female racers within the field are moving up the order. But there's Barry John, who's got a car that's very similar looking to Alistair Kellett, but he's actually moved teams to 2010 Motorsport, but he started with Kellett Motorsport. He's another one of the Irish drivers that have come across to test their skills. The Irish Fiesta racing scene very popular over there, of course, with the Z-Techs, and they're using all the curbs and a bit more. It's Albert Webster using all the road on the exit on that one. Again, I told you they've woken up and had something in their cornflakes, but they're absolutely flying around here and using all the track and all of it. And dare I say the word track limits penalties, because they're certainly testing the limits of it at this point, aren't they?
Well, yes, we're only about a third of the way into the race, and I reckon a couple of them might have racked up a warning or 2 by this point. Onto the brakes, into the hairpin. Joseph Knight, as you quite rightly said, joining in this battle now as well. Having a reasonably strong run is Joseph. I don't think we've seen him, third in the championship, but yet to win a race this season. He's been on the podium a couple of times. Meanwhile, this is the fight for the race win. Alistair Kellett and John Cooper still nose to tail. It really all came down to the first 10 seconds or so of the race, didn't it? So far, Kellett getting the jump on Cooper. That's why he knew it was so important to do so, because they're so close on pace here. There was a good chance that whoever led into turn 1 would spend a good amount of time out in front.
Yeah, these two seem to be particularly enjoying Knockhill this weekend. Talk about Joseph Knight. He took his first 2 podiums of the season last time out at Alton Park, a third and a second place. So his confidence is certainly up, and he's improving. Good to see we've got 2 Fiesta Junior graduates up in the top 3, coming up towards the top of the standings going into the weekend. Alistair Kellett then holding on to it. 2 more of the experienced taskmasters of the championship, Kellett and Cooper. On the hairpin they go, and William Kellett certainly using all of his expertise in Fiesta. Of course, he's raced in, I'm not sure if he's done the STs over in Iowa, but he has done the Fiesta Z-Tech, something quite popular over there, and I think he's been a champion over there before. There's Kellett now. Not comfortable going immediately to the inside line. Yeah. That's missing a front bumper. That's Connor Blackburn, who won the club class yesterday. He's back in 5th in class and 14th overall. But he's just lost a spot, I think, to Archie Johnson. And number 10, one of the Jam Sport cars. I think it's one of the only couple of Jam Sport cars, the only one this weekend. There is also Ollie Turner that they run, but he's not made it this weekend. So he came into the weekend 6th in points, but he'll drop down the order and will probably use this weekend as his drop scores, unless he has any other incidents which might deter him a little bit.
Just stuck to the edge of the red there for Alistair Kellett, pushing on, isn't he, to keep John Cooper behind him. To the hairpin they go, 11 minutes 20 on the clock, and just nothing that Kellett can do here to escape from yesterday's eventual race winner. And as they round the hairpin again, there is less than a car length in it. Cooper carries a bit more speed through the middle of the corner, just loses him a little bit of exit speed perhaps. Then it's William Kellett in behind, as the rest of the field stream through. Down towards turn number 1 we head. John Cooper not quite as close this time as he was a lap ago. He was forcing a bit of a defensive manoeuvre out of Kellett last time through here. Alistair confident enough there to take the normal racing line. Keeps the second placed man behind him from understeer. They pick up there, carrying that speed. They've got quite a high centre of gravity, these cars, for a short wheelbase hatchback, and so very easy to pick up that understeer, not only on corner exit with the turbo kicking in, but on corner entry as well. And Alistair Kellett and John Cooper both fighting that through every turn, and of course as you go over those crests the car gets light, it naturally picks up a bit of understeer anyway. Not easy to keep that in check. Albert Webster, by the way, has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 58.034. Still down in 5th position, hasn't yet made any further progress since we last saw him. Compares to Alistair Kellett's fastest lap yesterday of a 57.7, so we're about 3/10 slower than we were yesterday. Almost every race we've had so far today here at Knockhill, the pace has been quicker today than yesterday, and I wonder whether this is just the sunlight coming out now, warming up the track a bit, just slowing things down a touch.
I wonder also have to bear in mind is that we have had a whole set of races for this morning, and also another TCR race as well, so all that rubber that's gone down will be helping to make the track a little bit quicker, which will certainly help out. And of course we had some overnight rain, so that any rubber that was laid down yesterday would have been washed away particularly, so it would have been a particularly green circuit, so probably that might have been a contributing factor on top of that as well. With the crest they go. You're right about how high these Fiestas sit, but also they're also very, very stiffly sprung as well, which means when you see them go over bumps, it's not as if they really absorb them, they just bounce and bob around. Either the rear end tends to be quite skitterish when you go over the bumps and stuff. We even saw, I think yesterday, I think it was in the ST240s, I can't remember exactly who it was, but they hit the brakes. They hit the brakes so hard that the rear wheels came off the ground. So they really do stand on the pedal. We should also point out, you see some of them like Zaka Lucas here for a second. You might be thinking, why is the indicator of the hazard lights going on? Ironically, it's quite a funny thing because these cars are fitted with ABS, but they can't turn the ABS kind of headlights off. So essentially, so whenever you, or kind of the whenever you hit, these guys hit the pedal so hard on the ABS, but it sets off the system where if you have to brake hard to try and avoid an accident, and they do actually flash the hazard lights as a result of that. That's Simon Horrobin flying through past Zachary Lucas, so these two once again going at it like they did yesterday. And it's interesting that there are a couple of drivers who are choosing not to run the front splitter, whereas others do, whether it's because one of their front splitters is damaged or others because they prefer the handling of the car without it. Simon Horrobin's car running without a front splitter, and Zachary Lucas and Joseph Knights, for example, are both running with, so it's obviously an optional splitter that you can put on. Lucas again bumped over the curb, but again, where did we see this before? These two nose to tail with Lucas on Horrobin's tail. Wonder what's going to happen down here at Taylor's hairpin.
Yeah, let's see what happens then. Can Zach Lucas find a way back through? Not really close enough this time into the hairpin. So Simon Horrobin stays in front. Back to the fight for third. And look how Matt Luff and Albert Webster, well, they're going side by side now. So they had gained some time on William Kellett, but now they're going side by side. They're likely to lose that time. Is Luff going to lose that place, though? Webster gone through already. So despite the fact that Albert Webster's got a bit of loose bodywork at the front of the number 2 car, he's back into 4th position. Had good speed over the hill. Better exit from the hairpin, assisting him with that, I'm sure. And he's now onto the tail of William Kellett. So can Albert Webster get himself back onto the podium? Webster has had already 4 podium finishes, in fact, coming into this weekend. All of them coming in the 4 races immediately before Knockhill. 2 at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, 2 at Alton Park. Missed out on the podium yesterday, of course, but looking to try and get back to it here. Down the railway straight. Is he close enough to have a go at Kellett into the hairpin? Certainly have a think about it. He looks to the inside, then dives back for the racing line, and then jigs to the inside at the last second. He loves that late lunge, doesn't he? Lulls them into a false sense of security, makes William Kellett think that he doesn't need to defend, and then jigs to the apex at the last second. It's a bit of a block pass, though, so they're both slow off the exit. And here we go again, side by side. Matt Luff keeping a watching brief, in fact, almost giving Albert Webster a bit of a shove down the hill. Webster on the inside line. Is he going to go through? Neither of them wants to give way. Webster back into 3rd place. He's a bit sideways, though. Kellett tries to come back at him. Luff doesn't know where to put himself to try and avoid trouble, but also gain some ground. And this time I think Webster will make 3rd place his own. But a really good drive this from Albert Webster. He's made some good overtakes, and if he doesn't get too sideways at the chicane, he might now be able to make that 3rd place a little bit more secure.
Yeah, he's certainly proving himself as a fine Fiesta Junior graduate. Never won a race in the Fiesta Juniors, but then finally got his first victory. Didn't take it on the road because he got it courtesy of a penalty for Simon Horrobin, but he would desperately love to actually get that first victory where he crosses the line first rather than following somebody in with a penalty. Ultimately, as a driver, you take any victory as it comes, but that first victory where he's gone and got it as the first one across the line, that's the one that he'll savour more, I'm guessing, than the one that he got from Alton Park. You certainly have to keep back and try and hold on to 3rd, though, because William Kellett is giving a massive hurry up, particularly out of the hairpin. Matt Luff is watching on, and another Fiesta Junior graduate behind him, Joseph Knight, is right there in the yellow car, watching brief in 6th position. Down the hill they go through Leslie's, just over the big red curb on the inside. And then just on the power again, just under 6 minutes to go. Understeering wide there for Webster, but there's enough grip to hold him in position. Over the curbs again. The way the car just moves around, he kind of pitches it so you kind of, as the car lands, he's already turning for the second part, and that just gets the car a little bit loose as it lands back on the ground again.
I think if you can go well at Knockhill, you'd probably make a half-decent rally driver, wouldn't you? Because the car seems to spend more time in the air than it does on the ground, and it's all about that weight transition from side to side as you go over the crest through the chicane. There is no more spectacular corner on any circuit, for my money, in the United Kingdom. Just a fantastic place to come and watch racing. Albert Webster has more racing to be done here. I think he's not escaping from Kellett and Love, and William Kellett would quite like to get back onto the podium if at all possible. William just missing out on it yesterday with a 4th place finish, but he's ahead of Matt Luff this time around and wants to try and get back ahead of Albert Webster. Down the hill they come then through the first turn, hopping over the corner. They get quite a bit of hang time, these cars, again, because they've got that high centre of gravity. They don't just drop instantly back onto the ground. Lots of 2-wheeled action, as we've seen from all 3 of these, particularly Albert Webster through the race. Hits one curb at the chicane, taps the other one. Neat and tidy, and by taking a little bit less curb there than Kellett, Webster got a bit more traction off the corner and just pulls half a car length or so.
Yeah, those curbs are so tempting to ride all over, but ultimately, as the saying goes, the more boring it looks, the faster it is. So yes, it might look spectacular getting over the curbs and getting sideways, but you're only going to compromise, you're going to kid yourself and compromise your line and lose a lot of time to the cars around you. Back around the brakes into the hairpin come the leaders, the battle for 3rd, I should say. William Kellett is definitely not letting Albert Webster out of his sub. Webster, I think, driving well in this one, keeping William at bay. William, of course, he's still quite young himself, but he's got quite a lot more experience in racing Fiestas over the last few years than Albert has, of course. Albert, this is his first proper full season at senior level. He spent the last 3 seasons in the juniors. As I mentioned, he came close on more than one occasion, just didn't get that first circuit win. Got to Alton Park, and now his confidence seems to be really up, and he comes into the weekend, of course, having led the championship. Just quickly looking at data to our attention up ahead, looks like Kellett's now got the gap up to about 7/10 as William Kellett's the latest one to throw it up on 2 wheels at the second part of that bigger part of the chicane over the crest. Just now put Matt Luff on his rear bumper as they come up through Clark's. And now onto the run towards Taylor's hairpin. So it looks to me that little mishap there over the curve for Kellett, taking too much curve, is only now putting back into the clutches of Luff to possibly see him lose 4th place if he's not too careful.
Indeed so. Lead gap 7/10 now, by the way. Alistair Kellett just starting to stretch his legs, although it comes back down to half a second again. So John Cooper not giving up yet on the race win. There they go. Look down into turn 1. 3¼ minutes still to go, so a few more times around the Knockhill circuit for John Cooper to try and find a way past Alistair Kellett, but it's really been a repeat of yesterday's race, just in the other order, hasn't it, with Kellett leading the whole way. They've got Sean Reynolds just ahead of them, who's about to go a lap down. He has picked up a 5-second track limits penalty as well, so he's been in the pit lane for something, picked up a penalty, and is about to go a lap down, so not the most productive of days, unfortunately, for the driver of car 777. Leaders then head out onto the railway straight again. Kellett and Cooper not quite latched together nose to tail, but John Cooper close enough to be in the mind of Alistair Kellett. Just a small distraction to the race leader as they turn their way now towards the end of another lap. This the 18th lap being completed 21 laps in the 20 minutes yesterday. And should be on course at a similar pace today to do the same. Gap down by another 10th there, so Cooper just rallying back here in the closing stages. Is he going to be able to make a move then?
So back marker coming up to the 777, Sean Reynolds, he might be a factor if they both come a cropper and Alistair Kellett can't get through quick enough. As the pack comes through, 2 minutes to go, you have spotted something, you're looking quite quizzical.
I may have forgotten this. Did we see Matt Luff get back ahead of William Kellett?
I don't think we did, no, so that is a change of position. That's now Matt Luff into, 4th place, you're absolutely
happened
right.
on the last lap, actually, yeah.
It happened the previous lap, so Luff is a 4th now, and he's going after his 2nd podium as Albert Webster. If you want a podium, driving like that, you're going to lose it quicker than you're going to gain it by doing stuff like that. Minute 3/4 to go. Gap is coming down again a bit more. It's now 4/10 of a second between Kellett and Cooper at the front. This is still the fight for 3rd going on. Should mention that Sean Reynolds, even though he's at the back, he's also been given looks like a time penalty for, my guess is 5 seconds for track limits.
Yes,
it is, so wait and see. And thankfully, touch wood, well, I won't say the next part of my sentence because otherwise I might curse it. But
well, that was a plastic table you were tapping then anyway, Scott, so if anything, you've put the
there's a wooden table
now.
next to me here, so I'll knock that instead. Anyway, minute and a bit to go then, and still Kellett leading now. The gap's gone back up by a couple of tenths to 7/10 now, so it just seems as though it's kind of ebbing and flowing a little bit between the top two. And Webster's got a tiny bit more breathing space here in 3rd place to try and pull away, so he looks a tiny bit more comfortable, but Luff is still trying to keep up. And Kellett, I think he's more resided to just sitting back and taking 5th position, unless something happens to the 2 cars in front. But he looks as though he's just resided to where he's going to sit here and night the same in 6th position. In a bit of no man's land, he's got about 2nd and a bit or so over Horrobin, who seems to be far enough back. Oh, it's just a backwards sign. Horrobin was way up on 2 wheels at Clark Curve. He doesn't care if he's back in 7th place. Anyway.
Matt Luff, 5-second penalty, track limits. That's a shame. So, again, this battle is not particularly relevant unless Webster picks up a penalty. But at the moment, Matt Luff, who benefited from other people getting penalties, yes, well, he picked up a 5-second one himself, but still managed to benefit from Zach Lucas's penalty, has now unfortunately picked up another one himself. We'll still wait and see if that's the last one. We are on to the last lap, though, that which I can tell you, and it is Alistair Kellett from John Cooper, the top 2, diving down through the dip and up into the chicane. John Cooper having a go at this, the car all out of shape over the top of the hill, but manages to keep it all together. Just dropped a length or so to Kellett, though, who should now have this one in the bag, you would think. Alistair Kellett, who so far this season had already won 3 races, thought he'd won a 4th yesterday, only to have John Cooper's jump start penalty rescinded, and that meant that John Cooper took the race win again after all. This time around, though, hopefully Alistair Kellett will get to keep the win. Out of the final turn he comes then, and the 2nd race of the weekend in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship is going to go the way of Alistair Kellett. John Cooper comes home in 2nd position. Albert Webster will be 3rd, with William Kellett in 4th, and we then wait to see how far down the order Matt Luff will drop with the 5-second penalty. He's going to fall behind Joseph Knight. He's going to fall behind Simon Horrobin as well. So they were both just within 5 seconds. Zach Lucas misses it out, ironically, again, from benefiting from the Matt Luff penalty. He will come home in 8th ahead of Gary Miller and Barry McHenry, who will claim the victory there in the club class. So victory for him in the club class. Alistair Kellett and John Cooper both run within the Masters category, incidentally. So they will be top 2 within that class, but the overall race win as well goes to Alistair Kellett, and that's the thing that he's going to be the most satisfied with. I think it means that he will take more points out of Albert Webster, but whether it's enough for the championship lead just now, I'm not entirely sure. Kellett the winner, Cooper second, and Albert Webster coming home on the podium in 3rd, the first of the non-Masters drivers. William Kellett then in 4th place ahead of Joseph Knight, with Simon Horrobin 6th. Matt Luff 7th after the 5-second penalties applied, with Zach Lucas 8th. Gary Miller 9th, easy for me to say, and Barry McHenry in 10th position, claiming the victory in the clubman class. The rest of the runners, in fact, for the time being, were their clubman drivers. St Morgan Kidd and Caitlin May were 2nd and 3rd, respectively, in that class, ahead of Archie Johnson and Connor Blackburn. Marco Ricci, the last of the finishers on the lead lap, but again, we did get all 16 starters to the flag, with Sean Reynolds claiming the last position in the race, having also picked up a 5-second penalty and had an unscheduled visit to the pit lane. So, good stuff there from the 240s. As I said, they have their 3rd and final race to come later on today, which I seem to recall features some sort of a reversed grid. That will be due to start at 20 to 5. We've got 2 more races before the lunch break. The final detail, Fiesta ST150 Challenge, will be up next. A 15-minute race for them, and then the Knockhill ModSports Championship will have their first of 2 races this afternoon. If you're sticking around waiting for the next TCR UK action, then that will be getting underway after the lunch break. So we'll have build-up from about 1:30. We'll be out on the grid walk again, the public grid walk here at Knockhill, which always goes down very well. That will be kicking off at 1:30. And the race due to get underway at around about 1:55. Bit of work to be done by the marshals then to pick up some bits of errant Ford Fiesta, but it was, generally speaking, a pretty clean race. That's some fantastic racing in that 5 for 3rd in particular. The move that Albert Webster made against Will Kellett and Matt Luff was one for the ages at turn 1. He then had to do it all again a couple of laps later, got back into 3rd place, defended nicely to the flag, and takes a very valuable podium finish, for which he will score, I think I'm right in saying 42 points. Kellett will score 50 points, and so takes 8 points further out of him in the championship. But he came into the weekend some 25 points behind, so it'll be nip and tuck now between those two. We'll try and do the maths actually before the 3rd and final race a little bit later on in the afternoon. We are able to, I think, now head down into Parc Ferme, where once again it is Anthony Dorden ready to catch up with our top 3 finishers.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, here with our race winner on this one, 2nd yesterday, but Alistair, well, what a race that was. The sun is shining, no chance of any rain. What were we worried about?
No. Apart from the start, because John always gets really good starts, and I managed to get him in the first corner, and that was it. It was like roles reversed from yesterday, where he got in front of me, and we're just so even match on times that it's very hard to... it's just we're to and fro for the whole race, so good. It's always good to race with John. I'm actually delighted he got the win yesterday. He got his 10-second wins in it, so I'm delighted he won yesterday as well. So yeah, brilliant race, and great for the championships. I lost a little bit in Knowlton there with the first race that I didn't finish, so just chipping away at it again, so we'll see what happens.
Well, solid result for you. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for AIRTEC Kessel. Let's see if we can chat to Mr. Cooper. John, let's have a quick chat. John, 2nd place in this one. Good result, though, for you still. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, I enjoyed that. Alistair got me off start, and it was just, I couldn't get past him. We were very, very similar, and it'd have been a mad lunge to even have a go, so I hoped he was going to make a mistake or run wide, and he just didn't. Drove a clean race. So.
It was indeed. The sun is shining on this one. Race 3 is coming up later on today. What do you think the weather's going to do? Is it going to hold out for us?
A little bit of rain might spice things up a little bit, so should be interesting whatever happens.
Yeah, well, solid result. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent done there for Mr. Cooper. Let's see if we can find... well, we would have had Matt Luff, but unfortunately with his time penalty, he's not going to have that one. So let's chat to Webster. 8, that was a challenging race, I think, to say the least. But from your point of view, how do you think it went?
Yeah, I was buzzing. At the start of the race, I was struggling on straight line speed, but then I was just figured out what I could do to make it a little bit faster. Did it, and I was just buzzing. Yeah, I was trying to keep up with William and Math. They're really, really quick. Towards the end, I just let my middle of the race, I just let my tyres cool down for a couple of laps, come back through and started attacking them again, and just about got through.
Thanks, solid results still. Sun was shining on you on this one. Well done, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Let's see if we can chat to a couple more. Let's chat to Morgan Kidd here. Morgan, again, sun is shining, car's looking very pink, but that's a lot of damage you got on the side of that one. Talk us about that.
So first lap, going into the first corner yesterday, just got tapped from the rear as we were going in, spun. Guy that tapped me got a big tank slapper on and just came smashing into the side of me. But it's one of those things, it's what happens at the beginning of a race. You're going in so fast and you're going to brake a bit earlier because I was already behind someone, and then this racing incident at the end of the day. Yeah.
Lots happen. It's a busy old grid, isn't it? There's plenty of racing left to go. You've got one more race this weekend. How do you think it's going to go? Feeling confident?
I'm feeling a lot more confident for that one. Should be good at the start. Because we're further up the grid, I couldn't actually see the lights in that last one, so I was just judging it off the car in front of me. So hopefully we'll be good and go with the front pack in the next one.
That'll be the main one, won't it? Well, best of luck for that one. Cheers, Morgan. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can chat to Mr. McHenry, who is just here. Barry, solid race again from yourself. Yesterday, you gave me some fantastic sound effects. Hopefully, we can get a good recap of that today. Talk us through the race.
No sound effects today. No, good start. Got up one place and I was all over Gary. The tyres just went towards the end, loads of understeer. And no, really happy. Win in class, we'll always take that. 10th pace was, you still need a little bit, but look, we go again. Big hello to Ollie at home, we know he's watching, so no, delighted with that great weekend so far.
Yeah, fantastic race for you. Sun kept shining on us, but race 3 coming up later on today. Still feeling confident for it?
Yeah, hopefully it could rain. Look, it was due to rain all weekend and it hasn't so far, so look, I hope a good dry race. We'll do our best to try and get a class win again and then hit the ferry, hit home, go for a pint.
Excellent, that's what we want to see. Cheers, Barry, thank you very much. I want to have a quick chat because the cars are heading their way off. Caitlin, there is cars going out on track. One quick word, again, nice solid result for you. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, I'm happier. The cars get better, so we're working forward. It's a good way to go.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Caitlin May there. Great stuff for the 240s. 150s now make their way out onto the track. Oh, blimey. Here we go.
Get your teeth back in, Anthony. We'll hear from you again in about 15 minutes' time because the, as he said, or we tried to say, the ST150 cars are heading out onto the track now for their second race of the weekend. First race yesterday was a very close one, won by Chris Grimes, another jump start penalty that was later taken back, so he re-inherited the race victory. Will therefore be starting from pole position. Paul Dobson alongside him thought maybe that he'd won the race, but ended up finishing in second place. Sam Beckett and Matt Pimblett will then share row number 2 with Thomas Aiken and Dan Robinson on the third row together. Michael Blackburn, ex-XR 3 man, I think he was, wasn't he, rather than XR2. Michael Blackburn won in the Masters category, started 7th on the grid alongside Mark Blunt, with Alec Townley and Richard Steele completing the top 10. Then it was Aidan Vickers and Chris Flynn, with Matthew Morton and Ron Lufstad together on row 7. Then 3 who didn't finish, Dan White and Anthony Sullivan were not finishers, and Jamie Luthwaite we didn't see at all, I don't think, in the race yesterday. Is he going to be starting for the back of the grid? I think he is, so that's good news. Should have a full quota of Fiesta ST150s then ready to do battle. So the ST150 Championship, which came out of the XR Challenge, which was a championship based solely really in the northwest of the United Kingdom, started to spread its wings a little bit after in the last few years of its life, as the ST150s started to be brought into the championship and then merged with the Fiesta Senior Championship that had been part of the BRSCC's roster for a number of years. And the two championships merging now with a good grid of cars. They started the season on the back of the ST240 grid, but now holding their own races. And fascinating to see some of those drivers that came up through the XR Challenge and how they get on in the ST150s. And really, Michael Blackburn, actually one of the only, he and Ron Lufstad, I think the only two here who were regular runners in the XR Challenge back in the day. Michael Blackburn taking to it particularly well, must be said. So Matt Pimlett was the championship leader coming into the weekend, and his result yesterday of 4th means that he scored some decent points. Not quite as many as he would have liked. What can he do this time around then from the outside of row number 2? Here's the blue and turquoise number 24 car. On pole position though, Chris Grimes gets off the line well again. Paul Dobson doesn't get a brilliant start there from second. He's being surrounded by the second row starters. Sam Beckett on the inside, Matt Pimlett on the outside. They're both going to get past Dobson on the run into turn number 1. Whilst further back, a couple get sideways. In fact, Matt Pimlett is sideways in front of the pack, saves it, thank goodness. That would have been a sizable shunt, I think, had he rotated completely. Still out of shape as they go through McIntyre's towards Butcher's corner. A very scary moment there for Matt Pimlett, who only lost 1 position, actually dropped back behind Paul Dobson into 4th place. Over the hill, through the chicane they go. Nose to tail for the top 2 though. Sam Beckett going after Chris Grimes here. These cars very lively on cold tyres. They run on a semi-slick tyre, not a full slick like the 240s, so that's why they only had the 1 green flag lap, and I think perhaps some of the drivers would have liked there to be 2 because they're clearly struggling a bit for rear tyre temperature. Onto the brakes at the hairpin then, inside line for Grimes, outside for Beckett, looks to try and get the switch back on the exit. Didn't quite find the traction, the bite midway through the corner, and so Grimes it is who leads them over the hill, but these cars do provide a pretty decent slipstream, and that's meaning that Chris Grimes has to go defensive again across the timing line towards turn number 1. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sam Beckett jump out of the slipstream, look to the outside. Will he go right round the outside? He's going to try it, fully commits to the manoeuvre. Sam Beckett carrying the speed, stays within track limits. Is he going to get past Grimes? No, Grimes fends him off. Nice, respectful driving there from the 2 of them, as Matt Pimlett almost goes up the inside of Paul Dobson in the background. Switch back there for Beckett. Has he got an overlap? No, not through McIntyre's, and Chris Grimes hangs on, but that little side-by-side exchange has brought the whole pack back together now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in the lead train, and then a very small gap back to Michael Blackburn in 6th. Green Clark, Sam Beckett clambering the curb there as he tries to get back onto terms with Chris Grimes, who Scott Woodwis has held on there despite a really, really spirited attack from Sam.
I think he's fired up after having a similar situation as that of John Cooper, where he lost his win and then gained it back again because his appeal was upheld as well, and he was able to get his race victory back. Of course, it doesn't affect who scores points because he's a guest this weekend, but the fact he just got the race victory is enough. And I wonder if this was to get particular performance this weekend. I know he's regularly just now focusing on being the team boss of 10 Sport Performance, but I wonder if this kind of one-off weekend here might just reinvigorate him to get out a few more times, because he's certainly showing, at least the will of this car in particular, he's crapped himself, that he's all that good. Well, that was Mark Blunt, big sideways moment looking up the inside, and I think he might have just clipped the side of Michael Blackburn's car, but off into the gravel goes Mark Blunt. Sadly finds the tyres as well, and I'm afraid that might well be that might be a safety car. That was the number 12 car of Matthew Morton, which just appeared in the shot with its bonnet open as well. So I think that was completely unrelated, but yeah, off it comes, and I think he stopped more the fact that he can't see rather than anything's happened. But unfortunately, I think that might have to be an appearance of the RunYourFleet.com safety car. And that might just slow things up because, of course, Matthew's car stopped right over the circuit. Mark Blunt's car's in a position where technically it could be a danger of other cars have an incident, so would not surprise that. Yeah, there it is. Chris Grimes is already. Oh, Chris Grimes has put his arm out, and Matthew Pimlett was so focused on trying to get past the cars in front, he spotted the safety car boards and flags late, and so he managed to saw it at the last minute, stood on the anchors, and then backed off. Thankfully, because if he kept there, that would have been penalty central, I think, for that.
Oh dear! Now that windscreen popping up has smashed the bonnet smashed. Start that sentence again. The bonnet popping up on the number 12 car has smashed the windscreen as well, so more damage repairs to be done. But Matthew gets out of the car, puts the bonnet back down, and I think he's going to try and limp back slowly to the pit lane, which is good news, really. It saves the marshals a job of having to move that car. There we go. Carries on as long as he doesn't go too quickly and the bonnet doesn't pop back up again. Should be able to get himself out of the way. Oh, no, never mind. Up it goes again, and more damage now done to the front of the car, and I think he'd do better really just to pull into that access road at the top of the hill rather than pop out and fix the bonnet again. There is Mark Blunt, who can't get out of the car because he's wedged up against the tyre wall. You can see him chatting there to one of the medics. He appears to be absolutely fine. Wasn't a particularly big hit, but the 10 Sport prepared car is wedged against the barrier, so he can't get out. I'm amazed that he didn't take Michael Blackburn with him, because I'm pretty sure that he ricocheted off Blackburn as he was having that big tank slapper moment himself. I'd be intrigued to see the right-hand side of that blue and orange 55 car. It's just coming towards us now. I think there might be a Fiesta-shaped dint in the side of it after the little bit of a touch that they had. So Mark Blunt out of the race. and Matthew Morton also leaves us with 15 of them still circulating. And hopefully not too much time to be spent behind the safety car, because we were getting some very lively racing there before the safety car intervention. And looking forward to seeing a bit more of it. There is Blunt's car. Now this camera shot will show us if there's any damage done to the right-hand side of the car. Yep, there we go. A Fiesta-sized dent in the side. So Michael Blackburn, no malice in any of that, of course. They were just going side by side, and Mark Blunt got it a little bit wrong through the first corner. And, well, thankfully, Michael Blackburn only has a bit of superficial damage and is at least able to continue on in the race, which is good news. He will be ready and raring to go. And Michael Blackburn, one of the few drivers, really, Scott, who did successfully make that transition from the XR Challenge into these ST150s. A lot of drivers tried it, including drivers who had had a lot of success, multiple championships won in the XR Challenge, but these cars were just so fundamentally different to drive that they really struggled to get their head around it, whereas Michael Blackburn has been a front runner pretty much since he made the jump. Yeah, he was originally racing, if I remember correctly, one of the XR3i Escorts, and he's transitioned, as you say, into the ST150s. He's managed to take it pretty well. Of course, he was last year's champion as well, so at least in the ST150 class and outright. Hasn't had the let's see, luckiest of title defence. He's had some poor fortune, or some getting caught up in incidents, or just mechanical problems, or just not had the same pace that he would like. But getting back up there, particularly this weekend, he's in the fight, so this should be quite intriguing to see how he plays out the rest of the race. I'm wondering how long the clear-up might be on this one, because ultimately the first thing they've got to do is, which they're trying to do now, is they've hooked up Mark Blunt's car to one of the tow ropes to on one of the snatch vehicles. The main task is they've got to get Mark Blunt's car away from the barrier so that he can finally get out. Once that's done, I think they've managed to quickly push Matthew Morton's car away quickly, so that's been dealt with pretty swiftly into that little access road on the left-hand side. It's mainly Mark Blunt's car they have to get rid of by pulling it away from the scene of the incident and away to safety. They can then get this race going away. So if they can get it done quickly, and have to say praise to all the Knockhill recovery teams and marshals for how quick they've been working this weekend. It's been very impressive to see how quickly and well trained and well drilled they are. It means we might just get a quick, possibly 3-4 minute restart, which means we're going to get probably 3 or 4 laps at most of very frantic Fiesta racing that we've already seen in this first part of the race. Indeed so. I think we'll have one more lap behind the safety car here at least, so a little bit more time to go before we get a resumption of racing then. Reminder that it's Chris Grimes who leads the way as a guest driver, doesn't score points, but looking to try and get another winner's trophy. Sam Beckett second, Paul Dobson third, Matt Pimlett fourth, with Thomas Eichen in 5th position, Michael Blackburn 6th, Dan Robinson 7th, Alec Townley in 8th, 9th for Chris Flynn, and Richard Steele in 10th position, also running as a guest driver. The drivers with the yellow numbers next to their name are guest drivers. The pink numbers, they're the Masters drivers, and then everybody else in their overall championship fights, although worth pointing out that the Masters also fight for the overall championship, of course. As we saw in the ST240 class, they are often right at the front of the field anyway. Back across the timing line they go again. Chris Grimes, perhaps a well-timed safety car for Chris, because he really was under pressure, having a few moments himself, and a chance for him now really just to catch his breath more than anything before the action resumes. A couple of laps just to cool himself off, cool the tyres off, and make sure that he is in a good position for a safety car restart. Matthew Morton, by the way, showing as being in the pit lanes. I think they did eventually manage to secure that bonnet long enough for him to get the car back to the pits under his own steam. So probably won't resume the race, but at least that was one less car for the marshals to recover themselves. I wonder if Chris Grimes is anticipating going back. Yep, that's answered my question. I think Chris Grimes was anticipating that the safety car was going to come in this lap, because he obviously spotted that Mark Blunt's car has now been finally pulled to safety from away from the barrier. And just as I mentioned, that safety car lights are indeed extinguished, which means that Chris Grimes, for those who just need the quick reminder, he essentially now becomes the de facto safety car, in inverted commas. He now chooses to back the pack up, and he decides when the race restarts. It's up to him to go when he wants to go, and he has to try and... It's a bit of mind games and strategy here to try and figure out what time do you go to try and catch everyone else off guard. Do you weave a little bit? Do you push hard? Well, there's your answer. Chris Grimes has already put his foot down, but Sam Beckett is right on his rear bumper, already at the hairpin. So it's been an okay restart for Chris Grimes, but Sam Beckett and co have gone with him as they come out of the hairpin up to the hill. You can't pass until you get past the green flag and over the timing line. Across the line they go, green flag back in the air, and Chris Grimes does indeed lead, but it wasn't maybe the exact restart he was looking for, because Sam Beckett is there right on his tail as they come back down towards Duffers Dip. Yep, through the first corner then, Beckett leading by less than a car length Grimes leading by less than a car length from Beckett in second place. Dobson in third place. Then Aiken and Blackburn, Pimlet, Aiken and Blackburn 4th, 5th and 6th. Down through McIntyre's again, up over the top of the hill. Chris Grimes then needs to just try and settle into a rhythm now. He's had that safety car to catch his breath, like I said. Now just needs to try and stretch the margin if he can. Right-hander they go then at Clark's, up and over the hill, very close to the red, some of them further back, but Chris Grimes and Sam Beckett inch perfect, I'd say, as they run together towards the hairpin at the end of the lap. Who's latest on the brakes? Well, it's definitely Sam Beckett. Look, rolls into the corner a bit more quickly on a wider line, trying to get the switch back, nip up the inside, climbing the hill. He's not able to do that either, so the position stays there. The shuffling of the order going on further back, though. And that is side by side, I think, between Chris Flynn and Richard Steele, isn't it, as they battle over 9th place. The race leaders, though, ducking and diving into turn 1. And Sam Beckett looking for a way through, gets so much oversteer on the way into the corner. That's the way you used to have to set up the old XR2s, actually. They used to be so oversteery. And Sam Beckett employing some of that driving style here in the ST150.
Fun fact I'll quickly drop is that technically these ST150s are indeed XRs, because over in Australia these cars were called the Fiesta XR4. So technically, these are XR Fiestas in many cases, if you're from an Antipodean discipline, so to speak. But yes, these are ST150s. Oh, in the background, I think that was Thomas. That was Daniel Robertson, I think, that was getting very up on 2 wheels on the X, back in 6th or 7th position. Down towards the hairpin they're going. Dobson's moving around. He's looking this way and that. I think he was anticipating possibly looking for a move up the inside of Beckett, but didn't anticipate Beckett was going to have a look to put himself into Grimes' mirrors and go to the inside lights. So he thought about it and quickly changed his mind at the last minute and went, no, that's not going to happen. So that was a very close run thing. So I think Daniel Robertson's, but yeah, a bit of change, because Daniel Robertson's got ahead of Michael Blackburn, and by quite some margin on this lap. But Michael Blackburn's dropped back a little bit into the clutches of Alec Townley, who I make no apologies for admitting is genuinely my favourite looking car on the grid, because it is the old school retro looking rapid fit Mondeo Super Touring inspired livery. If you get a chance to see it on screen, if you haven't already, you'll see what I mean. It is literally even replacing the sponsors' names and everything. Pretty much apart from that, it's all done exactly the same style. That's the fight that's going on at the moment for 7th place between Alec Townley and car number 4, just at the top of the shot there, and Michael Blackburn in front of him and the blue and orange machine. Still Chris Grimes with just less than 3 minutes to go as they thump over the curb on the exit of Clark and back down towards Taylor's hairpin. And Grimes has the advantage, but he's keeping Beckett at bay here as they come down towards Taylor's hairpin. He's going to have to do it for a couple more laps. And I'd also keep an eye out for Paul Dobson. Of course, he's taken, had taken up until the point when Grimes had his win back again, 2 victories in a row, but he won the second race at Alton Park. But it was in this sort of scenario where you're kind of dicing in amongst the pack and then managed to take advantage of other cars tripping over each other to be able to get himself in front and take the victory. So we'll see what Paul Dobson's got as we come back across the line with just under 2.5 minutes to go.
Indeed so, side by side into turn 1, Beckett on the outside, and once you get forced out wide, mind you, I say wide, look where Dobson was. I'm not quite sure how he ended up on that line. There's no grip out there, and now that opens the door for Matt Pimlet to almost sneak up the inside of him into McIntyre. So they're all taking some interesting lines over the curbs there, but in the end the positions stay the same. Over the top of the hill then towards Clark's corner, and actually Sam Beckett goes from attacking into turn 1 to now dropping back a few car lengths again. He's done this a couple of times in this race, Sam Beckett. He has a go, it doesn't work, loses in momentum, and then he ends up slipping a few car lengths back, takes him a few laps then to get back on the tail of the race leader. Thomas Aiken, though, looking now to try and find a way past Matthew Pimlet as they go into the hairpin. They remember were the top 2 in the championship coming into the weekend. Aiken joint second in the championship with Daniel Robinson, who is behind them in 6th place. You can just see him there, the green number 69 car. So top 3 in the championship there all together, but not having a particularly high-scoring weekend.
Not this weekend, but of course it's on those weekends where you can't score and get victories that you just bank as many points as you can. So I suspect that's what Pimlet, Aiken and co are doing. They're in the fight, but the cars in front have just got that little bit more ultimate pace that they can keep in front, or at the very least they're trying to match it as they come back through at McIntyre's again. A little wide over the curb from Pimlet, but so was Aiken using all the road as we focus on that scrap that's going on for 4th and 5th as they literally just almost tumble over the curb. You see the cars literally rock from one side to the other as it hits one curb and then the other. At the front, quite a strong run exiting through Clark there for Beckett, and now he's almost underneath a little bit. Chris Grimes back down towards Taylor's hairpin. If he's close enough to possibly think about a move, he's putting himself into Chris's mirrors, thinking, I'm still here, don't forget about me, and Chris knows that because he's gone straight to the middle of the road. Beckett will look for the undercut. Can he hook himself around on the curb? He's trying. A little bit more traction. There's a bit of rubber on that curb as well, which will certainly help with grip. Up to over the crest to start the last lap of the race. Grimes has it, but whether or not he can hold on to this one remains to be seen.
Telling, isn't it, though, that Beckett's been able to catch Grimes so quickly. Only took him a lap, really. Side by side behind. Look, Aiken's got up the inside of Matt Pimlet, and he might bring Dan Robinson with him. This could be significant for the championship. Side by side into the first corner. Aiken goes through, but Pimlet manages to close the door on Dan Robinson through the corner, at which Pimlet very nearly threw the whole race away earlier on the first lap of the race. Keeps it neat and tidy this time, slots back into 5th place. That's just separated these three from the leading three now, who make their way out of the chicane for the final time. Paul Dobson in 3rd, dips a wheel into the gravel trap. Are we going to see a challenge here from Sam Beckett, who, as I started to say, had dropped about a second nearly to the race leader after that aborted overtake a lap or so ago. Very quickly got back onto the tail of Chris Grimes, who has defended well all race long and just needs to do so for one more corner now. Onto the brakes, Beckett's going to throw it down the outside. A last desperate lunge, it's going to go right round the outside. He hasn't got the grip, can't get the car turned, and it might cost him 2nd place. Paul Dobson gets up the inside of him now. Chris Grimes is going to claim the victory, but who is going to get 2nd place and the maximum points? It's almost a dead heat, and by about 3/100ths of a second is Paul Dobson, who beats Sam Beckett. Beckett went for the win at the final corner and ended up losing 2nd, and he's going to really regret that because Grimes doesn't score championship points. Beckett didn't need to try and make that move. He had the maximum points going his way already, and he ends up losing that now to Paul Dobson on a drag race to the line. So Dobson in 2nd will get the maximum points, with Sam Beckett completing the podium places, with Chris Grimes ahead of them, managing to fend them off. It was a last desperate lunge there from Sam Beckett, and it ended up costing him. Grimes then the winner, Dobson 2nd. Look at that margin though, from 2nd to 3rd, only 37 thousandths of a second, with Dobson ahead of Beckett. Thomas Aiken comes home in 4th after that late move on Matt Pimlet, with Dan Robinson staying in 6th place. Michael Blackburn in 7th, wins in the Masters class, ahead of Alec Townley 8th, Anthony Sullivan 9th, and Richard Steele to complete the top 10. Then it is Jamie Luthwaite with Dan Wyke in 12th, Chris Flynn 13th, Aidan Vickers in 14th position. 15th was Ron Lufstad, and then 2 who weren't running at the flag. Matthew Morton, we saw, had the bonnet pop open, which forced him to stop at the side of the track a couple of times, and Mark Blunt spinning off spectacularly into the barriers at the Duffers Dip area of the circuit. But that car didn't look too badly damaged, so I'm hopeful that we will get his Fiesta ST150 back out on the grid for their 3rd and final race of the weekend at about 5:10 this afternoon. So the cars then make their way in. One more race to be run under the sunshine now here at Knockhill before we head into the lunch break, but that will not be the last race of the day. No, no, no. We have got a lot more to come this afternoon. Our 3rd and final TCR UK race will be kicking off our afternoon's action. As I said, the build-up to that beginning at about 1:30. Then we'll have Fiesta Junior action, the Compact Cup, the Evolution Trophy, the Audi TTs. The Milltek Sports Civic Cup have a 3rd race at 4:10. The AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship will be back, followed by the ST150s, and then the Knockhill ModSports Championship will again complete the day's action. Busy day here at Knockhill. All of the racing is available to be seen here at on the TCR UK YouTube page. Thank you all for watching along throughout the day, and hopefully you're enjoying the show. I'm sure you are. We've had some truly spectacular racing so far, and looking forward to more of the same. Here the ST150s now arriving behind my commentary position, which means that I think we can head down and have a chat with them, courtesy of Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, here with our race winner this one, Chris Grimes. Chris, certainly a good result there. Richard Steele giving you a nice little celebration as he was coming in as well. He seems happy with that one. What a race, though.
Yeah, great race. Safety car in the middle is a bit boring. No one likes to see that, but hopefully Mark's car's all right and we'll get him back out for the next race. But yeah.
That's the main thing as well. Like you say, guest in this one, so you don't take any championship points, but certainly you're showing these boys how it's done.
Yeah, I've wanted to do Knockhill since we were last year in 21. So I just thought I'd come back and do it, have a good race, well, a couple of good races, good weekends, great circuit, and we're winning, so what's not to like?
What is not to like indeed, brilliant stuff. We see you out later today?
Yeah, all being well.
Let's do it. Touch wood, yes. Well done, Chris. Well done, Chris. Let's chat to Mr. Beckett in this one. I mean, Sam had a good race. I think he's just chatting at the moment. So while he is chatting, let's go over to Paul. Paul, again, well, it was a P2 yesterday. P2 again today.
Yeah.
So maximum points. I'm sure you're happy with it.
Yeah, really good, really good. I was really lucky to get down the inside of Sam coming out the last corner and just managed to pull him for the line. So really close race, really nice, clean battle. It was good, it was good.
This is what we like to see, isn't it? And, you know, the Fiestas always give us that. The 150s certainly are an exciting class to race in. And would you recommend it to others?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I've raced all sorts of powerful cars, but this is so close. One made championships, it's so close, so much fun.
Yeah, it really is. And plan for race number 3 later on today. Are we wanting to maybe give Chris Grimes a little bit more of a nudge?
Yeah, I just need to get a good start. I didn't see the 5-second board, and by the time the lights had come on, my revs weren't up, and yeah, didn't get a very good start. But yeah, hopefully a good start next race, and we'll see what happens.
Hey, that's what you need. Well done. Best of luck in race 3 later on today. Let's move over to our man finishing in second place in this one, Mr. Beckett. Well, again, another good result for yourself. I'm sure race 3, hopefully we see the same. But, I mean, what can you say? That last corner battle was certainly an interesting one, wasn't it?
Yeah. I've tried everything to try and get past him, even though subconsciously I know that he's not scoring points, so I'll get main points anyway, so I sort of threw that win away, really, the points for the win anyway. But yeah, going into final call, I just tried everything. I tried into turn 1, tried always into the hairpin. I'd catch him towards the end of the straight as you come up across the brow, and then just, it's so tight around here, and everything's on the limit always, so it's just one of those things, you know. I'll have to find a way past him in the next one, though, so we'll try harder.
Let's see. What, do you reckon it's going to rain for it?
No, it'll stay dry, I think.
Yeah? Okay. Dry race then all the way throughout, but solid result. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Excellent stuff there for the ST150s. We'll see them out later on today. We turn our attention now to the last break before the lunch break, but don't go anywhere. There will not be a break. We'll take a quick ad break. We'll be back with the ModSports coming out very, very soon.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Back everybody to Knockhill, where our final race for the lunch break is almost upon us. It is for the Knockhill regulars, the Knockhill ModSports Championship, about to kick off here, and we have got a good grid of cars, a varied grid of cars across multiple classes, ready to go and do battle. The grid then is as follows. It's Greg MacArthur who has the pole position. It's 4 radicals at the front of the grid. So the SR8 of Greg MacArthur on pole. Lindsay McCracken in the Radical SR3 is next. Then it's Radical PR6 of Gordon Duncan. And Radical SR3 of Mark Thompson starting in 4th position. The fastest cars that we'll see racing here this weekend. this grid. Then Cameron Bryden's BMW M3 is next. He's the first of the Class C cars with Mark Dawson's Civic Type R alongside. Fiona Kindness then is on row 4 alongside Philip Russell, two cars from the BMW family together there, Mini ahead of B36. Then Donald DeVar back out in his Mark 1 Golf that he's been competing in the Evolution Trophy with Harvey Galanders in his Honda alongside. Paul Smith and Sean Davidson then are together on row number 6 of the grid, Civic Type R ahead of BMW Compact, whilst Michael Imrie, again also racing in the Evolution Trophy, is back out again in his Renault Clio 197 alongside Richard Sutherland, now in a Mini Cooper. That is, I'm due to say Richard Sutherland, and we've seen out racing in the BMW Compact Cup. Andrew Patterson's BMW is next alongside Peter Murphy in the Renault Clio 182. Louise Strachan and Murray Douglas making it all Mini 9th row of the grid, whilst James Strachan and Ian Blackley complete the top 20 for the BMW Mini ahead of the Ford Puma. Natalie Cowie then in the R3 Mini Press. It's varied 21 car grid. This is the fourth event of 6 this year for the Knockhill ModSports Championship, which is the Suggest races exclusively here at Knockhill. They have 4 events going the traditional way around the track, and then 2 of them are anti-clockwise. Oh, that is drama though, unfortunately. That's the number 72 Renault Clio of Peter Murphy. That looks as though there's been a failure on the left front corner. You can see the way that the tyre's been dragging down the ground. The left front wheel looks as though it's at a jaunty angle, and this might lead to a delayed start to the race, unfortunately, because the marshals are going to have to move that out of the way before we get racing underway. It is close to pit lane exit, but the damage to the left front corner likely means that it's not going to be an easy thing to do to move it out of the way. Marshals investigating that left front corner, and we'll wait and see whether or not we have to delay the start of the race. I suspect that we might have to. Certainly looks as though Peter Murphy is out of the car, and so he's not going to be driving it out of the way anytime soon. But yeah, 4th event of the season, this one then. So we are halfway through the championship, and it's like most multi-class championships, sports saloon championships like this one. It is your class position that dictates your points haul from a race. So you could finish 3rd overall, but win your class and take the maximum points. 10 points available for winning a race, plus a bonus point for the fastest lap. And Philip Russell in Class F is the championship leader coming into this point by only 1 point though over Paul Smith, who is then a further 6 points clear of Adam Kindness. So that's the top 3 in the championship, but again we'll get into that in more detail once the race gets underway, because it is your class positions that matter. Of those radicals at the front of the field, by the way, you might assume that they're all in the same class. They're not. Greg MacArthur's SR8 is in Class A. Then the Class B cars are the other 3 radicals. Class C is where you find cars like Cameron Bryden and Fiona Kindness's BMWs and Minis. Class G then also has a few of the lesser powered Minis and some of the BMW compacts in there as well. There's also then classes H and F too. It's all done on a power to weight ratio, the class structure, and most of the classes with about 4 or 5 cars or so. Class G is the most popular with 8 starters in that one. Almost certain that we're going to get a delayed start here and potentially a extra green flag lap, because the recovery process here of the Clio is going to take a little while, I reckon, with that damage that's been done to the or the failure that's happened on the left front corner. I'm hoping it's not damage, because you really shouldn't be running into things on a green flag lap. And there you can see Peter just sort of assessing the situation on that left front corner. We can't quite see from this camera angle exactly what damage has been done, but it is hopefully not something that's going to keep him out for the rest of the weekend, because these cars are due back out on track again for the final race of the weekend at about 5:30, so 4.5 hours time or so. That recovery vehicle is going to leave the scene now, because I think they've realised that it's going to need a flatbed truck to get it out of the way. And that is, or are they just going to try and tow it from the front, maybe? I wouldn't have thought they'd be able to give it a tow there, but they don't need to tow it far, do they, to allow the race to start. Pulled the Land Rover in front of the Renault Clio, and is there now a rope that's going to appear to attach to the front of it? Let's hope so. Zoom in a little bit there on that front end of the car. Still none the wiser, really. Now, lots of chatting, lots of thinking. Are we going to start doing a bit of towing soon The worry is, of course, you might think, well, why can't we just stick the rope on and tow it out of the way? Towing it with all 4 wheels on the ground means that you risk doing more damage to the corner that's already had the failure by dragging that wheel across the ground at an odd angle. So that's what they're looking at now. They're trying to figure out what the damage is. And this is one of the many skills that marshals have to have. They're not just there to get drivers out of the car and get the car out of the way. They've got to, obviously, have some element of medical training. If a driver needs medical assistance when the marshals get to them, they've also got to be mechanics, because they need to assess whether the car needs a tow, whether it needs a lift onto a flatbed, and then relay that back to race control, who ultimately can make a decision about what effect that has to the race, whether we need a safety car, a red flag, or in this case a delayed start, which we clearly are having. They have now decided it's going to be a lift, so the belts go through the rim, the spokes of the wheel, and that will happen on all 4 corners. They'll lift the car out of the way, and then hopefully we'll get our first of 2 ModSports races for the day underway very, very shortly. Great addition to this BRSCC weekend, though, the ModSports series, which runs as part of the Superlap Scotland events usually. And last year it was the Class G car of Mark Dawson that won. I often say that you can pretty much enter any old car you like into a sports saloon series like that. I don't think we've got a class for that particular vehicle that we saw operating up on the hillside, but someone perhaps looking to get a grandstand view of the Knockhill circuit in preparation of a busy afternoon of racing. A decent crowd on hand today as well, given the fact that the weather is not ideal. It's not exactly baking hot out there. We've avoided, touch wood, the rain so far, but it's good to see the Knockhill crowd out in force, and we'll be joined by a lot of them on the grid walk for our second TCR race coming up a little bit later on. There you can see one of the most popular vantage points down at the hairpin, in front of the new for 2023 building, the hospitality building, The View, which has been put there by the Knockhill circuit. And myself and Anthony Jordan were filming a piece on the top floor of that yesterday for the TCR UK social media page. And the view that you get out of it, as you would suspect, is very, very spectacular. You're high up, you can see the cars coming all the way down the railway straight into the hairpin, and that, I'm sure, is going to be a popular addition to the circuit, particularly for some of the bigger meetings this year. Been commandeered by TCR UK this weekend as their hospitality centre. Wherever you go around the Knockhill circuit, you get some good views. The first time I came here to Knockhill back in 2018, had the pleasure of walking the outside of the circuit, and you can walk right around the entire perimeter of the circuit. You can also then go across the track over the bridge and go onto the inside of the circuit, near where the circuit commentary box is, the Gary Stagg Tower. And from there you have a panoramic view, 360-degree view of what is one of the most picturesque and scenic and spectacular circuits in the United Kingdom. And the crowd making good use there of the seating available on the outside of the hairpin, which is always an action spot here at Knockhill. We get lots of drama at the final turn. Getting a bit of a look now at the left-hand corner of the Clio. And it does look, doesn't it, as though it's the steering arm that's failed there. The fact that one wheel is pointing that way and not the other. Hopefully a simple fix, as long as you've got the parts to replace them with. So one green flag lap being shown to the grid, and that's significant because, of course, they normally have 2, don't they? They had 2 green flag laps initially. They're just going to get the one now on the restarted race, just so that we don't eat into the lunch break too much, because lunch break was supposed to start 5 minutes ago. We're all painfully aware of the fact that we are eating into the brief little bit of respite that we have from the racing today. I'm sure we'll have a little bit of a break so that the marshals can take some well-earned rest, and we will then resume racing, as I've said, with TCR UK Race number 3 just after the lunch break. Joined again by Scott Woodwiss in the commentary box. Unfortunate here that we're having to wait a bit longer to get our ModSports race underway, but hopefully going to be worth the wait. I'm reliably informed that this is always an exciting series, and I do love essentially, as this is a sports saloon category, because multi-class racing, especially around a tight and twisty and narrow circuit like this one, is never dull.
Yeah, and it's what I love about these kind of series and championships is playing the variety that you get. It's not just the regular stuff and ordinary cars. You get this series is putting things like Honda Civics and Renault Clios and Minis up against Subaru Impreza and a quartet of radicals, and that wouldn't normally be a combination that you get in many sports and in other championships other than Sports and Saloon Series. So this will be quite intriguing to see how they come up against each other. I would expect, in many cases, the 4 radicals to be the dominant ones as they have been in qualifying, but it could be the battles in between where you've got the hot hatches and the cars that are a bit further back that could provide some further entertainment as they're battling up and down. There is the Renault Clio that's being picked up and is being ferried back to the pit lane and to a safe spot. And as I mentioned, it's quite nice, as you mentioned, that we've got the KMSC ModSports here as a nice little local flavour to add to the timetable. As Andy's very carefully studying the anatomy of that Renault Clio post-incident.
Sadly, I'm no mechanic, so the best diagnosis I can come up with is it's broken and it isn't going to be taking the start of the race. But I'd still suspect steering arm, but quite how it's happened on a warm-up lap, I'm not sure. I guess just the stress being put through it from weaving side to side. But you can see there, that ain't the angle that wheel's supposed to be at, especially since the right-hand front corner is pointing entirely the opposite direction. So that Renault Clio, sadly, not going to be taking the start of the race. But, you know, Scott's absolutely right. This is a nice bit of local flavour to the event, and that's the great thing about the BRSCC. They do not mind welcoming other championships from other clubs into the fray. And in fact, some big news, whilst we're chatting about the BRSCC, some big news in the week, Scott. A couple of new championships to the club making their way across. Championships I'm sure many of our viewers have come across in the past. Yeah, we've made some new friends this week, and a little British car company which Pimper might have heard of, which is called Ginetta. So to kind of give that some context, so Ginetta from next year have appointed the BRSCC, we're pleased to say, as its organising club for 2024 onwards, and that essentially works in tandem with Ginetta now being a permanent part of the SRO package when they run on British GT and other circuits like that, and other places like that. So that will mean essentially that the 3 championships that Ginetta run, which of course is the Ginetta GT Championship, the GT Academy, and the Juniors, will all essentially become be championships that essentially are now become underneath the BRSCC umbrella, which is a very big bonus. We have to say a big thank you to Mike Simpson and to everyone involved at Ginetta for the whole process, for allowing the club to bring Ginetta on board, and for them appointing the club as their new organising club, which is certainly quite a privilege. And I know that everyone's very excited by the news, and everyone that seems to who learned about it seems to be quite pleased, quite satisfied. And all things being well, it should be another a fine additional string to this ever-growing sort of list of championships and series, both external and in-house, that we have within the club, which is a nice little portfolio which has been sort of put together over the last 2 or 3 years of new championships that we've brought in, developments of existing ones, and new kind of entities coming on top of that. Of course, we brought TCR UK back in this year as well. Still look after the British GT Championship. Now we've got Ginetta on top of that as well. C1 Racing Club that are racing this weekend at Snetterton. Race of Remembrance again this weekend as well. Lots of great things at the moment, and lots of positive steps as the couple of years has gone on, and still more good things to come on top of that. Absolutely right. Bright future ahead for the BRSCC, that's for sure. We've got the track cleared now, then cars back out onto a green flag lap, and the car that had caused the stoppage pulled through the gate at the bottom of the hill. A gate that I seem to recall Paul O'Neill once parking a Vauxhall Insignia next to, not necessarily where he was supposed to be parking it on that occasion. I waited till he left the room before I reminded everybody of that.
I looked around because he was stood next to me for a second, and I thought, is he in the room when you're saying that?
Yes, I'd forgotten about that until I saw them opening the gate, but he will be the first to tell us he didn't get there by himself, which is sort of the truth. So anyway, the other thing I've noticed, moving swiftly on, is that we're down a radical at the front of the field. We appear to have the number 7 of Greg MacArthur, we have the number 5 of Lindsay McCracken, and the 8 of Gordon Duncan, but there, the number 7, number 7, that's Greg MacArthur, excuse me. So we've got Greg MacArthur in the pit lane, so McCracken, Duncan and Thompson are all out on track, but the pole sitter in the pit lane, not entirely sure what's going on there, so the SR8 is going to be taking the start from pit lane and not making his way out onto the circuit, out onto the grid, I should say. He'll have to start from the very back. Was only 2/10 quicker than Lindsay McCracken in qualifying, so that's a bit of a shame, because it means that we are robbed a little bit of a fight between the two of them. So Lindsay now has the pole position, the lone car on the front row of the grid, with Gordon Duncan and Mark Thompson behind. The good news is that those three all run within the same class. They're all Class B runners, so that is a genuine fight for the class victory. So 15 minutes of racing then, about to get underway.
I've got to say, I'm quite impressed that they're standing starts for Radicals rather than the rolling starts. It's not something you often see with Radicals, but I'm quite intrigued by this.
Yes, absolutely. Let's see how it goes. Well, not too well, I don't think, for the pole sitter there. Lots of congestion further back, but it will be Lindsay McCracken who actually hangs on to the lead in the end. Gordon Duncan slots into second place. Cameron Bryden gets the BMW up into third as they drop down the hill. Then the poor starter actually was Mark Thompson in his Radical, number 10, who dropped down the order. One of the Beamers bouncing down the grass as one of the Honda Civics there charged up the inside. That was Paul Smith in the number 46 car. It's the top two pulling away already now as they climb up over the chicane, and that poor start, unfortunately, for Mark Thompson means that he's already detached a little bit from the other cars in his class.
Looks like there was a move there possibly for Mark Dawson in the Honda Civic. He was on the back of one of the Radicals as they come back down towards the Taylor's hairpin then for the first time. And I think the BMW in there, I recognise the BMW, the M3 in there of Bryden. I'm pretty sure I've seen that car race before with the Northern Sports and Saloons before, as out the inside goes the Honda Civic. Never thought I'd see a Honda Civic passing a Radical at the hairpin, but good move there from the Area Motorsport pair car, but as you'd expect, the Radical on the exit gets through. Meanwhile, the TC2 Radicals at the front and battling side by side, and there goes McCracken up the inside to hold on to the place from Duncan. So it is going to be the SR3 ahead of the PR6 as they turn their way out through McIntyre's for the second time at racing speeds. Rock over the curbs. Something's happened at the back there. Oh, goodness me. That's the 46. That's one of the Honda Civic. That's Donald Barr's Volkswagen Golf, I'm afraid. They've tangled on the approach to the first corner up at Duffers Dip. I'm afraid that I've got a horrible feeling that will at the very least be a safety car. If not, I'm afraid to say possibly even a red flag. But safety car has been deployed straight away, as you'd anticipate, at least to cover that. But unfortunate coming together between the Civic and the VW, which means that McCracken's opportunity to try and pull away here is now being brought to nothing. And that means now that they have to kind of pull back a little bit. And I think the other car that was involved in that was one of the Honda Civics, and bottom of
that was
Paul Smith. So that was one he was closest with. And in that too somewhere, I think, was the number 18 Mini Cooper, and that would have been of Richard Sutherland in there too. So whether he was involved or not, we haven't seen that. We only saw the aftermath, but the Honda and the VW look a bit more sorry for themselves, unfortunately, on the side of the track as the safety car brings the field back together again, whilst the ever hard-working marshals, who've had quite a task already today with many things, in fact this weekend in total, and to get to work to recover these two cars. I think the danger is more Donald DeVar's car that's been stopped on the circuit rather than the Honda against the barriers, even though it's in a not totally safe position. It's in a safer place than the Volkswagen is, if you wanted to park on that one. There is the runyourfeet.com safety car quickly springing into action to pick up the leaders when they come back around again.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we also lost Fiona Kindness somewhere. That was the first thing I spotted, was Fiona diving into the pit lane in the Mini. So Fiona had started 7th on the grid and unfortunately ducked into the pit lane and hasn't yet re-emerged. But then, yeah, the Donald DeVar and Paul Smith collision at the entry to turn one. Strange place to make contact at, but we see cars getting very close to each other all the time into that braking zone, and obviously just getting a little bit too close together, it seems. So it means that we put these battles on ice for the time being. I noticed the race distance has been shortened slightly from 15 minutes to 12 minutes plus 1 lap for the distance now. So slightly shortened race distance, which means that a safety car is going to eat into even more of it now. But it is Lindsay McCracken who leads the way. Second place, Gordon Duncan. Cameron Bryden in third, ahead Mark Thompson, with Philip Russell then in 5th place, leading in Class F, having started 8th on the grid. So a good start from the BMW man. Mark Dawson is next, ahead of Harvey Glanders and Sean Davidson, and then Richard Sutherland in 9th position leads in Class G. Was only 4th highest on the grid, but of course Paul Smith and Donald DeVar all within that Class G as well. And the other was Mark Dawson, although he's showing up on our timing tower as being in Class F. So I don't know whether that's been a class change since qualifying. Get to the bottom of that if we can. But then Michael Livery completes the top 10. And Natalie Cowie with the fastest lap, because we've only had one full flying lap, and even that one was interrupted unfortunately unfortunately, by the safety car. So, slightly frustrating start to the race. Of course, the other man frustrated about this is Greg MacArthur, because having started from the pit lane, MacArthur had got as far as 13th place and needed really every lap in the race that he could get to try and get up towards the pointy end.
The point I was trying to make before with I saw that move that was going on between the Civic of Mark Dawson and the Radical he was battling was that I'm pretty certain that Cameron Bryden's BMW M3, I recognise at least the car, it was black and silver. I'm certain that car's raced before the Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship many years ago when he was racing against other very similarly powered racing cars. I think one of his main competition, I think it was a Radical that was bodied into like a Lotus Exedra and Elise in Martini colours, and it was able to do so. Now Donald DeVos essentially got back into his car and driven his damaged car into a safer place rather than being towed away. Either he trusts his car more than anyone else, or he simply just wanted to move it out of the way and be a bit of a help. But either way, that's at least one car recovered, if not possibly both of them. And I imagine possibly, if that's the case, we might possibly get only at least maybe one more lap around the safety car before we get going again, my prediction is.
Well, we'll get a look now at the recovery operation when the cars get over the top of the hill, I would imagine. So there is Donald DeVos. And there's Paul Smith's car. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We've got both cars out of the way, and both of them under their own steam. I don't think Smith's car is particularly badly damaged. DeVos might require a bit more repair work, and that might mean that we sadly lose him from the third Evolution Trophy race of the weekend, in which he's been racing that very same car, but we'll wait and see. Hopefully we can get him out for at least the second ModSports race later on. So a bit of sweeping up to be done on the inside there, but yeah, we should go racing again this time with something in the region of 5 minutes or so left on the clock. McCracken and Gordon Duncan will go back into battle at the head of the field. Lindsay McCracken leaving quite a bit of distance between the leading Radical and the safety car out in front, almost as if we're anticipating a restart this time around. The lights do indeed go out as they go through towards Clark's corner, and so racing resumes this time around with the two Radicals out in front. What can Mark Thompson do about Cameron Bryden's BMW? The enormous rear wing and rear splitter on that BMW M3, which leads within Class C at the moment. Let's see what can happen then. Weaving around, backing the field up. There's a bit of distance between McCracken and Duncan at the moment, a bit more than I would have liked if I were Gordon. Right underneath the rear wing of the race leader, but well, yeah, that's why. Just allows Lindsay McCracken to pull an enormous lead on the restart. So slightly bizarre restart strategy there for the second place man. And Gordon Duncan then in the Radical PR6 immediately loses touch really with the race leader. Cameron Bryden and Mark Thompson behind, and then another big gap back really to Philip Russell. Here comes the big beamer though with all of that power over the hill, and Cameron Bryden will get into second place then ahead of Gordon Duncan. Is he perhaps now the biggest challenger to Lindsay McCracken's race lead?
Possibly, but you have to anticipate that these Radicals, even though they haven't got quite the same amount of pace in a straight line, they're going to be a lot more nimble in the corners than that big bulky BMW M3 over the chicane. Yeah, at least the initial acceleration off the corner is better than the Radicals, and there goes Duncan diving back down the inside into Clark to retake second place, but the horsepower advantage of the BMW might get him back on the run towards Taylor's. This might also bring Mark Thompson into play here in the third of those Radicals, the white car just behind that silver and black BMW. And a massive dive from way back there from Mark Thompson, gets it anchored up, but that's the advantage of a Radical with better brakes than the BMW with enhanced brakes, not the same sort of quality brakes that imagines. That Radical is really looking in his mirrors thinking, right, where is that BMW? You can see it looming large in his mirrors, but again, better punch and better horsepower in a straight line brings the BMW back initially up the inside, then yet again under brakes, and with the initial turn in, the Radical is much better. So we're back to prototypes first, second and third. It's the BMW that leads the non-prototypes up in fourth place in Class F at the moment.
Yes, it is. Down through McIntyre's then. Gap starting to build between the front runners with Philip Russell there giving chase. Philip Russell, the leader within his class. That's Class F. And looking to try and score some more good points. Philip Russell, their championship leader at the moment by a solitary point over Paul Smith. Then he has a big moment going through Clark's corner there. Lots of opposite lock as he jumped onto the throttle and managed to gather it together. But the point I was about to make is that with Paul Smith non-finishing now in this race, big advantage here to Philip Russell in the championship to extend the margin over the Honda Civic man. And then it's Adam Kindness who is third in the championship, who was not elected to race this weekend. Fiona Kindness was here until she retired into the pit lane, but Adam not. So it looks as though the number 17 car, as long as it gets to the end of the race in one piece, should be able to extend that points advantage.
It's a shame that we don't have Subaru in this race, because that was one of the big sort of statement cars of the series. If you see that car out there, I think that's like a couple of cars. We see some cars that are X-Time Attack. Oh, and that was a huge thumper curb there for Philip Russell. I'm surprised that hasn't damaged anything on the suspension, because that one was fully 2 was up in the air. The way it just slammed back down again, I genuinely feel sorry for that front suspension having taken that harder hit. And I hope it hasn't damaged the car, because otherwise you could be in a world of trouble.
Indeed so. I mean, these drivers exclusively race here at Knockhill, so they should have cars that are well prepared for the bumps and jumps that you have to negotiate around here to get a good lap out of them. But that one looked particularly uncomfortable. He's been caught here slightly now by Mark Dawson as well. Mark also running in Class F, so this is a battle for a class victory here. The BMW versus the Honda Civic Type R. Front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. Hatchback versus saloon. Similar age cars, I suppose, as the windscreen wiper gets flicked on briefly there for Mark Dawson. And even in the Knockhill ModSports Championship, we have an area motorsport prepared Honda Civic. You cannot have a group of Honda Civics on a racetrack without at least one of them being prepared by area motorsport, it seems. And absolutely the case here. But that means that we know this car is going to be brilliantly well prepared. Meanwhile, 2 minis there battling away further down the order. Not entirely sure who they were, but it was a change of position, I think, into the first corner as the race leaders go through. Now a little bit closer together, Scott.
Yeah, the Honda's sort of starting to close that gap down on the BMW Philip Russells. They turn back out through the hairpin. Back up the hill once more. So we've got a minute and a bit to go plus 1 lap. So of course, when the timer hits 0, the next time they cross the line, they will have 1 more lap to go. Well, that the time hits 0. Here's Michael Imrie, who of course has taken a couple of wins in the Cook Sport Renault Cup within Evolution Trophy so far this weekend. His second one today. He's got a pair of minis and a BMW with a flapping bonnet just behind it as well. That will be Andrew Patterson behind them in the BMW there. He's chasing down both Natalie Cowie and Richard Sutherland in the Mini as well. So those two all over each other.
The BMW looks at the inside into McIntyre's, but there's a few people ponder making that move over the course of the weekend, but not necessarily fully committing to it. You do not want to be making contact through there, and then a big moment, really big moment, over the gravel, onto the grass goes Andrew Patterson, who just dipped a wheel into the gravel coming out of the chicane and very nearly found himself heading for the tyre barriers. So scary stuff there for Andrew, who's in second within Class H at the moment. That is a class that's led, I think I'm right saying, by Michael Lively in 9th place in the Renault Clio. So that's why he's pushing on, because he could see the Clio off in the distance and just wasn't quite getting close enough. There is Mark Thompson, 3rd place for him then at the moment. We do appear to have lost to the pit lane again, by the way, Scott, Greg MacArthur. So I was looking forward to seeing how he came up through the order. There's obviously issues with the Radical SR8, and it now appears that as we move into the closing stages of this race, and that was the final lap now, that is going to be his race done.
That BMW's bonnet is excessively flapping around. Even though it's fastened down, it's bouncing around more than anything. It's been buffeted by the wind. I'm surprised we can get a black and orange flag for that. Yes, it's tied down, but at the same time, that could possibly fly a bit any moment if not careful. The 2 leading Radicals then picking their way through the traffic, now splitting the minis. There's Richard Sutherland trying to get out of the way. Natalie Cowie has capitulated to the 2 Radicals already. Now as Gordon Duncan makes his way up towards the hairpin, this will start the last lap of the race, because the timer has it 0. That's not going to help him. Huge lock up into the hairpin as he squeezes past Michael Imrie, and this means now he'll come up to the timing line to start. No, checkered flag, so it must have been the final lap anyway. So checkered flag is out, and it is Gordon Duncan who takes victory in the first Knockhill ModSports race of the weekend.
Yep, Gordon Duncan victorious then. Lindsay McCracken just not able to keep up in the closing stages. Had we had a few more laps of traffic, maybe they'd have got themselves closer together, but it is Gordon Duncan who hangs on. McCracken in second, and then we wait and we wait and we wait for Mark Thompson eventually, maybe, to make it home in third. There he comes in the Radical SR3. And Cameron Bryden's BMW, which briefly was right towards the front of the field. Eddie Wood coming home fourth, but that is a class win for Bryden in Class C. So the top three all running within Class B. Bryden then wins in Class C. Philip Russell just hanging on, and I mean only just hanging on there from Mark Dawson for the win in Class F. Class F. And they will now extend the championship margin, will Philip Russell, with the non-score that time for Paul Smith. We then have Michael Imrie coming home in the Renault Clio to claim victory in Class H, and Natalie Cowie further back will be the winner in Class G. So the field makes its way around to the paddock again. Gordon Duncan confirmed as the winner, Lindsay McCracken second, Mark Thompson third, and Cameron Bryden comes home a class winner in fourth. So too Philip Russell in fifth, ahead of Mark Dawson, Harvey Glanders and Sean Davidson. Michael Imrie in the Clio is a class winner ninth, and Natalie Cowie likewise in 10th, ahead of Richard Sutherland, the best of the minis. Those two, Natalie Cowie was the best of the minis, Richard Sutherland second in that class. Andrew Patterson then comes home in 12th, Louise Strachan in 13th, Murray Douglas 14th, James Strachan 15th, and then those who had issues, a pit lane visit after a pit lane start for Greg MacArthur, Paul Smith and Donald DeVar tangling at the first corner, and Fiona Kindness retiring to the pit lane moments before that. So we are into the lunch break now. We will be hearing from our class winners, I would imagine, for that race in a moment or two, but the lunch break potentially will end up getting a bit shortened here, I would have thought. We'll wait and see, but if that is the case, then we'll be releasing the TCR cars within the next couple of minutes onto the grid. So we'll keep you updated if we do get some news on updates to the timetable, and we'll see exactly what happens with that. Whilst we try and figure out what's happening next, let's head down to Parc Fermé with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andy. A very bright, sunny after the lunch break, or before the lunch break, but our last race before that lunch break. Well, Gordon Duncan, certainly a fantastic drive for you there. The only driver we're going to talk to on this one. Tell us, I mean, firstly, what is it like to drive a Radical around Knockhill? Because these are immense cars on a good track, on a fast track like Silverstone, but around Knockhill, they've got to be a challenge.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a challenge, but it's also the little car's well set up. It's lightweight. You know, it's quite nimble around the corners, and it's not got as much grunt as I'd like up the straight, but yeah, it's great fun. I loved it.
It was certainly enough, though, to take the win on that one. Probably not the race that you had wanted, a delayed start and a lot under safety car, but certainly you did get a good run time in.
Yeah, it was good. I had a good run. When Greg went off, his car never started, and then he came off, so that put me into second on the grid. I didn't get the start I wanted. Cameron came up and he got into second, and then I just chased Lindsay. Managed to get him on, I think, second last lap. Yeah. So yeah, it was good.
Solid race, and race 2 coming up later today. I think it's the last race of the weekend, so looking forward to that one as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations on the win here. Hopefully we see you out again later on. Excellent stuff there for Gordon Duncan. There is going to be a short break now, but viewers, don't go anywhere. The final race of the TCR UK Championship is about to get underway. It's round 9, and it's coming up after this break.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
by side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Picked up, my fringe is hanging off. It's a total disaster. TCR UK, Knockhill, we're back. Last TCR race of the day. AJ, what's been going on, mate? Have you been catching up with anyone? Lots to report on, actually.
Mate, race 2 was hectic, wasn't it? We had battles, we had penalties, post-race penalties as well. Brickley took the win. I think he's just lost that. I think, you know, penalties going his way. Not what you want to see, but you know, it is touring car racing. It's a tough one. I don't know about Carl Boardley as well. I know he was trying to contest his track limits penalty. I don't know if that came through.
No, I think the only thing I've heard up to now, we might be able to get that confirmed, but it's just a 1 second penalty for Brickley.
Right.
So he's been put into second place.
Right.
Alex Lee got the win.
Okay.
So that was the only change that was in there, apparently. So I don't think Carl Boardley's had his track limits overturned. So I think the results stand, except for the top 2 was switched.
Biggest one for me in that one, Callum Newsham. Several technical flags, meatball flags. He ignored them. Well, I don't want to say he ignored them. Probably was so focused on his racing. He then got the black flag. That didn't come out, and he's ended up with 4 points on his race license.
We just need to go up and get out of the safety car.
Safety car again.
I was actually wondering where that safety car was going to end up then, to be fair, because we're stood right where it would be. But yeah, you were saying, was it 4 penalty points for Callum Newsham because of the because he didn't check out what was going on?
Yeah, he didn't come into the pit lane, so he did eventually, but after that time it was way too late, and and I think he got quite a substantive grid penalty as well in this one. So not what he would have wanted, but there is some enlightening news as well. Carl Boardley is our new championship leader after drop scores going into this final race this round. So there's a plus side you can take from that. There's a silver lining.
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, I've got to admit that is a difficult one to swallow, because Boardley could have been up the road if he did not have that penalty. So he's got another stab of the cherry now. He's actually coming into his grid box, which is P1. So starting from the pole. He was on pole. He's the fastest guy around here. I've got to say, though, I'm looking forward to seeing what Brickley can do here with Boardley, because they looked like the class of the field, if I'm being honest, in that last race.
Yeah, the Cupras have been solid around here. You can even say the same for Matthew Wilson in race 2 as well, who did such an amazing job to hold on to his positions when he could. So, you know, the Cupras are looking super, super quick. And, you know, yesterday we saw, you know, Boardley, he just drove away. 10 seconds he gapped the whole field by. He's in that same spot again this time around. Can he do exactly the same? Or, like I say, this time around, Brickley's right next to him. He's going to give him such a fight here.
Definitely. So we've got a public grid walk now. Engines switch off on the grid. So we're going to have quite a lot of time to have a look around and speak to some guys and girls. I think we should start with maybe Boardley. See if he's just getting his stickers put down. So the way he's looking to the left, they're just making sure that he's getting his bit of tape that lines him up to the grid. So follow me. We'll just watch you. You know about this, AJ, because you're not stupid, mate. No. So this here, actually, this cross bit looking thing here, that is actually Carl Boardley's mechanic that's put this here, because when Carl Boardley next time he gets to his grid box to line up for pole position, he will look across like he was doing then and just guiding his mechanic to tell them to put this on the wall. So when he gets to the actual box, he will then just come to a stop, and then he'll be able to make sure he's not over the line and he's not too far back. He's out the car now, actually. Yeah. We've got some bagpipes that are going to be going off in a bit. They're just over here. Let's go and have a look.
Go and have a look.
Let's have getting their pictures done at the minute. I don't want to interrupt them too much, AJ, but I think we should get a front shot of maybe these guys. I think they're going to have a go in a second.
but we'll let them all get into line. This is fantastic. This is brilliant from Scotland. I love it. Every time we come up here, everyone is so cool. They're very welcoming, aren't they? Every time we come up to Scotland, and this is one of, I always tell people this is the top 3 circuits in the country for me, and it gets in my top 5 as a driver in the world, this place.
Yeah, it does. It's such an amazing place to visit. I've been a couple of times to Scotland. My first time here at Knockhill. I've got to say, where we're standing right now, I suspect, Paul, it's going to get very, very noisy, because you think TCR UK cars are loud, which they are. You've not heard a thing unless you've heard a bagpipe.
Yeah, true. This will be like sticking the anti-lag on, to be fair. But
will the microphones cope?
Yeah, no, probably not. I think we're right in the firing line here.
Headphone users, prepare.
Let's let this crack on. Let everyone hear this.
How amazing is that, Paul? I think TCR UK has arrived in Scotland.
Yeah, that should be something we have at every round. But yeah.
Well, mate.
Sorry, mate. I'm just taking your mic. My mic's gone a bit crazy. So, yeah. Anyway, it's pretty impressive stuff, isn't it, mate? And it should be on all of the time. I think we're going to get a little bit more of the bagpipe in a second. So should we crack on?
So, you forgot to unmute your microphone, mate. That's why. Yeah, I don't think anyone could hear you there, mate.
Good, is it? Oh, speaking of which, can we just stop here?
Yeah.
Something I want to talk about.
It was... When was your birthday?
The 20th.
Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything bad. There's DJ.
No, we cannot show that. How dare you, Paul? What even photo is that? No, we can't show that.
He looks like
that made the stream.
Looks like someone out the Addams family. Right, let's go and talk to...
Let's go talk to Carl Baldley.
Yeah, go on. I'll let you wander off. Go and speak to
cheers,
Carl.
mate, cheers. Right. So, Carl, can I just squeeze in, have a quick chat? Mate.
I met you earlier, but best of luck. Oh, mate, thank you. Cheers.
Carl, right, you lead the championship now. You start on pole. You do.
Oh, okay.
But on drop scores, yeah. Yeah, you do. Mate, but this one is going to be another close fight, isn't it? This time you've got Brickley alongside you. It's going to be a run down to the line, isn't it?
Yeah. We'll see what happens on a run down to turn one and then see how it all pans out. So, yeah, I'm feeling confident. Car's in a good place. I'm in a good place. So, we'll, head down and see what happens.
Yeah, race 2 earlier on didn't go all your way, the track limits. I've heard that you're wanting to appeal that. Did that come through?
No, they weren't really interested, to be fair. So, yeah, it's one of those. We just have to take it and move on. So we've done that. That's behind us. A little bit annoying because that'll be the second win that we've lost, through the same sort of thing. So, it's definitely something that needs to be addressed from higher up within the sport. I'm not the only one harping on about it. There's lots of other people that are harping on about it as well, but it's definitely something that needs to be addressed, that's for sure.
Right, mate, well, best of luck this race. Drive safe.
Cheers, thank you.
Right, Carl Baldley on that one. Paul, why are you looking at me like that?
I just keep getting touched by people, actually. It's Nicky Lyons is just touching me. I think... 1 second. Sorry, Nicky, let's interview... No, Nicky Lyons doesn't want to be interviewed. I love that. Just touch me in a live transmission. It's like, what do you want? Right, let's go speak to some good people.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you're right. You okay? Can't speak to Aidan Moffat too many times. Alan, can we chat? Safety car driver for the weekend, Alan. Lot of stuff going on. There's not actually been that many safety cars.
A lot more than yesterday. We sat and did absolutely nothing yesterday afternoon, which is good for the guys. Not so good for us, mind you, but yeah. No, we've had a few deployments this morning, just very quick reaction from the marshals out on the track, obviously. And we were out, back in again and get the racing back, which is the whole idea of the safety car setup.
What about the curbs? So you got new curbs for this year, or maybe the end of last year. What's the feedback from the guys? I drove around the circuit in a TCR car Friday. Pretty big curbs, but they seem to be doing the job.
Yeah, well, realistically, we're going back to the way the curbs were when they were first put in. The track was resurfaced a good few years ago, which brought the tarmac up and obviously left the curbs where they were. So we've really come back to where they were. Turn 1, looking forward to seeing the big touring cars come here because they always got a lot of air there to start with. So yeah, they'll need to be careful there.
You'll be a brave person to hit that one at Duffers Dip.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, you're going to have to. Yeah, very big, you know what.
Yeah, on that note, Alan, right, what are we up to?
Oh, well, during these grid walks, we like to chat to members of the public. And I've got 2 members of the public here that I'm very well familiar with in karting. We've got Cole Denham here, and we've got Lachlan Johnson, 2 drivers who are joining us this weekend. Not in karts this weekend, but you're looking at maybe your future driving career here. Cole, what do you think?
Yeah, I'd love to drive these ASAP, and yeah, I'd love to drive them.
Yeah, some touring car racing is what you want on the Canada, but TCR cars, they're the way forward. Who do you want to win on this one? Who's your money on?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're not sure? It's going to be a close race, isn't it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Lachlan, you yourself as well, known in the karting world. What do you think to TCR UK?
Good.
Good?
Good to be here.
Yeah? Enjoying the circuit? This your first time in Knockhill?
No. Been
No.
here 4 times.
4 times. So you're well known to the circuit. You a lap record holder here?
No.
No, not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
That's what I like to hear. Mate, boys, enjoy the race. All right, good to see you here and have fun. Enjoy the sunshine. Paul.
Lovely.
Yeah. Carters.
Good to see the youngsters. I know
Yeah.
you do a lot with Carters. Good kids. He needs to tie his shoelaces. I was going to do it then, but it would have been looked a bit weird on camera. Shall we have a little wander down? Let's go and speak to Jensen Brickley.
Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, because I just want to find out what's gone on and what was said in the stewards' room. So I will meander on down here. It's just talking to the team at the minute. Jensen, quick one, mate. Bit of a shame, innit? I mean, did you think that was going to come, or did you think that
it was a bit harsh. What did you reckon, mate?
I don't think it was harsh. I think it was close racing throughout. Me and Alex, it was fair the whole time, and he breaks a little bit early into the hairpin, and I didn't expect it, and I pushed him out of the way, got into the lead, pushed to pass, but yeah, we'll take second. Still a good result, fastest lap, so we know we're the fastest car here, so we'll try and do it again.
That's the thing, isn't it? And I was speaking to people, most cars have got damage on them. We're at Knockhill. If you haven't got damage on your car, then you're doing something seriously wrong. And it's so close, sometimes there's nothing you can do. And like you say, sometimes people have just got to stop cars dead, and that's the only advance, isn't it, for them?
Yeah, definitely. He obviously tried to stop me to get a better run, but I didn't expect it. It's just one of them things, and I think that it's just racing, isn't it? It's close touring car racing around a tight track, so yeah.
Last question, what we're doing from here? It's got to be a win, mate. Got to be a win, isn't it? Bordley's looking fast as well, though.
Bordley's looking fast, so hopefully we get a good start. If we beat him off the line, we try and win. And if we don't, we push him round until we get a good gap, and then we'll go for it.
Super. I'll let you go, and we're going to crack on. Good luck, boys and girls. AJ, who are you with, lad?
Why, yeah, I wanted to quickly chat a word with Joe Marshall, who's over here. Now, Joe's had an up and down day. You've always been starting well, Joe. You've always been up that sharp end, but something's always gone awry for you.
Track limits.
Track limits.
Yeah. Contact.
Yeah.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
The list goes on, really, but the main thing is track limits. I mean, I'm not going to say too much about it, but I don't know how they can police every single car when everyone's all close together. But it is what it is now. I've got to get my head down and hopefully just stay off all the gravel.
You've got a relatively flat start here as well, so launch is good in the Audi. You feeling confident for the start?
Yeah, well, I started here yesterday, so it's not that much of a hill, so we're not too bad. Where I think Shepherd behind's on more of a hill, so yeah, she'll get a good launch. Then it's just about keeping your head cool, lap after lap, try not to overdo it, and yeah, come in with a podium.
Yeah, mate, best of luck on that. Drive safe and have a good third race on this one. Paul is busy chatting away with one more of the parents out there, so we'll leave him to that. In the meantime, I want to go over, I want to chat with Callum. He probably doesn't want to talk too much about what happened earlier on, but I do want to get an understanding from what happened in his race too. Now, Callum, I picked you as one of the drivers to potentially win that race. Unfortunately, your exhaust fell off. Oh, mate, what happened? Did you not see the black and orange flags?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Go on, good man. That's a political answer.
But yeah, we got run into the back of it at the start. Just dropped the exhaust, hanging off, and yeah, it causes a DNF black flag. But the car wasn't there anyway. It was sliding everywhere. So hopefully we've made some good setup changes for this one and go forward.
That surprises me that it's sliding around everywhere, because yesterday, Friday, it was solid, or Saturday I should say. It was solid on Saturday.
Yeah, I don't understand. I think it's something to do with the new rubber on the front left, just causing it to grip up too much at the front and then just causing it to oversteer. But yeah. Hopefully we'll be all right now.
You're still in a good spot, though. Yeah. You're quite high up on the grid, so certainly much better than being right at the back like you were yesterday. Yeah. So, you know, this time around, we're hoping for a good result for you. Just, mate, keep an eye on them flags.
Yeah, exactly. I just hope we get on the podium this time.
Yes, mate. Best of luck. Drive safe on that one. Paul, what have you got?
Hello, mate. Sorry, I was just talking to a... But I'm allowed to because they were friends of Stuart and Nicky Lyons, who run the championship. So that's good. AJ, should we have a little wander down, mate? Yeah, it's good to see everyone on the track. This is a very busy grid, and a lot of public. Probably some people have not seen too much of TCR UK before, but I think this is great to open up to the public, isn't it? And they do seem to love what they're seeing.
They do, don't they? I mean, the grid walks, I think, every race weekend we come to it, gets busier and busier. So, you know, it is fantastic to see it. And the sun's shining for them as well. You know, there was a lot of people who didn't attend this weekend because they thought, oh, it's going to rain, it's not going to be good. That's not been the case. The sun's come out, and, well, here, it's beautiful to see so many people. We can't go too far down the grid, but we're here with Alex Lee, who certainly had a good race. He won that race earlier on after the penalties coming out. Mate, we've been ambushed here, haven't we? Look at this. This is fantastic.
They're on the march. It's that reminds me, I'm going to have a go with the bagpipes tonight when I get home.
Right, okay, enough of that. Alex, let's have a chat, please. Alex, I know you probably can't hear me right now. It's so noisy. Mate, well, congratulations on the race 2 win earlier on. Probably not the way you wanted it to happen, but still, you came away with maximum points. This race, you got an uphill start. It's a bit against you here, but are you feeling ready?
Yeah, I'm feeling ready. I'll do the best I can. Hopefully get a good start, overtake a few, and then see what happens. Go on from there. Yeah.
Championship certainly got a bit interesting now. Do you feel like you're still in the title fight?
I could be. I just need more consistent results. So then, yeah, mate, yeah, could be actually. Yeah.
Mate, well, you've been super quick around Knockhill. It's, you know, it's such a tricky circuit, but you've certainly got the pace around here.
Yeah. The pace has been good. It's been hard against the Audis and Cupras because they've been so fast, but we've got 40 kg extra on board with success ballast, and we're still really fast. So, yeah, it's been a good weekend so far for me. Looking forward to this race.
Mate, it's been a solid race weekend for you. Looking forward to Silverstone?
Yeah, really looking forward to it.
Mate, well, spot on. Great drive earlier on. Stay safe in race 3. Alex Lee there, he looks excited. Look, you found Annie McEwen. Look, he's outside for once.
I know, it's like they've let you out the comms box, haven't they? We're getting a bit out of range then, apparently, mate, with a bit of that. Annie McEwen, you need a suntan, first of all, mate, and that comms box doesn't do us any favours, does it?
It really doesn't. It's the first time I've been allowed out all weekend, so I was taking full advantage of it. But it's great out here, isn't it? We've got the bagpipes playing, we've got the sunshine, a brilliant atmosphere down here, and Knockhill does know how to put on a show, don't they?
It does, mate, it does. And the great thing here, I've always said it, the cars, you know, they fly around the circuit, they look fantastic. But one of the great things is it's close racing. That race 2, just a few hours ago, was one of the better TCR UK, and we've seen some good ones, mate. And on lead comms, what did you make of it?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's everything you hope for. It was a typical Knockhill race where you've got a battle at the front, it bottles everything up, and it's hard to go side by side here, but we saw plenty of examples in that race of how you can do it, and it doesn't have to always end in contact. Had we not had the penalty for Carl Boardley, it would have been the closest ever finish in TCR UK history as well. So, yeah, you know, I'm hoping for more of the same now. Obviously, we're going to have some of the quick guys back at the front again. Carl's going to be very tough to beat, but it's a very, very tight midfield this year, and there's a lot of drivers I've just been wandering up and down chatting to who all think they've got the pace to make some forward progress. So, yeah, more of the same, hopefully.
There's no reason why it shouldn't be the same. I don't think this race coming up, the only thing I would say is that it'll be a Brickley, Boardley, maybe show, but there is other people who can get involved, and Callum Newsham, for one, will want to be going forward. He's had a bit of a nightmare, hasn't he, with that exhaust coming off.
And a weekend that promised so much. He actually qualified really well on Saturday, but had to go to the back of the grid because of that engine change. So had it not been for that, he'd have been at the front in all 3 races probably. So real shame for him. I know he had high hopes. The good news is we get a repeat now of the sort of from the back to the front drive that he had yesterday. He's got pace to move forward. And as for that battle at the front between Jensen and Carl, both of them fired up now because they both feel that they were robbed of a race victory earlier on today, and they've got another bite of the cherry now. So I think we could have a few fireworks in this one.
We'll see what happens. What we'll do, mate, we'll let you go. I think me and AJ are going to just wander back up there. The drivers are starting to get in, mate.
They are.
The wind's picked up, and it's a bit of a worry that. These cars are saloon cars. They do have wings, but the only thing I will say is... you can get a bit of a shock into turn 1 when you're in clear air, because the wings do work a bit and the cars are heavy.
They do, and it is a headwind that they've got down this main straight as well. So when they go down Duffer's Dip, it is going to be one of those moments, you know. And remember, they've only got the 1 lap to warm those tyres up as well, so they've got relatively cold tyres. They will do the tyre rotation, but sometimes it might not be enough for them, so they're going down in towards that first corner in the unknown, really. Yeah. And there's been lots of races that we've had over the course of the day. Lots of rubber's gone down, lots of fluids have gone down as well. Marshall's here have done a fantastic job, though, to make sure the track is nice and safe to get going for racing. But it's certainly going to be an experience for these drivers. You know, the 2 Cupras at the front of this one, Brickley versus Boardley. I've no idea who's going to take this one.
Yeah, me neither. The drivers now starting to get ready. Let's have a hooter's gone off. Quick word from our Marshall at the side. Looking forward to this one. Do you get much time to watch this racing?
Yeah, quite a lot, because I'm in the pit lane, so I get to watch quite a lot of it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I enjoyed the racing yesterday, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Who's going to win this one? Come on. Well,
Carl Boardley won yesterday and today, so it's looking... If he can get away off the line, I mean, that's what he did. Got away off the line, and he just
A Carl Bordley getaway is what he needs, isn't it? Well, listen, thank you personally for everything you guys do.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and I'll see you at touring cars at Knockhill.
You will do. Top man. Nice one, fella. Thank you.
Cheers now.
Wicked. Right, okay. Bordley getting his lid on. We're going to get pushed off the grid. So I'm not... You heard that. He obviously got me mixed up with somebody else. We'll let Andy McEwen get into the comms box. I think we have to leave now, so let's get you out there. AJ, after you.
Oh, cheers, mate. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll squeeze through.
It's all very busy, isn't it? And look at this now. Look at the pit lane is so serene. Nothing going on. All the public now leaving Knockhill racetrack because they do not want to be on the track when these bad boys go round, do they?
No, I don't think they want to be on the track. And do you know what? I don't even think they want to be standing in here because, as we saw from race 2, this was a hive of activity in race 2 with cars coming in left, right and centre with grass in the radiators, you know, damage, everything like that. So hopefully we don't see the same with this one. Hopefully we see tooth and nail race all the way throughout. I want to see a proper touring car race in this one. And these boys know how to deliver. They delivered in race 2. They need to deliver in race 3 as well.
I think that's guaranteed. So let's go over to Andy McEwen on lead comms, and I will see you in a bit. Advert time, sorry. It's time for an advert. I always get that wrong.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Well, the sun is shining, the crowd assembled, a little bit of controversy in the air here at Knockhill, and just 3 points now separating the top 2 drivers in the championship. What more could you ask for here at TCR UK? The final race of the weekend for the TCR cars here at Knockhill is just a few moments away. The cars just making their way out around the track on their tyre rotation lap. They'll stop back on the grid again momentarily. They'll be off on the green flag lap proper, and well, what a fascinating race we've got in prospect. A bit of housekeeping to be done for you if you haven't been keeping track of some of the updates on social media since the earlier race. That race we saw Jensen Brickley having that pretty intense battle with Carl Boardley and Alex Lee. There was contact between Jensen and Alex into the hairpin, for which Jensen Brickley was handed a 1 second time penalty. So that means that although Brickley led at the line, Alex Lee, who was actually third at the line, ends up winning the race because the 2 drivers ahead of him both picked up penalties. Carl Boardley for track limits and Brickley for that aforementioned contact. So it means that Alex Lee notches up now his first victory of the season, and that was a much needed win as well. Not just for the points that it gives him, it moves him now into 3rd place in the championship again, but I think for the confidence as well that will do that young man. He won quite a few races last year, was many people's tip for the championship in 2023. I can't believe, Paul O'Neill, that it took him until race number 2 at Knockhill, the midway point of the season, to finally get that first victory. But that will be a massive weight off his shoulders.
Yeah, massive. As a driver, you think everything's going against you, and you try and put it to the back of your mind, you know, that you should be winning races, but you're not, because it's just bad luck. But the way he defended from Brickley was just outstanding, and just a bit of a shame. And I spoke to Jensen on the grid, very close round here. If you haven't got damage on the car around Knockhill, you're not racing, let's be honest. But it was a push to pass. Jensen, I think, would have give that place back if he could have, but he was very much under pressure from Boardley and couldn't really drop back. So yeah, right decision in my opinion, and Alex a deserved winner.
Absolutely. So that means that Alex Lee then, as I said, claims that race victory, moves now to 3rd in the championship. Carl Boardley, meanwhile, despite the penalty, extended his points advantage over Bruce Winfield ever so slightly, because Bruce was in the end able to use that as a drop score, but it didn't actually change his point situation all that much. So Carl Boardley on 201 championship points leads the way. Bruce Winfield 2nd on 198, Alex Lee 3rd on 171, and he is only 3 then ahead of Adam Shepherd, who has had a really consistent weekend. 2 3rd place finishes so far for Adam Shepherd. He's starting inside the top 5 on the grid again. And this is a proper Adam Shepherd kind of track, isn't it, really? Full commitment. You've got to have a car that's on the nose and rotating, and that's definitely how he likes to drive that thing.
Yeah, you know, how many times, as you see Adam Shepherd's white and purple striped car there on the left, how many times have we seen Adam Shepherd approaching the end of a braking phase with the car completely crossed up as the rears are locked up? And yeah, that's how he drives. He has the rear bias of the braking on that car, and the car turns before it actually sees the corner, and then Adam just finishes it off with the steering. So great to see him still competing. Always question marks over budget for the car, as one of the area guys pops his head in and says, mate, you've got to do this, do that. It's actually Josh Files. And he's telling him, look at that, bit of a handshake, and mate, you need to get on the inside, stay on the inside for that first corner and give it the absolute big one. So tyres rotated, rears to the front, ready to rock and roll, mate.
Indeed so. Speaking of area motorsports and Josh Files, I went down to have a chat with Bruce Winfield during the grid walk. He's well up for this. He started from a similar position yesterday and ended up 4th by the end. He just picked his way through and said the only reason he didn't get on the podium is because it took him too long to get past Chris Smiley. So he's got his elbows out at the start here to try and get past the Restart Racing Honda. That's had a nightmare weekend so far. It was a puncture, by the way, that put Winfield into the pit lane, a legacy of the contact that he'd had with Jensen Brickley, but no punishment went the way of Brickley for that one. That one was deemed a racing incident, but it knocked the rear tyre off the rim. That's why Winfield had to pit, and it meant that it was his, well, it wasn't actually an on-finish. He did still get classified as a finisher, so he still scored a couple of points, and that could prove to be important when we get to the end of the season, because this one does look like being nip and tuck. But the pressure on for Carl Boardley here, I think, Paul, really, because we know he won yesterday's race pretty comfortably from the front of the grid. He should be able to do that again. Certainly people are expecting him to do that again. And from a points perspective, he could really do with doing that again. He's got to be careful, I think, hasn't he, not to let his emotions get the better of him here. He's clearly a little bit miffed at the decisions that were made after race 2 with the track limits penalties. But here he has a golden opportunity to get another race win.
Yeah, golden opportunity to do that. The only fly in the ointment is Jensen Brickley. Yeah. Brickley has shown his speed But Boardley was on pole. He won the first race by 10 seconds. He could do with winning this. He really, really could do. But I think if he finishes in second, he won't be that bothered. The one thing he's got to do is learn from his mistakes, and that is track limits. And he swore blind to me that he didn't do it. There's judges a fact around the circuit. You have to just sometimes put your hands up and say, okay, I've been found out. Them two cars look very, very similar when I say judges of fact and track limits. And I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but I would not want to be a judge of fact. That's all I'll say.
Well, I've mixed them up a couple of times already this weekend, but then I am not the smartest person here at Knockhill, that is for sure. Right then, green flag lap about to get underway. Carl Boardley and Jensen Brickley, as we've said, on the front row of the grid. Jensen Brickley starting a bit further up the grid this time than he did yesterday. The wind blowing across the Knockhill circuit. I think that's what that hand gesture was anyway, Paul. Where does that affect the cars the most? Does it affect a touring car at all? Because we think of the wind affecting things like single-seaters, perhaps. Do you feel that in a car like this around a circuit like Knockhill?
If it's gusty enough into turns 1 and 2, Duffers Dip, you will feel it, definitely. Right. Braking zones change, mid-corner entry speed will change, but it has to be big gusts. It's not going to do anything to the front dam and the front wing. It's not going to cause massive understeer, but it will. With a big gust, which it's doing now, it will change the way the car enters turn 1.
Right then, here we go. Green flag lap underway. Cars make their way around the 1.26 mile Knockhill circuit, preparing for their final start of the weekend for the TCR UK drivers. This could be a particularly tasty race. Don't forget Callum Newsham on the grid as well, starting a lot further up than he did yesterday. He has had front-running pace all weekend, just hasn't had any fortune really, and he will be gunning for a podium, maybe even a race win as well. Here's how they line up then. Carl Boardley, the championship leader, on pole position, but Jensen Brickley has set the fastest lap in both of our races so far, and he starts right alongside him. That will be a fascinating battle into turn 1. Then Joe Marshall, who got nerfed up into the gravel on lap 1 earlier on today, starting 3rd. Callum Newsham 4th. All of these drivers with something to prove. Then Mr. Consistency, Adam Shepherd, 2 third places so far this weekend. He'll be coming from 5th alongside Jack Constable, who's also not best pleased with how his race went earlier on today. Alex Lee was pretty happy though, finally got that first victory of the season. Chris Smiley says that car's just underperforming at the moment, and he'll be starting from the outside of row 4. Whilst just behind reigning champion, we've got the erstwhile championship leader, Bruce Winfield, 3 points adrift from Carl Boardley now. Brad Kent had a drive shaft failure in the early race, that's what took him out of the second race of the weekend. Whilst Brad Hutchison and Matthew Wilson start together on row 6. 7th row of the grid then, right in behind them we'll have Jonathan Beeson. Darryl Wilson will be next. Had a quiet second race of the weekend, which is exactly what he needed after finding fence in race number 1 yesterday. And then row number 8 shared by Scott Sumton, the second restart race in Honda. Gary Townsend in the Audi. At the back of the grid, another Audi. Oliver Cottam having a trying weekend here up in Scotland. I believe his first time racing here up at Knockhill. The youngster in the number 98 car will have to come from the very tail end of the field. So, grid about to be formed. The stage is set here for a fascinating race. The start here, Paul, is going to be absolutely crucial though, because I know Jensen Brickley's quick, but I don't know if he's that much quicker than Carl Boardley that he'll be able to make an easy pass if he sort of gets stuck behind him. So it could be one of those where whichever of those Coopers gets into turn 1 first, immediately has the best chance of taking the race victory.
The one thing you do need to be around here, and that is on the inside. So you've got Boardley on the inside, you've got Joe Marshall on the inside, you've got Adam Shepherd on the inside, and the other guys, Brickley, Newsham, and Constable, they will be trying to get from your right-hand side of the screen to the left-hand side of your screen as quick as they can, because round the outside on cold tyres it doesn't happen. But I think we're ready to rock and roll.
I think we are. Green flag about to be waved at the back of the grid then for the 3rd and final time this weekend at Knockhill. We have a 25-minute TCR UK race to bring to you. Back of the grid is indeed formed. The revs start to rise. Away they will go. Who's going to get the best of the starts in the Coopers? It is going to be the pole sitter Carl Boardley. Look at Callum Newsham on his toes to try and find a way past Joe Marshall. Boardley leads then. Brickley 2nd. Bit of an overlap there for 3rd, but they end up single file across the top 5 or 6. As there, Alex Lee goes up the inside of Chris Smiley. Poor start for Winfield again. He's dropped behind Bradley Kent and Brad Hutchison almost. Darryl Wilson, so Winfield is in trouble. Adam Shepherd, meanwhile, has found his way ahead of Callum Newsham, so Shepherd already making progress and into 4th place.
Yeah, but Shepherd was looking well racy, and he was trying to get down the inside of Constable. Actually, no, it wasn't Constable, it's Joe Marshall, I think, in 3rd place. So, yeah, he was looking very racy early doors and just got the nose cut off him. But, yeah,
They're all line astern. It looks like Hutchison is down the inside of Kent as they go down to the hairpin. Can he get that done? Oh, lots of locking brakes, and that Audi Gen 2 car of Joe Marshall really struggling there, and he's done the job, hasn't he? But that allows Bruce Winfield through.
Yeah, smart driving that from Winfield, read that situation, got the better exit, gets past both of them. That was important for Bruce Winfield's race, and he crosses the line in ninth position, exactly where he started, but 2 places higher than he was at turn 1. Hutchison on the inside of Brad Kent gets the better of the Veloster, which needs a bit of work doing to it, I think, before the next round of the championship. Callum Newsham out wide. Did he make the dirt? Not quite, but Constable's up the inside, and Newsham very nearly off the edge of the road. Alex Lee alongside him, side by side through the chicane. That is not possible to do without contact, and there is contact. Newsham goes around off the front of Alex Lee, and now Bruce Winfield getting involved. He's on the grass, up the inside of Chris Smiley, and Callum Newsham's nightmare weekend gets even worse.
Didn't take long, did it? Sumpton has just pushed Darrell Wilson wide in the Astra, so that jumps back on, and that is Joe Marshall still defending from Adam Shepherd. But yeah, you call that one right. There was a lot going on. I couldn't quite see how that started, but 2 into the chicane was never, ever going to happen, and Newsham will be devastated.
And the thing is, they were pretty much dead level going in, so neither driver felt they had to give way, and I think that's what sort of led to the big squeeze on the exit. We'll wait and see what the stewards think of that one. Meanwhile, Chris Smiley, Bruce Winfield, nose to tail. Winfield told me that he needed to get past Smiley a bit more quickly in today's race than he did yesterday, and he's stuck behind the Restart Racing Honda still with Brad Kent, Brad Hutchison and Scott Sumpton all on his tail. A 5-car train topped and tailed by Restart Racing Honda Civics, and Chris Smiley with his work cut out now to keep one of his championship rivals from last year at bay.
Well, there we go then. I'll tell you what, they're hitting them curves a bit too hard for my liking. You're not going to do your drive shaft any good doing that, but Winfield will know better than me what that i30 is capable of, and what is that i30 capable of? Can it get down the inside? Because Smiley, that car just is not in the window, is it? It's not in the window to win races from a standing start, from grid lap times from a Friday or a Saturday.
Yeah, he's really struggling with top end speed. He also says the car just feels a bit lazy on change of direction, and that will hurt him through turn 1, where Winfield pounces on the inside and gets through. Big slide there for Winfield, but he has got to make forward progress, and he knew how important that move was to make. Past Smiley goes, Brad Kent now hot to both the curve, gets to the inside of the reigning champ, who has to give way. There's almost no point in Smiley putting up too much of a fight here. He clearly is at a pace disadvantage, and Brad Kent able to take advantage of that.
Wow, what's going on with Smiley's Honda, because that is very disheartening. He's now got a Generation 1 Audi pushing round of Brad Hutchison, so Brad doing a fantastic job just speaking to his dad Martin, and they're really happy kind of what they're doing with the Gen 1, but they just want to be that little bit further up, and it's here where they struggle getting out of the hairpin. He said the Gen 2 cars just pull away massively, and that's exactly what's happening now.
Fastest lap, Carl Boardley, Jensen Brickley taking a few laps to get into his groove, but it was the second half of the earlier 2 races where he really seemed to come on strong. Wait and see if the same happens again. Joe Marshall still third, Adam Shepherd 4th, Jack Constable 5th position, Alex Lee 6th, Winfield 7th, Brad Kent 8th, and this the fight for 9th. Basically, encompasses the entire second half of the field, really, minus Callum Newsham, who sadly has had to pit after that spin that he had in the chicane on the opening lap. Oliver Cotton there using plenty of curve. He's made some good progress from the start, and he's on the tail now of Matt Wilson.
Yeah, and his teammates behind him, Jonathan Beeson in the other Gen 2 Audi, hits the curve a bit too hard in the 78, but those 2 Audis, I think they're not in the right place. They're a lot faster than that. I know Jonathan Beeson, his ideal lap times are like in the top 6, so if he can get a bit further up, he'll be absolutely spot on. Joe Marshall takes the fastest lap, 52.089, so Marshall is on the up, and he's only half a second behind Brickley.
That was only fractionally quicker than Boardley, but he was 3/10 quicker than Brickley that time. So Jensen, for whatever reason, not able to unlock that pace that he had at the back end of the earlier races in the early stages of this one. We're nearly 5 minutes through, and he's just now slipping away slightly from the race leader. 1.3 seconds is the lead margin. Maybe he's now to have to turn his attention to defence more than attack. This group of cars needing to settle down, really, though. Absolutely nose to tail, and Oliver Cotton punishing the suspension on the Audi, but that's not the quickest way through the chicane, is it? Look, he opens the door now for Jonathan Beeson, who has a big look at the inside.
Yeah, they need to stop slowing each other down, because they were right on the back of Wilson. They need to get line astern and sort that out, but Beeson thought that the door was open. Not really an overtaking place, that, unless you absolutely shock the death out of somebody there. And talking about that, Joe Marshall is looking a bit racy, and Brickley looks in his mirrors now and thinks, oh, where's he coming from?
another 10th to the leader that time, does Jensen. And yeah, Joe Marshall looking for that first victory in the championship. And actually, I'm trying to remember now whether Joe has had one podium finish so far this season, but arguably should have had more. And there was a race at Snetterton where he went off on the last lap from the podium place. Alton Park, he was spun out in chicane in the second race and then ended up in the gravel in race 2 earlier on today. So Joe Marshall, I think, just happy to try and get to the end on the podium if he can. Is he going to have the pace maybe to go one step higher? Jensen Brickley just gapping him slightly this lap.
So then Boardley 1.4 seconds ahead, but Brickley has just not got the pace. He was definitely the quickest car here in the race earlier on this morning. Quicker than Boardley, but not now. Boardley's obviously made a little change and made that car work a lot better, but Shepherd, they're going to be shot. And at 117, he's looking a bit racy as well. But I've got to say that car of Brickley's is just so good into McIntyre's. It's got a little bit of oversteer and the car just turns and rotates. And that curve you've just seen Alex Lee hit there. I would never in a million years hit that. But a lot of people are, some of them are missing it behind. But that's the one that breaks the shaft and breaks the ball joints in the car.
I'd say Alex Lee's car does look particularly soft, doesn't it? I think they've gone for a really soft suspension setting, rides those bumps well. There's Callum Newsham. He's had an extended visit to the pit lane. There must have been some damage to the right-hand side of that car after the collision that he had on the opening lap with young Alex Lee. He's sitting in 6th place now, but Callum Newsham at least getting himself back out into the circuit. Right, Joe Marshall flashing the lights now at Jensen Brickley. That gap has come visibly down now. It's under half a second. The Audi at this stage, Paul, looks quicker than the Cupra, but is it quicker in the right parts of the circuit?
Well, it's definitely putting the pressure on Jensen. There's that rear wing on Jensen's car just absolutely flapping around. See that off the curb, the back of that Cupra. Watch as it goes into, look at the rear wing. It's run wide. Oh, he's got big understeer problems. This is now the flashing Joe Marshall's chance to get down the inside, but which is the right part of the circuit? It's down here. He needs to make him defend and try and switch him back. Can he do it? He's close enough to then get it switched back, but I think it's going to be turn 2. He can get his nose down the inside of McIntyre's down the hill. He might have a chance.
Yeah, he does pull well off the hairpin, but not quite well enough to get alongside. Behind them, Adam Shepherd about to have similar problems, I think, courtesy of Jack Constable behind him. But yeah, Jensen Brickley struggling, as you said, by the looks of it, with a bit of understeer. Noticeably warmer now than it was earlier on today. Is that the kind of thing that can cause a bit of a handling imbalance like that?
Exactly like that. You've just seen him try to turn in. The front tyres are getting overheated because the rear tyres have too much grip. The front-wheel drive cars, that they all are in TCR, you want the rear tyres to have as least grip as possibly feasible for you to hang on to, because the rears need, the front need as much help as they can get, not overheating. But if the rears are too grippy, it means the front will be too grippy and it'll end up overheating. So yeah, this is game on. He's struggling on the brakes now as well.
He is, isn't he? Although Joe Marshall doesn't make friends with the apex there at the hairpin, just drops a length or so. Scott Sumpton, by the way, being warned about track limits, so he's been given a black and white warning flag. No penalty yet coming to the Restart Racing driver who runs it in 11th place, but he picked up at least one time penalty so far this weekend. He'd rather not have a second. Jensen Brickley, though, down the hill, the former Fiesta Junior front runner, then moved into the Fiesta Senior Championship for a season or so. The transition that he has made into TCR UK this year, I was actually saying to Jensen, the team on the grid, really reminds me of Alex Lee last year. He wasn't a name that many people were mentioning as a potential front runner, and yet he's taken to TCR Racing so much more quickly than we expected, and surely has a bright future. Chris Smiley, though, I think the only thing he's interested in his future is seeing the checkered flag. The next 15.5 minutes can't go by quickly enough.
That's really sad to see, isn't it? We've heard of murmurings of, you know, little problems with the car. They're always trying to get on top of it. It's a difficult window to get that FL5 Honda into. But if anyone's going to do it, it's Chris Smiley, Restart Racing. But to be pushed around by Brad Hutchison in an older car with his old championship-winning car behind him in Scott Sumpton's hands, it's quite disheartening. And I don't know if that's engine power or handling or both for Chris Smiley.
Yeah, he's sort of suggested to me a few times this weekend that it is a little bit of both. The Audi certainly sticking with him here over the hill. And yeah, Scott Sumpton right on the same pace as Chris Smiley. It's just a shame that Chris is having a bit of an off-pace weekend. Defends into McIntyre. Slight strange line there from Chris. That picks up a bit of understeer mid-corner. But he just about gets across to the inside to cover into Butchers. Over the chicane, the car just looks a bit lazy, doesn't it? Just won't switch direction over the hill quickly enough, and now Brad almost gets to the inside.
He's never going to win this battle because you're going to stop him on the apex here, and Brad's going to get underneath, and that's a great opportunistic move. Has he got the power to do it? That's a great overlap, and that's great driving from Chris Smiley. I clap my hands to you there, Chris, because you could have fired him right off. You're going to lose 2 places, or will Scott be nice to you because he's your teammate? Hutchison, fantastic move.
Yeah, kept his foot in as well there, Brad. Didn't lift off at all, and well, gets the place, but can now Smiley come back at him? Looks to the inside over the hill. It's all over 9th position, remember, but no, the Audi stays in front. Brad Hutchison with a really, really good bit of driving there, committed driving, and absolutely squeaky clean from the pair of them. And now, yeah, Paul's absolutely right. We get the 2 Restart Racing drivers together on track. Not something that we've seen an awful lot of so far this season. Scott Sumton, who made the move over into Restart Racing this year. With him, he's now developed his partnership with Yaz as one of their young drivers. And good to see him battling with the reigning champ. Right, this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th Paul, all absolutely together. They're the best part now, 5 seconds off the race leader. Brickley is in trouble.
Yeah, Brickley's in trouble. The race leader is up the road. Let's forget about who's going to win this, because it will be Carl Bordley. Unless he has big problems, but you can just see it's the wavering rear of Adam Shepherd that's causing some things going on. That's a great move. Constable shocks Adam Shepherd, and I didn't think Shepherd would ever get a move put on him like that. That's brilliant stuff. You never see a move like that down there. That's great, but Constable has come alive.
If you're going to make a pass at McIntyre's, it can't be a half-hearted look. You've got to commit to the move, and Jack Constable is as committed a driver as they come. It's lost them a bit of time to these two, but I reckon Jack might have the pace to close back in on them anyway, and maybe he can fight his Rob Boston Racing teammate Joe Marshall for a podium place. Adam Shepherd then dropped back down to 5th, which is where he started the race, having made some decent early progress, but I'm sure he won't have given up hope of getting back through either. His Area Motorsport Hyundai teammates behind. Why was Shepherd taking an odd line over the hill? He's pulling off. I think Shepherd's pulling over, is he? At the back of the shot? No, he's back on the racing line. For some reason, Shepherd was right over to the extreme right-hand edge of the track, Paul.
That car doesn't look very good. In a straight line, it looks like it may be crabbing. Adam Shepherd's car doesn't look like it's geometrically straight. It looks, when it's coming towards you, it doesn't look like it's driving a straight line, and he's gone wide again. And it looked like he was coming over to the other side of the track. You're right, there's something not right about that car. The 1.7 doesn't look healthy, because that is now starting to limp really badly. What is going on with Adam Shepherd?
That is odd, isn't it?
Something underneath the car. No, that's the side sill just waving around. He's going to be under pressure in a second. He's going to be battling off Alex Lay, and he was looking like the man who could get in the podium a minute ago.
I don't think there was contact either from Jack, was there? That looked like a clean move, so maybe he's just bounced off a curb awkwardly and all of it and done some damage. Maybe it's a problem that he can drive around. We'll have to wait and see. Darryl Wilson, I'm afraid, doing no more driving. His Vauxhall has been in the wars this weekend, and it unfortunately is going to be a non-finisher. Joins Callum Newsham, who's... no, Callum Newsham's still going, but he's multiple laps down. Scott Sumton, by the way, has now been given a 5-second penalty, so didn't heed the warning, and he therefore can be effectively taken out of this battle.
This is a good battle, because look who's joined. Jonathan Beeson has joined the back of Sumton goes through in the 27. Smiley just in front. Matthew Wilson being chased down by Jonathan Beeson coming through in the Audi now. There's Matthew Wilson. Beeson's past Cotton. The black Audi with the red front is now getting fully involved in a scrap with Chris Smiley. Jonathan's not even been racing that long. Proper stuff.
Did this at Donington, didn't he, last year? Really surprised us. He and George Healer both suddenly sort of found some real speed, and it seems the more laps and more track time they have in TCR machinery, the better they get. Accelerating out of the hairpin then is Scott Sumton. As I said, this 5-second penalty now applied for exceeding track limits. We still have 10.5 minutes to go. Whilst there, Oliver Cotton and Gary Townsend go side by side. That's the battle between teammates, or ex-teammates actually, for 14th position. And Gary Townsend, I think, had the inside run towards the first corner in the background. Yes, slipped past Oliver Cotton, who had been making good forward progress earlier on, but now falls back into 14th, although comes back at Gary Townsend. And they're going to go side by side towards the chicane.
Hold your breath, and good fair play to Gary Townsend. He's thought, nah, you're all right, mate. Lifted out the throttle, did not want side-to-side contact. Two Audis not looking good if they hit each other, so yeah, good for them. But Beeson, there he is, the 78. He's all over the back of Matthew Wilson, who was leading the last race. So Beeson will be loving this, because he'll have Chris Smiley in his sights down at the hairpin now.
into the hairpin they go. Wilson takes the inside line to cover. Beeson tries to use that Gen 2 Audi traction on the exit of the turn, and you can see it just pulling him up the hill that little bit better than the Cupra is for Matthew Wilson ahead. Two Hondas there, the Restart Racing teammates together, but behind them is the battle for 12th position. And for the time being, Matthew Wilson just managing to hang on. And through Duffus they will go. And Beeson carries the speed in. So easy to overdrive some of the corners here at Knockhill, Paul, because almost none of them are positively cambered. You're always going over a crest or something. If you overdrive by a fraction on the way in, you'll be way wide at the apex.
Exactly that, and that's it, especially down the hill at McIntyre's as we keep on Beeson's tail. Oh, Matthew Wilson makes a mistake. Beeson looking to get down the inside. This is the Audi Gen 2 that I drove on Friday morning. I could not believe the grip and the speed it had out of the hairpin as he runs wide. Oh, he just tried to open the door a bit, didn't he, to say, go on then, mate, have a go. But Beeson thought better of it and didn't tag him. But yeah, great TCR cars. Like I said, Friday morning I had a quick go, and I was so surprised how fantastic the cars were around it. I actually would love to be out there this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no better track, I don't think, is there, to be in a front-wheel drive touring car that you can just absolutely throw around. Such a fun circuit to drive, this one, and hopefully becomes a regular feature again on the TCR UK calendar. Up over the chicane they go, then continuing their little battle that's going on just outside the top 10, which is supposed to be. You're not missing anything out in front. It's still cardboardly, although the gap is now sort of static at about between 5 and 6 seconds back to Jensen Brickley. So I think Brickley is getting better as the race goes on. It's just that he's not getting quite as strong as he has been in the earlier races. He seems to be keeping Joe Marshall at arm's length now, and they really have dropped Jack Constable and Adam Shepherd.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? And Joe Marshall's still got the fastest lap. Brickley's a bit status quo with Joe Marshall. Adam Shepherd's kind of backed off, but he's still there. But he's good 2 seconds off the back of Constable. Brickley, he just looks like he's trying to gain the points now.
Well, he needs to really. 6th in the championship. He is 41 points off cardboardly, and that's on dropped scores as well. Jensen Brickley has had a couple of slightly iffy races. He scored points in every race, in fairness, this season. He's not had a non-finish, but obviously hasn't been on the podium quite as consistently as he would have liked. Only had 2 podium finishes, one of those being the victory that he had in the first sprint race at Croft. So another solid second place here, beating all of the championship contenders apart from cardboardly would be a good result. Meanwhile, Paul, the Restart Racing Hondas have now swapped places, and Scott Sutton is up into the top 10.
Fair play to Scott. I was speaking to Bert Taylor from Restart Racing, said they were really impressed with what Scott had done. I think he's really found his feet with this team, hasn't he? And kind of just got a bit more direction, and he's found a leader in Chris Smiley, who's just overtaken.
Absolutely, there we go. So the student becomes the master now, leading Chris Smiley, who's clearly struggling in the U-shaped Honda, and now might be caught by the Matthew Wilson and Jonathan Eason battle, which is still raging on behind. There's never been more than a car length or so, seemingly, between these two. Through Clark's towards the end of another lap. Wilson runs wide, and actually Beeson had to tap the brakes there mid-corner to avoid running into it.
Do you know what that was? That actually wasn't him braking on purpose. Jonathan, I know, is a left foot braker, and that is a great move. Jonathan down the inside, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Nice clean move, gets the job done, and this is what he's been promising all weekend. Now he has TCR current champion Chris Smiley right in front of him.
Yes, he does, although Matt Wilson's going to try and come back at him. Is he into turn 1? Beeson covers the middle ground, doesn't allow Wilson through on the inside, and now can set off after Chris Smiley. Yeah, that was a really, really good move that he made, having just avoided collecting Matt Wilson through Clark's the corner before. So he sets off after Chris Smiley, and maybe a top 10 would still be on the cards if he clears Smiley quickly, although the time is getting away from us here. 5.5 minutes only remaining in the race. Remember, Scott Sutton still has that 5-second penalty, actually, so if Beeson gets past Smiley and stays within 5 seconds of something, that would be a top 10 finish for the Audi driver, which heads towards the hairpin now.
He's flying, you know. Beeson is now 4/10 quicker on that last sector than Chris Smiley. Look, he's really with him. But Jonathan, the brake flashing that you're seeing in the middle of the apex at Clark Curve, that's actually Jonathan tapping the brakes by accident. He's a left foot braker, so he rests his left foot on the brakes. And I've seen his data, and I've worked with him a bit, and he sometimes double pedals. Oh, talk about double pedaling. that is not going to make you catch the championship winner from last year, because he hit that double step curve so hard the car didn't even on one wheel.
That was very spectacular from Beeson. He's certainly not lacking in commitment. He needs to be careful though, because he's been warned for track limits, as Jonathan. So too has Alex Lee a bit further up the road. So the man in 6th place being warned about track limits. We know already Sumter's got the penalty, but he at the moment is the only one having time added on to his race at the moment. But Jonathan Beeson flirting with that very same thing now as he goes beyond track limits a couple of times. His pursuit of Chris Smiley picks up a bit of an understeer there out of the final turn, and I think he's getting a bit excited here, Paul.
He is, and I'll tell you what, if he gets excited like that across the Duffers Dip entry curves, he will do an endo and he'll end up on his roof going down Duffers Dip. That was full commitment. That's the first time I've seen a TCR car hit that big red sausage curve today, actually, and don't want to see it again.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, isn't it? Just inches away from it, but not quite on it. Callum Newsham there pushing hard. He's moved out of last place now because he's completed more laps than Darren Wilson has, but he's still 5 laps behind the race leaders. Makes his way up over the top end of the circuit as Matthew Wilson, also now being warned about track limits, stays well away from the painted red curve there on the exit of Clark's, making absolutely sure that he doesn't pick up a penalty. Brad Hutchison there out of the final turn, running in 9th position. Sumter in 10th, although on corrected times will fall behind both Chris Smiley and Jonathan Beeson. Potentially Matthew Wilson as well. We'll move into the closing stages now of this 3rd and final race of the weekend. 3¼ minutes remain. And well, for Carl Bordley, this has been an inch perfect drive so far. We're not hearing that he's being warned about track limits. Makes his way out of the final corner now, actually, with Jensen Brickley having given a valiant chase, but just lost too much time in the early stages. I think I can hear the bagpipes playing again, which is what threw me just for a brief second there, as they serenade Carl Wardley, potentially on his way to another race victory, what would be his 3rd official race victory of the season.
The other thing that's a bit disappointing for Chris Smiley is he is carrying no compensation weight, so his is one of the lightest cars out there, which is a real shame. And it still just doesn't seem to be in that window. And Jonathan Beeson is actually 20 kilos heavier than he should be, because it's a new model weight, a new model car change. So he's carrying a little bit of weight, but still. Oh, Smiley out. No points for Smiley. What has gone on there?
2nd race in a row that he's had to pull into the pit lane. That is just...
That explains it.
Well, it does. There clearly was some sort of ongoing issue with the car, and I chatted to Chris in the hotel last night, actually. He was saying, look, I'm a fighter. I'm not going to give up. We're not going to be throwing old toys out the pram and leaving, but we need to do something. We need to make this car work better, and I think there's going to have to be some fairly extensive meetings before Silverstone next time out. Callum Newsham's just out there having some fun now. He's unlapping himself here from Oliver Cotton. Nips up the inside of the youngster in the Audi heading through Clark's corner. Yeah, what a shame to lose Chris Smiley from the race. It means that Sumter now jumps back into the top 10. He's 11th, and he's almost guaranteed now a top 10 finish as long as he stays within 5 seconds of the Honda.
That'll be a decent effort for him, especially with all the commitment he's shown to come up to Knockhill and get that Audi Gen 2 car out. But yeah, back to Bordley. This is looking like a repeat of that first race yesterday, where he smoked everybody by 10 seconds, didn't he? And this is what Carl's got to take away. He's got to take the emotional side out of his game, because there's nothing you can do to change that. Track limits, infringement in the race before, so he's just got to win this race and keep thinking that he's the quickest out there and just take that on to the next weekend.
Well, he's going to outscore Bruce Winfield pretty healthily here, because Bruce hasn't made the progress in this race that he did yesterday. Admittedly, not as many cars ahead of him picked up penalties this time, which certainly helped his cause. He's catching Alex Lee, in fairness. He's only just over a second behind Alex, but he's going to be starting the final lap this time by, so that's not going to come to anything, I don't think. So Carl Bordley with 40 points about to go his way. Will further extend the championship margin, whilst Bruce Winfield finishing down in 7th position. He's going to be soaring, I think, 19 points, so it's more than a 20-point swing now, and Carl Bordley's going to take those points out of Bruce Winfield, although that could become another drop from Bruce. I think it might do. So anyway, Bordley's certainly going to arrive at Silverstone well into the second half of the season with the points lead. Just needs to bring it home one final time, and Carl Maudley's season has been a consistently strong one, there's no doubt about it. Yes, he's had some unfortunate races where things have gone wrong, where he's had penalties, where he's had results taken away from him twice now. He feels that he should have won a race, only to have it taken away from a track limits time penalty. But regardless of that, Carl Maudley has managed to put it all behind him. He's driven an inch-perfect race here in the third race at Knockhill, and the 11th race of the season is going to go the way of car 41. It will be his third race victory of the year, and it means he'll go to Silverstone with a reasonably healthy points advantage. Carl Maudley victorious here at Knockhill, weaves and flashes the lights in celebration as he sees the checkered flag. Backed off towards the end there. Jensen Brickley only 3.2 seconds back, and Joe Marshall in third place. They will all be very happy podium finishers that Paul O'Neill will chat to in a moment. But Paul, we've somehow now got to come up with driver of the weekend for TCR. 3 races to choose from. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think you've got to be a bit of a silly person not to say Carl Maudley, really. I mean, he's done a great job. Pole was amazing. The race win yesterday was amazing. That race win was amazing. It's got to be him. Shall I tell him he's had track limits again when I interview him?
I dare you. I dare you,
Oh,
Paul.
I'll do that. Would you agree with me, though, Carl
I
Maudley?
do, 100%, yeah. I mean, the drive in race 2, if you take the track limits penalty out of it, was one of the best drives from a reversed grid that we've seen in years. So I don't think we can argue with that one, really. And you'll give him something to smile about as well at the end of the weekend. So Paul's going to head down and have a chat with our podium finishers then in a moment or two. And hopefully in a moment we can confirm the finishing order for the third and final race of the weekend here at Knockhill, the 11th race, the 9th race of the championship. I never was good at maths. Victory for Carl Maudley. I don't need to be good at maths to tell you that he's going to be the points leader going to Silverstone. Jensen Brickley having to settle for second place, but that's another consistent weekend for him, and he'll be very pleased with that. Joe Marshall likewise gets his second podium appearance of the season with a third place finish. Jack Constable fourth, Adam Shepard fifth. Alex Lee comes home in sixth ahead of Bruce Wingfield. Disappointing afternoon at the end of the area motorsport squad. Bradley Kent gets to the finish. That's going to please that team a little bit. The Essex and Kent Motorsport squad. Brad Hutchison finishes in 9th, and Jonathan Beast leads the top 10 after that penalty for Scott Summerton, the 5-second track limits penalty. The only driver to pick one up in that race. Matthew Wilson was 12th, Oliver Cotton 13th. Gary Townsend in 14th position, followed by, I suspect Callum Newsham, who will be classified 15th because Chris Smiley wasn't running at the flag. He was in the pit lane with a problem, as was Darryl Wilson. But I have to say, actually, at a track that I expected to be a bit of a car killer, quite impressed with the relative lack of mechanical failures. We've had more mechanical failures at other racetracks this year than we have at Knockhill, so the teams have done a really good job to prepare the cars to the highest possible standard and make sure that they're almost all anyway capable of making it to the checkered flag. And of all the places to have 3 races in a weekend as well, Knockhill probably the most punishing of the lot. From here, we head to Silverstone now, a return to the Silverstone National Circuit, first time in a number of years that we've raced on the Silverstone National layout, the place where it all started for TCR UK back in 2018. We'll have 2 races there, then we head to Donington Park on the National Circuit after that, and then Brands Hatch. There's just something about having a touring car championship decider at Brands Hatch, albeit on the Indy circuit, that is really, really special. Really looking forward to that weekend. Carl Maudley, though, celebrates the race victory, climbs out of the car, taps the roof as well.
Carl Maudley, the winner. TCR UK at Knockhill. The third race of the weekend, absolutely stunning stuff. Not just the winner of that, actually, a lot earlier in the day, he was a bit annoyed at track limits. But absolutely brilliant stuff. Carl Maudley, second win of the weekend at Knockhill. And not just that, Tom Walker, Memorial Trophy winner, and also the Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner. I hope he's got a big trophy case. We're going to hand him a Goodyear hat when he gets his ears out. But this place has always been good to Carl Maudley. Everything I've seen him race, he's always done well. And he's going to be a happy chappy to speak to. And Carl Maudley, wow, that'll do, won't it? Take your drink there, mate. That will do. Tom Walker Memorial Trophy, Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner, race win, smoked them all. Race 2 weren't great, but this is fantastic.
Race 2 was pretty good, though, because it was a good spectacle, wasn't it? So, yeah, it's pretty speechless at the minute, to be fair. We've come here, we've rocked up on the Friday morning, We know the car's in a good place. Thanks to Nick, Paul, Jack, Andy, my dad, everyone, all behind the scenes have just got the car just 100% where I want it to be when we turn up. A few little tweaks, and we keep tweaking it race by race, and it's just getting more and more, you know, just getting better and better. More and more to me, suited to me, so I can just go out and just deliver laps, consistent laps, and then you just bring it home, easy.
The competition in TCR UK is pretty mighty, and one of those mighty people is Jensen Brickley. I'll be honest with you, mate, I thought he would have given you so much grief, but you just seem to make a change maybe from the last race, because the car just looked on fire.
Yeah, we changed it a little bit. Race 2, it was a case of like being patient, didn't want to knock wheels off it because of a short turnaround to race 3. So we set the car more to come on mid-distance and then maybe sort of pick something at the end. That one was a case of doing it the other way around. So we got the car to switch on lap 1. It was a little bit loose from the rear for a couple of laps, but as soon as it settled down, it was a case of you could lean on it and really attack the curbs, and then just put a bit of distance between myself and Jensen. And once I'd got him a few car lengths behind, it was just a case of just consistently doing the laps and keeping him there.
Fantastic, mate. I'll leave you to it. Last thing I will say, you're our driver of the day, mate, so well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Top man, Carl Bordley. What a weekend, new champion league. Jensen Brickley, that'll do, mate, that'll do. That was all right, wasn't it? Car didn't look as quick, though, as Carl's. It was a little bit of a struggle, wasn't it, to keep in there, but you'll take the points.
Yeah, definitely take the points. Yeah, we couldn't keep with Carl. He was really quick in that. We had some issues with the car. It felt like a left rear suspension. Something had gone wrong. That's why I went over the grass at turn 1. So I had a massive moment. So it was just bringing it down a little bit to drive at 85% instead of 100. But yeah, we didn't quite have the pace in that one compared to the race before. But yeah, second is fine.
No alarms on the dash. I mean, there's a lot of grass in the front, mate.
Yeah, no alarms on the dash. We were just cool enough.
Top man. Listen, well done, mate. I think you'll be happy with all them points you've got hold of. Speak. Dear me, what's that? I've just stood on the roller. Just have a look at this. Oh, I just stood on all of that there. That's like going to be the worst thing I could have done. Sorry about that. I think these are quite official as well. Well done, Joe. That was good, mate. Well done. You did well there, mate. I'll put this down. Hang on.
Yeah, it was hot. You all right? Yeah, it went well. Shepherd was quick, straight out the box. So I was trying to like defend from him. And then, yeah, we broke away from him, trying to get past Brickley. But yeah, we just put his car in the right places. But happy with P3 after the weekend we've had. P3 is, yeah, really, really good.
Top man, leave you to it. Well done. And yeah, looking like you're on top form. We are going over to the comms box.
Let it go.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
for voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world. Choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back to Knockhill, where we're ready to thrust you straight back into the racing action. The BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship bursting into life, and Sam Nessa from the outside of row 1 is going to get the better of Ben Mulryan from pole position, just as he did in the earlier race. Mulryan tries to switch back to the outside line, but that is never likely to work. Now hold your breath. Let's hope they all get through to first step in one piece. Yes, they do. There's some contact there slightly as Maximilian Solarski tries to get to the inside of Mulryan, and there is a spin further back. 2 cars going around and heading for the gravel trap. Now, who are they? That's the 51 car.
Blame Rickler, that is.
Blame Rickler. Oops, careful. I think there's damage. Maybe there's more carnage. That is Solarski off. Someone else bouncing over the grass in the background.
Ronnie Smith in the 96 is off the road as well.
Oh, blimey. And then rejoins into the side almost of Luke Hilton. So straight back to action, the Fiesta Juniors. And there will be a few talking points after all of that. I think we might have got everyone carrying on from that, though. Solarski's lost some bodywork. Flame Rickler has got damage to the left rear corner of her car, and so Flame is going to be going no further in this race. But it is Sam Nessa who leads them, heading out of the hairpin. Ben Mulryan switched his windscreen wipers on. I hope that's not because the weather is turning, just because he's flicked the lever with his hand. He's side by side now with Jacob Hodgkiss. Jacob Hodgkiss there on the outside line will just manage to get across in front of him, and then that's Jensen Bell coming around the outside, trying to go around the outside of both of them. Gets past Mulryan, and then has a go at getting up the inside of Hodgkiss. This is brilliant racing down towards McIntyre as they go, slipping and sliding around on cold tyres. Jensen Bell around the outside of Mulryan, going backwards. Solarski's back alongside him now, side by side towards the chicane. Solarski gets past him. It's all unravelling, Scott Woodwiz, for the pole sitter.
It is, but it's also coming up trumps for some of the local talent. We've got Jacob Hodgkiss and Jensen Bell. Solarski fires it up the inside towards Clark's going for 3rd place. Jensen Bell toughs it round the outside. You can tell he's a local favourite. He's got the Scottish Saltire on the top of his roof. I forgot the word there. But here comes Matt Solarski powering his way past. He's got Ben Mulryan to his left. Hadley Simpson getting involved as well. It's 2 by 2 down towards the hairpin. And Jensen Bell breaks all of them. Just Solarski gets to the apex first, and then decides to block past and essentially shove Jensen Bell off the road, which wouldn't have been very gentlemanly. Off the road he goes and loses 2-3 spots as he comes up the hill. But I think Solarski's getting a bit too feisty in these first couple of laps. I think that's saying something.
Yes, it's working for him, I suppose. He's gained another place there, up into the podium spots once more. Ryan behind him. Then it's Hadley Simpson and Ronnie Smith, and Jensen Bell now finds himself battling with George Foxlow, and I think that was Lucas Hayden, wasn't it? Luke Hilton is in that group as well, in the number 32, but he's got someone levering him aside at the inside. In fact, that was Ronnie Smith, I think, wasn't it? 96, and he manages to get past Luke Hilton, who's still trying to give him one back as they drop down the dip towards the chicane. Calm down, everyone. It's a 15-minute race. You're not going to win it on the opening few laps. The race leader, though, Sam Nessa, is going a long way towards winning this one because he's 2 seconds up the road already after just 2 flying laps of the race, and he is distancing himself from the rest of the pack, although they're closing back in on him a bit more now on lap number 3. Down at the hairpin they descend. Ben Mulryan just needs to try and take stock of the situation here. He's in 4th position at the moment, and needs to try and pick a few more up. That's more contact. That's Smith, I think, into Lucas Hayden. That's done damage to Ronnie Smith's number 96 car. And well, is it suspension damage or just bodywork? Might have got away with just some bodywork damage there. He's going to carry on regardless across the line. A couple of cars now have switched their windscreen wipers on. I don't think it's raining out there. I'm not seeing any signs of it out of the commentary box window, but a couple of them, maybe in their excitement, are flicking the headlights on, and certainly a few of them running out of grip, I'd say, Scott.
Yeah, they're certainly finding the extremes of the grip at the moment. We've got side-by-side Lucas Hayden and Wesley Swain in the Pro Alloys Maxim Motorsport car. Up over the chicane they go. Luke Hilton was, I don't know if he clipped it, he was like millimetres away from the belt where the tyres were holding it around. I'm not sure if he clipped it slightly. It's packing off a little bit here into kind of 6 or 7 cars. There's Dan Lewis, who came into the weekend championship leader. He's way down in 11th position. This will certainly be his worst weekend of the season so far. He's got Benjamin Doty not too far behind him. But yeah, there's been a couple of unnecessary incidents in this first few laps, but everyone appears to be calming down a bit more now, which is good. And everyone's starting to settle into their race at this point.
Oh, well, you say that. Luke Hilton going around the outside of George Foxlow is leaning on him slightly. Someone else ran very wide in the next group behind Luke Hilton. Oh, no, 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 no. What are you doing, Luke? That was complete. That wasn't necessary. George Foxlow nearly ended up getting turned into the pit wall there. They're still side by side, and they're weaving around, driving a straight line. I don't know why they're trying to drive at each other down the straight. Luke Hilton on the outside will have to give way. That that was very scary stuff indeed. There's a bit of red mist descending. He's back on the inside again into McIntyre's. Did that work? Yes, he's gone through. Finally gets past George Foxlow and continues to weave around on the exit of the corner. I'm not sure whether he's got a handling problem or whether it's just a bit of hot air that's being produced out of the number 32 car, but he does finally make the move stick.
He does, but maybe a bit more robustly than was necessary, but in terms of that, he's at least got the move done, and now we can try and escape off up the road. His next target's to try and catch, if he can, Jensen Bell. He's slipped down to 7th when he was about 3rd or 4th at one point. So come down the back straight towards the hairpin. Now this is the end lap number 5, with still just under 10 minutes to go at this point. They go through the hairpin, just trying to loop their way around at Taylor's hairpin. So now it's Luke Hilton's to try and drag this train of cars up the hill once again. Dan Lewis is closing in now. He might have a possible opportunity to have a go. Further up, we can see that's Jensen Mason defending from Jensen Bell.
Into turn 1 they go, and Jensen is running at the moment. Jensen Bell, that is, in 7th position right now. There, Ronnie Smith has continued after that little contact that he had with Lucas Hayden, whose car is also looking a bit beaten and battered as they make their way down into McIntyre's. Wesley Swain in behind them. The lead gap, by the way, is creeping down now because Jacob Hodgkiss is within 3/4 of a second now of the race leader, but faster than both of them is Maximilian Solarski, 1.3 seconds further back in 3rd. He's got the fastest lap of the race and just in a purple first sector, a purple middle sector then, though, set by Benmore Ryan. So both of them starting to gain. In fact, they're coming together, aren't they, towards the leading 2. Daniel Lewis here is up the inside of George Foxlow, but look at the situation at the front of the field. They'd all spread out, and now the top 4 starting to come back together again as we tick now towards the half race distance. 8.5 minutes still to go. A new fastest lap set by Maximilian Solarski. But look at the way that Jacob Hodgkiss has caught Sam Nessa now down through Duffer's Dip and towards McIntyre's they go, all out of shape over the curb, just gets the car slowed down there. Does Jacob Hodgkiss, who is pushing very, very hard now, looking for his first victory in the championship, hammers the curbs, kicks up a bit of debris that's been left behind. In the gravel again further back is Maximilian Solarski, but Jacob Hodgkiss up for the fight here, feels that maybe that first victory of the year could be his, but he's got to find a way past Sam Nessa, and that won't be easy.
Yeah, he can also be, I think, the second driver to win in Mark 7. He would love to kind of be the second driver to do so after Benmore Ryan has done so 3 times already, once earlier on and twice at Crofton. Here he goes up the inside towards Taylor's hairpin. That was a lovely little dummy. Looked left and then looked right. Gave Nessa no choice but to open the door, and through he goes into the lead at his home circuit. Could he be the next Scottish winner to win at home here at Knockhill?
I think that could be a possibility. Of course, Sam Nessa hasn't won a race yet either, has he? So both of them are going to go for this, and Maximilian Solarski joins in, now goes around the outside and turns across the nose of Sam Nessa. How he saved it, I don't know. And there's more contact now at turn 1. Solarski on the outside, bounces over the grass, careful on the rejoin. Nessa will fend him off, and that has allowed Jacob Hodgkiss to get away now. So Maximilian Solarski, in his impatience to get through, there's more touching now as they go down through the jib, and Solarski needs to just calm down a little bit. You can't drive through the car in front. They're both off into the weeds again. Solarski keeps his foot in it, bounces back onto the road, does he? There's nowhere to go. Benmore Ryan is on the inside now, and all of that over-exuberance ends up costing him a place on the podium as Benmore Ryan finds a way through. Solarski now fights back again, gets to the inside line, down the railway straight, and that should be the preferred line now, down into the hairpin.
Yep, side by side down towards it. This is now giving Hodgkiss the perfect chance to get away. Solarski a bit later on the brakes, and Hadley Simpson might have a look up the inside here to try and snatch what could be 4th place in Benmore Ryan as they exit out of the hairpin. Jacob Hodgkiss has gone. He's looked at his mirror and thought, see you later, boys. I'm off to go and get my first win. He's still got 6.5 minutes to make it happen. As they come across the line now, he's got a gap now of 2.7 seconds. That's the fact these two can't stop fighting with each other, and it's losing them time to the cars in front. Solarski goes to second in front of Nessa. In towards turn 1 they go, over the curve, so it's now Solarski to second, Nessa to third. It's then Ryan 4th, and in the waiting wings, having one of his better races so far this season, Hadley Simpson rounding out the top 5.
Solarski wide down at McIntyre's there, having simply driven past Sam Nessa down the pit straight. I don't know whether Sam Nessa's car is suffering some damage from one of the bits of contact that he's had. Maximilian Solarski is definitely flirting with a track limits penalty here. Nessa back up the inside of him, commits to a lovely move there at Clark's and moves back into second place. But Scott is absolutely right. They're handing this victory now to Jacob Hodgkiss. It's all about who will join him on the podium and in what order. Sam Nessa second place at the moment. Solarski definitely wants to try and get back through. He's into the back of him again as they go into the braking zone at the hairpin. Can Sam get the car stopped? I think he will. And Maximilian Solarski trying to find gaps where they don't really exist. assist, gets a good exit from the corner. Back to the inside line again now as they go across the timing line, and they're going to be wheel to wheel for the third lap in succession now, heading towards turn number 1. They are 4.5 seconds adrift of the race leader. Solarski goes through, and Ben Mulryan as well. Sam Nessa's car doesn't look like it's performing very well in a straight line, and Mulryan, well, doesn't quite complete the manoeuvre. Sam Nessa, in fairness there, hangs on around the outside. He doesn't want to get hung out to dry, turns into the number 37 car now. Another little bit of touchy-feely there. That was Hadley Simpson, and somehow Sam almost converts that then into a retaliation move against Ben Mulryan, but he couldn't quite get to the inside line. So Solarski goes second, Mulryan third, Nessa fourth, but they're all queuing up behind them.
Yeah, you've got Jensen Mason in the Wear Tools car. Just behind him is Jensen Bell, and not far behind them trying to charge after them is Luke Hilton. We should remind you, Luke Hilton's back there in 6th place. He's won a few races. He won both races at Alton Park, and he won the opening round just at Snetterton after his 5-second penalty. So he's won 3 races this season, but this is how competitive it's becoming in terms of the man who's won 3 races is back in 8th place, having to fight his way through, whilst other drivers are making progress whilst delaying the cars, whether it's they're in the Mark 6 for the first time or switching to the Mark 7s for the first time in there. As again, there's more kind of fisticuffs going on. That was Jensen Mason and Jensen Bell having a bit of a disagreement. Here comes Hilton to make it 3 abreast. Choose your breaking points wisely, boys, to come down here. And Luke Hilton actually makes a very classy pass, 2 for the price of 1. Nice and clean, nice and sensible. That was a good move on 2 cars. As here comes Jensen Mason back up the inside and misjudges that one off into the gravel goes Luke Hilton. He loses 1 spot, 2, 3 goes Dan Lewis. He can't stop running over the gravel at the moment. And hope he can get it back on track at the moment. But yeah, I think one of the drivers being a little bit too energetic out there at this point.
Well, Luke Hilton third in the points coming into the weekend. It's not been an ideal set of races for him. And unfortunately, he's now back behind Daniel Lewis, actually, the championship leader coming into the weekend, although he's lost that now to Ben Mulryan. Pulls up alongside Jensen Bell, does Daniel, and gains another place. That will put him, I think, into 7th spot now at the end of the lap. They've got the 85 car just ahead of them, whilst Ronnie Smith, by the way, has been given a 5-second track limits penalty, the first one of the race, with 3.25 minutes still to go. Side-by-side action behind as well, a bit more wing mirror bashing going on as across the stripe they go. Then Maximilian Solarski second, Ben Mulryan on his case now in third, Sam Nessa in fourth, Adley Simpson fifth, and then this was the side-by-side battle. George Foxlow on the outside there of Marcel Lisitsky, who has the inside line for turn 1, and Foxlow tries to get the switch back, beautifully judged actually to avoid getting into the back of the 55 car, looks to the inside at McIntyre's, and yeah, Lisitsky didn't want to turn in, did he? And now he takes the Luke Hilton line, and because the track keeps on going right down the hill, you just can't get back on the road, and he'll have to rally cross his way back up the hill, rejoining on the exit of the chicane.
Yeah, bit of him trying to rediscover the track there momentarily. We've got now Mason now under threat from Daniel Lewis, who's steadily moved his way up through the order in this race. He's now looking potentially at picking up 6th position. He's on the outside line down towards Taylor's hairpin. Might be a little bit later on the brakes, and Mason fights back as they turn in. Can he get the car on the stopped on the apex? He does. Neatly parked to defend from Lewis there, who tries to just give him the slight hurry up the hill. Now he's got Jensen Bell for company here too, and here comes Lewis, a slightly better drive now as they go up the hill. This will put him on the outside for the first corner at Duffus as they come across the line with just over 2 minutes to go. Just slots in front of Mason. That's him now up to P6. So that will certainly minimise any damage he was taking from the championship lead. Hodgkiss, though, still leads, though. He's out by nearly 5 seconds out in front, so that's how much time he's getting, whilst everyone else has been squabbling and fighting behind as they turn in. Jensen Bell almost just nibbling at the rear of Jensen Mason too as they turn in. As they come over the crest on top of that, everyone's now just spreading out a little bit more now into their little battles of 2s and 3s as they come towards the end of this race with about a minute and a half still to go.
Yes, they do. Solarski, interestingly, can't gain on Hodgkiss at all, can he? I can't imagine that car is driving correctly after the various dramas that he's had. And that maybe explains why he can't escape from Ben Mulryan and can't catch the race leader out in front. Towards the hairpin they will go again. There is the race leader then, Jacob Hodgkiss, who heads up towards the timing line, and will very shortly be arriving at the first corner at the beginning of what should be the penultimate lap of the race. So Hodgkiss, with 2 laps to go, turns his way into the first corner, and he has driven a sublime race, really. Got to the lead and then just scarpered as they were all banging into each other further behind. Maximilian Solarski with the fastest lap of the race, but on that particular occasion was only a couple of tenths quicker than Jacob Hodgkiss, the Scotsman, who looks as though he is going to hopefully pick up a home victory. It's through Clark's corner, stays well away from the red painted area on the exit of Clark's. There is the battle for second, although Solarski now seems to have got the better of Ben Mulryan, doesn't he, slightly, just gapping him a little bit now as they head for home. One more lap to go. Solarski's car has a few stories to tell at the end of this one. The left-handed hairpin at the end of the lap, up and over the hill. Was that side-by-side between Nessa and Simpson in the background? Not quite. Simpson was trying to get to the inside line, couldn't quite get the overlap, stays where he is. Daniel Lewis is sat 6th position now, which is not a bad effort, having started 17th on the grid after a disaster in qualifying yesterday. He ended up off the road in the very early stages of that session and didn't get to set a lap time. So there goes Jacob Hodgkiss then, now on his final lap of the race, up over the chicane, still pushing pretty hard, enjoying himself here at Knockhill, a track that maybe he's had some opportunities to drive actually, and in a junior category particularly, any home advantage you might have, any extra track time you might have had at a track, even if it's not in a racing car or perhaps just on a track day, is valuable. But of course, these being juniors, they don't really have access to things like that, so I guess it's just the home support that he's got. That's Luke Hilton, who is going to do with some emotional support, I think, after this race. He's been very much in the wars. He's been off again there from 11th spot, but to the timing line comes the race leader, and for the first time ever in the Fiesta Junior Championship, Jacob Hodgkiss is a race winner. Across the line he goes, takes the checkered flag, and a very, very well-deserved race victory that was. Maximilian Solarski didn't make many friends in that race, but he did take 2nd place with Ben Mulryan 3rd, Sam Nessa 4th, Hadley Simpson 5th, and Daniel Lewis from the very back of the grid will come home in 6th. 7th place Jensen Mason, 8th Jensen Bell. George Foxlow there was side by side with Ronnie Smith at the line, but Ronnie had a 5-second penalty. So too did Wesley Swain, actually. Wesley just there coming over the hill in the Pro Alloys liveried car, picking up a 5-second track limits penalty too, and so he drops. Right, stay in 15th place anyway. I think he was 15th regardless. Jasmine Shaw and James Pope will be the last two home. We did only lose one car there, Flamer Ricola, who came home, who didn't manage to complete the first lap, sorry, after some contact at the first corner. So, first Fiesta Junior race was pretty lively. The second Fiesta Junior race was even more so, but it's Jacob Hodgkiss who gets his first win. And look at that, a race car consultants 1, 2, 3 as well in that one. Hodgkiss, Mulryan and Nessa, with Hadley Simpson the best of the rest in 4th, Dan Lewis 5th, ahead of Maximilian Solarski, Jensen Mason, Jensen Bell, again together pretty much on track the whole race. George Foxlow, Marcel Lachitsky in 10th place, Ronnie Smith 11th after a penalty, Benjamin Doughty in 12th, Luke Hilton 13th, a disappointing race for him, Lucas Hayden in 14th, Wesley Swain 15th after a penalty, Jasmine Shaw 16th, James Pope 17th, and Flamer Ricola, the one and only non-finisher. So the Fiesta Junior Championship will roll on next to Silverstone on the national circuit, because they are joining TCR UK for all 7 of their events this year. So Silverstone National, Donington National, and then the Brands Hatch Indy circuit will beckon for the Fiesta Juniors, who are going to be heading through a very exciting second half of the season, that's for sure, because with Daniel Lewis having a bad weekend, so too Luke Hilton. It means Ben Mulryan will now likely seize a bit of an advantage, but there are more and more drivers, as is always the case in junior racing, who are getting quicker and quicker as the season goes on. So by the time you get to the end of the year, you've got people up there winning races who weren't even getting into the top 5 or 6 at the start of the season. And that makes it always that little bit harder to score consistently well towards the end of the year, because you've just got a bit more in the way of opposition. So always is a pretty challenging championship, this one. It's produced some fantastic drivers over the years, and I'm sure we'll be speaking about some of the drivers we've just seen out on track for some time to come. Right then, back to Anthony Jordan now, who's catching up with our podium finishers from that second Fiesta Junior race.
That was a feisty one, wasn't it, folks? Certainly an interesting race, but your man here, Hodgkiss, well, let's chat a little bit about that one, because that was an interesting race. I'm sure you were delighted to be at the front of that and not worrying about anything that was happening behind.
I was just focused on getting past who I needed to get past and managing the gap that I needed to have over the rest of the field. It was a really good first couple of laps, took advantage of the scrapping at the front and then was able to catch Sam, so it was clean sailing from there, thankfully.
Yeah, I mean, Knockhill certainly has been a trying circuit for a lot of the drivers here this weekend. How's it been for you, though?
I mean, it's been great. We've had pace all weekend. We just had a rough first race. We had a puncture while in third, which was really painful to be honest, but we pulled it back with the second one. I love Knockhill.
It is a fantastic circuit, isn't it? Well, you can be happy with the results, I'm sure, and great way to end the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Cheers, Jacob. Let's chat to Max, who sees his way across there, and I've got to say, look at the damage that you see. This isn't Max's car, this is more Ryan's car. Max's car here, look at the damage all over it. I mean, it's junior racing at its finest there. Let's chat to Max. Max, can we have a quick chat? Mate, honestly, is there a straight panel left on your car anywhere?
I don't think so.
Mate, honestly, that is that's junior racing at its finest, I think. What's your opinion on it?
Well, obviously, some of the moves and the way other drivers drove was not the best, but it's racing at the end of the day.
Yeah. Knockhill certainly has been a challenge for a lot of these drivers. What about you?
Yeah, I'm tired. I want to go home.
Yeah, I bet so. How long's the drive?
9 hours.
Oh, would like to be in your shoes, mate. Well done, mate. Second place.
I got a penalty.
Oh, right. Okay. Well done anyway.
Thank you.
Cheers, Max. Thank you. Let's try and find Mull Ryan. He is right here. Let's chat to him. Mate, well, P3, quite a bit of damage on the car on that one. What do you want to take away from that?
I think it was, obviously, we didn't have a very good start. It was unfortunate what happened in the beginning. We had an ABS lock-up and accidentally hit into sound. But, you know, I think we managed to we sustained some damage, unfortunately. But it seemed to not affect us too much. We had a little bit of oversteer on the right-hand corners. But other than that, it was all right. And to be able to pick up, I think, P2 now on after a penalty is pretty good, as we still keep our lead in the championship. And, yeah. It's really good.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, isn't it? Knockhill certainly bites back, and it's been a challenge for a lot of the drivers, but I'm sure you're delighted with the result, and you can go home with a bit of a smile on your face.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, congratulations, mate. Well done, and we'll see you later on. I'm sure they'll be enjoying that one. Plenty more races to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll go to an ad break. We'll see you in a few moments' time.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back, everybody, to Knockhill, where we're getting ready for our next race on what has been a very busy day of racing here. The Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup have already had 2 entertaining races today, and their 3rd race is going to be coming up very shortly under leaden skies, but for the time being, it's staying dry, and we're hopeful of a good race here because we've got a partially reversed grid. I mean, that's always guaranteed action aplenty, and we should have plenty of it here over the next 15 minutes or so. Just a bit of track clearing to be done after that Fiesta Junior race, and then we will be good to go with the compacts heading out on track. Had 2 races, both of them won by a returning guest driver, Stephen Daly, 5 times a former champion. The first race he won from Gareth Claydon and Mike Doble on the podium, but then Gareth Claydon ended up in the gravel trap at the start of race number 2, so Mike Doble was second, and Thomas Middleton, who's been on form this weekend, came home in 3rd position. But anything could happen now with the jumbled up grid for race 3, and Stephen Daly, we had a situation a bit like that for him actually in race 1 of the weekend yesterday, because he didn't get a great start from pole position and ended up sort of getting losing a few places at the start. Everyone had their elbows out trying to beat it, because they know that if you have a chance to get Stephen Daly out of the lead of the race, you kind of have to go for it, because if he stays there at the front, he can be almost impossible to get past. Flame Auricola there is just having her car moved out of the way, and the recovery crews and marshals doing a good job. She'd actually done a good job herself to get that car out of the way under her own steam, just sort of pulled to the side of the road on the run out of Clark's, so there wasn't need for a safety car after she pulled off the track. And she will be there overseeing the recovery process as well. I'm sure good amount of spectators still in position around the Knockhill track as they prepare for the rest of the afternoon. Plenty more races here on the TCR UK YouTube page. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 races still to go, and they will include after this, the BRSCC Evolution Trophy, the Audi TT Cup Racing Series, the Milltek Sport Civic Cup will have another 15-minute race, then the 2 Fiesta Senior Championships, the 240s, the 150s, and then the Knockhill ModSports Series Championship, will complete the day. So, just waiting to get the cars released onto the circuit, and in the championship for the Compact Cup, well, Mike Doble scoring well this weekend, but Matt Flowers came into the weekend only 5 behind Mike. Those 2 will now essentially become the 2 championship frontrunners, with Ollie Fowler not scoring points, and they are going to be pretty close together on points. I would have thought Doble has outscored Flowers, but Flowers now starting from pole, so that's jumbling up of the grid order has benefited him quite a bit. And worth pointing out that it's not just a simple grid reversal for this one, but instead they take, I think it's the top 8 actually that they have done this for. They put the top 8, sort of pull a number out of a hat, and that's the position from which they will start the next race. So you've got double race winner Stephen Daly starting 7th on the grid, whereas Mike Doble, who finished 2nd behind him in the previous race, got lucky and drew out the number 3. So Mike Doble starting from the 2nd row, and then 3rd place Thomas Middleton in the previous race ended up 8th, so back behind Stephen Daly. So you could end up anywhere within the top few rows of the grid, but in the end Stephen Daly will still have plenty of overtaking to do. As the race gets underway, it's going to be a very lively 15 minutes of action, I think. Well, there you go. That tells a slightly different story, doesn't it? It looks as though it is brightening up a little bit out there. Some very arty shots of the sky above Knockhill. Ground level, it looks an awful lot less bright, I can assure you. But hopefully the rain stays away. Right then, Flame Auricola's car does now get moved out of the way, and hopefully that means we'll be having a green flag lap getting underway very shortly for the compacts. BMW Compact Racing, familiar sight here at Knockhill. The Scottish Championship has always been a mainstay of Scottish motor racing. Just one of those categories of racing that really captured the imagination of the Scottish motor racing community. And the BMWs also joined up here very frequently by the Scottish Mini Cup as well. Certain one-make categories just always seem to excel up here. There's a Scottish Legends Championship as well as, of course, the obligatory Ford series, and lots of great local talent has come out of the Scottish motor racing scene, and very excited to see who will be the next Scottish racing star. In fact, I was chatting to one of those previous Scottish racing youngsters earlier on the grid, Aidan Moffat, former TCR UK and current British touring car racer, making the trip to his local circuit to take in some of the action here this weekend. So still waiting then for the cars to be released. I'm not entirely sure what the hold-up is now, because as far as I knew, there was only one car that needed moving, that being Flame Auricula's. So I was hopeful that we'd get the grid formed relatively quickly. But we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer to get the compacts out there. When we do, Matt Flowers will line up on pole alongside Richard Sutherland. That will be the front row. Mike Doble and Jim Barrett row 2, Henry Cook, Joe Doble row 3, and then Stephen Daly and Tom Middleton on the 4th row. Saw a couple of you asking about the Dobles earlier on as well, and whether there was a relation between Mike and Joe Doble and Mikey Doble, who is racing in the British Touring Car Championship this year. Yes, there is. Mike is his dad, Joe is his brother, and Mikey Doble won this championship last year along with the Ginetta GT5 Challenge, both wrapped up on the same weekend, on the same year, at 2 different racetracks. Won the Ginettas at Donington and then won the Compact Cup at Silverstone. So this is a championship that has produced genuine, in fact, a couple of genuine British touring car competitors. James Gornall was the last champion before Stephen Daly started his championship winning streak, and he, as well as being a former British GT champion before he came to race in the compacts, was also then went on, of course, to have a stint in the BTCC too. So it's a good place to learn your craft if you want to go touring car racing later on in your career. And who knows, maybe Joe Doble will follow in the footsteps of Mikey. Mike himself was a top national level racer back in the day. Did a lot of one-make racing as recently as, well, I say as recently, probably getting on for 20 years ago now, but he was racing in the Seat Leon Championship, where he was competing on the same grid as some real stars of touring car racing as they went on to be. He's continued racing at club level for a long time ever since, bringing his family into it. It's really great to see Mikey Doble doing so well now in touring car racing. I know the whole paddock very, very pleased to see him finding success. Right then, let's take a look, shall we, at how the grid's going to line up for this third and final BMW Compact Cup race of the weekend. Matt Flowers, like I said, lining up on the pole position. Richard Sutherland will be alongside him. Mike Doble then will be lining up third on the grid alongside Jim Barrett, with Henry Cook and Joe Doble sharing that third row. And here is confirmation of that front end of the grid, all courtesy of the random grid draw that has put some of the quick drivers from the earlier races a bit further back down the order, namely Stephen Daly, who starts 7th on the grid, and that will be on the inside of row number 4, Thomas Middleton alongside him, then Matt Kendall and Rudy McMillan, with Rod Langham and Jonathan Williams on row number 6. Row 7 for John Robinson and Alistair Smith. Row 8, Stephen Somerville and Tim Seaford, and then Del Wurton and Gareth Claydon. 2 to watch for from the back of the grid, I think, because they both went on finishes in the earlier race today, but they were both inside the top 4 in race 1 yesterday. So we know they've got the speed to move up the order from there. As far as I know, neither of their cars had too much damage. Dale Wurton's had a tyre that had deflated after a little bit of touch, and Gareth Claydon's, as we said, ended up in the gravel trap, but didn't appear to make significant contact with anything solid. So his car should be a-okay for this one, and they'll both be coming from the back row. So keep your eyes to the front, where the order has been jumbled up. Keep your eyes to the back, where we've got some drivers looking to try and salvage a good result at the end of their weekend. And and, well, anywhere in between, really. This is Compact Cup racing, after all. It's always pretty lively stuff. And as they get ready to start the 15-minute race, place your bets, everyone. Mike Doble perhaps might be feeling that a race win is within his grasp here. Just came up short in the 2 earlier races, but starting 3rd on the grid. He is now the best placed, if you like, of the regular front runners, although Matt Flowers and Richard Sutherland. Richard Sutherland has been super impressive this weekend, and certainly spectacular. Not shy of using the curbs is Richard. And he'll be starting from the outside of that front row. The marshals are passing a message on of some sort to the drivers. I don't know what that message is, perhaps warning them of something out on the track they need to watch for. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, the green flag's been waved, so whatever that message was, hopefully it's been received, and we'll get 15 minutes of BMW Compact Cup racing underway now. And Mike Doble looks to make a good start there from the 2nd row of the grid, which he has. He's up the middle of the front row starters, and he might well get the lead into turn 1. Mike Doble has cleared Matt Flowers. He has cleared Richard Sutherland, who chops across the nose of Matt Flowers for 2nd. There might have been a touch there at the apex, but he saves it nicely, and Sutherland goes 2nd. Flowers 3rd. Joe Doble, that is, into 4th position. And what if Stephen Daly hasn't had a good start, and he has lost a position or 2 from where he began the race. And Tom Middleton, one of those that's gone past him, I reckon, as they climb up over the hill. And also the 311 of Henry Cookdale Burton there sideways at the back of the pack. He and Gareth Clayton already starting to make progress. Clayton is the white and blue car at the inside there into Clark's corner, trying to find a way past the 222 of John Robinson, which I think he'll succeed in doing so. So 3 or 4 places gained by Clayton already. The leaders, though, descend upon the hairpin for the first time. Mike Doble leading, a big lock up there on cold tyres and brakes for Richard Sutherland in 2nd place. Matt Flowers peeking to the inside, and as Sutherland goes right round the outside, he's trying to carry that momentum up the hill and have a go at Mike Doble into turn 1. So Mike leads the opening lap. Sutherland, though, right on his tail as they make their way down towards Duffer's Dip. I don't think he's close enough to have a go for the time being, but certainly others further back trying to make some moves. Scott Woodwish joining me again in the comms box for this one then, and well, an entertaining start, as you'd expect really with this jumbled up grid, but Stephen Daly making life a bit harder for himself.
A little bit. He just lost it up the inside of Thomas Middleton, who of course took a podium in the 2nd race earlier on. Over the chicane they go, line astern, and now we've got Richard Sutherland, who might have a good run here on Mike Doble. He's looking this way, looking that, having a little dart up the inside line, has a big dive up the inside towards Clark corner on lap number 2, squeezes past, edges Doble wide, and into the lead he goes. Richard Sutherland, ever the showman here this weekend, has gone to the lead on lap 2. He's taken Matt Flowers with him, and here comes Joseph Doble on his dad Mike down towards the hairpin. It's 4 of them for the lead down towards Taylor's hairpin, 5 of them for the lead, as here comes Jim Barrett down the end, outside, breathe in. Here comes Stephen Daly in there too, as on Middleton as well. There's a bit of bodywork of rubber goes for a Burton, getting a head butted by somebody as they go out of the hairpin. He's shaking head in disbelief. You can't believe how close it is. They've all got around the hairpin without making even a wing mirror's worth of contact.
That is how you do it. Take note, everyone. Down to turn 1 we go. We're still side by side. Now, don't make a fool of me, guys. Let's keep this clean. Doble on the outside of Flowers, chops across the nose of his son Joe, who is 4th. Stephen Daly back up the inside now of Jim Barrett. He's into the top 5. The danger here is that they're all that desperate to try and get a race victory that they could end up opening the door for Stephen Daly to come past the lot of them. He's got 2 Dobles right in front of him, and he's going to try and get past the first of them now. Joe Doble, down towards Clark's they go. Joe's going to have to cover that inside line, otherwise Stephen's going to go for the move. The inside line was not covered. I don't think Joe was confident, actually, that he could get across to the inside, and so Stephen Daly slithers through on the inside line and moves now up into 4th place. So despite being as low as 8th or 9th, I think, at the opening couple of corners, he's back into the top 4. It's Sutherland who leads, Flowers 2nd, Mike Doble 3rd, Stephen Daly, the man on the move, in 4th.
Yeah, making light work of some of the cars around him after a slightly shaky start. Saw him down about 8th position or so. They come up and out of the hairpin and over the crest now. It's completed another lap. Richard Sutherland with clear track in front of him sets the fastest lap of the race. It's now side by side for 2nd because here comes Matt Flowers defending for Mike Doble on the outside line. Turning in. There's way too many white and blue compacts in the mix. There's 4 of them all together who look very, very identical. They could easily be one whole squad, but in the same team. But they're also slightly different. You can tell Matt Flowers' car has got the flashes of yellow down the sides as well. Make their way back through Richard Sutherland. making the most of this clear track in front of him. He's basically trying to make hay while the sun shines, because you might well know that that man looking for third place up the inside, Stephen Daly, is on the charge here. Squeezing through, that was textbook Stephen Daly up the inside. He had just about enough room, and he essentially put Mike Doble into a position where he couldn't resist trying to make a pass. Now here comes Joseph Doble's trying to attack on his dad down towards the hairpin. Taylor's here, so this is third, fourth, fifth and sixth in a row. Thomas Middleton's just out a shot to the left in this train. There he is in the orange and white car at the back. Also joining in now this train, you've also got Henry Cook, the other guest driver in the mix. He's the 311 orange car. At the back of him is then Rudy McMillan, and the next group behind them is also catching up. That's beheaded by Jonathan Williams with Gareth Claydon and Matt Kendall. Claydon has got past Kendall now. He's up into 11th place.
So Sutherland 9/10 to the good then now, with Flowers, Daly, Mike Doble the order behind him. Jim Barrett there having a go at trying to get past Joseph Doble. And Dale Wirt sets the fastest lap of the race, by the way. Dale is still down in 15th though, and he's a long way adrift too, so I think he's had a little bit of a drama in the early stages. Gareth Claydon, meanwhile, is in 11th position, and he's almost into the top 10 now then. Meanwhile, Stephen Daly on the tail of Matt Flowers, the first driver really to actually defend from Stephen Daly into Clark's, and that might just slow him down slightly on the exit of the turn. So Daly sort of peaks to the left, then tries to switch back to the right. Matt Flowers comes across to try and cover him, but again, wasn't confident that he was clear of the 64 car, and Stephen's going to go through, I think, on that inside line. Stephen Daly over the curb, judges that to perfection, slides across the nose of Matt Flowers' car and moves into second. So now Richard Sutherland has got to try and manage a 1.2 second gap over Stephen Daly, who sets the fastest lap of the race, a 1:03.304. 3.5 tenths that was, quicker than Sutherland, with an overtake on that lap for Stephen as well. So in clean air now, it shouldn't be long before he's on the tail of the leader.
I have to remember, of course, that Stephen Daly is a guest, which means that even though he does win this race, alongside the other two that he has, he's invisible for any points. So even if Richard Sutherland was to lose out on the victory, he would still get the points victory, he'd be getting 50 points for a win, which means technically it would be his first win, in inverted commas, not on the road, but in terms of how many points he will score. But as any racing driver wants to do, they always want to get past the flag first and be the winner when it counts. So Richard Sutherland, who has been quite spectacular over this weekend so far, how stringent is he going to get his elbows out here to defend from the 5-time Compact Cup champion and also former Scottish Compact Cup champion? Hence the fact that he's in these cars at his home circuit once again, circuit he knows and loves and has driven so many times and won at so many times. Am I tempted by saying it's inevitable he'll get past, or is Sutherland going to put up more of a fight than we expect he might do?
He ain't going to roll over, that's for sure.
No,
Sutherland will want to win. He's been very spectacular all weekend long, and I don't see that trend changing now. But Stephen Daly, there's no doubt, has the speed here. Meanwhile, behind them, Matt Flowers and Mike Doble debating third spot as they go through the first corner at Duffer's Dip. But Stephen Daly sizing up now. The race leader, in fact, doing more than that. Peaks to the inside through McIntyre's there. Sutherland just manages to stay in front, but Stephen Daly, you know what's coming. He's going to try and get a good run through the chicane. Carries a bit more speed over the curb there than Sutherland, and maybe he can get to the inside into Clark's. Is he going to lunge? No, he can bide his time here. We're not quite halfway through the race, just under 8 minutes still to go, and he knows he's got a bit of breathing room behind him as well before Matt Flowers arrives on his tail. That's 1.5 seconds off the lead right now, which means he's nearly 1.5 seconds behind Stephen Daly, who jinks from the outside to the inside, back to the outside again. On the run to the hairpin, Sutherland's missed the apex. He's understeering horribly out wide. Oh my word, it was like he was driving a double-decker bus through the hairpin then, and he opens the door, and through goes Stephen Daly. Well, the next stop for Stephen Daly might well be the top step of the podium for the third time this weekend. He's done the hat-trick a few times before in the Compact Cup, and after that little moment there for Sutherland, you wouldn't bet against him doing it again. Matt Flowers defending third from Mike Doble as they drop down the hill through Duffus, and behind that was Gareth Claydon, I think, slipping up the inside of Rudy McMillan. So Gareth Claydon now into 9th spot, gaining yet more ground, actually within about 5 or 6 seconds of the race lead. A lot of traffic to negotiate before he gets there, but could maybe still get into the top 5 or 6 if he catches this group. Gareth Claydon should be able to make some progress through it. Thomas Middleton, that was at the inside of Jim Barrett, but I was going to say bailed on the move, but then Barrett sort of opened the door a bit too much, ran out wide, and so I think Middleton is alongside him in the orange machine, heading down to the hairpin on this, the 8th lap of the race. So Flowers, then Mike Doble, then Joe Doble, but it's behind them that the battle is raging, I suspect. And Tom Middleton, yes, is on the inside of Jim Barrett, goes through, makes the move stick. Jim Barrett tries to get the switch back, and will get the switch back, I think, here. He's back alongside, heading over the hill, and the ex-Matt Parks car, the number 15, will try now, Scott, to get back into the top 6.
Certainly will. He's got a good run here on Thomas Middleton to try and get himself a little bit closer now to the downhill chicane. Duffus dipping at the bottom of Leslie's. Already you can see Stephen Daly out by 1.1 seconds at this point, so not wasting any time. There's a bit of a fight brewing for third just in front as Thomas Middleton dips a wheel onto the exit of the gravel at McIntyre's. Just keeps himself in front, but that's going to give him an opportunity. But the car I think you have to watch is Gareth Clay. He's up to 8th place now, and he's closing in fast. There he is. He's the white car with the two-tone blue bonnet, the Master Mix Concrete sponsor car, in 8th position. He's just there at the back of the shot, going out of Clark's corner, chasing after these two. A top 6 certainly could be on the cards. He's got enough time to catch up if he's got the pace to do so. Looking at his last lap times, his last lap actually, well, he was practically 1.4 seconds quicker than the cars in front of him, so he's absolutely flying along. He took 2nd place yesterday, which is a little bit further back than he wants to be at the start of this final race of the weekend. As the leaders come back across, and Stephen Daly, I have to say, the gap's 1.3 seconds. He's not big enough to get away too far, as we watch Mike Doble here battling away with Flowers into the right-handed Duffus dip. Over the curbs he goes, and Joseph Doble just keeping a watching brief and thinking, is there an opportunity for me to try and squeeze through here? But of course, of all people he's going to try and overtake, it's his dad, and if it gets awkward, I think the drive home might be even more awkward going backwards.
I think I might be saying that Joe's car is Mikey's from last year. I think Mike kept the same car, didn't he, that he's raced in previous seasons. So that I think is the reigning championship winning car that Joe Doble is at the wheel of. I'm sure they'll correct me if I'm wrong on that, but Mike Doble, I think, keen to stick with the car that he himself was getting quicker and quicker in over the last couple of years. And he's looking to try and get past here Matt Flowers to get back into an outright podium position. To the outside into the hairpin, again cuts back to that late apex, but Gareth Clayton there at the inside of Jim Barrett. Gareth Clayton for the podium is a possibility here. Maybe won't quite have enough time, 4.25 minutes to go, but that puts him now into 7th place. He's on the tail of the 3rd place battle. If they really start squabbling ahead, then Gareth Clayton is still in this fight. Mike Doble again from the outside to the inside, just can't get past Flowers, and this is exactly what Gareth Clayton wants to see up the road, because they're really holding each other up now. Clayton is on it, sideways down through Duffus dip there, as he reels them in corner by corner.
I admit, I kind of smoked my face when you said that he might have a chance at a podium. Now they're holding each other up. It didn't sound so silly, because he's now got a possible chance to do so. He's still got a few laps, but he really has to rely on these 4 cars to really hold each other up, like they're doing now here. As Doble again is forcing Flowers off that racing line, which is going to give him a slow run off the corner, because Doble can take the proper racing line here. They're all stacking up behind the number 3 machine as they come out of Clarkson through the long left-hander back towards Taylor's hairpin, and here comes Doble to the outside line. Now, well, there was a flash of the brake lights there from Matt Flowers, not quite sure why, but it's only going to give Doble the chance to go down the outside line to try and make this move stick. Flowers will certainly hang him out to dry the exit if he can. Yes, he takes the racing line and goes back to it. Meanwhile, here comes Gareth Clayton possibly on the inside of Thomas Middleton, as he's being passed right now by Joseph Doble in their own fight that's going on for 5th position. So over the crest they go. There goes Daly and Sutherland. It's everyone trying to be 3rd place. It's side by side for 3rd. Here comes Doble again. He goes right across onto the pit exit line. Doble holds his ground on the inside line. Middleton holds onto the place. Clayton goes round the outside of Joseph Doble to make the move stick. Can he hold on to that one? The answer is kind of no. And then he goes back on the exit, and now this allows Jim Barrett back into the mix. We've literally got 6 for the final podium spot here, and they are all over each other, which is over 2.5 minutes to go.
Matt Flowers started on pole position, remember. He's only lost a couple of places from where he started. He wants to make sure that's all that he loses. 2.5 minutes to go. Gareth Clayton again is going round the outside, this time at Clark's. That's very difficult to do. He is left just enough space by Joe Doble there as they go side by side down the railway. Straight through goes Flowers, and that puts him now, goes Gareth Clayton, I should say. That puts him now into 6th position. Matt Flowers in 3rd. 4th place, Mike Doble. No, 4th place, Thomas Middleton. Thomas Middleton ahead of Mike Doble out of all of that. So Middleton gaining ground on, we think, the championship leader now, Mike Doble. And Gareth Clayton's going to have a couple of laps here, I reckon, to try and gain 3 more places and do this remarkable back of the grid to the podium drive. He might just come up a lap or so short here, maybe. But Matt Flowers now has a new challenger, Scott, and it's that of Tom Middleton.
And Tom Middleton already has a podium from the weekend. He wants to make it 2 from this one. This is by far one of his performances. Well, I spoke too soon, didn't I? Because he ran wide at the exit of McIntyre's, and he's lost only a tiny bit of momentum, but that now puts Mike Doble right under his rear bumper once again. But again, keep on watching Gareth Clayton in that kind of 4th car in shot now, which is the white car with the 2-tone blue bonnet, just behind Mike Doble. Come out of the right-hander at Clarkson, back towards Taylor's hairpin again. Clayton's on his toes now. He's forcing Doble to look in his mirrors. Doble has to go to the middle of the road because he knows he has to try and defend, because he knows that Gareth Clayton will come. He'll have a look down the outside if he's got the opportunity and the space to do so. Middleton speculating around the back of Flowers too. And there's Clayton trying to look for the undercut on Doble. He might just get it on the exit. He's got a really good exit from Taylor's hairpin. Now the sprint up the straight, see if he can get past. That's a problem. Problem for Mike Doble. It's either a problem where he missed a gear, just fishing around for a box for the neutrals initially. He's still struggling down up the straight, but even just lost quite a lot of speed from missing a shift or something that's gone wrong. But either way, Mike Doble falls out of contention. He hasn't even come through the through Duffer's Dip yet, so I think that's possibly, I'm afraid, an issue for Mike Doble that might well put him out of the race.
First retirement of the year then perhaps beckons for the championship leader. That's going to bring everyone else back into play, particularly Matt Flowers. Matt Flowers, we think, has moved now into second place in the championship provisionally. Oh, drama there for the 222 of John Robinson. There was another car involved which I think was maybe just trying to take avoiding action, and then Mike Doble ends up in amongst it all as he kind of limps home with whatever this mechanical failure is on the car. So that means that, well, yeah, lots happening all further back, but Gareth Clayton continues to charge forward. Is it going to be a checkered flag this time around? No, they've let Stephen Daly go through for another lap. That's good news for Gareth Clayton, who's in the dirt coming out of the hairpin, but it might just give him a chance of gaining at least one more place then, having got up another spot on the previous lap. Can he get onto the podium? Stephen Daly, 4.2 seconds up the road, though, dominating this race. What is going to happen for third? Remember, it's Richard Sutherland second. He, at the moment, would get the maximum points for finishing in second behind the guest driver, Stephen Daly. But all of the action is happening behind these two. Daly over the top of the hill through the chicane and heads now towards Clark's corner. But is it going to be Flowers, Middleton or Clayton or someone else maybe who ends up on the final step of the podium? Down the railway straight they will go. Further back, some good midfield scraps going on, but it is all about Stephen Daly. He's going to do the triple again here at Knockhill. And, well, I wouldn't care to guess how many races Stephen's won at Knockhill over the years. He slides his way out of the hairpin in celebration and accelerates towards the timing line, where for the third time this weekend, the checkered flag awaits, and it is waved for Stephen Daly, who wins in the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. Second place for Richard Sutherland, then 5.1 seconds adrift at the flag. And Matt Flowers, just by 0.4 of a second, fends off Thomas Middleton and claims the final step of the podium. Gareth Clayton then comes home in 5th, Joe Doble 6th, Jim Barrett 7th, Henry Cook 8th, Reedy McMillan 9th, and Dale Burton comes home in 10th position. Excellent stuff from the compacts, and really, really enjoyable race from them all. There goes the 222 of John Robinson after his spin towards the end, and well, Mike Doble never did make it back to the pit lane, unfortunately, so he's had to pull off at the side of the road. Last race of the weekend, I suppose. They've got plenty of time to get it fixed before Cadwell, but that's not ideal for Mike. It will become a dropped score, so he'll gain back whatever his previous lowest score was, which I think was 38 points scored in the first race at Snetterton, but can't afford to have too many more of those. So Stephen Daly wins, Richard Sutherland second, and Matt Flowers in third, with Tom Middleton fourth, Gareth Clayton 5th position. 6th place goes to Joe Doble, 7th Jim Barrett, 8th Henry Cook, 9th Reedy McMillan, and 10th for Dale Wharton. The Masters class, by the way, won by Richard Sutherland, and he finished in second place overall. Outside the top 10, Jonathan Williams 11th, Matt Kendall 12th, Rod Langham in 13th, and John Robinson came home 14th place. Alistair Smith 15th, Stephen Somerville 16th, Mike Doble. Actually did get to the checkered flag in the end, limped home a minute and a quarter behind, so he does get classified in 17th. So whatever it was something that he was capable of limping home with, whilst Tim Seaford comes home in 18th position. So the cars head back for the pit lane. Our final Compact Cup action of the weekend is complete. They, as I said, will be back out at Cadwell Park at the next, I believe that's the next live stream BRSCC event, and they're hoping that we'll get Ollie Fowler back on the grid before the end of the year, because he was the points leader, remember, coming into the weekend, but unfortunately not made the trip north of the border. Right then, podium time once again. Anthony Jordan, ready and waiting.
Thank you very much, Andy. Yes, here with our race winner. Once again, we're making a bit of a habit of this one. Stephen Daly, certainly Knockhill has been kind to you, but it was nice to see that you let someone else lead for a bit of a change throughout that race.
Yeah, I mean, started 7th place in that one, made a mess of the start again, so it wasn't brilliant. I was hoping to make a couple of more places up before the first corner, but it did not happen. But yeah, happy to get the win. Again, thanks to the KC Motorsport crew, friends and family that all came to support me this weekend. It's been phenomenal.
Yeah, you've had a pretty stellar weekend. Again, a shame that you are not entered into this championship. Otherwise, you could have come away with some huge championship advantage there. But certainly, you've enjoyed the weekend. And are we going to see you back again for another round, maybe?
I mean, family comes first. But I mean, you never say that I'll never be back in a race car again. But until obviously the family grows a little bit and they get a bit older, then we'll concentrate on that for a while.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Well done. 3 race wins.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent stuff. Let's chat to Mr. Sutherland. Richard, don't go anywhere. Well, I've got to say, you've probably been the most entertaining driver we've seen over the course of this weekend in the BMW Compact Cup. The pure skill that you've got behind that wheel of keeping control of it is unrivaled, I think.
Yeah, it's just fun. The rear wheel drive is just great. It doesn't help when racing. I'm quite a fat lad, so I'm running about 50 kilos overweight as well. So, yeah, it's all on the back end. So it makes it tail happy. It's great. So
certainly had your moments out there on circuit with the back stepping out. So it just showed that you're having fun with it. And would you recommend this to many other people who like the BMWs?
Honestly, get into the BMWs, cracking series. I've got a couple for sale. Casey's probably got some for sale as well. So yeah, come and buy them and get into the series.
Mate, awesome. But you've had a mega weekend still, lots of good races. Are you happy with the results, though?
Yeah, happy with the BMW. I'm also racing in the ModSports. I'm in a Mini as well, so I'm jumping between two. So it's it's a good crack, like, so yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, we'll see you out there later on in the ModSport, but congratulations, P2.
Yeah, cheers, thanks a lot.
Excellent stuff there from Richard. Let's talk to Mr. Flowers on this one. Matt, well, that was a nice little race there. Talk us through it. I mean, the starts are always a tricky one, aren't they?
Yeah, my start was terrible, which is frustrating. I made 2 decent starts in the first 2 races, but the one where it really counted, I mucked it up, but I think it just made me more motivated, and I wanted to get past the guys in front, and yeah, there was no way I was keeping Stephen behind, but apart from that, it was a really, really good race, really happy.
Yeah, I mean, Knockhill is certainly a favourite amongst a lot of the drivers. Yourself, how have you been finding the circuit? It's certainly a challenge, isn't it?
It's a real challenge. It's fantastic. I come from near the south coast of England, so it's a long way. If it was a bit closer, I'd be here a lot more. But it's fantastic, and it's been really nice this weekend being streamed. I've got my little daughter Jessica and my family at home watching, so hopefully she stayed awake for that one.
It's been a long old day of racing, isn't it? But certainly a nice way to end the weekend, coming away with the podium. So solid result for you.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just been consistency throughout. My pace hasn't been quite where I wanted it, but I'm pretty sure by my maths I'm leading the championship now, which is great. I just need to start turning these 3rd and 4th into wins now.
Hey, that's what you need. Well, congratulations, well done. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for Matt Flowers. And for the BMW Compact Cup, that is done for them for the day. We'll go to a quick ad break, but after that we'll be back with the Evolution Trophy. Don't go anywhere.
Let it go.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
for voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world. Choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back to Knockhill then, where we are slowly getting through our weekend's programme. We've got the 6 races still to go today, and we're kicking off next, we thought, with the Evolution Trophy. Our timing screen is telling us otherwise. We'll wait and see what cars appearing out of the... Oh, apparently there are ST240s in the assembly area, so it looks like we're getting a Fiesta ST240 race next. No idea what's happened there. The timetable clearly has been adjusted slightly, and the ST240s have been brought forward in the day. But as often seems to be the case, as commentators, the last to know. So we will have some Fiesta action. Well, that's good news, because I've been looking forward to our third and final ST240 race of the weekend. The first 2 we've had have both been extremely exciting, and we will have the cars leaving the pit lane in the very near future. This will follow on from a race earlier on today, which was won by Alistair Kellett. It's 1-1 at the moment between Kellett and John Cooper. But of course, as is the case with many of the championships here this weekend, we've got a slightly mixed up grid now for the final race, with the top 7 finishers reversed. Matt Luff, therefore, starts from pole position, and maybe this is the time that he'll get that elusive first victory in the championship. Simon Horrobin starting second, then Joe Knight and Will Kellett behind. In fact, I think we can take a look at the grid now. So Matt Luff on pole, Simon Horrobin second, Joseph Knight third, and Will Kellett starting fourth on the grid. Row 3 then for Albert Webster and John Cooper. Row 4, Alistair Kellett and Zachary Lucas. And the 5th row, number 42, Gary Miller, will have Barry John McHenry alongside him. Then on the 6th row, Morgan Kidd and Caitlin May. Row 7 for Archie Johnson and Connor Blackburn, whilst Marco Ricci and Sean Reynolds complete the 16-car grid. So the Fiesta ST240s then making an unexpectedly early appearance on the schedule then, and they even wind their way now down towards Clark's, where there's a lot of action in the early races, that's for sure. Lots of curb hopping, lots of track limits discussions, although that has steadily improved in fairness as the weekend's gone on. Over 2 drivers falling foul of that in the early race, and one of them was Matt Luff, who's starting this one from the pole position. So he'll need to avoid doing that again in race number 3 here if he is to have a chance of claiming a race victory. So cars then working their way around onto the grid, and McEwen and Scott Woodwiss in the commentary box this one again. And Scott, I don't know why, but since you walked in the room a few minutes ago, I'm getting a distinct sort of smell of something sweet and tasty in the air. Have you been enjoying the podium celebrations out there?
Don't start. Honestly, Stephen Denny's to blame for that, because I was about to take a picture on the podium. He decided to shake up the champagne and spray it a little bit early. So I've now got to fly back tonight to Stansted Airport smelling like champagne, thankfully.
Well, you see, if you'd have driven here alone, then you wouldn't have to be self-conscious about that, would you? So some of us don't have the luxury of...
right.
You've got a private jet, is that right, I've heard? And champagne on ice waiting for you?
If you call sitting in the back of the plane private jet, then I'll take it. But no, either way, focusing on more important things than how I the current...
I want to carry on talking about the state of your jacket. I think we've got another green flag lap yet, Scott.
It's funny, because I don't. Anyway, no, but all jokes aside, looking at this race, we're going back to the Fiestas. I think I do have to agree, this is probably Matt Luff's best chance of taking his first victory. He's come close before, he's had that time where he's managed to get himself up there, get the experience in the first few races. I think he's come from that point where he's come from a front-wheel drive hot hatch, which has got either very basically semi-slick tyres, if not full slick tyres, and naturally aspirated, to a hot hatch that has got a bit more power in it. It's turbocharged and runs full slick. So they adapt to a few different things, different kind of chassis as well. Of course, the Honda Civic Tyre Power obviously will feel different to a full Fiesta ST180 with a bit more power in it. But he's managed to do that quite quickly. I think he's had a bit of help from some driver coaching from, I want to say the driver's name. He's released a book in more recent times. It's Rick Shortle, I think it's help from Rick Shortle, I think, in points, who for a while, actually, towards the end of his career, actually in the more recent years, was actually racing Civic Cup for a couple of years, a few times on and off. But so he's been getting a bit of I think driver coaching from him. This is now, of course, the prime chance for him to really show that. Well, I don't think anyone thinks that. I was about to say, I don't think anyone thinks the Civic Cup Championship win was a fluke. It definitely wasn't. But to show essentially that he can hack it and actually take victories in 2 separate different championships. And that I tend to find that as a bit of a measure that for someone who's actually a really good driver all around. If you go to one championship and actually win and become a champion there, that's all well and good. That's good because you're definitely a good driver. If you can do the same in a second championship, regardless if it's a different car, a different type of series, that marks you out as something a little bit more special because you can do it in 2 relatively quickly and make it work well. So best possible chance, but knowing how quick the likes of Horobin, Knight, the Kellets and everyone else are behind, I think it goes without saying, it's going to be tricky.
And interesting in a way that Matt actually made the choice to come over to the Fiesta STT40 Championship rather than trying to work on a TCR campaign, which many people were sort of trying to persuade him to do over the winter. I'm sure budget had something to do with that, but also I think he was keen to get experience on slick tyres with turbocharged cars. That's very much the way touring car racing is these days, and rather than going into that unprepared, wanted to come over and gain some experience in the 240s. Let's see whether he's able to put all of that to good effect. He's got pole position, he's got red lights going out in front of him. Does he have the lead on the way into turn 1? The answer might be no. Simon Horobin gets his nose ahead on the outside line, with the second phase of the start favours Matt Love. Very close together as they turn into the corner. Matt wasn't going to let Horobin have it, and he holds on to the advantage. Horobin second place is sideways and around. Around goes Horobin in front of the pack. Somehow again, they all scatter to avoid him. That was a dodgy landing off the curb for Horobin, and that right rear tyre, the coldest of the lot, just didn't have the grip to sustain it. So around he went, and that takes Simon Horobin out of the picture. Matt Luff then has a decent lead now over William Kellett in second place, Joseph Knight third, that is Albert Webster fourth, and John Cooper fifth with Alistair Kellett right behind him in sixth. But that, Scott, was a scary moment.
Yeah, and I have to ask a question I usually ask in that scenario. How on earth did he save that? Because that is one of those slides where kind of if it's bouncing and sliding around that much, you almost technically don't come from. I think he was lucky it was a front-wheel drive, not a rear-wheel drive, because usually when you have a spin or a slide, the usual strategy is boot the throttle and wait for the front end to come back around. He just about did that after doing a full 360, but he's now got going again back towards the tail of the field, somewhere deep in the low teens in the field as the pack comes across the line. That now gives some early reprieve to Matt Luff. 1.3 seconds to the good now as he heads to the end of lap number 1. He's got William Kellett in second, but in second place, Joseph Knight third, is Webster fourth, and John Cooper, the winner from race 1 yesterday, in 5th position, and back in 6th just behind him is our winner from earlier on this morning, Alistair Kellett. We'll find their way back through the chicane for lap number 2.
The thing that's playing into Matt Luff's hands here, I think, is the fact that the only reason he ended up on pole position is because he was given a time penalty for track limits in the early race. He is quicker than the drivers immediately behind him on the track. It's not like they beat him in the previous race on merit. Oh, hello, bit of fisticuffs here between Albert Webster and Joseph Knight, two former Fiesta Junior drivers who hopefully haven't been taking a leaf out of the current crop of Fiesta Junior drivers getting into each other down the straight. They've got John Cooper joining in as well, and he's going to just look behind Albert Webster, follow him through on the inside line, or try to, but John Cooper quite slow off the turn. Alistair Kellett gets the better momentum and drives around the outside of him. That could be significant then. Kellett ahead of Cooper. Or is he? John Cooper coming back at him now, actually, as they come over the crest of the hill. He's got the inside line into Duffer's Dip, and I think Kellett is going to have no choice but to settle in line behind him. Down the hill they go. Webster then third, Knight fourth, and John Cooper hanging on to 5th position, clobbers the curb again through McIntyre's. As they drop down through Butcher's Corner, he will try now and set back off after the cars ahead. Fastest lap, by the way, set by William Kellett. William Kellett on the previous lap, a 10th quicker than Matt Luff. Not a massive advantage, but Matt needs to try and get his head down now.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds currently the gap. If it comes then either more, then he's starting to start looking at these mirrors a little bit sooner than he'd want to. Down towards Taylor's hairpin again for the second time. This is now going to be a test of whether or not Matt Luff can hold his nerve here and either try and pull away, or if he does have William Kellett sail up right behind him, how stringent is his defence going to be, and how much will he try and hold on to that place? Naturally, I think he'll defend it as much as he can. Across the line they go. The gap stabilises at 1.2 seconds, so it stays the same, but the new fastest lap of the race now goes to that man at the front of that group, Albert Webster. Here comes Cooper for fourth on Joseph Knight. Knight just sees him at the apex and lets him have the place. So up to fourth he goes. And look at that, they go right up to the floppy markers on the inside line, so they use all of the red curb on the inside to get the maximum line across it. And they come up over out of the Butchers and then through the chicane at the top of the hill. Whatever way you look at them go through that chicane, it's a wonderful shot watching them just literally bob from side to side. They hit one curb and then the other. And now Joseph Knight's next defence is going to come up against Alistair Kellett. We've got Gary Miller in the mix there too, and Zachary Lucas, who seems to have woken up a bit more in this early on in this third race. Down towards the hairpin they go. Kellett has the look, but he's a bit too far back to make an attack.
Yep, into the braking zone then. Through the hairpin they go. You know, you took the words right out of my mouth then. I was just literally thinking, it doesn't matter what camera angle we have on that chicane, I could just sit and watch it all day. This would be so spectacular and enjoyable about seeing them hop over the top of the hill there, and all of them doing it inch perfectly for the time being. Now, Alistair Kellett onto the tail of Joseph Knight, who does seem to be struggling for performance a little bit in this race. He wasn't sure there, was he, whether he could turn into the corner or if Alistair Kellett had an overlap. So Kellett manages, or has to, just slip in behind him. Joseph Knight, though, starting to drift away now slightly from the cars ahead. Webster still with the fastest lap, but on the previous lap, both Webster and William Kellett slower than the race leader Matt Luff by a tenth or so. Alistair Kellett to the inside of Joseph Knight. We've not seen that many successful overtakes there. Very difficult to do unless you get to that apex first and make a real block pass. That now kills Kellett's momentum off the turn and brings John Cooper and Zachary Lucas right back onto his boot lid.
Yeah, Miller having to go defensive on the inside towards the hairpin. Because there goes Kellett with a huge dive. We've seen that before in other championships. But Alistair Kellett finding all the space on the inside line. Whether he just made the gap or Josh just left the door open and Alistair went, all right, then I'll just go up the inside if you're going to leave it that open. So into what is now fourth place then. As you see, that Zachary Lucas passed Gary Miller also. So he's got past the 42 car. So the British Racing Green kind of metallic coloured number triple one car. Double race winner from Stessner's in there, but Gary Miller's not finished with this one. He can be a little bit energetic sometimes from Gary Miller, as you've seen him in previous races, and he's getting up there. He's had a couple of podiums this season too as well, finding a bit more pace this year in that red number 42 car. A bit of a group settling in here. Gap is now, as you mentioned, almost a second between Luff and Kellett, and those two basically pulling away from the rest of the pack. Webster also doing so too, so the top three are pretty much in their own race. One driver I want to shout at also just at the back of that group is the club class leader, Barry John McHenry. He leads the club class at the moment from Connor Blackburn and then Caitlin May and Sean Reynolds. Morgan Kidd in the top five, and here comes Zachary Lucas. And it's just as many laps. Joseph Knight just completely leaves the door wide open and just lets somebody sail past him on the inside. He's going to try and fight back, and here comes Gary Miller to get involved in this one too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Zach Lucas spotted what happened the lap before with Alistair Kellett and Joseph Knight and realised he could do the same thing. Gary Miller on the inside line tries to follow him by. Joseph Knight wants to turn in but daren't do it. Oh, well, does it. Fantastic stuff around the outside. Carries the momentum down the hill and gets back ahead of Zach Lucas. Now Gary Miller sticks his nose sort of half-heartedly on the inside and decides better of it. Lead gap came down by about 4/10, by the way, a couple of laps ago. Then stayed about the same last time around as Joseph Knight and Gary Miller displayed their exemplary car control skills there as they both almost lost control coming over the top of the hill. But yeah, that lead gap stabilising again now at 9/10. Must have been a bad lap for Luffy on the previous lap, because he's now back to matching the pace being set by Will Kellett behind him.
It's 2.7 between William Kellett and Albert Webster as well, and Webster's got a further some 3 seconds behind him. Again, Lucas, he loves that late braking move into the hairpin. He's not quite far enough alongside to make a move. And as they come out of the hairpin, it's still Joseph Knight in the yellow Fiesta, the bright green car of 111 Zachary Lucas. The red car behind him is Gary Miller. Then it's the silver and grey machine number 5, the club class leader. I mentioned earlier on, looks very similar to the Kellett's, as the Kellett's car. That car did run with Kellett Motorsport, but he's now changed teams to 2010 Motorsport, and certainly paying off. Not with the Kellett prepared cars are slow, because they're currently at the moment, what's that, 2nd and 5th at the moment, so they're currently running pretty strongly at this point in time. But Barry John certainly getting back into it with a different team, and certainly it's helping him out in the club class honours anyway.
Clarks, Zach Lucas on the tail of Joseph Knight. 6th position they are battling over, and well, we know what's coming, don't we? Zach Lucas so good on the brakes down at the hairpin, but Joseph is learning now. He's learning that he needs to cover that inside line, and actually he dives in very late on the brakes. Brake discs glowing there on the front of the yellow Fiesta. It's a very brightly coloured grid of cars makes its way out of the final turn. Gary Miller over the gravel a little bit, but manages to get back on the road. Now, this for 3rd position. John Cooper has set the fastest lap of the race now, and in the process has reeled in Albert Webster, but then gets it all wrong over the curves through toughest dip and loses all of the ground that he spent the last 2 or 3 laps gaining. John Cooper then will have that all to do again. about to burst into life. This fight for third, although that might help, because out into the gravel goes Webster, and it's so hard to get back onto the track there. You just lose all steering capabilities, and well, look at that, all of the time that he gained a few corners earlier, he loses once more. John Cooper now needs to take advantage of this. Webster will have lots of dirt on the tyres, and John, if he's really breathing brave, will try and stick it either inside or outside of the hair, but he should be able to carry more corner speed than Webster. Goes to the outside, Webster stops it on the apex. Can Cooper get the better exit? No, he can't, so Albert Webster stays ahead for now after another good bit of car control displayed there.
One thing I've noticed is that Alistair Kellett's dropped quite far back. You can see he was about right on the tail of John Cooper at one point. Now he's about 4 or 5 seconds backwards. These have got into a race of their own in some no man's land in third and fourth place. Back in that scrap that was going on for 6th position backwards. Still Joseph Knight that heads that one from Zach Lucas, Gary Miller, and then Barry John McHenry. Also trying to close on them now is Connor Blackburn in the 664. He's second in club classes. But Webster using all those curbs there a bit more. Thankfully, he's a bit tidier on the exit of the chicane back towards Clark, but Cooper still keeping there. Just at the top of the shot that you saw Alistair Kellett, race 2 winner. Former champion back in 2016. He's come runner-up twice in the ST240 ranks in the last 2 seasons. Wants to put that right this year. And certainly trying to go the right way about it. Now, that's interesting. Just up the road, though, it is pretty much nose to tail between the 2 leaders, because Matt Luff has been caught now by William Kellett. Cooper looks again down the outside to make the move, but there go the leaders just through the shot. Matt Luff in the blue car against William Kellett in the white Fiesta in second place. And now the nose to tail just under half a second now as we tick past half distance.
Indeed, so all Luff almost on the grass as he turns into turn 1. That was a little bit dodgy, and as they drop down the hill, Matt Luff feeling the pressure now from William Kellett behind. He's come close on a couple of occasions to challenging for a race victory this season. Matt Luff, he doesn't want to throw it away now, but we're only about halfway through the race. 9 minutes 45 to go. And the all-blue car, not a huge amount of sponsorship on that car. I know it's hard work for Matt to get out on the grid and do as much testing perhaps as he might like to do. It would really mean the world to him if he could manage to hang on here. I do notice he's got one sticker on the front of that car, that of a certain popular fast food chain. Knowing Matt as I do, and knowing how much time he spends in the gym, I find it very hard to believe that he's personally sampled the food from that particular place, but he's got a little bit of sponsorship perhaps, and is desperate now to try and reward everyone who has supported him in getting a race win. But the pressure is on, no doubt about it. William Kellett quicker in this mid part of the race, and Matt Luff is going to have to defend as if his life depends on it.
I reckon whether he has or not, he's loving it all the same. Now towards the chicane they go once more. Just under 9 minutes to go. He had to let me have that one. Through the chicane they go once more. And Kellett was, you can see he was full right lock as he went over the curb, and the right front wheel was in the air. You know what, Albert Webster still trying to learn the track limits in many cases, almost running wide again. So now out of Clarkson, back down towards Taylor's hairpin. And 8.5 minutes left to go. So fight on for the lead, fight on for third. Alistair Kellett on his own in 5th position. Couple of car lengths back out in front goes Luff, and Kellett closing back in as they turn in through the hairpin once again, using the curb to get the grip, but there's plenty of rubber down there to pull the car around the corner on the apex. Slightly better exit for Cooper as he goes on the attack again of Webster for third. Over the crest they go once more towards Duffer's Dip once again, using all the roads to turn in. Right to the edge of the white lines he turned. I thought he was going to dip a wheel onto the grass there for a second, but he didn't. And now back into the right-hander at McIntyre's. It's still Matt Luff with the blue number 72 ahead of the white car of Alistair Kellett, William Kellett. I knew he was going to do that at one point this weekend. Through the chicane they go. Still nose to tail for third. Again, we should really check in with the club class to make sure to give them a shout out too, because of course they're in this race as much as the pro guys are. Barry John McHenry still leads the way. He's got a bounce, got to work that out on the fly. About a 2.4 second lead over Connor Blackburn.
No.
Zachary Lucas off the road. Now the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed?
Well, I don't see any damage on the right front corner, and yet there clearly is suspension damage, so I wonder whether that's a failure more than contact-related damage. I'm not sure. We keep mentioning these curb strikes, the heavy landings, and they will very easily break a suspension piece. There was a change there for third in the background. John Cooper passed Albert Webster, but Zachary Lucas out of the race, and the safety car is called now. Not the worst news that Matt Luff's heard all day, to be honest. It means that he can relax for a couple of laps. It will eat into the end of the remaining race time, and although it means the others will close in, that actually just adds to the pressure now that William Kellett's going to be under as and when we go racing again. Zach Lucas is stationary down at the bottom of the hill at McIntyre's, so it would be a strange place to go off, whether that's after contact or not. So I'm sort of tempted to say that that is simply a failure, but we'll wait and see if we can learn some more about that later. Anyway, safety car out, and Matt Luff can take a much-needed sigh of relief here, I think, catch his breath, and hopefully won't have to defend for too much longer once the race restarts.
So also thankful for seeing that John Cooper, because as he came across early, he'd just taken third place from Albert Webster, so he's now into a podium place. But you're absolutely right. This is absolute pound seats for Matt Luff now. Even if the race was to, we don't want it to finish on the safety car, but if it did, I mean, whether it's a green flag finish or a safety car finish, you'll take it all the same. And just as Matt Luff comes out the hairpin, the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car springs into life to catch the leaders. So we'll take stock of where we are then. Matt Luff then leads the way from William Kellett in second place. John Cooper's just taken third from Albert Webster, who's now into fourth. Alistair Kellett now rounding off the top five at this point. It's Joseph Knight in sixth position. Seventh place for Gary Miller, and that's the first 7 Pro Class cars. Then in eighth position, leading club class, is Barry John McHenry, and he's leading from Connor Blackburn in ninth place overall and second in class, and third in club and 10th overall is Morgan Kidd. She's in the bright pink metallic or chromed Fiesta right at the back of the shot just there. And she's ahead of Caitlin May in 11th place. Then it's Archie Johnson and Marco Ricci. And then still going, but hasn't crossed the line just yet, is Simon Horrobin, ahead of then Sean Reynolds. And we've lost, of course, is Zach Lucas. You can see his car looking rather sorry for itself, sat in the gravel at the outside of McIntyre's.
He'd just been given a 5-second track limit penalty as well, just before that happened.
Just to add salt to the wounds.
Exactly, yeah, the least of his worries now, that, isn't it? So, yeah, a bit of a race to forget that for Zach Lucas. Not been the best of weekends, really, has it? 8th in the race earlier on today, and 8th yesterday too. So, consistent, but not consistently fast, and we know that he's better than that. So, Zach Lucas struggling at Knockhill, but as we've said a few times, it's one of those tracks you either love it or you hate it. And although drivers all kind of enjoy racing here, some of them just naturally are a little bit better at what is a truly unique kind of racetrack. So Zach Lucas, a bit of a disappointing end to what's been a bit of a disappointing weekend, but hopefully they'll get this car out of the way within the next couple of minutes, and we'll get at least a lap or two of racing at the end. And Matt Luff, well, is he going to be able to hang on from William Kellett? Has William won a race?
He's won a couple of races. Right. In fact, he won one here last year. So he's certainly well averse to this circuit, and certainly would like to add to his talent if he can. But I think even he would acknowledge that Matt Luff's victory would be well deserved if he manages to pull this one off with just over 4 minutes to go. I think the way it's going, we're probably going to get, if we're going to get anything, it'll be like a one-lap shootout, I think, around these 1.3 miles of Scottish racetrack, if you can make it. But these Knockhill recovery teams and marshals very well trained. There's Simon Horrobin. Whether that's a legacy of his spin or not, I'm not 100%. I think he did that all by himself, didn't he? But whether he's had a bit of an intimate moment with somebody else remains to be seen.
I think what it was is, as he bounced off the curb having the spin, it was such a heavy landing. I think I saw the bumper come loose on the landings as such. So, yeah, I don't think there was a touch. I think that was just as a legacy of the spin, or perhaps someone clipped as he was going round. Zach Lucas' demise is a bit of a mystery. Not quite sure how he got there, but he's being towed out of the way. And because there is broken suspension, I think they're going to have to lift that car away as well. You can see the flatbed truck there, the crane ready to get him out of harm's way. But because of that, that itself is a slightly lengthier process than simply towing it out of harm's reach. And I do worry as to whether we're going to get any more racing. It would be a shame if it ended under safety car, a shame for Matt Luff to claim that first victory in the championship behind the safety car. But a win is a win, and he defended brilliantly for the sort of 6 or 7 minutes before that, since William Kellett arrived on his tail. And in a way, it will give him a slightly more relaxing run to the flag. But let's wait and see. As long as we can get this out of the way with more than a minute or so to go, we should get a lap or two of racing in. And I don't think that's going to be at the end of this one, unfortunately.
Cars moving from side to side just to keep those pressures and temperatures up as much as possible. This would be solid points for Albert Webster as well. He's had a relatively solid weekend. He's been around the top 5 all season. He had a third place in the second race, and the one before that it was 5th and 3rd. So he's been around the top 5 all the weekends. That was certainly, it won't do his championship lead any harm. It's certainly given that the fact up against some of the regular drivers that he's been up against have had their own different fortunes. I mean, Joseph Knight, he's finished ahead of him every single time. Simon Horrobin's had some dramas. Alistair Kellett has had a couple of podiums already. So I think it's more advantage Kellett. So it might well be that Kellett's probably in the championship lead now, given that the gap as they came in was The gap was about 26 points or so. So I don't think Webster's lost that many points for Kellett to overhaul him, I don't think. And at this point in time, Webster's ahead of Kellett. So this will certainly be helping him to maintain the championship lead on overall scores. In fact, red flag has been called, race has been stopped, and I have a feeling as well that will be it declared, which if that's the case, then as a racing driver, you want the glory of crossing the line, taking the checkered flag at speed, but at the same time, a win is a win, so I guess we can pretty much say at this point in time, as the checkered flag does come out, first victory in Fiestas, maybe not the way he wants to exactly take it, but a first ST240 Fiesta win for Matt Luff, and thorough congratulations to him because he thoroughly deserves that one.
No, he absolutely does. He's worked hard at that, got better and better as the season's gone on, and Luffy has done it. A winner at last in the Fiesta ST240 Championship. Disappointing to see the race end under red, but absolutely the right decision there, because there's no point wasting everyone's time following each other around behind the safety car for another lap and then having to do an in-lap after that as well when we're already a little bit behind schedule. So good decision making there by race control. Matt Luff then confirmed as the winner. William Kellett has to follow him home in second, with John Cooper in third place. Albert Webster comes home in fourth. Some good points there for the championship leader coming into this round anyway, followed by Alistair Kellett in fifth place, so he beats his nearest championship rival in that one too. Joseph Knight in sixth, Gary Miller seventh. Barry McHenry took the victory in the clubman class, with Conor Blackburn second and Morgan Kidd third, 9th and 10th respectively behind him in the overall running order. Then it was Caitlin May 11th, Archie Johnson 12th, 13th for Marco Ricci, and Simon Horrobin, despite that big spin on the first lap, coming home 14th. Sean Reynolds 15th. And Zach Lucas completes, doesn't complete the finishes, because he was, in the end, the cause of the early stoppage there with the whatever issue it was with the right front corner down at the bottom of the hill. That car is now on the flatbed truck and therefore won't take long, I don't think, before we get the next race underway. I'd love to tell you what that next race is, but we do seem to have gone a little bit off-piste now with the timetable. The ST240s weren't due out until about 20 to 5, so a few alterations being made to the timetable today. It should, I guess, be the Evolution Trophy out next. We thought they were going to be out before the Fiestas, but we'll wait and see what happens. So the car, look at the damage down the left-hand side. Has that been in the fence then, I wonder, or is that just a legacy of an earlier incident? He's been in the wars a bit this weekend, Zach Lucas. Not sure whether that is related to that particular incident or not, but either way, it doesn't matter. I suppose he ends up with a non-finish. No championship points scored for Zach, and well, he was 7th in the points coming into the weekend. He'd had one non-score already back at Alton Park last time, and a bit of a frustrating run, actually, having won the first two races of the season. Zachary Lucas hasn't been on the podium. In fact, he's been nowhere near the podium since, so he will be glad to see the back of Knockhill, I think, and hoping to bounce back again at Cadwell Park, where there'll be 3 races, then 3 more at Croft, and then this championship wrapping up on the Silverstone International Circuit. So unlike the Fiesta Junior Championship, which completes the rest of its season alongside TCR UK, therefore comes to a conclusion at Brands Hatch, the 240s and the 150s both finishing on finals weekend at Silverstone. Right then, we are ready to hand down to the podium, where Anthony Jordan can catch you with our top 3.
Fiesta ST240 race is done. I'm here with our race winner, Matt Luff. All right, there's a hashtag going around at the moment. I'm not Matt Luff, from my mistake I made yesterday. Less we talk about that, the better. Let's talk about your race, though. Solid performance. I bet you were a bit nervous when the safety car came out, though.
Yeah, I was counting down the laps. I was like, I hope this stays in. Yeah, no, I mean, it was a great race. I knew I had to get off the line quickly because Horrobin's very good at defending. So I thought, yeah, better make a good start. I saw Kelly at my mirrors. We was playing a game of cat and mouse for pretty much the whole race. I think I was faster in Sector 2, he was faster in Sector 3. About the same in Sector 1, so it was always sort of chopping and changing sort of the gap. But yeah, when I saw that safety come out, I thought, right, either this needs to come in line to get a mega start, or I hope it stays out for the rest of the race. And yeah, luckily it did, so that's it. Across the line in first, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, very lucky for you indeed. Not the nicest way to end a race, though, but certainly for you, I'm sure you're happy with the result, though. You can enjoy some celebrations a little bit later on, but congratulations, Matt.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there, Matt Luff, winning in the pro category. Let's go find William Kellett. William, good to see you again. You seem to be the happiest man on the grid. Pretty close race, though. You certainly kept Matt Luff on his edge.
Yeah, we'd worked between race 2 and 3, and we changed the cut. I was overheating the tyres big time in race 2, and I kept tyres in actually really good nick, and I was just catching Matt. He seemed to be struggling into the hairpin every lap, and I was just inching. I'd finally got in the back of him, and then the safety car came out, and I knew, as soon as Zach's car, I knew the race wasn't really restarted. So, but second in the end, great result, got a great start, got in second, and could have won it, but that's, everyone says that, so we'll have a go another day at it.
Yeah, exactly that. Still a nice way to end the weekend. You've had a good weekend as well, so I'm sure you'll enjoy some nice trophies and silverware.
Yeah, well, at least I'm on the podium today. John got his win back yesterday, so I had third for all of 10 minutes, so I'll get to stand on the podium today, it'd be quite nice.
Well, perfect still. Well done, William. We'll see you later on.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there from William Kellett. Second, let's chat to Mr. Cooper. John, don't disappear away from me. John, you have had, well, the best of thirds, I think, all the way throughout this one, but certainly you've had a good weekend.
Yeah, I've had a first, a second and a third, so I can't really complain. And I got fastest lap in second race and third race, so... Yeah,
One of each. One of each, that's what you need, isn't it? Certainly, Knockhill has been a favourite amongst many of the drivers. You've had a brilliant weekend as well. These Fiestas, they certainly look like fun to drive, but are they a handful?
Yeah, they're really entertaining to drive around here with twists, turns, bumps, jumps, you've got everything. It's a really good car to drive around this circuit.
Still, solid result for you. Well, you get some nice trophies as well, so we'll see you on the podiums a bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff to John. Let's chat over to the club class, and now I need to find them all. Who came first in the club category? That was all the way down in P number 8. That was McHenry, and he is in a blue suit, and he's right behind me. There he is, Barry. Good to see you again. Nice result.
Yeah.
Top of the club.
Great result. P8. My protege William as well, who we sponsor. We've done Chocolate Motor Company coming in a podium as well overall. So we're delighted with that. Good day today. 2 wins today in class, 8 overall, moving forward. Car in one piece. Ferry in 3 hours, so let's hope I don't get done for speeding on the way home. But we'll cruise home. And thanks to everybody, the marshals, everybody did a great job. And hello to all of you again.
Brilliant. Congratulations, Barry. Well done on your win.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff. Let's chat to Connor. Where is Connor? I suspect he's over here. This is Connor Blackburn, not Matt Luff. I called you Matt Luff yesterday. You're not Matt Luff. You're Connor Blackburn. Connor, again, another brilliant result for yourself. P2 in the club category. Certainly a challenge. Not the way you wanted to end the race under safety car, but between then and that moment, you were having a good race.
Well, you say not the way I wanted to end it, but I would have definitely been caught from behind if there wasn't a safety car. So it worked in my favour. But I just had a really good start and managed to do everyone off the start, really, and then drop in behind McHenry, and then, yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
Solid race for you, though. Get away with a second in the club category. So nice way to end the weekend. And is it a long drive home?
I'm actually flying. Oh, I'm being called over there now.
Right, okay. You go for your podium. Let me see if I can quickly then chat. Oh, we've already called third place. Well, there we go. I can't interview third place because she's already on the podium, but it was Morgan Kidd who came third, and yeah, she's already on the podium. Well, there it is. Well, there's more races to go. Stay tuned. Audi TT Cup is coming up in a few moments' time.
Let it go.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
There we go then, the Audi TT Cup about to get underway at Knockhill for their third race of the weekend, and it is Richard Forber who has the pole position, having won the early race. Ross McCarr in second place on the grid with Scott Parkin and Luke Handley. They had a great battle for third place earlier on today, sharing row number 2. Then it's Patrick Booth and Morgan Root on row number 3. Fourth row, Tim Evans and Paul Maguire. Row 5, David Robb and Oliver Barsby. And the sixth row of the grid for Paul Hoggins and Joe Weaver. So 12 cars set to take the start, with after a bit of confusion, have now discovered the version 2 of the timetable that hadn't yet made its way to me, so that is going to help us to understand the rest of the order of the day. So next up we've got Milltek Sports Civic Cup, after this, then the Evolution Trophy, final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge and the ModSports Championship race. So it was only really the Evolution Trophy and the Fiesta ST240s that essentially switched positions in the lineup. So Audi TT Cup cars making their way around then. Ross McCarr has claimed the win in the race earlier on in the weekend. That was yesterday afternoon. But in race 2 earlier on today, Richard Ford were able to take, in the end, a dominant-looking victory, but that's because Ross McCarr had picked up 10 seconds of track limits penalties, so 14.6 second winning margin. Didn't truly do that race justice. Hopefully we're going to have a nice close battle this time around, as the Richard Forber car on the left with the yellow wing mirrors looks to try and claim a second victory of the weekend, or can the likes of Scott Parkin and Luke Handley challenge. They in the end ended up just behind Ross McCarr on corrected times, and they should be a little bit quicker, I would say, than they showed in race number 2 earlier on. So both of them gunning to be in that lead battle. Let's see what happens then. The red light's about to come on. Out they go, and which of the two front row starters makes the best of the starts? It looks as though it's Richard Forber on the inside line. He's going to have the advantage, and McCarr slots in line behind him. Scott Parkin is going to beat Luke Handley to 3rd place, and then 5th position then for the number 5 of Paul Maguire. All cleanly through Duffer's Dip down towards McIntyre. There's one car on the grass on the run down to turn 1. That was number 37, David Robb. There's been a moment though for Ross McCarr. He's run out wide. He's down to 3rd behind Scott Parkin. So Parkin through into 2nd. McCarr losing a bit of ground there at the start of the race. And he will not be happy with that, because there's a good chance now that Richard Forber will have the pace to escape up the road a little bit now. I'm not convinced that Scott Parkin's going to have the pace to go after him. But wait and see. Down the railway straight again. Richard Forber with a reasonable advantage already over Parkin 2nd, McCarr 3rd, 4th place Luke Handley, 5th place then for Paul Maguire, who's gained a few places from where he started, side by side further back, and that is Morgan Root, no not Morgan Root, that is Tim Evans going up the inside there as they came across the line. Here though the battle for 2nd place, Ross McCarr to the outside of Scott Parkin, who defends and runs a bit too wide at turn 1. McCarr's going to get the better exit and really wants to try and make this place as quickly as he can. Scott Parkin sweeps across in front of him and manages just about to hold on to 2nd place. So entertaining opening lap and a half of racing so far. Richard Forber with a 1.26 lead now, Scott Woodwis, as he makes his way towards the end of lap 2.
Certainly a more comfortable time than he had trying to get past Ross McCarr in race number 2 earlier on. He's now got a bit more clear at this point. Scott Parkin using all the track he needs as well. Ross now is going to try and rebound a little bit here. First probably have to try and pick his way through if he can. So on the brakes, Parkin. Well, Luke Handley was closing up on the brakes there, just in front of Paul Maguire, and those two haven't quite been bosom chums throughout the week, ever since they had a bit of a tangle at the first corner yesterday in the first race. I'd like to think that they've made up since then, but there might be still a bit of competitive edge between the two of them, at least at this point. But now across the line, Richard Forber 2.4 seconds to the good already after just 2 laps. So he's really got the fire. As Scott Parkin goes way too deep into Duffer's Dip. That puts him on the wrong line for Leslie's, and then back to the middle of the road to defend from McCarr into McIntyre's. He's now stacked them all up behind him. We've now got in there too, just behind David Robb, another one of the local runners here from Scotland. So Parkin, McCarr, Luke Handley sideways in the middle of the chicane on the exit, and it's still Maguire who's now defending from Robb down towards Clark's. A big dive up the inside, which he does so. And the man with the salt tyre on the little rear wing end plates of these Audi TTs up now into what is now 5th position. David Robb into the top 5.
Towards the hairpin again. They really have allowed Forber to escape now, but entertaining battle for 2nd place developing here. Only a 15-minute race this as well, so got to get a move on if you want to try and make some progress through the order, as I'm sure Paul Maguire does at the tail end of this group, just in behind the David Robb car now, because Robb has broken into the top 5 on that previous lap. Ross McCarr moving around in the mirrors of Scott Parkin, just trying to distract the race leader, perhaps force him into a mistake. And as they plunge downhill now through Duffer's Dip, red curbs on the inside down at Leslie's, turned black now completely by the end of the weekend, as drivers have been hammering that curb to help rotate the car through the the left-hander at the bottom of the dip. Poor run through the chicane there for parking. McCarr draws level on the outside line. But the dark side motorsport car just manages to stay in front, takes a very tight line to try and cover off the switchback. McCarr's on the grass, has to bail out of it. There was never space there, unfortunately. And in lifting off the throttle, loses momentum, allows Luke Handley now to come alongside him. And Luke is going to try and go around the outside. Needs to be careful not to leave the door open for David Robb, though. He's having a really good drive in this third race of the weekend. And he does now get at the inside of Handley. That's the danger of going to the outside of the hairpin. If it doesn't work for you, you can very easily end up losing a place instead.
You have the wits out, in particular with these cars, 250 brake horsepower to the front wheels of these Mark II Audi TTs, and Handley going defensive with David Robb, who seems to have come alive in this third race. He's been a bit quiet in the first two races, but race 3 seems to have found his groove a little bit more. He's got past Paul Maguire, now he's past, he's on the back of Luke Handley, trying to pick up 4th position at his expense. Through, which is back to the chicane. These cars just literally not just go over the curves, but the way they just instantly just change direction from left to right, just over the curves as they switch the weight balance between each of the few corners. Using the curb on the exit still with Rossmacher tucked right under the rear wings. They come back towards Taylor's now once again. This is on that 5. Forber, meanwhile, is quite far up the road from this lot, by the looks of it. 4.6 seconds at the moment. McCarr looked to that outside line again, using all the rubber that's been laid down right on the apex of the hairpin curve. Forber, new fastest lap of the race, dips into sub 1 minute now. It's 59.175. Not 5.302, which is what it's telling me on the on top of the screen. Here comes McCarr to the outside line. Ooh, literally almost kissing wing mirrors in towards the right-hander at Duffer's Dip, but somehow parking holds the line on the inside back towards McIntyre's. Still 4th and 5th now for Handley and David Robb, but now in 6th place there's Paul Maguire. To be able to a couple of seconds back in 7th place. Patrick Booth in the second of the 4G racing cars, which is the white kind of martini striped Audi TTs, is back in 8th, and it's Ruton Weaver in the top 10 as again looking for that undercut through the right-hander at Clark Kerr, but still Scott Parker using all the width of that Audi TT, swings out, and as Ross McCarr with a better run, and gets just about squeezed. There's only just a small kiss of body contact between the two of them as they come through the curve towards the hairpin. But Ross McCarr, if there wasn't any indication that he's fired up, that was certainly one big signal that he wants to get past for 2nd place, because he knows the longer he spends behind Scott Parkin, the less time he's got to try and chase him after Richard Forber, who is some 3 seconds up the road already.
Side by side again they go up towards turn number 1, but yeah, Ross McCarr spent the entirety of race 1 staring at the rear bumper of Richard Forber's car. He doesn't want to spend the rest of race 2 following Scott Parkin, but Scott wants to stay in front and does stay in front there on that inside line through Duffers. David Robb now comes up to challenge as well. David, remember, didn't start the race yesterday and then only managed 9th in the race earlier on today, so I suspect they've been fighting some sort of mechanical drama with the 37 car. We're now starting to see exactly what he is capable of. Throws the car over the curves of the chicane, and this Scott Parkin train continues to run nose to tail. They're being caught now by Tim Evans and Patrick Booth and Morgan Root as well, so another 3 cars perhaps could start joining in the party as Scott Parkin again gets to the inside of the road just in time to cover towards the hairpin. McCarr to the outside, and this is how David Robb got past Luke Handley a couple of laps ago, although Robb goes in very deep, a bit too deep there, the 3rd car in line. And will scrabble for grip on the exit now. Has McCarr got the switch back? Yes, he has. He's finally got the inside line coming over the hill. And Ross McCarr at the line is fractionally ahead. But much more importantly than that, he's got that inside line into Duffer's Dip. As long as he doesn't outbrake himself, this should put the 73 car back to 2nd place. It does. Oh, and David Robb arrives on the scene in 4th. Almost gets into the back of Scott Parkin, who was turning across his bows whether David Robb was there or not. But Scott does now finally relinquish that 2nd place.
Only trouble is, Richard Forber's now 9 seconds up the road. And I don't care how good Ross Macker is, unless there's a big drama, touch wood. He ain't catching up 9 seconds in 7 minutes, I don't think. Oh, and David Robb, he's either just too feisty or just getting a bit over-enthusiastic. He's just gone straight into the back and then the side of Scott Parkin trying to get past. But every which way, Ross Macker's managed to unlock a way past him. But Scott Parkin still making his TT, to use a cliche phrase, the widest TT in the venue. He really is trying to make it as defensive as possible. He has Paul Maguire down the outside of Luke Handley. Now, remember what happened last time you two got together, boys? Careful on the exit of the hairpin. That's kind of a rivalry that's been going pretty much all weekend long, I think. They might have made up or not, but they're still going to have it out on circuit, whether they're friends or still rivals. Also kind of closing now, I can see in the background there is Morgan Root in now in 9th place as they close in. You can see Evans and Booth are closing into that train now. And this is interesting. As quick as Parkin is in general, it looks as though, given how quickly Ross Mack is getting away, he appears to be the cork in the bottle here, because now David Robb stacking up behind him when everyone else is following in line suit behind them.
Yeah, Scott Parkin didn't have the pace at the top two in the previous race. Of course, we never saw him go toe-to-toe with David Robb because David was so far down the order after his non-start and mechanical problems. So now we're finally seeing a genuine fight between them as they make their way down the railway straight. Scott Parkin then third position, but for how much longer? Well, David Robb actually now busy defending from Luke Handley, who goes to the outside but doesn't want to go to the outside because that leaves the door open then for Paul Maguire behind. So ducks back across to the defensive inside line, accelerating uphill, bit of close stuff at the back of the group as well. That's Patrick Booth, isn't it, getting up the inside of Tim Evans and actually getting ahead of Tim Evans by the line, but then he's on the grass as they go over the hill. Tim Evans, I think, will hold on to the position. David Robb again taking that early turn into Duffus, which I've noticed he does on most laps. Scott Parkin choosing the wider entry, the later turn in, which he thinks gives him more speed down the hill, but David Robb looks the quicker of the two as they climb up over the chicane. A neater line there for the fourth place man, a wide run over the curves for Parkin, just gets to the inside to cover, and David Robb will go wide on the way into Clark's, try and cut back to the late apex and carry that good speed down the railway straight. Wants to go to the right hand side of the road, Parkin's got it covered, and so David Robb still staring at the rear bumper of the number 6 car. Scott Parkin though on the ropes a little bit here, isn't he? He's clearly struggling for pace, and I think it's the rear of the car that just doesn't look particularly well settled. David Robb definitely the faster of the two, but then he picks up a whole heap of understeer and knew it immediately, pulled to the inside to cover, but look, they're all driving past him. He's lost all his momentum. Through goes Handley, through goes Maguire, and through might also now go Tim Evans, who is back ahead of Patrick Booth and also ahead of David Robb. So all that hard work got from David Robb there, undone with one little moment.
Yep, one missed shift by the looks of it, and he just dropped back several spots as a result. That's how much it can cost you. So now Scott Parkin has a new challenge to deal with in the form of Luke Handley. What can he do to try and crowbar his way past the very wide Audi TT of Scott Parkin? A little bouncy over the curb there as Parkin negotiates his way through. Still 4.25 minutes left in this third Audi TT Cup Series race. Through the right-hander at Clark's, and now back onto this long run, and Handley looking as though he's possibly shaping up for a move here. He's sort of posturing around the back of the number 6 machine, looking one way then the other. Which way is he going to go? Is he going to hold stage? Is he going to go to the inside? He's thinking about it. Not just thinking about it, he's going for it at the inside. And Scott Parkin just opens the door and says, after you, Luke, through the inside. That either he's watching, he's trying to make the cutbacks work and it didn't happen, or simply just he didn't. But he's leaning through, then slash the headlights. Either, unless it's a tactic that he realised that Luke is quicker and he's going, right, now I've let you through, you lead, you take your turn, let's go and chase after, go after Ross and co. But even then, Ross is some 5 seconds up the road, so in 3.5 minutes, sorry Scott, but you ain't catching him at 5.5 seconds up the road. No,
I think maybe he was just a bit surprised by Handley's really late braking there. It was a good move by Luke, and perhaps just caught Scott Parkin on the hop a little bit, but if nothing else, working together now might get them away from Paul Maguire behind, and might allow Scott Parkin to at least salvage 4th place. But these two were very evenly matched in the previous race. Handley spent the entirety of it right behind Scott Parkin, and now he's finally found a way through. David Robb further back, I saw getting up the inside of the black number 23 car of Tim Evans. So Robb, 6th position, should now be his again as they head for the hairpin. Handley arrives in a podium place then. Scott Parkin 4th. And there, David Robb, has he made it stick? Well, yes, because Tim Evans, he sort of understeers wide onto the gravel. It didn't seem to do an awful lot there to try and control that understeer. That opens the door for Patrick Booth to come by as well. And so with 2.5 minutes to go, it is now the 23 car that starts to drop down the order, tries to come back at Booth through Duffus dip, and that ultimately doesn't work. So losing a couple of spots. We've seen a few times, given how close the mid-pack is here, Scott, that if you make a mistake or run or get sort of forced out of the queue and stuck out wide, you're likely to lose a number of places. We saw it happen to David Robb, and again there to Tim Evans. That just shows the nature of how competitive these cars are. That was Morgan Root diving up the inside to try and almost elbow his way past Tim Evans, and Tim was having absolutely none of it, holds on. Now here comes Joe Weaver, the very impressive young karting graduate that made his debut back at Donington Park. He's certainly learning his craft on the fly here. Back to the hairpin they go. Still Handley, Parkin, Maguire and Robb. Then it's Booth, followed by Evans, Root and Weaver. So that's the battle going on for 3rd down to 10th. On the crest they go. So all 8 of them together. 1.5 minutes left to go. The lead gap, we should point checking with Richard Forber, 11.3 seconds out in front.
And even with clear air, Ross Macca is not making him race. He does set a personal best, but even though he's first sector, even then he was still a tenth slower than that which Richard Ford was managing. So Forber's car, especially in this later part of the day, in this later of the three races, with more rubber down, just seems more comfortable out there this afternoon.
Does, doesn't he? And here comes now a challenge from David Robb on the inside. Now he gets past Paul Maguire there with a really good move. But actually that doesn't gain him a position because David Robb has been given a 5-second track limits penalty. And so as exciting as he's been to watch in this race, he's been a little bit too exciting maybe, running too far beyond the edge of the track. And so although he gets past the number 5 car on corrected times, he is back behind him again. Final lap then about to begin. In fact, it has begun for the race leader. Although I say that, actually, he started that last lap with over a minute to go. So far up the road is Richard Forber. I think there will be 2 laps to go here. So Forber not quite home and dry just yet. He appears over the curbs at the chicane. And Richard Forber, 11.3 seconds his advantage. Ross McCarr probably would have taken the fight to him a bit more had it not been for the fact he got stuck behind Scott Parkin for so much of this race. Well over half of it he spent behind the number 6 car. Having broken through, just didn't have the time then, or actually the pace to catch the leader. His lap times have been consistently a little bit slower than Richard Forber, who comes out of the final turn now. It's going to be another one of those where we're very close to running out of time. They might throw the checkered flag a second or two early. Nope, they're going to give him one more lap. So Richard Forber round again, and he won't mind, enjoying a lovely bit of clear track now, and clearly gelling nicely. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, there was a checkered flag. Okay. It didn't show up on the timing screen, but there was a checkered flag. And clearly Richard Forber had seen it because he backed off coming through the first corner. So Richard Forber gets the win. Second place, Ross McCarr. And Luke Handley came home in third. So apologies for that. The timing screen in the box not showing the flag had waved, and I hadn't seen the checkered flag waving actually at all at the top of the hill. Anyway, Forber claiming the victory, his second in a row, and this one by almost as big a winning margin actually, although that was exaggerated massively in the previous race by the time penalty for Ross McCarr. But it's Richard Forber then who claims the victory. McCarr second, third place Luke Handley, fourth position for Scott Parkin, Paul Maguire fifth, Patrick Booth sixth, Tim Evans seventh, Morgan Root in eighth ahead of Joe Weaver, then David Robb in 10th place, Oliver Barsby 11th, and Paul Hoggins completes the top 12. Then, well, that was it. 12 finishes at the end of the day. With the cars heading back to the pit lane, they've put on another good show this weekend, the Audis. Some very exciting racing, as we've come to expect, really, from the TT Cup. And they will be back out again a little bit later on in the season. I think they're back at Cadwell Park again for their next round. Yes, Cadwell Park on the 12th and 13th of August, then Croft 16th, 17th September, and then they'll be at Snetterton for their final round of the championship on the 14th and 15th of October. So that's how the rest of their season looks. No championship standings to worry about in the TT Cup because it's just a series, this being its first season, but this is about the smallest grid we've had all year. They've got lots more cars that will be back on the grid again for Cadwell Park next time out, and that momentum will continue to grow, I'm sure, heading into the next season, where you would like to think they will gain championship status. You've got to be able to prove that you can have a certain number of cars on the grid in order to become a championship, but that is hopefully something that is in the TT Cup's future. Right then, top three drivers ready and waiting down in Parc Ferme. Anthony Jordan is there to have a chat with them.
Thank you very much, Andy. Well, nice controlled race there, and well, look, we'll watch this for a moment. Nice to see this between Maguire and Forber. As you can see, means a lot to him. Let's jump in. Richard, I'll let you take your helmet off, mate. What a race that was, though, for you. And certainly seemed well controlled, no drama at all. And you win that race clear by 11 seconds.
I don't know how. Turbo cars and getting them off a start line is a bit of a problem for me. So yeah, have we been trying to take it easy off the start line, not get too much wheel spin. So yeah, I managed to get it off the line, thankfully, which helped being in pole, so I was on the right side of the track for the first corner. So yeah, then it was a bit plain sailing. I was looking in my mirror thinking they're going to be coming.
Well, they didn't show up, did they? And you take another race win this weekend, so certainly very well done, and I'm sure you're going to enjoy that podium.
Thanking you. A couple of beers tonight.
Exactly. Good man, good man. Excellent to see that. Let's chat to our man, Mr. McCarr, who comes second place. I think he's just been talking there. Ross, we'll have a quick chat with you now. Ross, well, it was a bit of a shame earlier on with the time penalty that you got, but this time around, a P2, and you can take that P2.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good race. I got caught out at the start, dropped back, and then Scott defended for everything that he was worth. Made it really difficult for me, and I had to wait for him to make a bit of a mistake at the hairpin for me to get up his inside going into the first bend. And then after that, I was like, okay, I'll see if I've got some pace here to make some grounds up on Richard, but no chance. He was phenomenal. Didn't put a foot wrong. He was absolutely flying today, so he deserves everything.
Yeah, but you still can't take away an epic drive from yourself as well. A solid P2, and I'm sure you'll enjoy that podium.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Excellent stuff there for Ross. Let's chat to our man who finished in third place, who is back here, Mr. Handley. Luke, if I could grab a quick chat. Sorry to tear you away there. Solid P3 on that one. You certainly had to work for it. That was quite a battle for P3 there.
Yeah, I mean, Scott, champion defender, isn't he? So holding up Ross and allowing Rich to get away. But yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the best races I think I've ever had. It was great fun. There was, I don't know how many of us there was in the back. It felt like we were everywhere. But yeah, absolutely the most fun I've had in ages. Yeah, loved it.
Yeah, it is always good when you get a nice solid race like that, isn't it? It comes away. The sun was shining on us as well here at Knockhill. Perfect way to end the weekend. I'm sure you're going to enjoy that podium.
Yeah, definitely. Just not enjoy the 10-hour drive home.
Yeah, yes, I'm sure it's not going to be fun for anyone. Lovely. Cheers. Thank you very much, Luke. Well, fantastic stuff from the Audi TTs. Great way to finish their weekend. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. There are plenty more races coming up next.
Competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you. Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back, everybody, to Knockhill, where the Milltek Sports Civic Cup drivers are now making their way out onto the circuit ahead of their third and final race of the weekend. We've had two sensational races so far, and race 3 should be exciting as well. The grid for this one based upon the second fastest lap times from qualifying yesterday morning, which seems an awfully long time ago. We'll very quickly rattle through it. Alistair Camp and Max Edmondson, row 1. Ryan Bensley and Dan Thackeray on row 2. And then Liam McGill, the race 2 winner, has Jack Harding for company on row 3. Then Sam Kirkpatrick and Alex Kite on the 4th row. Harvey Caton and Dan McDonald, complete the top 10. Then it's Will Redford and Morgan Bailey with Jack Riddell and Owen Hillman on row 7. 8th row, Travis Chapman and Tommy Knight with Dave Marshall and Andy Wheatley on the 9th row, grid row 10, Jordan Brennan and Simon Welch, row 11, Jackson White and Mark Hughes, and row 12 for Anthony Gannon, all on his own. Championship-wise, then very quickly before we get into the race, Dan Thackeray now leads the points by only 5 points over Alistair Camp, who is 1 ahead of Ryan Bensley. So the top 3 in the championship covered by just 6 championship points, with Will Redford then a further 10 back, and he's 7 ahead of Max Edmondson, who is 7 ahead of Jack Harding. So realistically, we're narrowing this down now to 6 genuine championship contenders as we move into the second half of the season. Andy McEwen joined by Paul O'Neill in the commentary box. We'll be hearing from him in a moment because we're ready to go racing. The green flag waved at the back of the grid, and Alistair Camp looks to make amends now slightly from the race that got away from him yesterday when he was in the lead by a little margin. Red lights then about to go on. Camp and Edmondson on the front row. Out go the lights, off go the cars. Good start made by Edmondson by the looks of it from the outside of row 1. I think he's got the advantage as they head for the first turn. Dan Thackeray is trying to go with him there, almost pushing him down into the first turn, but Edmondson gets the lead and Camp slips down into second place. They're down to a stick for the first time. Thackeray, that is, in third, and 4th position for Ryan Bensley. Gets across in front. There's a spin further back for one of the Pro Alloys cars. Takes a couple of others with them. The spinner was Redford. Was that Will Redford? Yes, it was Will Redford going around. One of those title contenders falls right to the back of the pack after a big spin through the first corner. That is a disaster, Paul.
Wow, lucky to not be collected. This could be a safety car. There is a car up against the barrier. It's Ruddle.
Jack Riddell, yeah, I hadn't spotted that, Paul. I think he was the one that tangled with with Redford. And yeah, you're right, safety car is going to be scrambled, so that's a bit of a shame. Safety car comes out, some of the drivers don't yet know about it. Jack Harding there diving up the inside of Dan McDonald, sorry, Ryan Bensley, that is. Oh, no! Dear, and a few of them again not getting the memo. That was Harvey Caton, was it? Into the back of Bensley, and just about avoiding a significant collision there. It was a last-minute call, I think, to get the safety car board, some flags out, and some drivers not paying attention. So, Edmondson the leader though, Paul. That was a textbook start from Max, wasn't it? Outside of row 1, it is the racing line, a little bit grippier out there, and he used that to good effect.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive, wasn't it? And he's been a different driver this weekend, hasn't he? He really has, you know, pulled out of those moves that maybe weren't on, and got his head down. And oh no, there's Will Redford there, the 42. So that was from maybe some contact that spun him round. Is that left-hand side caved in? They're looking at the front left. Not good.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, they're sending him back on his way now. Maybe just checking the car over. He was at the back anyway, and then they had the safety car. So heads-up driving there probably from Will to come into the pit lane, get things checked over. Didn't see whether he was tapped into that spin or if it was self-inflicted, but there was definitely a bit of secondary contact with Riddell after that. So Edmondson the leader, Camp second, Thackeray third. Dan Thackeray having a fantastic weekend, isn't he, here really, Paul? Dan claiming the win yesterday. Race 2 didn't go quite so well, in fairness. He didn't really gain as much ground on the reverse grid as he would have liked, but now he's right behind Alistair Camp, 5 points between them in the championship. That is a battle well worth watching on the restart.
Definitely, and remember, Ryan Bensley's involved in that championship battle as well. He's got Harding behind him. And he's also got the local Liam McGill in front of him, who is absolutely rapid. I've got to admit, round here he's been super, super special. So he'll be looking to go forward, the local man. I don't know if this is going to take a long time, actually. They red flagged the race before this one, or the one before the other one, just because of a car in the gravel trap with about 5 minutes to go. So hopefully we can get this done pretty quick. They're going to get it pulled out of the way, so that's good.
Yeah, the lengthy recoveries this weekend have been the ones where there's been damaged steering or suspension or a wheel hanging off, because then you can't tow the car out of the way. You've got to lift it onto the flatbed truck, whereas that one should be towable. And once they get it onto the track, there is then a little cut through, I think, at a marshal's point at the top of the hill where they can get it immediately off the racetrack rather than towing it back round to the pits. So we'll wait and see if they're able to do that. At least one more lap though behind the safety car required. And indeed there is Riddell's car. I don't think there's even a scratch of damage really on it, just got buried in the gravel trap up against the barrier, but didn't hit it hard enough to do any real damage. As we get a nice shot here of the pit wall of the cavalry coming over the hill, and hopefully they'll be going a little bit more quickly than that next time they reach that part of the circuit. So at the moment then, Alistair Camp outscoring Dan Thackeray slightly, and in fact it would be a 5-point difference between finishing second and third in a race. So if they finish as they are now, they could end up tied for the championship lead, leaving Knockhill as they then head for Cadwell Park at the next round. There is the cut through I was talking about at the top of the hill. Jack Riddell's car will be taken out of the way, and we should be good to go racing this time, Paul. But yeah, we're getting to that part of the season now, aren't we, where we really need to start paying attention to the points. And I'm sure that Alistair Camp and Dan Thackeray are fully aware of the significance of the battle they're about to have.
Yeah, definitely good to see Jack Riddell's car out the way. But yeah, going back to the championship battle, well, Ryan Bensley's poking his head into that championship battle, but like you say, you've got to start making sure that you score heavily these weekends now, and make sure that if you're in the top 6, don't do anything silly for an extra few points unless you really need to. And these guys at the front really don't need to be making any silly mistakes now. But yeah, Will Redford is still involved in this hunt as well. He's got to make sure that he can finish well.
Don't forget, Max Edmondson also looking for his first victory in the championship. Had one taken away from him at Snetterton, but as we're about to go racing again, Edmondson has bolted already with a really good restart there. It was a late-ish decision to bring the safety car in, but Edmondson was ready for it. So as he makes his way across the timing line then, we've got just under 2/3 of the race to go. Max Edmondson 1 second up the road already from Camp second, Thackeray third, McGill fourth, Bensley fifth, and Jack Harding desperate for a good result to try and keep his championship hopes alive here. He is the white and red car there, just turning through shot in front of Harvey Caton, and Alex Kite, Sam Kirkpatrick and Dan McDonald to complete the top 10 as the majority of the rule single file. That's Will Redford already starting to pick them off from the back of the field. Edmondson gone, and that does now mean that attention could turn to Camp versus Thackeray for second place.
Oh, big moment there for a Pro Alloys car, and you can just see that's a great shot. The change of direction from these cars. As having a look at the FN2, is that Dave Marshall? Yep. Yeah, that's not a bad little shout, and yeah, he nearly got that job done. But yeah, up the road though, Max Edmondson made a cracking start, like a scolded cat, straight away from there. And a Camp again, looking like he's understeering from mid to exit of that last hairpin, but obviously he gets it done because he's got a quick car. Oh, side by side, brilliant.
Yeah, that was that's less brilliant. And who was that? It was one of the Pro Alloys cars losing out. Alex Kite, wasn't it? And that was Sam Kirkpatrick on the inside of him, and neither of them wanting to leave the other any space at all coming over the top of the hill. It's a bit too much of that today. Dave Marshall there on the inside of Travis Chapman, and does now make that move stick and moves into 13th place, I think that is. And Dave Marshall's been really up for the fight this weekend. Good to see one of his favourite tracks. That's Jack Harding out through the gravel, and Harvey Caton up the inside. So Jack Harding, the car I don't think is fully in the window he wants it to be in just yet, and that's disappointing to see him losing another spot.
Yeah, so Bensley will look behind him and think, well, it's Harvey Caton now. I don't know who I'd actually want behind me, Caton or Harding, to be honest, but he's rid of that battle because Harding's now back in front of Caton.
Well, for now, but then Harvey's...
that sounds like it's got a bad misfire.
You're
into
right.
the pits.
Yeah, heard that just on the acceleration. So Jack Harding into the pit lane. That explains why he's been off the pace a little bit in this race, and that's now possibly is the end of his championship hopes, really. He was 30 points off the championship lead coming into that race, already used up his drop scores, and it looks as though Camp, Thackeray and Bensley could all score heavily in this one. So perhaps Jack Harding's chances of the title now slipping ever further away. Over the chicane goes the second place battle though. Camp still ahead for now.
If Bensley's got any nous about him, he will follow McGill, who is a circuit specialist, up to the back of Thackeray and Camp.
Well, Ryan set the fastest lap last time around,
yes.
So yeah, it's working for him so far, isn't it? If anything, a bit quicker than Liam McGill, 57.4 the lap time, and they're both catching Camp and Thackeray ahead. There is the Ben Sharp team looking at the engine of... that is such a shame, isn't it? Jack Harding shaking the head, despondent look. The work and the effort that went into even getting him on the grid here this weekend, he deserved better reward.
He doesn't deserve that. Ben Sharp Racing, really good guys and girls looking after that car. That's a move. Thackeray thought better of it. This is a good little battle. This is helping Edmondson, but Camp is now having to really think about keeping Dan Thackeray at bay. And, oh, God, look at Thackeray. That was lit through the chicane. Look at McGill's coming in the silver car, though.
He's catching, definitely catching. On the previous lap, he did a personal, no, Thackeray did a personal best, but a 57.7 actually for McGill, was a couple of tenths slower. So on this lap, they're definitely gaining a little bit more. Significant battle this though. If Camp finishes in second, ahead of Thackeray third, then I think they'll be tied for the championship lead. But if Thackeray gets through, he will take a 10-point lead to Cadwell Park the next round. Up the hill they climb then, over the timing line. The race leader is Max Edmondson. He is 1.2 seconds up the road. There he is. Alistair Camp on that previous lap was only about a tenth slower than him. But Dan Thackeray, Liam McGill and Ryan Bensley all in close quarters behind him. Then Harvey Caton sitting in 6th. Sam Kirkpatrick 7th. Alex Kite 8th. Dan McDonald 9th. And Owen Hillman inside the top 10. Adam McIntyre as they go then. Max Edmondson having a relatively easy time of this for the time being, isn't it? And Max just needs to try and keep his cool here. He's been so wanting this first victory in the championship. This is by far his best opportunity to take it.
Yeah, got to do it, got to keep his head, and yeah, and it'll come to him. Oh, big, near enough track limits there from McGill in that silver car. Harvey Caton coming through, and that's a great shot, isn't it, as they come over the top of that crest at Clark Curve. Great corner, that is.
Absolutely. Max Edmondson has finished second in the last 2 races. In fact, he finished second in 3 of the last 4 races in the championship. He's sick of finishing second, that's for sure. He wants to try and beat Alistair Camp, Dan Thackeray and the rest. Big lunge being made here further back by Travis Chapman, that is, on Tommy Knight. And that was successfully done. Got it stopped nicely on the apex, but then the outside line gives you the better run over the hill. That will allow Tommy back through potentially. Yes, it does. And in behind them there, who was that trying to join in the fun? That was Jordan Brennan, wasn't it? He swings out wide on the way into turn 1. Chapman back up the inside, and Tommy Knight turns across his nose. That is risky stuff. There's a screech of tyres, and then another one, but that's Alex Kite off the road now. Alex Kite from 8th position goes off the track. That was the first screech of tyres that we heard. Even this late in the race, they're very rear grip limited, Paul.
Yeah, very much so. Obviously these not full racing slicks, more like a track day tyre. Lots of grip, but when the grip ends, that's when the fun starts and trying to keep the car out the wall and the gravel trap, as Dave Marshall's up in a right go, isn't he? I think that's Will Redford trying to get past him.
Yeah, that's Redford recovering, isn't it? 14th place that he's trying to take now. Marshall was having a little nibble at the Travis Chapman car ahead, which now gets lunged by Redford as well. Came from a different postcode there to try and make that move on his teammate, and had it not been his teammate, I think there might have been a touch, but Chapman saw it coming at the very last moment, and Will Redford looks as though he's going to squeeze through. He's got that inside line over the hill, preferred line into turn number 1, and Will Redford gains another place. That puts him 13th, so a top 10 is doable here. That's sort of the bare minimum that he needs to take, really, to avoid losing too many points to the likes of Edmondson, Camp and Thackeray.
Yeah, I think up front it's definitely getting a bit closer for 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th, because there we have it. Alistair Camp has now got Thackeray and McGill with him. Oh, and that understeer building in the Camp car. That fluorescent car looking very rear, very front limited on tyres. Oh, is that Caton?
Caton and Kirkpatrick, that, yeah. Kirkpatrick getting underneath him, coming off the corner. Bensley now having a go at Liam McGill.
Wow.
And drives around the outside. Surely not. Can he go around the outside at turn 1? Ryan Bensley, McGill is sideways. Yes, fantastic stuff from Ryan Bensley. McGill still trying to come back at him, though, into McIntyre's, and Ryan has to let him go, but that was really good effort, that, from Ryan Bensley, and it very nearly worked.
That was a man thinking about a championship, that. If that was another day, McGill, would have, well, he wouldn't have put his nose there, but Bensley just thought, I can fight another day. Such a shame, because that move was on all day.
Yeah, absolutely. So nearly cleared McGill into McIntyre's, but didn't dare turn in. There goes Mark Hughes, meanwhile. He was in a spot of bother after his part in the start line collision in the early race. Gets past Jackson White there at turn 1. As Will Redford has a go at Tommy Knight now. Will Redford, with the bit between his teeth, wants to try and get past Tommy. I think Jordan Brennan's already got past Tommy Knight on this lap. So this is for 12th position. Yes, Brennan into 11th, 12th for Tommy Knight, but not for much longer. Redford up the inside, very confident on the brakes, Paul.
Yeah, very confident. I was wincing at that, but to be fair, Tommy Knight seen him come in and open the door up, and that's the right thing to do. You've got to remember the best time to just let people go. So there's a smoky car in the background there.
Gap under a second for the first time in a little while now. We've not got long to go in this race. I'm sure the nerves are starting to jangle now for Max Edmondson. The last thing he needs to do is start tightening up inside the car and thinking too much about the trophy and the race win that could be coming his way. But he and Alistair Camp getting themselves closer together on this particular lap. Camp is, well, fractionally slower actually so far, so Edmondson responding to the threat as Will Redford now moves up to challenge Jordan Brennan, this for 11th place.
Yeah. So it's all happening, isn't it? What's going on there? That's Bensley. He's passed him.
Yeah, got him.
Ah, well, that's good, because I know Jade Edwards is watching from another touring car championship, and she said, what a move that was from Ryan Bensley. And then he totally did, I can't really say it, but yeah, he kind of got scared and didn't turn across the front of him. But look at this, Bensley. This is a drive of someone that knows he's in with a chance of this championship.
You know Ryan personally quite well, I know. Have you noticed the difference in him this year? Because his driving has made a huge leap forwards.
Massive, and that is down to him switching. There's no one I know better that has put as much effort in as Ryan. He's here till 8, 8:30, 9, looking at data, and just to the point where he looks so tired. I just want to tell him to give it up and go. But Pro Alloys, I've got to say, they for me have been a super team this year. All the people involved in Pro Alloys, great people. Josh Cook doing the data, it's proper stuff. They're having a proper go. They're not messing around, and some of the contracts are making drivers really want to do well, if you know what I mean, monetary. So it's good.
Good stuff. Well, that's what they want. A bit of incentive to go out there and get the best results that they can. It might not be a race win for them this time, though, because Alistair Camp has now only got one lap to try and chase down Max Edmondson. That was Harvey Caton doing Harvey Caton things and getting very sideways through Duffer Stip as he tries to find a way past Sam Kirkpatrick for 6th. But Max Edmondson is less than half a lap from home now, and unless he bottles it on the final lap, it looks like he might just get that elusive first career victory in the Civic Cup. Harvey Caton drives down the grass heading into Clark's, but the race leader Max Edmondson heading for home now. The checkered flag awaiting the driver of car 33. Alistair Camp has closed right in on the final lap. I think Edmondson is starting to get a bit nervy, but the checkered flag could not come at a better time. The lights flash, and this one he should get to keep. Victory for Max Edmondson. Huge congratulations to the youngster, a candidate surely for driver of the weekend. Alistair Camp 2nd, Dan Thackeray 3rd, Ryan Bensley comes home in 4th. Some valuable championship points scored for those 3, with Kirkpatrick 5th, Harvey Caton 6th, and Liam McGill picking up a 5-second track limits penalty there, drops down into 7th position. But yeah, Max Edmondson 2 second places and a win. That's impressive enough, Paul, but then, as we've said, that different mentality that he seems to have brought to his racing this weekend, that's the thing I'm most impressed with, and I certainly wouldn't have a problem with giving him driver of the weekend.
Yeah, I think you've seen a different Max turn up, especially this weekend. I'm right with you. Max Edmondson, driver of the day for me and Andy. That is proper stuff. And yeah, do you know what? I think he's had a bit of manners put on him with driver standards, and we all knew he could do this, and it's great to see him now get involved. The drivers are trusting him, and it's good to see.
Absolutely, and look at this. They're all coming up to congratulate him on the way back in as well. That's a real feel-good story, and it injects him right back into the championship fight now. He came into that race 23 points off the championship lead, but maximum points haul, near enough maximum points haul, got the win. Not quite the fastest lap, but did get the win, and that will absolutely put him into the championship hunt now with 8 races still to go. So Max Edmondson, the race winner. Alistair Camp gets 2nd place to complete a relatively solid weekend for him, and Dan Thackeray likewise 3rd place in that one. 4th place goes the way of Ryan Bensley, who gets the bonus point for fastest lap as well. Sam Kirkpatrick 5th, Harvey Caton 6th, Liam McGill in 7th place with Dan McDonald 8th, Owen Hillman 9th, and Alex Kite in 10th position. Will Redford 11th, Jordan Brennan 12th, 13th Travis Chapman, and Dave Marshall getting stuck in there, ended up in 14th place. Andy Wheatley was next, then it was Tommy Knight 16th, 17th Simon Welch, 18th Anthony Gannon, with Jackson White, Mark Hughes the last of the runners. Jack Harding with the misfire, unfortunately, was a retirement, as was Jack Riddell, ending up in the barriers on the opening sequence of corners. So, championship-wise, like I said, that is good news for Thackeray, good news for Camp, and good news for Ryan Bensley as well. So Thackeray, well, I think, and I'll wait Phil Kinch to give me the official confirmation of this, but I do think that Thackeray and Camp are going to be tied on points, because Thackeray was outscored by Alistair in that one by 5 points. I don't think that becomes a drop score for either of the drivers. They've both been off the podium on more than a couple of occasions before, so I reckon they are level on points as they head for the next round, with Pensley not that far behind. Well, we'll get the abacus out. In the meantime, Paul O'Neill heads down into Parc Fermé to chat with our podium finishers.
We are live. We are in the winner's circle, and the winner, Max Edmondson, just putting his helmet away. Absolutely brilliant stuff. A changed man, a changed driver. He hasn't had the luck. He's had a lot of judicials, but I've got to say, I was the first one to congratulate him because what a great weekend it's been. Max, come on. Got to be honest, mate. That's how you do it, isn't it? Stick your hat on. That's how you win these races, and you've put yourself right back into contention.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? My first Civic Cup win. I've been there or thereabouts multiple times, but I haven't quite got it. I've had four seconds this year, so I've been close, but I've eventually got it.
Looked a bit close on that last lap, mate.
I was just trying not to make mistakes, and by overthinking not making mistakes, I was making mistakes, but I sort of pulled a big enough gap during the race, so I made up for it, didn't I?
Great restart. That was definitely something that might have won at you.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting me to go that early. To be fair, I didn't think the safety car was going to go away that early. I thought it was going to go down the back straight, so I thought I was going to have to go out the last corner, but I just went as soon as it was out the way, sort of thing.
Well, two more things. Paul Winfield Trophy winner. That's great news, isn't it?
Yeah. Area motorsport, isn't it? So it's always good.
And also, mate, driver of the day.
Eventually. I haven't got that yet. Only taken 2 years.
Well, you've got it now, so well done. Put it there, boss. Brilliant stuff. Well done, mate. Absolutely awesome stuff. Let's go and find Ali Camp. Ali Camp in second. Alistair, come here. Unbelievable, isn't he? Come on. Come here. Come on. Come a bit further. Come on. You're not well, are you?
No, not well at all.
Can you tell us what you got?
What, on camera? It's just everything's flowing.
Oh. Just not well?
No, not well at all, mate.
I've got to admit, mate, there was rumours of you not being very well, but I didn't have you down for a second place. That must have been hard work, and the race before must have been hard work as well.
Yeah, when I came in, I didn't even know. With the race forward, I went like that to you. I was like, I can't do an interview, mate. I'm literally, everything was just drained, mate. Such a mission, but yeah, I've had about 3 hours kit this afternoon between that race, so yeah.
Listen, I will let you go. I'll talk very quietly, but you get the water down your mate. We'll let you go. Well done. Another person who's done an awesome job. Well done, boss. Never usually see you, mate, when I'm doing this, but we were saying you always win races, but it's always when I'm not here.
You're my jinx, I think, my Brundle jinx, yeah. When I saw you today, I was like, oh, I'm done for.
I love it. You'll take third place, won't you? Championship leader. It's getting tight up the top now.
Yeah, it is getting tight, and there's a long way to go. I mean, I started in fourth, and kind of the main hope was a podium. Race 2 was pretty rough for me. I got the wrong end of the stick quite a few times, so the pace at the front was mega. I see the laps I was putting in, and I wasn't catching Camp that much, and he wasn't catching Max, so the pace was seriously hot. So when I thought I got a black and white flag for track limits, but it turns out I didn't, which is a bit annoying, which is why I backed it off, but very happy with that anyway.
Usual rules, mate. I can feel a bit of rain coming as well. I bet you're happy to get this weekend done and dusted, and you leave in a great position on to the next one.
Yeah, after Alton, it was looking pretty bleak, and it's funny how things can change so quick. We've got a lot of races coming up, so there's still a lot to play for. I'm happy with bagging some consistent points, and we go again at Cadwell.
Top man. Listen, leave you to it. Well done, Dan. Oh, Mr. Welch, how are you, mate? Well done. A Goodyear Diamond Trophy winner. Always nice to be on a podium, isn't it?
It's brilliant. I love it. I'm quite happy after the last, after Alton Park and getting two there and now another one here. It's great.
What about this circuit? What makes it so good?
The undulations and the speed. It's very, very tight in the awkward places.
That's
what you like.
Exactly what we like. Listen, we're going to leave you to it. Next race is out on the grid already, so well done, fella, and we'll catch you later on. Back to you guys.
Evolution Trophy time then here at Knockhill. Cars out on their green flag lap for their third race of the weekend, and well, looking forward to a resumption of the Gillam versus Marshall battle at the front of the field. Those two have been reasonably evenly matched. Tommy Gillam getting the better of Adam Marshall in the 2 races thus far, but can Adam now get the better of him in race number 3? Tommy will start from pole position for this one because the grid for this based on the results of race number 2. And so Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall starting there, VW Golfs from the front of the grid. And then we'll have Ken Lark and Chris Adams, row number 2. Donald DeVar. Now, is Donald DeVar there in the Mark 1 Golf? Because that car took a beating in the first Knockhill ModSports race of the weekend, which he's also racing in. No, I don't think it is it? So Donald DeVar's not going to be starting from 5th. Kerry Lewis there in the white and green. VW Golf will start from 6th, ahead of Michael Imrie and Chris Mohan together on row 4. Row 5 then for Edward Cottam and Ben Taylor, with Frank Pettit and Stephen Watson row 6. Nick Sanderson and Andrew Butcher hopefully will be lining up at the tail end of the field. So the classic VW Cup element of the race likely to attract most of the attention. That's where we've got the most competitive of the grids, and within their GT class in particular, the 2 Mark 5 Golf GTIs of Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall, whilst Ken Lark runs within Class A, the same class as the blue and white Golf alongside him with Chris Adams. But it's Lark who's been making the best of the starts so far, and that very powerful VW Corrado may well grab the lead again into turn 1. Let's find out. The lights go out. A good start is made by the pole sitter Tommy Gillam. Here comes Lark. Adams going to the outside as well of Adam Marshall. Lark sort of boxed in second place though, and Marshall turns across in front of him, and Adams crucially sweeps around the outside as well. So Chris Adams actually claiming the class lead away from the Corrado driver. That wasn't in the script for Ken Lark. There is Michael Imrie going around the outside of Ben Taylor, who's had a troubled weekend, spun into the gravel yesterday, had some mechanical issues which forced him into the pit lane for a number of laps earlier on today, so hasn't yet come out on top in the Mark 4 MX-5 class. And he has managed to move ahead of Edward Cottam now in the Mark 4 MX-5, whose son Oliver's been in here watching some of the support races in the last hour or so. And I'm sure we'll be watching with interest to see how his dad's getting on out there in his 3rd race of the weekend. Leaders then up and over the hill at the final turn. That's a very wayward lie being taken by Chris Mohan, I think that was. Yes, it was the number 20, and so Kerry Lewis comes through. Mohan had gained some ground there. He was 9th on the grid, and I think he was in about 5th at the time he went straight on, but Kerry Lewis manages to sneak on through. There goes the first of the MX-5s, which is the Ben Taylor car. And Oliver Cottam already and Edward Cottam, sorry, already separated by a reasonable amount. It's as though Ben Taylor's got those mechanical issues sorted that really held him back in the earlier race. Lovely looking cars, the Mark 4 MX-5s. Great to see more of them out here in the United Kingdom. Popular car, of course, over in the States, where there's a great one-make championship with official manufacturer support, big prize money, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line over the course of a season of Mark 4 MX-5 racing over there. Fantastic to see something similar, perhaps not quite on that scale, but similar over here in the United Kingdom. Tommy Gillam then being reeled in actually by Adam Marshall. This is more like it. Marshall with the fastest lap of the race, a 58.3. That's about 1.2 seconds slower than they've been earlier on in the weekend. Behind them, Ken Lark was trying to get up the inside of Chris Adams for the lead in Class A. I don't think he was successful though. I think Chris Adams was still ahead, peering into the background, making another look at it now as they come out of the chicane. But the 2 Golfs out in front, Gillam and Marshall, much closer together now than they were really at any point in the 2nd race of the weekend. Yesterday, though, made the point that Adam Marshall in the mid part of the race was a little bit quicker, actually, than Gillam. But now on this 3rd lap of the race, Gillam purple in Sector 1 and in Sector 2. It does just look as though he's taking a little bit more time out of the 2nd place man. Over the hill they go. It is still Chris Adams 3rd. Look in the background. Ken Lark 4th, and then Kerry Lewis looking more competitive in this one than earlier on in the weekend. Kerry had a couple of spins in the first race of the weekend yesterday, and has solidly been improving as the weekend's gone on. Across the hill towards the chicane we go again then. This the 4th lap of this 15-minute race. And 2 Golfs continuing to distance themselves a little bit, although very similar, near identical through the first sector on this lap. Sector 2 ends just after they come out of Clark's, and about there-ish, I think, the timing beam. Yeah, there we go, and faster by about half a tenth or so in the middle sector is Adam Marshall, so he's reeling in Gillam fractionally. Really hasn't been a lot to choose between either of these two. And really, it's just been Gillam's edge on cold tyres, I think, that's made most of the difference. Behind them, Ken Lark there, defending from Carey Lewis for 4th place in the overall running order, not for class positions, but Carey Lewis trying to get himself onto the outright podium, and I think he's been able to get past Ken Lark, but we know Ken's going to have the poke over the straight. No, he doesn't actually, and Carey Lewis gets up the inside of Chris Adams too, so 2 places now gained by the number 18 Golf, which moves into 3rd overall. It sits 3rd in the GT class, and it now means that Chris Adams and Ken Lark are free to do battle again for the win in Class A. Down the dip, over the hill at the chicane. Ken Lark opens the taps on the Corrado, tries his best to find a way back ahead of Chris Adams. Gets close enough coming out of Clark's, then he might be able to attack into the hairpin. They've also, though, got the car behind gaining on them of Michael Imrie in the Renault Clio. Lark up the inside of Adams. He's tried this the last few laps, I've noticed, and not been able to make the move stick. Same story again that time. So up the hill, this time I think Ken might be able to do it. He's got the overlap nice and early. He's not quite ahead at the line, but by the time they get to turn 1, he is fully ahead of Chris Adams, and as good as Chris is on the brakes compared to the Corrado, he's not going to be that good, and Ken Lark does manage then to complete the manoeuvre. 3rd place now then for him, and he is looking now to try and break away at the head of the field. 4th place outright, but class position is what everyone's really fighting for. Michael Imrie now starting to loom larger behind them as they head for Clark's corner. And the Renault Clio looking now like the fastest of this little group, isn't it? Michael's had a strange weekend, really. He's often up near the front by the end of the race, but seems to take a little while to get going, and then in the previous one only made it up to 7th place actually. Yesterday though, he was 3rd overall in the Clio. He's also, like Donald DeVar, been competing in the Knockhill ModSports, so that will be a very busy end to the day for him, because we've got this race, then the Fiesta ST150s, and then the ModSports out at the end of the day. So he'll have a very, very brief, in fact he'll probably just head straight from Parc Ferme at the end of this race into the assembly area for the ModSports race, if he's choosing to do that one, which I'm sure he is. Over the hill he goes, looks now to try and get alongside Chris Adams into Clark's, but he isn't close enough, peaks to the inside line. But Chris had the preferred line, was able to carry more speed into the corner. So Chris Adams retains 5th for now, but as he becomes ever preoccupied with what Michael Imrie's doing behind him, so Ken Lark has been able to disappear on up the road, and Ken Lark in 4th position. Looks almost a certainty for Class A win within the Classic VW Cup. Ben Taylor trying to close in on Chris Mohan. Edward Cottam in the other of the MX-5s, down in 11th place at the moment, only Stephen Watson behind him. As there, Michael Imrie to the inside of Chris Adams, hops over the curb, just avoids getting into the side of Adams' blue and white Golf. Imrie starting to look a little bit impatient to get this move made now. He wants to get through before Ken Lark gets too far up the road. That's a lunge from a little ways back at Clark's, and again you have to be fully alongside at the apex for that to work. Can't just stick your nose in the door, because that outside line on the way in will always be the faster route off the corner. So Imrie settles back in behind, a few car lengths further back than he had been. He steers towards the exit curve there. It's, just benefits Chris Adams again, pulls in that extra couple of car lengths away. Lead gap, by the way, between the two Golfs, Tommy Gillam and Adam Marshall, just over 3/4 of a second now. On the previous previous lap, it came down actually by a couple of tenths, so it had been creeping towards a second until that point. Tommy Gillen with the fastest lap now as well. He's done a 57.625, so that is now quicker than they went in yesterday's race, but about half a second off what they did earlier on today. But look at that, that isn't 3/4 of a second now. Adam Marshall closing back in on Tommy Gillen, and is now as close as he's been pretty much since the start of the race. So again, this mid-portion of the 15-minute races seems to favour Adam Marshall, and takes another 10th out of the leader. Grill there, just looking a little bit loose on the 27 car, but that won't slow him down. Screeching of tyres as they head through McIntyre's, over the curb of Butchers, and then carry the speed through the chicane. So tempting to take those loads of that inside curb. It's so easily unsettle the car when you get to the landing. As has really been the story all weekend long. It seems that Marshall gets close to Gillam, and then Gillam just always has that little bit of extra in the tank. He's just on a purple first sector, takes half a second out of Marshall in sector 2. And a gap that had come down to 6/10 of a second at the beginning of the lap has almost doubled now as they come out of the hairpin again. So let's see what it was, 0.6. It's now, yeah, nearly double, 1.1 seconds between first and second. Kerry Lewis is still a lonely third, with Larkin 4 still leading in Class A. Michael Imbrie 4 seconds adrift of Chris Adams then, but 4 seconds ahead now of Chris Moen, having got past him a few laps ago. It's a curve there taken by both of them through the left-hand element. Of course, it was always the right-hand part of the curve that you used to sort of ignore, really, and just stick 2 wheels right up over the grass on the inside line. But can't be doing that now with the new track limits rules, so having to take a slightly different line through there, more curb through the left, and then sort of straight line the second part of it that way. Try and limit the wheel spin, control the landing, carry speed towards Clark. Looks as though maybe Gillam has broken the back now of Adam Marshall. 1.1 seconds becomes 2.1 seconds now as Ken Lark here and Chris Adams put a lap on Edward Cotton and continue their battle for class honours, but very difficult to overtake a car that's quicker than you down the straights, and Chris Adams finding that out, although as I say that, he goes up the inside of a very wide Ken Lark and does get the class lead away at the final turn, but Lark, we know, is going to have the edge down the straights, pulls to the right-hand side, and that rocket-powered Corrado is going to go back ahead by the time they get to the first turn. That thing is indecently fast down the straights, and Chris Adams, as good as he is through the corners, is going to have a hard time getting one over on Ken Lark, I think. And Ken Lark might struggle then through the turns, but there's not much Chris Adams could do about that. He can't drive through the Corrado, has to settle in behind, and that means that when they get to the straight, Lark is still ahead and then just sort of gaps the second place man a little bit more. For example, here the gap's what, 2 car lengths going out onto the railway straight, then it's 3, then it's 4, then it's 5 car lengths as they get halfway down the straight, and Lark just disappears and then brakes noticeably early. A couple of little dabs on the brake first just to make sure that he hadn't suffered any pad knock-off from hitting the curbs, and then when he committed to the brakes it was probably a good few seconds earlier than Chris Adams, who's back alongside him briefly out of the hairpin. Then Lark opens the taps and fends him off. Probably the most entertaining battle on track this weekend in the Evolution Trophy between these two. Nice that it is for class honours as well. But Ken Lark has managed to come out on top both times. Of course, yesterday Donald DeVar was in between these two actually, as he was, well, he was behind them, I should say, in this morning's second race of the weekend. So it's a shame that we don't have Donald out there, and this one could be an even more entertaining battle. Chris Adams hammering the curb there through Clark's as he tries everything that he can to close in on Ken Lark. Again, he's just tapping the brakes a few times there for confidence. Chris Adams closes right in, bails to the inside line. Lark knows, though, that he can leave the door open, not bother turning into the corner, and then knows that he has the speed heading up the hill to fend off Chris Adams, who, on top of that, went in on the tighter inside line and managed to lose a bit more momentum on the exit than Ken. Made it even easier for the Corrado driver, who's now just a couple of laps away, claiming another class win. Well, actually probably 2.5 laps for these two, because the race leader overall, Tommy Gillam, is at the final corner now. He's going to come through with time for 2 more laps. So these cars have those 2 laps plus the rest of this one to do. There is the leader, Tommy Gillam. Had to put a lap on Stephen Watson in the Mark II Scirocco. Has to just be a bit careful here. It'll be very easy to trip over a Pat Parker when you've got a 8-second lead. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Adam Marshall has backed off in the last 5 minutes or so, realising second place is as good as it's going to be for him. Oh, Gillam wide there towards the gravel. Pushing hard still in the closing stages. He's been setting purple sectors up until a lap or so ago. Here's a nice battle now. Chris Moen and Andrew Butcher scrapping away over 6th place overall, but this, I believe, is for 3rd in Class A. Yes, it is. So that's going to be Andrew Butcher going through and into 3rd position. So Butcher will be grateful to get onto the class podium, although I don't know whether you get a trophy for being on the podium. I think the class winners do. Whether those further back get any silverware, I'm not so sure, but Tommy Gillam's going to be taking quite a bit of silverware back down to Essex, because he already is twice a winner in his class and overall in the Evolution Trophy. He's now making his way down towards McIntyre's, and 10.2 seconds now his lead. Might well put a lap on Edward Cottam here before the flag. Edward turns into the right-hander at Clark's, and may well choose to, in fact he waves through Tommy Gillam there, and allows Tommy to sweep by the Mark IV MX-5 on the run down towards the hairpin. For Tommy Gillam, it's been a perfect weekend in the BRSCC Evolution Trophy. 3 races and 3 class wins. Tommy Gillam through the hairpin, and he will be victorious in the GT class of the Classic VW Cup. And checkered flag waves once again for Tommy. Then Adam Marshall will come home some way distant in 2nd position. And Carey Lewis in 3rd. With Chris Adams then coming home eventually with the victory. Oh, hang on, Chris Adams back ahead of Ken Lark. How did that happen? So Adams was behind Ken last time we saw him, but on the timing screen, look, is ahead. So could do with picking those out there through the final corner now, I think. And Chris Adams by a 10.5 was ahead of Ken Lark, but Lark has got him back, look. So Ken Lark back ahead of Chris Adams and should now have the power to the line to hang on and claim the class win. So Ken Lark then gets back ahead of Adams. That was a fantastic battle between the two of them that has really raged on all weekend long, but certainly through the 2 races today. And Lark, 4th place overall, win in Class A in the VW Cup, ahead of Chris Adams. So Tommy Gillam then gets himself the race win. 12.4 seconds clear of Adam Marshall in the end. Carey Lewis comes home in 3rd. All of them running in Class GT of the Classic VW Cup. Then Class A won by Ken Lark with Chris Adams, Andrew Butcher and Chris Moen 2nd, 3rd and 4th respectively. Ben Taylor wins in the MX-5 class. Frank Pettit was in a class of his own anyway in his Renault Clio 182. Edward Cottam was next in 10th, 11th place then for Stephen Watson, again in a class of his own in the Class B Scirocco Mark II. Whilst Michael Imbrie unfortunately retired from that race. Didn't spot that midway through the race, but we lost Michael Imbrie, who pulled into the pit lane then to finish. So Gillam then victorious, and he will be very happy with the way that his weekend has gone. A perfect weekend here at Knockhill. Right, 2 more races to go. The final detail Fiesta ST150s are up next. You don't want to miss that race, that's for sure. We're going to take another very quick ad break, and we'll be back with the final 2 races here from Knockhill.
side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back to Knockhill. 2 more races to go here, and the first of those 2 is for the final detail Fiesta ST150 Championship. 2 races so far, and 2 race victories for Chris Grimes, but both of them under immense pressure. He's not won by more than about half a second over Paul Dobson in either of the races so far. Sam Beckett has then completed the podium finishers in both of the races so far, and he'll be looking to make a step or 2 further forward in this one. In fact, in both races, all 3 of those have been within a second of each other by the flag. It's been very close stuff in the ST150s, as we've come to expect. The grid for this third race, though, features a bit of reversal, which is always good news. Top 6 finishers from the earlier race reversed, and that puts Daniel Robinson, Matt Pimlett and Thomas Aiken, 3 of the real championship contenders, at the front of the field. In fact, they were the top 3 in the points coming into the weekend, but the likes of Paul Dobson and Sam Beckett have scored well and are now snapping at their heels. Green flag lap underway then. Let's take a look at how they line up in full. Pole position, as I've said, taken by Daniel Robinson, with Matt Pimlett in second place. Thomas Aiken and Sam Beckett on row number 2, with Paul Dobson and Chris Grimes sharing the third row. Row 4 then for Michael Blackburn and Alec Townley. Row 5, Anthony Sullivan and Richard Steele. The 6th row is Jamie Luthwaite and Dan Wyke. Row 7 then for Chris Flynn and Aidan Vickers. 8th row on Lufstad and Matt Morton. Mark Blunt will be starting from the back of the field. Remember, he had that spectacular lose at the first corner, clattered into the side of Michael Blackburn, fired himself off into the barriers. He was a non-finisher early doors. Matthew Morton then retired to the pit lane. Well, in fact, he had the bonnet fly open, didn't he, that smashed the windscreen in the opening race, in the second race of the weekend. He also had to take an early bath. Scott Woodwist back with me in the commentary box for this one then, and well, as I said, pretty much the same situation in both of those races so far. Grimes, Dobson and Beckett inseparable, finishing in the same order in both the first 2 races, but Pimlett, Aiken and Robinson weren't that much slower than them, and now they've got track position. Is it going to be those 3 who fell out the podium places, do you think?
They've certainly got the momentum. I think Chris has certainly been able to find his groove in an ST150 quite quickly, hence the 2 victories. Starting back in 6th, I think it goes without saying he probably won't stay there for very much longer. I think he will definitely get himself up there if he gets a good start. In terms of those who are in there, there's something about Matt Pimlett, the fact that even though he doesn't win all the races, he is becoming one of those drivers that literally is competitive enough to score very, very solid points if he doesn't win every single race. He's always up there in a 2nd, a 3rd or a 4th if he doesn't manage to get himself on the top step. And I think he's building a very nice championship campaign at this point in time. We're crossing the second half of the season where quite literally it gets to the point, apart from the ones that you drop, every single point that you score really counts, determining obviously where you are in the end, but also how much you're going to have to drop at the end of it, depending, because the better results you've got, the more you've got to drop in that sense. But if you have off rounds, that can also take an effect as well. It's going to be tricky, I think, for Chris to get through, but he's got the pace. If he can wiggle his way through, he hasn't to do much overtaking in racecraft this weekend. If he can manage it, do so. Also, Matthew Morton's, you can see there, is Sansa rear boot lid and also the Sansa windscreen. So that car's going to be bit drafty, I reckon, for this next 15 minutes.
Yes, well, because once you lose the windscreen, you then suddenly get a rush of air coming through the car, which will blow out the rear of the car anyway, so they've just taken the boots off altogether. I can't imagine it's going to be performing all that well aerodynamically down the straights, but thankfully this isn't a particularly straight line-centric track. Right, green flag waved at the back then. Dan Robinson and Matt Pimlett sharing the front row of the grid as 15 minutes of final detail. Fiesta ST150 Challenge action gets underway after a bit of a pause, waiting for the lights to go out. That happens now, and away they go. Matt Pimlett from the outside, trying to get the momentum down into turn one. He's almost dared level with Dan Robinson, maybe just edging ahead now in the second phase of the start. Does he dare to turn across the nose of the number 69 car? Yes, he does, and he gets the race lead away. Paul Dobson there sideways. He's gone past Thomas Aiken already, so Dobson into fourth position, but it is Matt Pimlett who leads them down at McIntyre's then for the first time, with Dan Robinson in second position, Sam Beckett third, and Paul Dobson, Scott, the one on the move already.
Alec Townley was massively side by McIntyre as well, but somehow caught it the blue and yellow kind of Mondeo Rapid Fit tribute livery on that number 4. He sat in about 8th places. See now there's a bit of movement going on between Beckett and Dobson. Aiken trying to refine as well, but the two SBR Motorsport cars nose to tail in second and third place, chasing after the leader Matt Pimlett, who's got that start. I said to watch out for him, of course, and said anytime he can't win a race, he gets as many points as possible. He's currently in the lead right now as they make their way up towards the hairpin for the first time into the braking zone, practically 3 abreast. Oh, and there goes Robinson trying to squeeze up the inside. He was trying to open up the door and create a gap as he got over the curb and over the rubber on there to try and put himself around. Sensibly back down a bit, but what it has done is brought his teammate Sam Beckett right into play here as Dobson and Aiken watch on, and Grimes is still 6th from where he started, cross the line to start lap 2. It's now Pimlett who leads, and well, everyone trying to be second into Duffer's Dip.
Oh, Beckett and Dobson both on the inside. Dobson's been sideways since the drop of the green flag in this race, but he's into third place now, and it really is Robinson getting hung out to dry because Aiken comes up the inside too, and that's down from 2nd to 5th in one manoeuvre really there for the number 69 car. So now Pimlett leading the way, Beckett 2nd, Dobson 3rd, Aiken 4th, Robinson there in 5th, and Chris Grimes, you made the point he hasn't had to overtake anyone really so far this weekend, struggling to do so, sat in 6th place and not really that much of a factor in this battle yet.
No, I say settling down into the race, you have to remember these are only 15-minute sprint races. You haven't got long to settle down. You have to get up to speed and get your tyres and your brakes and everything going quickly as possible. You have to make the most of the first couple of laps as Paul Dobson gets very deep on the brakes to try and go down the outside of Sam Beckett. Beckett uses the advantage of almost the cheat code of all the rubber on the inside on the curbs get through. As Dan Robinson now bounces out wide. He was 2nd, so he's been eased out wide. I wonder if he was trying to get himself possibly round the outside of Matt Pimlett or try to make a move. Didn't make it stick, has now lost, 4 or 5 places. He's lost out to Beckett, to Dobson, to Aiken, and now to Chris Grimes. Now he's overtaken somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what it was he tried the inside, didn't he, at the hairpin at the end of the last lap, lost all his momentum up the hill, and they all just dragged past him, basically, through the first few corners. So, again, counterintuitive, really. You'd think the inside line at the hairpin's the place to be, but it's so steep on the exit, you've got so much steering lock on, you just can't get the power and get the acceleration up the hill. So, wider lines, sometimes better, and Clark's here is another corner where that can sometimes be the case. Going in on the inside line rarely is the fastest way. Thomas Aiken then bouncing up behind Paul Dobson now. Good to see the likes of Michael Blackburn and Alec Townley tagging along with the lead group in this one as well. It's an 8-car train, really, with Matt Pimlett so far unable to break way out in front. Dobson late on the brakes, converts that into a really late move on Sam Beckett. That I don't think was a move that even Dobson was planning on making until the last second, and you could tell because he didn't actually make the corner in the end, ran out wide, and so Sam Beckett gets back alongside him, and I think ultimately back ahead as they head for the timing line.
He's trying to come back at him though, up the hill. He lost that in the initial phase to the run up the hill, but in the second phase he's managed to find his momentum. Aiken sets the fastest lap of the race in 4th place. That was a 1 minute 3.767. And that's faster than at least about 6/10 of the cars in front, because everyone else did low to mid 1 minute 4. So he's certainly on the pace, is Thomas. Single seater convert. He's now gone from single seater to sit in front wheel drive tin tops now, and so he takes it incredibly quickly straight for the first weekend. Rattling over the curbs to the chicane up towards Clark's once again on lap 4 now. And you're right, it is an 8-car train literally for the podium places. It's Pimlett, Beckett, Dobson, Aiken, Grimes, Robinson, Blackburn and Townley. As quick as you can say it, they flash through the shop.
Yep, down the back straight they go again towards the hairpin. Pimlett just easing away now as they start really tripping over each other a bit for second place. Beckett again under threat into the hairpin, but this time learns his lesson, defends the inside line, and Paul Dobson will be thwarted in his attempt to find a way past. Tucks into that slipstream. We've seen the slipstream play quite a large effect in these ST150 races this weekend, especially when there's been a headwind over the start-finish line, but the wind does seem to have died down a fraction for this third and final race here at Knockhill. Grimes there, weaving around behind Thomas Eichen, who incidentally has the fastest lap, worth a bonus point. That's of some significance again for one of the front runners in the championship who backs it into McIntyre's there. But again, that sometimes counterintuitively seems to be the fastest way to get one of these cars around the track, backing it into the turn and then power slide your way through the corner almost. It shouldn't be quick, Scott. It's certainly spectacular, but actually around here it seems to be working.
It might be all the elevation changes and curves that you have to go through where it kind of helps to swing the car around and kind of just ironically bring it into its ideal position by the time you get to the corner. So it looks, you're right, it looks unorthodox, but it certainly seems to be working for many drivers out there. And also as well, given the fact that as the races have gone on, including particularly here at this hairpin, there's so much rubber being laid down over the curbs and over the racing line that you can get away with pushing a little bit too much, because sometimes the extra grip and the rubber on the circuit will start to help give it an extra bit more grip and stability on the circuit as well, which is certainly playing for the hands of plenty at this point. We are now past 1/3 distance. New fastest lap goes to Sam Beckett this time. There it is, 1 minute 3.628. So now breaking into the 1 minute 3s now are the leading 5 cars in the field. Pimlet now starting to come under threat from Beckett as they come up through McIntyre's and then through Butchers and towards the chicane. Dobson keeping close in third. And I'll mention again as well, Chris Grimes back in 5th and not making progress here. He made up that free pass when I think it was Dan Robinson went, Dan Robinson went backwards after he tried that move with Matt Pimlet exiting the hairpin and it didn't work. But since then, again, just he seems to be more comfortable when he's out in front and leading a race rather than in the pack, because he seems to be very evenly matched and he's more comfortable leading and be able to dictate the pace rather than running at anyone else's, because he's being forced to go at the same pace that Pimlet is, as Beckett now looks for the outside line and Dobson's thinking about it as well. He's sort of watching on thinking, right, that's not quite how you do it, Sam. If I get past you, I can show you how it's done as they go through. But Beckett's had a decent run off the hairpin. Now he's trying to just slowly edge himself alongside up the hill, and it's working. He's getting closer and closer. They're almost going to touch wing mirrors here as they come across the line and up towards the right-hander at Duffer's Dip. They're going to go into view any second now. And who's it going to be? Beckett or Pimlet or even Dobson? It's Beckett who now leads. Dobson's out wide. I can get sideways on the exit at Duffer's Dip as they're coming through. Also watching on both Grimes and Robinson. Also Michael Blackburn going with them. Alec Townley's dropping back in 8th place. He's falling back into the clutches of Anthony Sullivan. As they come back up to the chicane. New race leader, Sam Beckett in front just before half distance.
Yes, it is. The top 4 there as they appeared into shot at Duffer's Dip, all taking completely different lines through the first corner. Oh, something's been kicking off further back, but it's just been kicked up. Do we have a car off the road? I don't think we do. I think they've got themselves going once again. But now with Beckett out in front, Matt Pimlet under threat from Paul Dobson. Dobson will want to get through here as quickly as he can. We're ticking towards half-race distance, and he wants to go after Beckett. He goes to the inside, but Pimlet comes across to cover. Good driving, that reactive defensive driving from Matthew Pimlet, and it holds on to second place as a result. Here comes Eichen now taking advantage of that little loss of momentum from Dobson, and he's side by side now for 3rd place. So Thomas Eichen in fact fractionally ahead as they got to the timing line, and so Eichen on that preferred line for Duffus should be able to go through. He hops over the curb. Dobson hangs tough around the outside though, has the inside for Leslie's, but that's the outside for the next couple of corners, and I reckon Eichen should be able to get him back. Meanwhile, Matthew Pimlet here, Scott, has not given up the chase of the race leader. Sam Beckett looked to me as though he was getting away half a lap ago. Not anymore.
He seems to be a bit more comfortable chasing now, doesn't he? He's certainly putting the pressure onto Sam Beckett. Also keeping an eye just on Chris Grimes in the background. He's now got an opportunity to potentially grab 4th place. Dobson! Oh, no. I know he has it because Dobson massively sideways. Now, that again, the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed? Now, Grimes was close. Right, and there is a bit of there's quite a dent in that right wrist. That possibly tells the story. And the car immediately behind him, not to put two together too much, but the car immediately behind him was Chris Grimes. So our lip stewards hanging out, but that seems to be where the evidence is kind of leading in some cases.
And there is a witness mark on the left front of Chris Grimes' car, and Dobson is limping because I actually think that's broken right rear toe link. I think that has done some suspension damage to the right rear corner. The wheel was at a jaunty angle, and that will be Dobson's race done then. That's a real shame, and again, has some championship significance because Dobson was 4th in the points, but had a really good weekend with those 2 second place finishes, and now unfortunately a non-finish to end the weekend of racing. So that now sort of detaches the top 3 from the rest of the field. Grimes some way back in 4th now with his handful of Daniel Robinson and Michael Blackburn. It is Beckett versus Pimlet versus Eichen for the top 3 positions. And Sam Beckett having a really stellar weekend here. Won one race last time out at Alton Park, but he's been a consistent front runner again on the podium in the races so far this weekend. And as he makes his way now down towards the hairpin at the end of the lap. Sam Beckett wants to try and claim his first Scottish victory here at Knockhill. Over the hill, scrabbling for grip, but a gravel there kicked up on the exit of the turn as well. But it really does seem that whoever's in the lead of these races, Scott, in all 3 ST150 races this weekend, is almost a bit of a disadvantage. You just cannot break away from the cars immediately behind you.
Yeah, they're all very evenly matched out there for the most part in terms of lap time, or at least being able to handle this kind of circuit. 3 Duffuston, 3 Leslies they go. Once more, this is lap 10. Still got 5 minutes to go. New fastest lap of the race, not lost it just yet, but the last time around, I can set the best first sector of anyone else. He's certainly on the trail, and he could possibly be in the hunt for the victory. Oh, that's no one of the SBR Motorsport cars. That's Chris Flynn that's gone off at the hairpin. Again, the question, did he jump or was he pushed? And the way he's just straggling, that might be a telling piece of evidence. I think he potentially might have been pushed. As to who it was, we didn't catch it, but looks like, unfortunately, that's a bit of a telltale sign. He didn't quite necessarily do that by himself.
No, didn't seem best pleased, did he, as he got himself back on the road. That was, in fact, he's headed for the pit lane, maybe with some damage from all of that as well. Did well, though, to dig himself out of the gravel trap, actually, after going a reasonable way into it. You can see the tyre box on the road there, rather suggesting that he didn't just drive himself into the gravel at that particular angle. Right, Chris Grimes, Dan Robinson here, doing battle over 4th position. The leading 3 come over the hill towards us, and Sam Beckett may be looking a bit more comfortable now as the race leader, and heading down towards the first turn, with Matt Pimlett chasing, well, being chased down really now by Thomas Aiken. So Pimlett then 2nd position, but that might not be as good as it gets for him in this race. I think his attention turning more to defence than attack, and Thomas Aiken looking to try and find a way past him as the wind continues to blow across the Knockhill wilderness here. Sam Beckett now starting to make good his escape, Scott.
He is. So 3.5 minutes to go, and this is the 2nd group that's having a scrap here. This is Grimes, Robinson and Blackburn at this point. So Grimes still holding on to 4th, but he's a guest driver, which means he won't score anything in terms of points. It means he'll still get the 4th place, but he'll be visible for any scoring, which means that it's 4th and 5th of the guys behind that will pick up the points respectively in the championship. Still, Beckett, Pimlett and Aiken the top 3 as they come across the line. 3 minutes to go, separated by less than a second. Blackburn keeping nice and calm in 6th position at the moment, but Grimes is doing that defensive effort. And again, he's more comfortable leading a group, if not leading a race, than he is being stuck in the pack, because when he's in the pack, he can only run at the pace of the cars in front, which means it kind of puts him in a bit of a disadvantage. I'm looking at Thomas Aiken here. He looks particularly racy in these closing stages. A couple of laps ago, he set that fastest first sector of anybody else as they rumble over the curbs, and now back towards the right-hander at Clark Curve. Still fast lap of the race for Beckett, 1 minute 3.6 as they continue on through Clark Curve into the end of another lap with 2.5 minutes to go.
Seems like it's been a long time since I had to talk about track limits, but Thomas Aiken has attracted the attention of the judge of fact, and despite getting 3rd on the road, has been given a 5-second time penalty. Now, he is a decent chunk ahead of Chris Grimes after Grimes was delayed, whether he was involved or not. He was delayed by Paul Dobson's demise earlier on, so there is a chance that he might hang on to a podium place, but it means that he's not really as much of a factor now in that lead battle as he might otherwise have been, as Townley there, Alec Townley, understeers his way through the hairpin. Time probably for 2 more laps. There are the top 3, but that 3rd place car now, number 31 of Thomas Aiken with a penalty. Still applying the pressure though to Matt Pimlett, and in fact more than that, goes up the inside into McIntyre's lovely move, runs out wide, and a brilliant switchback from Matt Pimlett will pull him back into 2nd position. But Thomas Aiken, whether he knows about the penalty or not, is still not content to simply follow Pimlett home.
No, he wants to keep on pushing, so regardless of whether he does realise the penalty or not, he's going to try and hold on if he can on that side. So out through the final couple of corners, they go towards the hairpin now for the penultimate time. And Aiken's still pushing, again, whether he's been told or not. I mean, put it this way, Chris Grimes didn't know he had that time penalty when I told him at the end of race 1, so he might not necessarily know this time, but he'll keep on pushing regardless, and Pimlett gets quite close on the exit of the final hairpin on the route towards the line now to get the last lap board. So the last lap of the weekend for the ST150 Challenge, and it's only 1.3 miles left standing between Sam Beckett and a race victory. If he can get his 2nd win of the season, that will certainly thrust him into championship contention after a steady but tentative start to the season. earlier on this year. As they come to the first few corners, it's Beckett in control, but Pimlet and Eichen are still going to push him all the way to the checkered flag on this final lap.
That could be the battle, couldn't it? But Pimlet, in a way, can allow Eichen through and still claim second place as a result of the track limits penalty going the way of the third place man. Dan Robinson and Michael Blackburn both ahead of Chris Grimes, by the way, in the background. So Grimes lost a couple of places on that particular lap. Not sure what's going on there, but he hasn't really had the pace in this one that he showed in the early two races. Down towards the final corner though, Sam Beckett should be seeing a checkered flag this time around, and for Sam it is going to be a second victory of the season and his third podium finish of the weekend. Pimlet closing right in again out the hairpin, but not able to make the move. Up to the line they go. Beckett claims the victory then. Matt Pimlet in second place and Thomas Eichen third on the road. Now, will he remain third on corrected times? Is this a 5-second gap back to Dan Robinson? It might be. Yes, it was. So by about 0.3 of a second, Thomas Eichen hangs on to third, Robinson fourth, and Michael Blackburn in fifth. Blackburn incidentally in highest place of the Masters drivers within that race. So good point scoring weekend for Sam Beckett, and he will be pretty pleased with the car, with the championship now tightening up a little bit between Pimlet, Eichen, Robinson, Dobson to an extent, although that non-finish won't have helped him. Drop scores though could be his friend heading into the second half of the season. Next season, visit Cadwell Park for a triple header weekend. Busy time actually through the mid part of the season now for the ST150 Challenge. Like I said, Cadwell in August, then September they're at Croft, and then October they will be heading to the Silverstone International Circuit for their final two races of the season. So, Aidan Vickers also picked up a 5-second time penalty there towards the end of the race, but that didn't actually affect Aidan's finishing position in the end, because he was 6 or 7 seconds, I think, in the end behind Jamie Luthwaite, who was the next car ahead of him. He, though, was having a good battle with Richard Steele and Dan Wyke, wasn't he, there? They were all pretty close together, fighting over the last place within the top 10. So Sam Beckett then victorious. Matthew Pimlet comes home in second position. Thomas Eichen third. Dan Robinson fourth. Michael Blackburn fifth, ahead of Chris Grimes in sixth. Alec Townley seventh. Then Anthony Sullivan, Mark Blunt and Dan White to complete the top 10. Richard Steele was 11th. Then Jamie Luthwaite, Aidan Vickers and Ron Lufstad, with Matthew Morton, Chris Flynn and Paul Dobson all non-finishing. So the final race of the day will be coming up within the next few minutes. That's the Knockhill ModSports Championship, who will have another 15-minute plus one lap race. I say another, it ended up being 12 minutes plus a lap after their earlier race unfortunately had a delayed start, but this one hopefully will get underway as planned, although we are running about half an hour or so behind time. Wait and see. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from the top 3 finishes in that race before we jump into the ModSports race. There's a little bit of track cleaning to be done, I'm sure, before we head into our final race of what has been a mammoth 25 race weekend. As the clouds continue to gather above the Knockhill circuit, hope that any rain holds off just for another 20 minutes or so. Let us get this last race in, and then we can all go home happy after a brilliant weekend's entertainment. Knockhill never, ever fails to deliver good racing, and whether it be TCR or any of the support race categories, it has certainly delivered in spades over the last couple of days. Very much looking forward to the 2024 visit for the BRSCC to the Scottish Highlands. So the cars then for the ST150 Challenge have made their way down to Parc Fermé, and we can now hear from our top 3 finishers with Anthony Jordan.
Yeah, all because of Chris and stuff. So
yeah.
So 2/3 win.
Well, thank you very much, Andy. Yes, here with our race winner from that one, Sam Beckett. Well, mates, that was a pretty decent race. Certainly one that you needed to get. It was a third earlier on, now a first. So nice little way to end the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. It's worth the trip. Yeah, just managed to get a good start again. Jumped to, yeah, I think 1 or 2 places. Then got a good run out of the hairpin once we all stacked up, and again there's another place. And then again out the hairpin, up the inside, and yeah, just managed to pull him up to the first corner, and just, yeah, I had to get my head down then because I knew he was coming. He'd come back very strong towards the end, to be fair. But I just thought, right, every lap is a qualifying lap, every lap is a qualifying lap. A few mistakes here and there, but yeah, perfect way to end the weekend.
Yeah, solid result. Happy with how the championship's going your way? I mean, that's a nice chunk of points for you.
Yeah, huge chunk of points. Snet wasn't great first round of the season. We had like mediocre finishes, to be fair, in a DNF. But then since then we've just progressed and progressed and progressed. And now, yeah, to be back on the top step after Alton again, yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, we're catching him slowly.
That's what you need. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Enjoy that win. Let's try and find Matt, who I think has disappeared somewhat. He's not in his car. Let's chat to Matt. Matt, if I could take you away, we spoke earlier on. It was a good result then. It's a good result now.
Yeah, not too bad. It was definitely a battle. Great fun. But no, I just couldn't get the pace on Sam then to get it back. But he deserves that. It's great.
Yeah, solid way to end the weekend. Luckily, the rain's just held off. The wind's picked up. It's got really cold now, hasn't it? But you just got away with that. I mean, what would it have been if it suddenly tipped it down with rain during that race?
Absolute bedlam, carnage. But it would have been interesting. It felt really greasy initially when we went out. I don't know whether it was my tyres or what, but it was actually thought, if we get a downpour now, this is going to be, yeah, deadly.
It could have been, but no, you came away with it. Nice little P2, great way to end the weekend. I'm sure you're going to be enjoying that podium as well.
100%. No, it was great. It's been great to be here as well.
No, yeah. Spot on. Well done, mate. Enjoy that one, P2. Let's pull over to Tomic. And that was a brilliant little race there. I mean, talk us through it. Knockhill, certainly a challenge, and for you as well. Good to see you in the podium.
Yeah, I had a good practice Thursday and Friday, and then I had a bit of a tough, well, not a tough quality. I qualified in third, but then I had a tough race one, dropped back to fifth. But yeah, started third, finished third. I did drop back to fifth off the start, and I didn't know I had a 5-second penalty either. But I just came over the line ahead of them apparently. So I'll take it to end the weekend. Good result.
Certainly a nice result, though. Still, you can take that and you can enjoy a bit of a podium time. Knockhill, like you say, tough old track. Much experience around here, or have you been quite new to it?
Yeah, a couple of years ago I did some bits in Formula 4 here, but other than that, that was only 2 test days. So third time here as a whole of the weekend, but I took to it pretty quick on Thursday, to be honest. I think once you've been around here a few times, you kind of get the gist of it. So even though it's in a completely different car, still did all right, I think. So, yeah.
Like I say, these Fiesta 150s, they are pretty fantastic to drive, aren't they? Nice little jump around the track. But yeah, next round, looking forward to it?
Yes, Cadwell Park in 3 weeks' time, I think. Yeah, just same again, hopefully. Chuck it around, see if we can come in with a podium. Yeah.
Well, solid result. Well done, P3.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there. We'll take a short ad break. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. Only a couple more races to go. Stay with us.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off!
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Here we go then, final race of the weekend at Knockhill is upon us. It's the second for the Knockhill ModSports Championship, who had a good race earlier on, won by Gordon Duncan from Lindsay McCracken, and they will once again be challenging from the front of the grid for this one, with hopefully Greg MacArthur on pole position. He was due to start from pole in the earlier race today, but for whatever reason started from the pit lane, so we shall wait and see what happens there. It should be Greg MacArthur and Lindsay McCracken row 1, Gordon Duncan and Mark Thompson on row number 2, and then row 3 for Cameron Bryden and Phil Russell. Mark Dawson and Fiona Kindness then together on row number 4, row 5 Harvey Galanders and Paul Smith, and Donald Duvar and Sean Davidson next on row 6. Row 7 for Michael Imbrie and Richard Sutherland. 8th row Peter Murphy and Andrew Patterson. 9th row for Murray Douglas and Louise Strachan, with James Strachan, Ian Blackley and Natalie Cowie at the back of the field. Now, Scott Woodwiss, I spy quite a few windscreen wipers going on cars. I also spotted a little bit of moisture on the camera lens. If only we do have confirmation from the only member of the commentary team pretty much to have spent much time outside today. Actually, that's not true. Scott's been in and out all day long.
I was going to say, hold on a minute.
It's just me who hasn't had any fresh air. I'm going slightly delirious, I think, at this stage. 25 races into the weekend. But yes, we do have a bit of rain falling. That ought to make life pretty treacherous for some of the cars up at the front of this grid, Scott. This is not a nice place at the best of times when it's a bit cold. Add a bit of dampness into that and it becomes a real handful.
Yeah, particularly when you've got some slick shod radicals at the front of the field. That's going to make things interesting, shall we say, particularly for those. Because if it's quite cold out, if they can't get them up to temperature quick enough, it's intriguing. But green flag at the back, let's find out.
Yes, so here we go then. Do we have Greg MacArthur on pole as well? I didn't spot that actually at first. The red lights are on. We'll get there in a second. The lights go out now, and I don't think we do have Greg MacArthur at the front, do we? So it looks as though Lindsay McCracken, yes, will have the advantage down to turn number 1. Mark Thompson going wheel to wheel there with Gordon Duncan as they head towards turn number 1, as Phil Russell there gets squeezed in the middle. Round the outside goes Fiona Kindness there, and managing to hold on to a position, but the Subaru with the massive rear wing on it, four-wheel drive should have an advantage if it starts getting a bit dicey and greasy out there over the course of the next 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Over the top of the hill, they're all cleanly through so far, and all of them showing some remarkable confidence in what are very unpredictable conditions.
Well, they're quite local around here. They've been around here a few times, haven't they? So I'm sure they can understand if it's a little bit drizzly. That said, now it's starting to break. That ain't a bit drizzly. That's starting to break pretty quickly and pretty hard. So I think either they have to pretty much tiptoe around there. Dare I say, the rainstorms that happen down at Snetterton, we have our other race meeting, they seem to have finally caught up with us here at Knockhill. And it is starting to, yeah, not just rain, but rain. It's quite a cloudburst out there, and it's probably, I hope it doesn't catch anyone out too much, but yeah, there's a lot more cars standing wipers, and that's that championship leader into the pit lane.
It is. Phil Russell into the pits then, so I wonder what that's all about. It could be a tyre change, but in a 15-minute race, is it worth the gamble? It's not. They're not going to be F1 style pit stops. Sideways there for Cowie over the curb at the first corner, and that nearly ended in contact. Andrew Patterson there having to take avoiding action, whilst round the outside there goes the number 19 on the Civic. That's Harvey Galanders finding a way, or staying ahead, I should say, of Richard Sutherland in the Mini. The leader then is McCracken, Lindsay McCracken, by 3/4 of a second or so over Gordon Duncan in second place. But as the rain starts to come down more and more heavily, Scott, I expect to see a little bit of a shift of dynamic at the front of the field.
Yeah, that's getting more and more drizzly and even heavier by the moment in that sense, as they come down through the right-hander. Right now, here's a car I think we expected that was going to start charging towards the front as the weather conditions got adverse. Fiona Kindness in that Subaru Impreza is certainly pushing on now. The leading two radicals aren't even in the shot. They've just literally disappeared up the road by some 5 to 7 seconds. There goes the front-wheel drive area motorsport Honda Civic going past with Mark Dawson. Front-wheel drive is an advantage in the wet as well, we do tend to find. So these are two of the cars that are certainly probably going to start making their way through. Someone's cleaning the lens there midway through. As they come over the crest, and incredibly, you can see that the advantage that this Subaru has in the four-wheel drive, closing into the back now of Cameron Bryden's BMW, looking for third place. See, Bryden just having to try and almost tiptoe his way through, whilst Fiona a lot more confident in the Subaru, and especially with the four-wheel drive, that huge rear wing. The traction off the corner was evident. You can see how wet it's become, because as they come off the corner, you can see the tracks coming through from all the cars cutting through the increasingly wet circuit. And I think there's parts of the circuit that are getting wetter than others, because you can see down at the hairpin, it's practically gone from dry to soaking wet in a matter of, what, seconds?
Yeah.
Never mind minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Since they were there last lap, it's changed quite dramatically. Into the pit lane now, I think, is bailing Cameron Bryden. It's a mechanical or another driver who's had enough of the slippery conditions. Phil Russell, we haven't yet seen return to the circuit, so it looks as though he did have a more significant issue than simply a lack of adhesion. Fiona Kindness is looking pretty strong now. 7.5 seconds adrift of the race leaders, but on the previous lap was was actually about 2 seconds quicker than Lindsay McCracken, who has lost the race lead. So we've got Gordon Duncan out in front now. McCracken down to second and being reeled in pretty rapidly now by the Subaru in third. This, though, is the first full flying lap that Fiona will have had in the wet conditions, and I think on this particular lap we will see her take a chunk of time out of the cars ahead.
It's raining 45 degrees, you know, it's pretty severe out there, or getting pretty severe out there, but you have to say, if you're going to be out there in those conditions, in all fairness, as much as the radicals are probably going to be exciting, that's the car you want. You want the Subaru Impreza, the four-wheel drive, the downforce on top of it. And let's just see what the lap times are now. It's starting to get wetter and wetter. Are the radicals still that quick, particularly at the front? Or is the Subaru coming through? We'll think there's your answer, because it is fastest lap of the race. Well, apparently at least, 1 minute 1.100. I don't believe that, because it's showing it's a 57.94 Lindsay McCracken instead. There's the radical of Gordon Duncan. Still trying to just twitch his way through. There is McCracken in second place. The two radicals at the front of the field. And you can hear the rain actually pelting on the camera. You can hear it as it goes through. Even on the lens, it's starting to fall a little bit more. And I suspect it's getting wetter on certain parts of the circuit more than others, because you see it's getting quite treacherous and slippery down at the hairpin. That's going to be pretty tricky when you're have to brake earlier, because coming there when you're going at, what, 80, 90, 100 plus miles an hour on the approach, and braking there, your braking point is going to be, you know, much more adjusted there. He's braking at the 150 mark rather than the 150 as it would be before. You can even see tiny little pieces of standing water that are starting to form as well. So this is getting a little bit tricky out there, but people are, for the moment, touch wood, they're coping mostly in these conditions.
Nice move there by Sean Davidson, getting past Andrew Patterson. The slightly less powerful cars are also now starting to come into their own. Just a bit easier to manage that power application on corner exit. Down to the hairpin they will head. At the head of the field, the gap's continuing to come down, because Fiona Kindness is in the 1 minute 1s. The two ahead are both in the 1 minute 2s, so she's taking the best part of a second a lap out of the race leader. Out of the race, though, has gone the number 20 Mini. That's Louise Strachan, and she appears to have pulled off at the side of the road, just going into turn number 1. So Louise out of the car. The car will it be deemed in a dangerous place? It's a long way off the track, so hopefully we'll cover that under yellows for a bit and carry on racing.
She's got to sit in the rainstorm, though. Even though she's got a helmet on, she has to sit there and get a little bit wet while she's out there. This BMW's moving up quite similar. It's the 32 car diving up the inside of the Renault, and it's good to see that Renault out as well, because that was the car that didn't even make the start of the first race, because it had that front left suspension or front left wheel issue, whether it was a contact with somebody or a failure. But back out in the race, car 72, so good to see that Peter Murphy did make the start. But it looks as though that the 32 BMW of Sean Davidson working well in these conditions. That is none of the radicals. That's who's struggling there. That's Mark Thompson. And he's being passed by Richard Sutherland, and also now by, I think, Gillanders and Natalie Cowie. So either he's just simply struggling in the wet conditions, or that's a developing problem.
Yeah, well, maybe a bit of both, actually. Definitely doesn't look like he's pushing. Let's see whether he heads for the pit lane. Not having a lot of fun at the moment is Mark Thompson. The lead gap's continuing to come down, and I think this time around Fiona Kindness is going to be almost close enough to have a go at getting past Lindsay McCracken, because the time that she's taking out of the second place driver, I think we could see a change of that place before the end of the 7th lap of racing. Big gaggle of cars heading down through Dufferstick, which still includes Mark Thompson, so he's not pitted yet. Andrew Patterson there getting past him, but the number 10 Radical clearly struggling, and that, well, I heard the revs rise, and off into the gravel trap has gone...
That's Natalie Cowie, I think, isn't it?
I think you're right, yes it is, but because the gravel's a bit wet and more compacted now, she's able to select reverse and actually hopefully drive out of the gravel without getting buried in it, so it's good news. Leader has just gone through. Lindsay McCracken is still second, but only 9/10 now clear of Fiona Kindness. If Fiona can clear Lindsay quickly, then there is still a race win to be had. Remember, your points are scored based upon your class position, so actually Fiona's already doing everything she needs to win her class, but I'm sure she'd like to get an outright victory if possible. Wide there goes the little mini of that
Richard Sutherland.
Yes, and Harvey Glander's going through, and so that was actually for 5th place. I didn't expect those cars to be as far up the order as they are, but of course in the wet they're really coming into their own.
Yeah, we said front four-wheel drive is what you want. Rear-wheel drive is best for fun, and I spoke too soon. That was a
fun.
That was, well, I'm not sure if he ever Richard Sutherland, it probably wasn't. Probably more fun with the compact cup car than the drive at that moment in the Mini, but I think nonetheless he's certainly pushing on and getting the most out of his weekend here at that side. What have you spotted?
Car on the grass in the background, and nearly another one there as Sean Davidson got it all wrong, but that might have been Andrew Patterson, I think, having a moment further back. Despite that big slide coming out of the chicane, Sean Davidson ends up converting that into a pass at Clark's and gets back ahead of Peter Murphy. Now, it wasn't Patterson, it might have been Marie Douglas, maybe, who I saw on the grass. In the background, another big dive up the inside. Sean Davidson's passed Sutherland already, and now he gets Harvey Glanders, so 2 places gained in 2 corners. That thing is so strong under braking.
Either he's predicted the wet and he's put a wet setup on or wet tyres, or he's just that good in this car in these conditions, regardless of what tyre he's got on, because he's going at it pretty well. The front-wheel drive Civic's got a little bit more poke in a straight line up the straight towards Stuffer's Dip, but again, under braking, and particularly even its rear-wheel drive with traction, I'm surprised. That BMW is incredibly good in these wet conditions. It's that, and I'm sure that the driver's not too bad either, but Sean Davidson doing a grand job so far, and even against front and four-wheel drive cars, he is absolutely monstering these wet conditions in that rear-wheel drive BMW. I'm colour me impressed. He's doing incredibly well.
You do tend to find, as the track gets wetter and wetter, it comes back into the hands of the rear-wheel drive car, as Sutherland again is off the road at the exit of the chicane. But yeah, you do tend to find it comes back into the hands slightly of the rear-wheel drive cars, because yeah, they do get better traction. They squat down at the rear and punch off the corners, whereas the front-wheel drive cars do tend to spin up those front tyres. When you're spinning up the front tyres of a front-wheel drive car, you're not really going forwards all that quickly. So Sean Davidson in good position now. He is some way though behind 4th place man Mark Dawson, so not perhaps all that likely to gain any more places for the time being, which maybe means we can turn our attention back to the top 3, who are now all within 2 seconds of each other. In fairness to Lindsay McCracken though, responding here to the threat from Fiona Kindness, because that gap's been just under a second for some time. They've just got through shot there ahead of Mark Dawson in the area motorsport prepared Civic. But this is the battle for the top 3. 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. 1, 2, 3, all now within about a second of each other.
Yeah, so that ain't 1.9 seconds anymore. That's pretty much a lot more closer. And it was kind of McCracken caught Duncan and Fiona caught both of them in front of them, because Gordon Duncan, the race point winner, is actually the slowest out of the 3. But again, even though there's probably a bit more acceleration in the Radical, it's the traction that the Subaru gets with that four-wheel drive that will certainly help it to stay with the Radical up the hill. And also Mark Dawson's doing a grand job in 4th place in that Honda Civic. He's actually not that far away from these 3. So the rain, they always say the rain's a great performance level. It's certainly proving well with all these 4 cars in the mix. 2 Radicals, a super impressive four-wheel drive and a front-wheel drive Honda Civic. Obviously the Radicals are quite the same, but some 3 very different types of car, but all seemingly quite relatively evenly matched in the wet conditions. So look at the lap times, in fact, and their last lap times were all 1 minute 4, so they're all within a few tenths of each other. Very even matched. In fact, if anything, Dawson's catching all 3 of these guys. Look at this.
Yeah, I think Dawson was almost as quick as them on the previous lap, but in the first sector of this one, taking more chunks of time out of them. And look at this, there is traffic on the horizon now. That's not going to make life any easier. That's Mark Thompson, Paul Smith and Natalie Cowie about to go a lap down. Challenge there was there from Fiona Kindness, looking to the inside line down towards the Taylor's hairpin. Do we have a change for 2nd place? The Subaru with its 4-wheel drive traction off the corners. Is it able to outbrake the Radical into the turn? Not quite, but look for that acceleration. Hooks up the power on the exit, pulls to the right-hand side. Lindsay McCracken has to move out of the way there to avoid turning across the nose of the Subaru, which has its nose in front of the line, but now the power of the Radical brings McCracken back ahead. And now where do you go? Got a face full of back markers. That brings now Mark Dawson right back into place. Sideways there for McCracken. This is getting busy.
I'll tell you what, Lindsay McCracken's really taking risks out here, squeezing through the back markers, and it's all going to be about who can pick the way through. Gordon Duncan's cleared him. He's trying to clear off with 3 minutes to go here, but McCracken might come back at them, and this is also not quite helping Dawson either. He's getting stuck behind the other Honda Civic, and he's trying to chase the top three. He might finally get past in the second. Now he does. He's got the inside line. He's lost momentum to both McCracken and Fiona Kynes out there as they turn in. In fact, actually, Fiona Kynes across the line was a fraction ahead at the line because of the traction she had. You can see just in a matter of minutes how quickly it's gone from bone dry to, you can see the reflection of the headlights for some of these cars off the curve, particularly on the final corner. Now, is the four-wheel drive going to be better under brakes? It's not always the case, but the Subaru is certainly just, again, just posturing around the rear of that Radical. We know how strong it is off the corner. Looks at the inside line, puts the power down. Here comes the four-wheel drive on the initial punch off the corner, and they've both really close back in on Gordon Duncan as they come across the line. All three together covered by less than half a second as they come back down towards Duffer's Dip with 2 and a bit minutes to go, plus 1 lap.
Oh, I thought that time maybe Fiona would have had enough of an edge in a straight line just to, by the end of the straight, I should say, to outbrake Lindsay McCracken, but that wasn't the case. McCracken now going after the race lead, so the two Radicals doing battle. Fiona kind of searching for grip there, gets a really nice run out of McIntyre's, gets the inside line for Butchers, but decides better of that, so still the positions as they are. This brings Mark Dawson right back onto their tail again, and the four of them absolutely on top of each other as they head for Clark's. Kindness to the inside line, needs to commit to the move now. Surely this is the chance. If they can be side by side on exit, the Subaru should have the traction, but no, here comes the Civic. Mark Dawson with the better line into the corner, carries the speed off Clark's and goes wheel to wheel with the Subaru as they head for the hairpin.
I'll tell you what, I did not think I'd have two Radicals, a Subaru and a Honda Civic, battling amongst each other, evenly matched in wet conditions in this race, as Dawson does go down the outside, and he does go third in the Civic. He's gone ahead of the Subaru. Now the big question is, it's a huge ask, does he have any chance of getting past either of the Radicals, and can he snatch victory with 1 minute 15 to go, basically 2 laps to go here? Well, there goes the Subaru accelerating back past down the pit straight, but Dawson might be more confident under brakes, which he kind of is, has the outside line, which is better in the wet conditions, and it works for the Civic. But the more time he spends battling Fiona, the more time he's losing to the two Radicals in front, who might get into their own battle with a lap and a half to go. This is pure entertainment with a lap and a half to finish off today. This is brilliant.
What a cracking end to the weekend of racing. The local championship in some local weather, and we've got one of the best races of the day. Side by side are we for the race lead. Lindsay McCracken looking at the inside of Gordon Duncan. I'm convinced that both Mark Dawson and Fiona Kindness have the pace to win this race, but if they keep fighting each other, they're not going to get back on terms with the leaders, although that little moment there for McCracken means the gap does come back down. He's still going to try and get to the inside into the hairpin, but Gordon Duncan much later on the brakes, and now here comes Mark Dawson steaming round the outside in the Honda Civic.
Surely
and there
not.
might be a bit of grip out there in the wet.
Surely
I think
not.
this might just work. He's got the traction. There's been a spin, I'm afraid, for the number 10 out on the chicane. That's Mark Thompson. The Civic was ahead, but now all of them convening again as they come across the line. We've got time for 2 more laps, side by side for the lead. Lindsay McCracken to the inside. Gordon Duncan holds on to the advantage. They don't know where to go. They're all stronger at different parts of the track.
Go on, Mark. I'm not Dominic partisan, but Mark, I wanted to go to second, and he is going to second. Mark Dawson could genuinely win this race. He's up to second. Can he now get the traction, the better traction in his last half a lap? The question's got to be, has that Radical moved, or is there still yellow flags down there? Through the chicane, have they backed off? They know it's clear they can go, and here comes Mark Dawson. He's going for it. Up the inside for the lead here. It's Civic versus Radical. I never thought I'd say that. Up the inside he goes. Duncan has to give him the room. They're side by side, but Duncan has the outside line. It's now the sprint to the hairpin, but we know how good that their Civic is under brakes. Down to the corner for the last corner of the weekend, and it could be Civic versus Radical.
There will be one more lap after this, remember, 15 minutes plus a lap.
Of course,
so,
yes. So it's not over yet.
Then let's not wish this race away, because this is going to be a fantastic finish here with still 4 of them in contention, although Fiona Kindness just can't get past Lindsay McCracken. Right, up the hill. This is probably the last part of the track where the Radical will have the advantage. Over the hill, straight line performance, that favours Gordon Duncan. Everywhere else around the lap, Mark Dawson should have the edge, so he's better on the brakes. He carries the speed into Duffer's Dip and tries now to just reel in the Radical in ever worsening conditions. It is really properly wet out there right now, and I think even Dawson is starting to run out of a little bit of traction himself. They're gapping now McCracken and Kindness behind them as they head for the chicane for the last time. Over the curb on the left, over the curb on the right. Control the wheel spin for both of them. Bit of a tail slide there for Gordon Duncan, but Mark Dawson, I just don't know if he's going to have what it takes, because now we head onto the back straight again, and that may be where the power of the Radical tells. Dawson is quick through Clark's, carries the momentum out over the curb. Fiona Kindness in the background is looking to the inside of Lindsay McCracken. Is it going to be a victory for Gordon Duncan? How late dares Mark Dawson break for the final hairpin? There is the struggling number 10 of Mark Thompson, scrabbling for grip out of the final turn. Gordon Duncan out wide over the curb, controls the wheel spin nicely. Congratulations to all four of them, though. A fantastic end to the weekend here at Knockhill. Gordon Duncan wins, Mark Dawson second, Lindsay McCracken third, and Fiona Kindness comes through a little ways back in the end in fourth place. I think Fiona had a moment or a problem, maybe exiting the final corner. The Subaru some 4 seconds back, but still gets the class victory in Class C. Class B goes to Duncan, Class F to Dawson. So again, although Mark missed out on the overall race win, he still takes home a class victory, and that was simply incredible race victory there for Gordon Duncan, who somehow there, Scott, managed to hold on. I really don't know how.
You shouldn't be partisan by favourites, but genuinely, as much as I respect the fact Gordon won that race, there was part of me that wanted Mark Dawson to win that. That's one of the drives of the weekend, that is. Of course, going up against a four-wheel drive Subaru and two Radical Sports prototypes in the wet. It was a magnificent performance from him. In any cases, of course, Gordon did a fantastic job to win that race, but equally so, if he'd got past, Mark would have deserved that all day long. Fantastic entertainment to run what has been a genuinely fantastic 2 days here in Scotland.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself. Mark Dawson then, no, does not get the win. The race victory goes the way of Gordon Duncan. Mark Dawson we thought was going to get the win until the very closing stages, but it was Gordon Duncan in the Radical who came home victorious. Then Dawson in second position and Lindsay McCracken in third. Fourth place Fiona Kindness. Fifth place went the way in the end of Davidson. Sean Davidson, that was from 12th on the grid. Sixth place then Harvey Landers. Seventh position for the number 26 of Andrew Patterson. 8th place for Richard Sutherland. 9th place goes the way of the number 96 of Murray Douglas, and the top 10 in the end completed by number 31, which was Natalie Cowie, who had an eventful race, I think it's fair to say. It's been an eventful weekend. We've somehow managed to get through 25 races here this weekend at Knockhill. Each and every one of them has been superbly entertaining. A brilliant return for TCR UK north of the border, and we look forward now to our next TCR UK round, which will be coming up at Silverstone in a few weeks' time. Be sure to head over to the TCR social media pages for all of the information on the upcoming rounds, the reaction to the Knockhill rounds, and a couple of little surprises on our social media videos. I am reliably informed. Well worth a watch. Big thank you to everyone who's joined me on the commentary, to Paul O'Neill for helping out with the TCR and Civic Cup content, Anthony Jordan getting post-race reactions from the BRSCC races, for Scott Woodwis for joining me in the box as well during those races. It's time for us all to go home. Thank you very much for having us, Knockhill, and we'll see you again in the very near future. What a classy move.
That was a classy move.
The championship leader is in the gravel trap.
Neil sends him off, and it's a kick of dirt on the out.